The apocalypse game has arrived, and humanity across the globe is randomly allocated shelters. Catastrophic disasters rotating monthly, extreme heat, absolute cold, meteor showers, plant mutations, monsters rampaging. In the face of extreme calamity ravaging the world, people must constantly venture out to explore, gather resources, and frantically upgrade their shelters to survive amidst countless catastrophes. Suit E, a mere mortal among the masses, discovers that his talent for shelter is somewhat extraordinary. Homebody's Haven, SSS rank. Each day spent in one's shelter grants the most urgently needed survival rewards, with the size of the rewards increasing as the shelter's level rises. An extraordinary talent. I can grow stronger just by staying at home. To his astonishment, Suit E realizes that as long as he remains indoors, he lacks nothing: resources, food, weapons, or equipment. While others struggle for survival outside their shelters, Sui has transformed his refuge into the world's most formidable stronghold. Meanwhile, he lounges on a plush mattress, embracing an S-rank combat beauty bestowed by his rewards, continuing to tally his seemingly endless supplies of apocalyptic resources. He need only remain at home to grow powerful. You say this is the end of the world? What a joke. This is clearly a paradise for homebodies. Chapter 1. The apocalypse has arrived? Sorry, I can win just by staying in. Humans have harmed nature, and the cosmic punishment mechanism has been activated. The global apocalypse era has dawned. From this moment on, different apocalyptic disasters will manifest on Earth every month. All human technological means are prohibited from functioning. Every human globally will receive a randomly assigned shelter. Current residences will automatically evolve. Each shelter possesses unique talents, so make good use of them and strive to survive. Should humanity face extinction, Earth will enter a new epoch. If humanity withstands 10,000 types of apocalyptic disasters, they shall become the eternal, unchanging masters of Earth. As a mysterious voice resonates in the ears of humanity worldwide, the world undergoes a dramatic transformation. At this moment, no matter what people were doing, they're all inexplicably transported back home. Those dining outside find themselves seated on their own beds with their plates. Shoppers discover themselves on their sofas laden with bags, and passionate lovers suddenly realize their partners have vanished. Even those without fixed abodes inexplicably appear in random, unfamiliar houses. Suit E is no exception. He was clearly at work, listening to his boss's reprimands. Yet in the next instant, the environment around him warped, and he found himself seated on his home sofa. So he blinked, momentarily stunned and slow to react. In the next second, a chill coursed through him. Were those words just now not a mere hallucination born from my work fatigue? A mysterious entity is punishing humanity on Earth. The apocalypse is upon us. So he took a deep breath, forcing his trembling body to calm down. As a 23-year-old, Sui possessed remarkable adaptability, quickly grasping the situation at hand. Humanity around the globe possesses random shelters as a means to resist the apocalypse. In 10 minutes, the first wave of cataclysm will commence, themed extreme heat. A scorching climate with temperatures reaching a minimum of 60 degrees will envelop the world. Please diligently check the attributes of your shelter. Gather resources to ensure your survival. Should you perish, no one will grieve for you, for everyone is preoccupied with their own survival. Sui murmured to himself, placing down a mysterious note from the table. This note contained essential information, enabling humanity worldwide to swiftly comprehend their predicament. In 10 minutes, the first wave of the apocalypse will arrive. This is not a hallucination. Could it be a prank by some high-tech organization? Sui furrowed his brow, attempting to softly utter, "Open the shelter data panel." Whoosh! A semi-transparent data box appeared before Sui, causing him to widen his eyes. If this is a prank, the scale is astonishing. Sui pondered deeply, scrutinizing the data before him. Shelter, unnamed. Shelter level, level 0. Shelter owner, Sui. Shelter population, 1. Shelter space, 1 room, 1 hall, 1 bathroom. Shelter safety rating, 1 point. Shelter comfort rating, 1 point. Shelter item resources, 7 chairs, 1 bed, 1 sofa, 1 refrigerator, 1 computer. Shelter food resources, 5 small loaves of bread, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 3 bags of chocolate snacks, 2 bags of dried noodles, 4 bottles of beverages, 8 bottles of beer, 2 barrels of drinking water. Shelter miscellaneous, items of no value, Miscellaneous not accounted for. Apocalypse survival points, 0 points. Current stage, first apocalypse, extreme heat, imminent. The current primary objective, to survive. Primary task reward. Upon completion, scores will be assigned based on survival performance, accompanied by random accolades. Current special reserve, a shelter talent awaits activation. This is so real. He scrutinized the data before hastily moving to the window, drawing back the curtains to gaze outside. The street was already teeming with people. Individuals surged from their homes, creating a cacophony of noise. Some were disheveled, others wore expressions of sheer terror, while many rushed into nearby convenience stores. What's going on? I was just hauling bricks at the construction site. How did I suddenly end up at home? This is incredible. I can teleport. Can someone send me abroad? I want to travel. A bunch of fools. Doesn't the mass teleportation of so many people indicate something? The apocalypse is upon us. It's over. My phone has no signal. I can't make calls. Has human technology truly been rendered unusable? Boss, I want to buy supplies. Bring out all the most durable food. And I need 100 buckets of ice. Get lost. I'm not selling. Do you think I'm foolish? The end of the world is here. Your money is just worthless paper. The street outside was chaotic, with throngs of people rushing into supermarkets and convenience stores. Small business owners hurriedly rolled down their shutters, and the turmoil escalated, with police presence already emerging. He remained upstairs, quietly observing the crowd below. If the apocalypse is indeed upon us, then it begins in 5 minutes. Even if I wanted to procure supplies now, it would be too late. He pulled out his phone and, after a moment, confirmed there was no signal and he couldn't place calls. He plugged it into the charger, but there was no response. Has the power gone out? He checked the water supply and found that the drinking water at home remained unaffected for the time being. It would be better if this apocalypse were merely a figment of imagination. But if all of this is true, I must devise a strategy to cope swiftly. He took a deep breath, realizing that this reality might indeed be genuine. After all, who possesses the ability to teleport such a multitude of people back home simultaneously? It is known that the first wave of disaster is extreme heat, with temperatures soaring to a minimum of 60 degrees. Without cooling measures, survival beyond a few days seems improbable. Even if one is fortunate enough to avoid heat stroke, dehydration will likely claim most lives. Moreover, with the current technological failures, the urban water system will face significant challenges. Given the situation, each of us should be in our own homes. Our homes serve as our sanctuaries. He endeavored to calm himself, relying on all his survival knowledge to determine the next course of action. First, gather water. He quickly responded, retrieving every basin and bottle from his home and rushing to the bathroom to collect water. He then turned on the bathtub faucet, adjusting it to the maximum setting to fill it with water. Thank goodness I rented this place with a bathtub. It proves useful in critical moments. I wonder where the landlord will go now that this has become my refuge. Never mind. The landlord has plenty of properties. Why should I worry? He murmured to himself, continually splashing cold water on his cheeks. While time permitted, he sought to keep his skin hydrated. Next, he found a moment to check the refrigerator and other essential storage facilities. Excellent. There's no power. The refrigerator will soon lose its cooling capabilities. He dared not delay opening it, striving to maintain the cold environment inside. Simultaneously, he gathered all the thermoses in the house, filled them with water, and added several ice cubes. Thermoses not only retain heat, but can also preserve cold. From now on, I must minimize the number of times I open the refrigerator. If this truly is the scorching end of days, it may be my last lifeline. He glanced at the time. Only 1 minute remained. If the global temperature exceeded 60 degrees in 1 minute and all human technological means failed, surviving would be nearly impossible. With my current resources, I am ill-equipped to endure such a perilous environment. It seems I must rely on the talents of my sanctuary. He raised his head, gazing at the data before him, took a deep breath, and tentatively spoke. Activate the sanctuary talent. Hello, a dormant talent has been detected, and it is now being activated. A new message prompt appeared before and soon a flash of white light flickered in front of him. When the white light dissipated, new talent information emerged. Congratulations, you have acquired the sanctuary talent. Homebody's Haven. Homebody's Haven, SSS level. For every 24 hours you remain in your sanctuary, you will randomly receive a vital survival reward. The effectiveness of this talent will increase as the sanctuary upgrades. An SSS level sanctuary talent. He was momentarily taken aback, then joyously exclaimed, "Staying at home yields rewards? And they're the most urgently needed rewards, providing exactly what I lack. Damn, then why am I exerting myself? This talent is meant to allow me to lounge in the apocalypse." Chapter 2. The Ultimate Shelter Talent. The rewards of the first day. Sui is a cautious man. Of course, Sui was certain that the apocalypse was truly imminent. He felt a deep sense of dread and attempted to utilize all the knowledge he had acquired to enhance his chances of survival. However, when the shelter talent manifested, Sui suddenly realized that he could simply relax. An SSS level talent. It cannot be weak in any regard, but I will have to wait until this time tomorrow to verify its specific effects. For now, never mind, I have done all that I can, and I can only await the outcome. Before Sui's murmurs faded, he was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of heat that made his entire body feel feverish. This sensation of heat came from nowhere, rapidly drying the air around him, while the temperature continued to rise. Sui felt as though the air he was breathing was igniting. Sui swiftly turned his head and saw that the sky outside had turned a vivid crimson, heralding a cataclysmic change. An endless torrent of scorching hot air surged through the open window into the room. In an instant, the temperature inside felt as if it had transformed into an oven. "Oh no, I forgot to close the window. The first round of the apocalypse has begun." Sui's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to the window. Just as he extended his hand to draw the curtain, he accidentally burned himself on the steel bars of the security window. "Ouch, that's hot. Is the Earth's temperature rising this quickly?" After a brief pause, Sui happened to hear piercing screams and pleas emanating from the previously chaotic street. "It's so hot. I'm going to die from the heat. What kind of weather is this? The apocalypse has truly arrived. This temperature is unbearable. Dear, we must return home. Someone help me. I feel so dizzy. I think I'm suffering from heat stroke." Thud. Many who had not yet returned to their homes were drenched in sweat from the sweltering heat, frantically searching for shelter. Above the heads of the people, the sun had suddenly expanded greatly, indiscriminately radiating boundless heat. The crimson sky was blinding, resembling blood. On the streets, frail individuals collapsed under the oppressive heat, exhibiting severe signs of heat stroke. Yet now, no one can save these weak souls. Everyone is frantically rushing home or seeking nearby buildings for shade and refuge. At this moment, humanity across the globe comprehended the truth. This is no illusion. It is a genuine upheaval of heaven and earth. The apocalypse has truly arrived. Life and death hang in the balance at this very instant. So he let out a faint sigh. He could not save others, only manage his own well-being. So he pulled the curtains, wrapping them around his hand, gritting his teeth to close the window, and then drew the curtains up. The temperature within the room dropped slightly. Although the room remained swelteringly hot, it was a tad more bearable than the inferno outside. Merely a few minutes into the apocalypse, Sui had not engaged in any strenuous activity, yet was already drenched in sweat, his body producing an immense amount of moisture, and his lips cracked and parched. His head began to feel dizzy, an inexplicable fatigue enveloping him, accompanied by a sense of unwarranted agitation. This was a clear sign of his body rapidly dehydrating. Sui dared not be careless. He quickly stripped himself bare, guzzled a bottle of water, and dove in the bathroom, submerging himself in the bathtub. However, the water in the tub had already warmed somewhat. The extreme heat of the earth caused the icy water to steadily rise in temperature. "If I continue to soak like this, will I end up boiling myself alive?" This thought surfaced in Sui's mind, but he swiftly dismissed it. If it were merely a climate of 60 degrees, it wouldn't be so exaggerated. Yet the disaster alert stated that the initial wave of the apocalypse would have a minimum temperature of 60 degrees, leaving room for it to escalate. The oppressive heat and dryness made it difficult for Sui to maintain his composure. His mind was racing with chaotic thoughts. He longed to devise a solution or enhance his chances of survival. Yet given the current circumstances, such aspirations seemed exceedingly difficult to achieve. Ordinary people, residing in their homes, were suddenly confronted with such extreme heat and an uncertain future. Most could only wait in silence for their fates to unfold. "It seems I can only wait for the effects of my talent." Sui sighed, but soon rallied his spirits. He soaked in the bathtub for quite a while before finally rising, dripping wet. He had barely exited the bathroom when the droplets on his body evaporated almost entirely. My body feels somewhat better now. I should eat something. In this sweltering weather, some items will spoil if left too long. Sui selected food from his home that was not easily storable, enduring the scorching sensation as he swallowed it down. I suppose I am somewhat of a recluse. At least I have some food and drink at home. Those who lack storage habits, I fear they will be among the first to perish. Sui contemplated silently and suddenly smiled. Well then, it seems the apocalypse has a peculiar fondness for the reclusive. Finding joy amidst suffering is indeed an essential skill for those who dwell in solitude. Sui slowed his eating, allowing himself to conserve energy for a longer duration. During this process, he occasionally heard the shouts and cries of people outside the house and from the floors above and below. Although Sui could not decipher the words, he could sense the despair and anguish within those cries. It was unbearably hot. The human body struggles to adapt to such a sudden rise in temperature. The apocalypse arrived abruptly, leaving many individuals with insufficient resilience in a state of panic, some even collapsing under the weight of their own defenses. Extreme heat can induce agitation. Overwhelming pressure renders one incapable of maintaining composure. To mitigate his mental strain, Sui continuously drank water while pulling out paper and pen to contemplate his current survival situation. If my talent proves effective, then by noon tomorrow, I shall receive my first reward. According to the effects of the talent, what do I urgently require at this moment? Sui surveyed his supplies, pondering slightly. The first round of disaster is heat. Excessive heat corresponds to rapid fluid loss, so theoretically, I am most in need of water. However, based on the supplies I currently possess, both food and water can last for a few more days. They are not the most pressing resources. In fact, I find myself in greater need of food, as perishables spoil more quickly in this hot environment. Thus, the reward at noon tomorrow will likely provide me with some food or water. So he looked up at the ceiling, somewhat puzzled. But how will the reward be delivered? Will it simply descend from the heavens? So he was unaware. All he could do was wait. Beyond his anticipation for the shelter talent, so he was more concerned about whether the existing order of humanity on Earth still persisted. Not to mention, regarding the human order system of Huaxia, there would be no hesitation in resisting disaster at any possible opportunity. This time, could they succeed? So he did not know. He could only endure the sweltering heat, continuously counting the passage of time in his mind. 8 hours later, night fell. Occasionally, Sui could still hear signs of human activity and sounds from the streets. Many ventured out from their shelters at night, seizing the opportunity to search for food amidst the slightly cooler temperatures. Nevertheless, he still did not receive any news of official rescue. Human technology has completely failed, and, coupled with the sudden disaster, it has truly annihilated all nations across the globe. Even if there are still efforts to organize a rescue, it is likely to be a drop in the bucket in the short term. After all, a new disaster crisis is looming next month. Humanity worldwide has become mere playthings. So he closed his eyes and lay on the bed. A night of contemplation had allowed him to thoroughly understand his current situation. Rather than placing hope in others, it is better to rely on oneself. How should he survive? Stay home. The next day at noon, Sui lay drowsily in bed when he suddenly lifted his head and glanced at the clock on the wall, murmuring, "It's time. The talent reward from the shelter should be coming." Before Sui could finish speaking, a translucent information box suddenly appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the shelter talent and received a random reward. Ice water generator, D-class." With the emergence of the information box, a beam of white light suddenly erupted from the floor before Sui. When the white light dissipated, an object resembling a large freezer lay before him. Sui was momentarily taken aback, his gaze turning towards it. He could clearly see a line of tiny text appearing above the large freezer. Ice water generator, D-class shelter item. It possesses a lasting refrigeration effect and has a cooling space. It can automatically generate ice water sufficient for 10 people every 24 hours, drinkable, effectively lowering the human body temperature by 5 degrees for 2 hours. The ice water produced cannot exceed 10 portions at once, unlimited area. With the arrival of the large freezer, the information regarding the ice water generator was also added to Sui's shelter inventory. Simultaneously, the comfort level of the shelter increased from 1 point to 11 points. There really is a reward. Sui inhaled deeply and quickly walked to the large freezer, slowly opening the door. Instantly, a chilling white mist rushed towards him. The icy sensation nearly caused Sui to squint his eyes in sheer comfort, almost prompting a shout of delight. It felt incredible. It was as if he had stepped into an air-conditioned room on a sweltering summer afternoon, a sensation so delightful that it left him breathless. Sui bent down, nearly immersing himself halfway into the freezer. While reveling in the coolness, he observed the contents within the freezer. There were 10 bottles, resembling large beverage containers, resting inside. Sui took one out, easily twisted off the cap, and tentatively took a sip. Ding! You have consumed D-grade ice water, gaining a sustained effect for 2 hours. Body temperature perception reduced by 5 degrees. A gulp of ice water slid down his throat. Sui could distinctly feel a refreshing chill coursing through his body. His previously overheated skin had calmed, pores slightly constricted, and the profuse sweating had ceased. He felt significantly more comfortable. What a marvelous item! Sui sighed contentedly. This was indeed the most urgently needed resource for him at present. With this substance at hand, the greatest survival challenge in the extreme heat was resolved. There was no need to worry about heat stroke or dehydration. Just as Sui prepared to continue his exploration of the icebox, a sudden series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 3. The trading platform of shelters. Is urine sweet as well? Knock, knock, knock. The sound was urgent, as if someone were forcefully banging on the door, causing Sui to become immediately tense. His instincts suggested that a group of individuals awaited outside, their intentions unknown. Sui squinted, choosing not to respond to the relentless knocking. Instead, he held his breath, remaining completely still, silent as a statue. Even though this was his first experience of an apocalyptic scenario, he understood that human nature is unpredictable in the face of overwhelming disaster. With a world in chaos and calamity rampant, who could say whether the individuals outside were malevolent? Not only was opening the door unwise, but even uttering a word could be perilous. Is anyone there? Open the door. A rough male voice called from outside. The timbre of his voice suggested he was a robust man, which only heightened Sui's anxiety. He carefully moved his feet towards the nearby cabinet, where a row of kitchen knives lay, the most common means of self-defense in an ordinary household. Damn it, another empty place. How strange, according to that voice. Everyone should have returned home. Surely there must be someone in this house. Brotherly, don't wait any longer. Maybe the person inside has fainted from the heat. There's no need to waste time. What bad luck. I bet another unfortunate soul is about to meet their end. The crowd outside sighed amidst their murmurs. One individual kicked the door several times in frustration, venting his irritation from the oppressive heat before their voices gradually faded away. Throughout this ordeal, Sui remained silent. It was only after the group had moved on that he finally reacted, standing in stillness for a full half hour before cautiously retrieving 2 knives, gripping them tightly as he continued to watch the door intently. 2 hours later, Sui took a gentle sip of ice water to replenish his strength, stealthily approaching the door to peer through the peephole. No one remained. They had completely departed, leaving no one to return and inspect Sui's dwelling. Who were they? Had they emerged in search of survivors in this building? From their discussions, it seemed they had already checked numerous rooms and even encountered corpses. With limited information, Sui could not analyze much, but he was certain of one thing. His sheltering talent was indeed invaluable. As long as he acknowledged this, there was no need for him to step outside his home. By simply staying indoors, he could easily endure the sweltering first month of the apocalypse. Fortunately, he had secured his door the previous day. Otherwise, if someone had broken in and discovered his freezer, glancing back at the appliance, Sui felt a wave of relief. One must always guard against others. If that contraption were discovered, who could say whether someone might act with malicious intent? With the world as order in ruins, there was no legal protection for individuals in this apocalypse. Everyone had to rely solely on themselves, unable to trust others. I wish to survive, thus I must exercise extreme caution. Sui silently vowed, moving chairs and tables to barricade the door, while also shifting the refrigerator into place. He utilized every available item in his home that could fortify the entrance. The strategy was simple, the tortoise-shell tactic. Regardless of the tumult outside, he resolved not to step out. This way, even if someone attempted to break in during the night, they would likely fail. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Sui gazed with satisfaction at the door, now obscured by a jumble of items. As for the window, he felt no concern. He had drawn the curtains tightly, and with the nearly melting security bars, no fool would attempt to scale 6 floors to invade his home. After ensuring everything was secure, Sui began to transport his food and water, placing them within the freezer. This freezer was unique. Although it was not powered, it maintained efficient cooling. Sui, not being an engineer, did not comprehend the underlying principles but sought to maximize the freezer's utility. Fortunately, his limited supplies fit perfectly within it. After completing these tasks, Sui was drenched in sweat. He scooped some ice shavings and cubes from the freezer, tossing them into the bathtub to cool down, before shedding his clothes and immersing himself in the water. Sipping on ice water while savoring the pleasantly tepid bath, he thought, "Ah, this is bliss." With his eyes half closed in enjoyment, he contemplated, "Indeed, my SSS level sheltering talent is formidable. I wonder what rewards tomorrow will bring. If my shelter possesses talent, then surely everyone else's must as well." Additionally, he pondered the well-being of his parents, lamenting that he had no means to contact them. As Sui indulged in his melancholic thoughts, a new notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations to all. All humans who hear this message are the fortunate ones to have survived to the second day. Now, we will proceed with today's latest broadcast on the Earth's apocalyptic disaster. The current number of surviving shelters worldwide, over 8.2 billion. Yesterday, over 1.3 billion humans lost their shelters. Today's disaster forecast, temperature increase of 10 degrees, with no reduction in nighttime temperatures. Everyone strive to survive. The data revealed by the notification caused Sui's expression to shift slightly. The temperature was set to rise further. It was already sweltering at 60 degrees. Would 70 degrees lead to mass fatalities? A sense of dread enveloped Sui as he contemplated the loss of shelters. This figure likely represented the death toll. With over 10 billion humans surviving globally, 1.3 billion had perished on just the first day, and the days to come would surely witness even greater losses. When supplies within homes dwindled or the difficulty of disasters escalated, humanity would face its most arduous struggle for survival. What was the origin of this phenomenon, compelling humanity towards its demise? With a heavy heart, Sui listened as the notification chimed once more. As a reward for surviving the first day, we shall now open a global communication platform for shelters organized by city regions. Simultaneously, we will unveil a trading section for various city shelters, allowing any shelter to freely trade any items or supplies. Please note, all order transactions must ensure authenticity. Any fraudulent behavior will result in the confiscation of tenfold resources from the offender's shelter. A collective reward, dividing by city regions to facilitate communication and trade. This increasingly resembled a game. However, the foundation of this game was built upon the lives of humanity. Sui raised his gaze to observe a new data panel, resembling the familiar chat interface of an online game, prominently marked as Jinling City Shelter Communication Channel. Below it, various shelter information began to scroll and rapidly fill the screen. Unnamed shelter. Hello, is anyone there? Unnamed shelter. Yes, but it's getting unbearably hot. Does anyone know what is happening? Is this truly the apocalypse? Unnamed shelter. What are you waiting for? You still Haven Tea adapted? I have 2 liters of drinkable liquid available, trading for any food. I've listed on the trading platform. Who wants to exchange? The long number 1, Shelter You Haven Tea, even named it? I can hardly distinguish between who is who anymore. By the way, how proficient are you all in your shelter abilities? Allow me to reveal my hand first. I possess an A-grade shelter talent, and I feel confident in my survival. Wang Chunchun, shelter huh? Aren't you supposed to name yourself with your own name? I shall refrain from disclosing my talent, lest I find myself among nefarious individuals. Unnamed shelter. At a time like this, why are you still holding back? We as humans must unite. Let us assist the vulnerable and weather this storm together. Speaking of which kind fellow would assist me? A weakling? My child has gone without food for most of the day, and our drinking supply is nearly depleted. Unnamed shelter, Mom. Dad, where are you? It's me, Daniel. Danyu. Unnamed shelter. Daniel, could you please refrain from flooding the chat? We are on the verge of dehydration. And here you are, resembling a tadpole in search of its mother. Sui quietly observed the chat messages without participating. The chat was inundated with pleas for help, requests for missing persons, and trade offers. A scant few shelters were attempting to communicate regarding their talents and the apocalyptic situation, indicating that these shelters likely possess superior talents and were currently free from the pressures of survival. It was the second day, and rational analysis suggested that while most individuals were in a state of panic and fear, they should still be able to endure. The true crisis of existence had yet to arrive. After a brief glance, Sue noted that everyone was quite cautious, sharing little information of value. Naturally, there were also some self-proclaimed officials fervently calling for unity among the living forces, hoping to revive the organizational capabilities of the Huaxia people. However, at this moment, no one dared to ascertain whether any imposters were lurking among them. After observing for a while, Sue opened the trading interface. It contained trading information from Jinling City and surrounding shelters, encompassing a variety of demands. Most transactions were barter orders, with many being one-sided pleas for help. Trading information: 1 liter of urine available. Sweet tasting. Will exchange for food. No refuse. Trading information: a bottle of 2 yuan mineral water. Only in exchange for storable food, equivalent to a day and a half of adult food supply. No small knives accepted. Trading information: complete set of collectible Ming Dynasty general armor. Includes a sword and bow, a must-have for apocalyptic home essentials. Only accepts 7 days' worth of drinking water and food. Trading information: my neighbor hoards food while I hoard guns. Neighbors are my granary. Currently offering a set of powerful crossbows with 20 iron arrows in exchange for 5 days' worth of food and drink. The volume of trading information was substantial and continually increasing. It seemed that the survivors in Jinling's shelter were relatively numerous. Only time would reveal how many would still be present in the following days. Sue examined the details closely and found that valuable items were not too abundant. The various trade goods primarily consisted of food, drink, weapons, and tools as hard currency. Of course, some individuals were attempting to sell gold bars and jewelry at high prices, but to no avail. Ironically, the orders for sweet urine had been successfully traded, promptly displaying order successfully completed. Even urine found buyers, while treasures remained unsold. Indeed, in chaotic times, food and drink were the ultimate currency. Sue glanced down at the half bottle of ice water in his hand, pondering, perhaps I should give it a try and see what I can sell. He had plenty of ice water, so listing half a bottle was inconsequential. Sue quickly proceeded to list half a bottle of water for trade, specifying that he was only interested in food and weapons. Simultaneously, he made the information about this half bottle of water completely public, allowing anyone to see that it was a talent item from the shelter. This would adequately demonstrate the value of the ice water. And Sue was not concerned about exposure, as he too was part of the unnamed shelter, effectively maintaining an anonymous identity. Just as Sue listed the ice water, a notification chimed within seconds. You have new order trading information. Please respond promptly. Chapter 4. The Ice Water Brother of the Apocalypse. Has someone come to buy already? Sue was pleasantly surprised and opened the interface to scrutinize. Buyer message. Unnamed shelter hello. I would like to exchange 2 buckets of instant noodles for your ice water. Please accept my trade request. 2 buckets of instant noodles? If rationed, they could last for at least 3 days. Sue rested his chin on his hand, choosing not to reply just yet, as he decided to wait a little longer. After all, each order had a maximum duration of 24 hours, and he was not currently facing a food shortage. Moreover, with a trading platform at his disposal, Sue could regularly exchange ice water for food in this sweltering heat. Nothing held more value than water. You have new order trading information. Please respond promptly. You have new order trading information. Please respond promptly. You have new order trading information. Please respond promptly. A flurry of notifications startled Sue, prompting him to check. Buyer message. Hey, are you there? Can we trade for an edible item? Buyer message. A large bottle of sweet liquid. I'll trade you 1 bottle for half of yours. You won tea, regret it. Buyer message. How about some cigarettes? 3 packs of Huazi. I'll trade you for half a bottle, and you'll definitely come out ahead. This stuff will sell well in the apocalypse. Buyer message. Brother, the latest beautiful lingerie, absolutely fragrant, 7 different colors. I hope you'll be satisfied. Sue was left dumbfounded. What on earth were these trading messages? Aside from the cigarettes, which seemed somewhat normal, the rest were bizarre offerings. There was even an attempt at remote seduction. What's going on? Cyber enticement? What era is this? 7 different colors? Can this be eaten? Sue-E lost interest in responding to these messages, but the notifications continued to flood in. Everyone was clearly coveting the unique benefits of this half bottle of ice water, which could reliably reduce body temperature by 5 degrees. In critical moments, it could serve as a life-saving cooling artifact. Many discerning individuals were aware of its worth, yet they were hoping to take advantage of a bargain. Sue-E decided to set the trading categories to food and weapons only. Any trading information that did not fall under these two categories would be automatically filtered out to avoid disturbances. After implementing these changes, he indeed noticed a sharp decline in the harassment messages. Approximately 2 hours later, amidst a plethora of normal trading messages, Sue-E stumbled upon an item that caught his attention. Buyer information, plant bread, degrade consumable, upon consumption. It provides the basic nutrition required by the human body for 1 day, replenishing energy expended during labor, though hunger will still be felt. My friend, how about it? 2 of these magical breads for half a bottle. You won't regret it. This message piqued Sue-Yi's interest. The buyer referred to his bread as magical, and the information he provided was evidently akin to the ice water, representing a special product of the shelter. Trading magical ice water for magical bread seemed like a fair exchange. Both parties would benefit. Sue-E promptly agreed to the trade request and confirmed the transaction details. Shortly thereafter, a notification chimed. Ding! Your order has been successfully completed. As the notification sounded, the item information in the shelter interface was updated to include plant bread. Sue-E silently recited, extending his hand, and 2 palm-sized pieces of bread materialized before him. The bread was a wheat color, exuding an enticing aroma that stimulated the appetite. Above the bread, clear item information was displayed, matching exactly what the buyer had described. Without hesitation, Sue-E took a bite of one piece. It tasted delightful, sweet and flavorful. Sue-E licked his lips, savoring the delightful aroma of the bread, which was undeniably exquisite. He pondered how many more such loaves this fellow had. Suddenly, he glanced at the remaining piece of bread in his hand, and a spark of realization ignited in his mind. My talent rewards me daily with the most essential items. Based on the first occurrence, it is highly probable that my next reward will be food. Given the current circumstances, sustenance and hydration are paramount. However, if I exchange ice water for an ample supply of food, what will the second reward entail? Sue-E murmured to himself, contemplating whether the second reward would change if he already possessed sufficient food. If it does change, does this imply that I can manipulate the content of the rewards? He was astounded, as this might indeed be the correct application of his talent. Clearly, every human around the globe possesses a sanctuary, and to endure the relentless apocalyptic disasters, one must learn to manage their refuge effectively. Without hesitation, Sue-E approached the freezer and retrieved 5 bottles of ice water, placing them on a shelf. This time, he opted solely for food. Within a mere 2 hours, a deluge of trade requests flooded in, featuring both ordinary and extraordinary food items. Sue-E selectively chose bulk items that were easy to store, such as instant noodles and biscuits, focusing on quantity. The prices for the extraordinary food items were exorbitantly high. Though they were indeed useful, he could only acquire a few. After selling the 5 bottles of ice water, Sue-E was rewarded with an abundance of dried food filling the bathroom, with an impressive variety. He estimated that if he ate conservatively, he could easily sustain himself for more than half a month. Thus, the issue of food was resolved. He would wait until tomorrow to see what kind of reward awaited him. Sue-E murmured, having already devised a plan. As long as the earth does not shatter, he would remain indoors. Fully leveraging the sanctuary's talent, he intended to accumulate a plethora of disaster relief rewards before venturing outside. Although it might be somewhat monotonous, at least his safety was assured. Reclining on the sofa, Sue-E aimlessly scrolled through the chat channels for the Jinling area. The entire city was experiencing power and water outages, rendering phones and computers inoperable. His sole source of distraction was monitoring the city's situation and gathering intelligence through remote communication. Initially, he intended to observe discreetly, but to his astonishment, as soon as he opened the chat channel, he discovered that a significant portion of the city's populace was calling out for him. "Ice water brother, are you there? Seeking support for a bottle of ice water. The price is negotiable. Ice water brother, a few more bottles, please. I just missed out on the last batch. I can offer more food. Ice water brother, please. I risked my life to go to the supermarket for a zero-cost purchase. I beg for a bottle of water." The city channel buzzed with calls for Ice Water Brother, and Sui realized that this crowd was indeed calling for him. They all craved ice water. Some individuals, less attuned to external information, curiously inquired, "What are you all shouting about? Who is Ice Water Brother? Is there still an influencer during the apocalypse?" Ice Water Brother is far superior to any influencer. Someone quickly explained. Several bottles of ice water appeared on the trading platform. Consuming it can lower your body temperature. Just think, the temperature is about to rise to a scorching 70 degrees. Having a bottle of ice water could be a lifesaver. An influencer? Can any influencer compare to Ice Water Brother? He is practically a saint. Ice Water Brother, I implore you, sell me another bottle. Ice Water Brother. Oh, ice water. I need it. I feel like I'm about to perish. I'm burning up, and I feel ants crawling on me. Please, Ice Water Brother, sell me another bottle. Even half a bottle will do. Sui inhaled sharply, realizing the extent of humanity's madness. Many discerning individuals recognized the significance of ice water. However, despite their desperate calls, Ice Water Brother seemed to have vanished without a trace. Only a few fortunate souls in the chat channel boasted about their acquired ice water or flipped it for profit. Special ice water, starting at 10 boxes of instant noodles. Highest bidder wins. Ice Water Brother's ice water is now available. Come with ample food, or a gentle female companion is also acceptable. Ice water, 1-sip version, now available. Personal testing confirms even a small sip can have a cooling effect. Special price, 5 packs of instant noodles or 5 bottles of regular drinking water. Upon seeing this information, Sui was taken aback. What a revelation. The entrepreneurial instinct of the Huaxia people is remarkable. Even in the apocalypse, they remain focused on profiting from the price differential. Retaining some of the extraordinary ice water for himself, while selling a portion ensures that several fortunate individuals secure their early supplies. This also made Sui acutely aware of the immense value of the ice water he possessed. Damn it, I sold it too cheaply. Sui sighed, but decided against selling the remaining ice water just yet. Currently, he was the sole possessor of cooling ice water in Jinling, and the 4.5 bottles on the market had yet to be consumed. Listing more would only lower the price further. Better to wait until they have no ice water left, until they're utterly desperate. That would be the moment for maximizing my benefits. Sui remained composed, believing there was nothing amiss in his actions. In times of apocalypse, personal interests must take precedence. The survival of others is of no concern to me. As night fell, time flew by, and soon it was 8 o'clock. The temperature had not dropped with the onset of darkness. The additional 10 degrees of heat made each breath feel like an experience of organ roasting. Sui, feeling irritable from the heat, continued to browse trade information and regional chat to pass the time. Suddenly, he heard a commotion from the street outside his window. Has someone ventured out? Sui quickly walked to the window, slightly parting the curtain to peer outside. He observed several individuals carrying candlesticks and makeshift torches emerging from his residential building. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. It's scorching out here. Ligue, can we really find food? It's way hotter outside than in here. I feel like my throat is on fire. Even if we can't find anything, we must search. Otherwise, we'll starve. In this dreadful weather, it's astonishing that it's not cooling down at night. A few men dressed in work uniforms complained loudly as they descended, with windows on various floors opened and some residents peering down. Li Sui's heart raced. Wasn't this the man who knocked on his door during the day? He recognized the group of men, but was unaware of their intentions. Sui, preoccupied with work, had not met many of his neighbors. I'm parched. I recall there are several shops on this street. Let us go check them out. Did everyone bring their gear? We don't want a repeat of last night's fruitless endeavor. Ligue, we have everything. By the way, will we be able to trade for more food in exchange for ice water? They say it's extraordinary. Ice water? Too expensive, not worth it. We can make do with regular water. The men conversed as they ventured deeper into the darkness. Sui, who had been observing from the shadows, noticed that these men were armed with steel bars, kitchen knives, and makeshift bows and arrows. In this sweltering apocalypse, with heat as the enemy, they seemed to have ulterior motives for carrying such weapons. Sui murmured, suddenly alert. There must be people in the shops. They're planning to raid them. The apocalyptic heat wave has merely ushered in extreme climatic changes, disrupting the Earth's original environment for humanity, yet has not directly annihilated humankind. In contrast to the unbearable, sweltering temperatures, the most perilous threat lies within humanity itself. With cities around the globe brought to a standstill and resources dwindling, the deepest shadows of the human psyche are easily awakened. At such a time, those who flout the old rules seem to thrive. Before long, cries of mercy pierce the night. "Spare me. What have you done to my husband? Help! There has been a murder." The harrowing screams abruptly shatter the silence. And from the darkness not far down the street, the anguished cries of men and the wails of women mingle with the sobbing of children. In an instant, a palpable tension envelopes the nearby residential buildings. In the shadows, countless pairs of watchful eyes silently observe the source of the commotion. After roughly an hour, Li Gu and his companions, burdened with various supplies, return, engaged in light-hearted banter. "Brother, why didn't you let me have a go at that woman? She has a certain allure. What do you know? We need to conserve our strength. In this heat, you really think engaging in such activities won't lead to dehydration? Ah, what a pity. I only got to touch her, but the sensation was delightful, haha. Quick, we've got food now. Let us make several trips tonight, or someone else will snatch it away." The men exchanged lewd smiles, their conversation brimming with joviality. Su-yi observed, noting that many bore fresh bloodstains, and their weapons were marked with crimson. Indeed, they were a dangerous lot. Su-yi narrowed his eyes, feeling fortunate he and T opened the door during the day. Otherwise, faced with this crew, his meager strength would have surely resulted in his freezer being raided. This group appeared to have banded together, but their unique abilities remained a mystery. They adapted swiftly to the apocalyptic rules, and if left unchecked, it was only a matter of time before they would discover his whereabouts. A sense of unease began to swell within him. These individuals refrained from breaking in today, but the future remained uncertain. Once humanity shatters the shackles of morality, they may resort to desperate measures, forcing their way into homes to seize and hoard supplies. It is imperative to devise strategies to fortify the defenses of his refuge. Self-preservation is paramount. Silently, Su-yi drew the curtains and sat in contemplation amidst the darkness. Soon, he reopened the trading platform, listing 4 bottles of ice water and modifying the trading requirements to any effective means of self-defense for a shelter, whether it be weapons, equipment, or other items. As long as it enhanced the security of his refuge, Su-yi was willing to trade. He even highlighted in his message, if anyone found the price unsatisfactory, they could leave a message for negotiation. As long as the items were of sufficient quality, he would not hesitate to exchange multiple bottles of ice water. After all, by noon the following day, his freezer would automatically yield 10 more bottles, rendering his ice water trading a risk-free venture. Ice Water Brother is back. A new order for ice water has emerged. For bottles listed at once, it must be Ice Water Brother himself. Let me check the order. Oh, Ice Water Brother is seeking means of defense. A clear line of thought. Ice Water Brother is no longer in want of food or drink. Acquiring some defensive measures means he can rest easy in this apocalypse. Damn it, I'm going to die of thirst here while the neighbor S family has perished. And Ice Water Brother is already contemplating the safety of his shelter. Humanity should unite and overcome this crisis. I call upon Ice Water Brother to generously provide more ice water for everyone, becoming the great hero of the entire city. The chat channel was flooded with discussions about the new ice water orders, yet more messages of distress and self-proclaimed saviors echoed throughout. On the second night of the apocalypse, the initial novelty of the end times had faded, leaving only a pervasive dread of the future. Resources continued to dwindle, the heat became increasingly unbearable, and people must confront the reality. This is a genuine global catastrophe where lives are at stake. The scarcity of resources has rendered Su-yi's ice water particularly sought after. The few bottles purchased in the afternoon were entirely consumed, and the new order for 4 bottles drew the attention of the majority of surviving shelters in the city, with replies flooding Su-yi's notifications. Carefully, Su-yi sifted through the responses over the course of an hour, meticulously selecting what he needed. Ultimately, he opted for a compact compound bow, accompanied by 30 professional steel arrows, along with the necessary maintenance tools, replacement parts, and an instruction manual. In peaceful times, such an item would have been strictly regulated, its lethality rivaling that of a handgun. Its value was considerable, and Su-yi successfully traded it for 3 bottles of water, while another bottle secured him an insulated jacket. These individuals were exceedingly stingy, each one more shrewd than the last. Although the ice water was precious, it could only procure so much. Su-yi inhaled it deeply. In this apocalypse, everyone was counting their resources. Now equipped with a weapon, he felt a slight sense of security. He glanced at the door he had barricaded securely and placed the bow beside his pillow, ensuring he could grasp it at a moment's notice during sleep. He donned the insulated jacket, though its effectiveness was minimal, and he still felt the oppressive heat. With food, water, and weapons in his possession, the only thing lacking now appeared to be medical supplies. Lying on his bed, Su-yi slowly contemplated his survival strategy for the future. Tomorrow, he would strive to trade for some medicine, perhaps something like Huoxiang Zhengqi Shui. What rewards awaited him the next day, now that his basic survival needs were met? Would the rewards consist of repetitive food and water, or something new? As he pondered, he gradually drifted into slumber. Bang! Ah, don't come any closer. I'll call the police. Help! Someone save me. They're going to kill. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream from upstairs jolted Su-yi awake from his dreams. He swiftly rose from his bed, grabbing the bow with precision, and cast a vigilant gaze toward the door. The front door remained intact, and no one else was in the room. Ensuring his safety, he turned his attention to the ceiling. This was an old building with poor sound insulation, and he could distinctly hear the chaotic sounds of struggle from above. There were shouts from men, the cries of women, and the clattering of objects being violently thrown about. What are you doing? Are you trying to harm someone? Don't come any closer. I have a weapon. Another man's scream echoed, seemingly that of a good Samaritan who had been subdued. Was it the Go-S group? Su-yi's expression grew grave as he pondered. Based on the events of the past 2 days, it seemed that only Li Gu and his crew possessed notable combat prowess in this building. Regardless of whether it was them or not, the current situation indicated that someone had succumbed to the temptation to search for supplies. The worst-case scenario of an unhinged human collective was beginning to unfold, plunging into chaos and danger. In silence, Su-yi anxiously awaited developments. An hour later, the commotion from above gradually subsided. The assailants appeared to be refraining from any further expansion. They did not descend towards Su-yi's room. However, Su-yi was acutely aware that the resources stored within a single shelter would undoubtedly be insufficient to satisfy this group of aggressors. It would not be long before they arrived at his doorstep. There was no escaping this confrontation. It was merely a matter of time before he faced them. A heavy weight settled in Su-yi's heart as he cast his gaze around, noting that the sky outside had already brightened. The horizon remained painted in vivid crimson, and the air was thick with distorted waves of heat. At that moment, the wall clock chimed, marking noon exactly. It was now midday on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Congratulations, you have stayed in the shelter for a new 24 hours, triggering the shelter's innate reward. Chapter 6. Recruit talent for the shelter. Initiate exploration tasks. Congratulations, you have obtained a D-level talent recruitment voucher. As the mysterious voice echoed, a delicate golden paper floated down onto the coffee table before Su-yi. A talent recruitment voucher? Is this my second reward? Su-yi picked up the paper, examining it closely. It bore only incomprehensible mystical patterns and the words D-level recruitment. Apart from that, it was unremarkable. Each shelter can recruit talent? Are these talents conjured from thin air, or are they other surviving humans from Earth? Su-yi murmured to himself. This is truly beginning to resemble a game in which many lives are at stake. An avid gamer, Su-yi gleaned an initial understanding of the current mechanics of the apocalyptic shelter through the appearance of the recruitment voucher. If his assumptions were correct, the enigmatic entity must have transformed the entire Earth into a colossal gaming arena, with humanity as the players in this cataclysmic game. With resolve, Su-yi gripped the recruitment voucher and confirmed its use. A brilliant golden light erupted from his palm, then detached and expanded before him, gradually coalescing into a golden human figure. As the light faded, a young woman of diminutive stature, yet with bright eyes, stood before him. She had come to life. Su-yi was momentarily dumbfounded. Despite his mental preparation, he was still profoundly impacted by this spectacle. The girl stood at less than 6 meters tall, appearing to be in her early 20s, with an ordinary appearance yet strikingly bright pupils filled with vitality. Warrior Linyu, reporting to the commander. She proclaimed with a resounding salute, standing tall and proud, exuding an impressive aura. A warrior? Sue-yi then noticed her camouflage combat uniform, adorned with meticulously designed pockets and attachments, fully functional and ergonomically suited for use. Her sturdy military boots featured anti-slip tread patterns, ensuring adequate grip on complex terrain. At her waist hung a multifunctional tactical belt, equipped with a sidearm, magazine pouch, flashlight, and various survival tools, all neatly organized and ready for any sudden emergencies. A female soldier? Sue-yi gazed at Lin Yu with astonishment and inquired, "Are you a human from Earth? Where do you come from?" Lin Yu's face was resolute and refined, her unwavering gaze providing a clear response. "Report, Commander. I am a human from Earth, hailing from the Huaxia Special Combat Zone. I have received orders. In this moment of apocalypse, human survival hangs in the balance. I have been entrusted with the duty of protecting the commander and will follow your commands." Lin Yu's response was clear and precise, allowing Sue-yi to piece together some understanding. This might very well be the new breed of humanity crafted by the mysterious entity, with an inherent loyalty to him and an awareness of the current situation. Sue-yi pondered silently. This is what constitutes shelter talent. It increasingly resembles a simulation of managing an apocalyptic enterprise. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in his ears. "Congratulations, you have successfully recruited D-level combat talent. Special Forces Lin Yu. You have successfully activated the Talent Information Panel. You may now view all talent details within the shelter module." With the announcement, a new entry appeared in the shelter's information, raising the population count from 1 to 2 and increasing the safety rating from 1 to 11. Sue-yi clicked on the talent module, and Lin Yu's detailed information soon materialized before him. Talent data information. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 22 years. Type, soldier. Talent grade, D. Physical strength, 85. Neural reaction, 83. Endurance, 88. Mental will, 95. Self-healing immunity, 82. Talent trait. Loyalty. She is a devoted Huaxia soldier. Regardless of the challenges faced by the shelter, she will never betray. Talent skill. Military fundamentals. She is proficient in all conventional combat techniques of modern soldiers, possesses a thorough mastery of firearms and melee weapons, and excels in hand-to-hand combat, reconnaissance, and wilderness survival. Combat power rating, 105 points. A panel resembling game statistics detailed Lin Yu's personal information before Sue-yi, with a combat power of 105 points. Was that high or low? Sue-yi contemplated briefly, but quickly concluded. Regardless, she was undoubtedly stronger than him. Sue-yi was merely an ordinary office worker, occasionally indulging in video games, novels, and fitness. Given Sue-yi's physical condition, he could never hope to match a professional soldier, even if she were a female one. "Commander, what should I do now?" Lin Yu inquired, her gaze sharp and her voice crisp. Her face, resolute and refined, bore the marks of prolonged outdoor training. Her skin slightly tanned, and her short hair neatly tucked beneath her helmet, devoid of any disorder. Her high nose bridge and tightly closed lips suggested that no hardship or challenge could shake her resolve. This was a warrior who exuded a strong sense of security. Even though Sue-yi was a man, he could not dispute this fact. "Let's not rush." Sue-yi waved a hand, asking, "Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat?" The talent interface contained many more detailed data points that were not displayed, but Sue-yi could delve deeper to inquire about hunger, health, psychological state, and more. Clearly, the talents within the shelter also required sustenance, could fall ill, and might even develop mental issues under the pressure of the apocalypse. "Not hungry." Lin Yu shook her head, her voice calm. "Commander, our situation is dire. Our resource reserves are critically low, and I cannot afford to waste food. In a non-combat state, I can go 3 days on just one meal, consuming only half the amount suitable for an adult male. Only half a meal every 3 days?" Sue-yi gasped. Truly, Huaxia soldiers exemplified an extraordinary level of endurance and resilience. Sue-yi raised his thumb in admiration, but before he could speak, a new mysterious notification sounded in his ears. Now commencing city area announcements. 1 or more shelters have recruited talent. The exploration task module for shelters is now activated. All shelters may dispatch talent to execute exploration missions, acquire more survival resources. Simultaneously, the shelter level ranking, talent ranking, and exploration task ranking are now open within this area. Upon the conclusion of this round of the apocalypse, additional survival rewards will be distributed based on the rankings. This notification is a city-wide announcement. In an instant, the entire city erupted in excitement, and the previously dull chat channel was suddenly filled with fervor. Wei Qimingbai, what is this? An exploration mission? A leaderboard? Why does this apocalypse have the flavor of a pay-to-win online game? Wei Qimingbai, we're here, barely surviving, while some mysterious entity watches us play games. Damn it, I'm dying of thirst. I am Daniel. Which big shot recruited this talent? Is he formidable? Can you help me contact my parents? Wang Chuncheng. I checked the leaderboard, and there's only one person on the talent leaderboard, which is Wei Qimingbai. Unfortunately, I cannot privately message this esteemed individual. Jinling Human Self-Rescue Association. We urge this esteemed individual to step forward. Join the Human Self-Rescue Association and contribute your strength to the disaster victims across the city. The chat channel was abuzz with discussion about this matter. Some speculated that the individual was Bing Shui Gu, while others pretended to be this mysterious top player. And some were closely discussing the exploration mission module. Su Yi observed quietly for a while before closing the chat interface, and then glanced at the three leaderboards. The shelter level leaderboard was a chaotic mess, all showing level 0 shelters, and Su Yi saw his ranking displayed as 35, 164. The talent leaderboard for the shelters, however, was much cleaner, with only Su Yi occupying the first position, indicating that he was the only one in the city to have recruited talent for the shelter. The exploration task leaderboard, on the other hand, was completely empty, with no one listed. Su Yi closed the leaderboard and opened the newly emerged exploration module of the shelter. Chapter 7. Discovered by Thugs. Crisis is imminent. Current exploration tasks automatically refresh daily. 1. Resource collection. A level exploration task. Duration of 8 hours. Randomly obtain some resources. Task rewards depend on talent rating, talent level, and task level. Requires dispatching 1 shelter talent. 2. Material collection. D-level exploration task. Duration of 12 hours. Randomly obtain some materials to upgrade the shelter. Task rewards depend on talent rating, talent level, and task level. Requires dispatching 1 shelter talent of at least D level. 3. Medicine collection. D-level exploration task. Duration of 12 hours. Randomly obtain some medicines. Task rewards depend on talent rating, talent level, and task level. Requires dispatching 1 shelter talent. There are only 3 exploration tasks, each with different content, but all require dispatching 1 shelter talent. This means that as long as there are enough talents in the shelter, resources can be obtained without leaving home. Su Yi pondered. This is indeed very safe. There is no need for me to venture out personally. Even if food and water are scarce, I can send someone out to search. The emergence of exploration tasks is of immense benefit to Su Yi. Due to the unique nature of his shelter talent, he must remain in the shelter for extended periods and cannot venture out like others to gather resources. While this is very safe, it also reduces his channels for obtaining resources. With the presence of talents, Su Yi can stay at home while dispatching talents to explore, thereby earning both talent rewards and exploration rewards. Dual rewards mean more resources. Su Yi decisively decided to give this exploration task module a try. The question arose, which of the 3 tasks should he choose? Each of these tasks offered rewards that Su Yi needed, but unfortunately, he currently had only Linyu available. Let us try the 8-hour task. It's shorter and will yield results faster. Su Yi quickly made his decision, not daring to let Linyu explore for too long. After all, there are still perpetrators in this building, and who knows when they will discover his room. After selecting the task, Linyu responded instantly. Commander, I have received the task and will ensure its completion. Linyu saluted sharply and was about to turn to leave when Su Yi called her back. Wait. Su Yi glanced at the strong crossbow in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and handed over some kitchen utensils to Linyu. Take a look and see if there are any weapons you can use. Also, see if you can use this insulated coat. Bring some food and 2 bottles of ice water. It's hot outside, so don't get heat stroke. Su Yi wanted to give Linyu the crossbow to enhance her safety while venturing out, but he also worried about the intruders, so he had to prioritize his own safety. Thank you, Commander. Linyu accepted the coat, selected 2 fruit knives as backup, and patted her holster with a sunny smile. Commander, don't worry, I'm very strong. Almost forgot, This woman is going out armed. Do you have enough bullets? Suyi inmuited. Lin Yu nodded. Enough, a submachine gun with a 20-round capacity and 3 magazines. 60 rounds of ammunition, that should suffice. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Go on. Be careful about your safety. Don't push yourself for resources. Yes, Commander. Lin Yu turned around spiritedly, walked to the door, and then paused. Commander, this door. Lin Yu turned back, pointing at the pile of debris blocking the doorway. I forgot. We used them to barricade the door. Su Yi felt a bit awkward and patted his head. I'm not good at combat. I did this to ensure my safety. The commander is smart. This was the right thing to do. Lin Yu smiled and helped Su Yi clear the doorway. Before stepping out, Lin Yu busied herself for a while at the door. Commander, I've set up a rudimentary defense trap and warning device. If you hear any noise outside the door, please remain vigilant and wait for me to return for rescue. After Lin Yu finished speaking, she swiftly made her way down the corridor and stepped into the sweltering heat outside. As soon as Lin Yu left, Su Yi shut the door without hesitation and moved the items back to barricade the entrance. After all this commotion, Su Yi was drenched in sweat. Feeling faint from the heat, he disregarded everything else, grabbed the crossbow, and rushed to the bathroom, using half a bottle of ice water to cool his head, then gulping down half a bottle before stripping and diving into the bathtub. At this point, Su Yi felt the signs of heat stroke slightly abating. The weather is indeed unbearably hot. It can be lethal even indoors. I wonder what the situation outside is like. I hope Lin Yu doesn't encounter any trouble. She is my only talent for the shelter right now. Yesterday's ice water has been completely consumed, and the refrigerator has refreshed with 10 bottles of water. I gave Lin Yu 2 bottles and drank 1, leaving 7 bottles. Shouldn't I get something better with these 7 bottles? Su Yi lay in the bathtub and opened the city area trading platform of the shelter. He browsed through and found that there were more intriguing items than yesterday. Most were food and water, but the prices were exorbitantly high. It seems that it's not just my shelter talent that is useful. Others' talents are likely not lacking either. Su Yi silently thought, not discovering much worth purchasing. However, considering that the value of ice water might continue to depreciate due to the increase in valuable items, he spent 3 bottles of ice water to buy some durable food. With 4 bottles of water remaining, Su Yi decided not to use them for now and would wait until evening to reassess. The afternoon was rather dull, and in a bid to alleviate his boredom, Su Yi rummaged through his collection of comic books, rereading them time and again. Around 5 o'clock, the familiar sounds of clamor and violence erupted from the floor above. This time, Su Yi felt somewhat accustomed to it, no longer in a state of panic. He merely listened intently for a moment before inspecting every corner of his home, ensuring that all was securely shielded. The thugs upstairs had wreaked havoc on countless individuals, and he wondered when it would be his turn. Su Yi silently mused that regardless of the circumstances, this was a lurking danger, and for his own safety, he needed to devise a plan to confront these marauders swiftly. Should he have Lin Yu take a gun and eliminate them? That seemed imprudent. Although Lin Yu was a soldier, she was still outnumbered, and any mishap could result in significant loss for Su Yi. He was primarily uncertain about the combat abilities of the assailants. He had seen in the chat channel that some had awakened combat talents. If one of the thugs upstairs possessed such abilities, Lin Yu, despite her military training, might not stand a chance. Patience was necessary. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi resolved to endure. As long as they did not trouble him, he would remain as inconspicuous as possible, quietly gathering strength. By around 6 in the evening, he heard the chaotic footsteps from above, faintly catching snippets of their boisterous conversation. Damn it, this heat is unbearable. Hey, brother, can I have another sip of that ice water? When we go out to scavenge, according to the rules, whoever finds the most can have a drink. Sure thing, brother. Just watch my performance. By the way, I think I heard a woman's voice from downstairs earlier, mentioning something about a superior. Do we have someone important here? Important? In this apocalypse, what good does that do? Let us return later and find out what that woman is all about. The voices drifted past Su Yi's door, making their way downstairs. Standing by the window, Su Yi silently peered through the gap in the curtains and saw a group of men dragging empty sacks out of the residential building. Leading the pack was none other than the group led by Li Ge from the previous day, but their numbers had increased, now totaling 13. I seem to be under scrutiny, Su Yi thought. The soundproofing of the aging building was atrocious. It seemed that the noise from summoning Lin Yu had been detected by Li Ji's gang. The building had 8 floors, with 4 households on each level. And it was said that every unit was occupied due to the surrounding amenities. The residents were primarily office workers and laborers from nearby construction sites. Judging by their physiques, they were indeed likely workers from the area. With at least 1 person per household, there were at least 32 residents in the building. If Li Gu and his group were the assailants, considering the frequency of their violence and the mortality rate in this apocalypse, the population was likely reduced to around 20. Su Yi mentally calculated. I reside on the 6th floor, and Li Ji's gang is likely on the 7th and 8th floors. Given the previous incidents of violence above, they would probably search for him within the next couple of days, or worse, they might find him tonight. Time was running out. A palpable sense of crisis filled Su Yi. The number of Li Ji's accomplices was increasing, and relying solely on Lin, you would likely be insufficient to face off against these burly men from the construction site. While the use of firearms might intimidate the assailants, if they possessed troublesome talents, Su Yi's odds of failure would escalate. He needed to find ways to enhance the defensive capabilities of his shelter. If possible, he must transform this dwelling into a fortress. Glancing at his front door, he contemplated the feasibility of having Lin Yu guarded alone. Time ticked away. By 8 o'clock, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Li Ji's group had yet to return, and the streets outside lay in eerie silence, occasionally punctuated by the sounds of those still alive searching for supplies. Despite the evening's warmth, the darkness provided a psychological sense of coolness and security, as people seemed accustomed to venturing out under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Su Yi remained holed up at home, silently avoiding any noise while scouring the online trading platform for items that could bolster his shelter's defenses. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside, startling Su Yi from his stillness. He quickly grabbed the crossbow beside him. In the darkness, he held his breath, but soon discerned that the rhythm of the knocks was slightly irregular, short and long, barely audible. This was the secret signal Lin Yu had left before she departed. Moving cautiously to the door, he made a slight shift of the table blocking it, creating a sound of displaced objects. "Commander, it's me," came Lin Yu's hushed voice from outside. After confirming it was indeed Lin Yu, Su Yi swiftly and quietly moved the items aside, opening the door to let her in, then repositioned the heavy object back against the entrance. He did not mind the hassle of moving things back and forth. In comparison to the safety of his life, any inconvenience paled in significance. "How'd it go? What did you find?" he asked, lowering his voice as Lin Yu slipped into the bathroom. Using the wall for cover to switch on her tactical flashlight, she placed the 3 bulging backpacks on the ground. "Commander, everything is here," Lin Yu replied cautiously, deftly opening the backpacks to reveal them brimming with supplies. As Su Yi glanced over, a notification chimed in his ears. "Congratulations! The shelter exploration mission is complete. The explorer has returned with the following supplies: 20 bags of biscuits, 35 boxes of chocolate, 6 large bags of candies, 3 small rolls of toilet paper, 3 boxes of painkillers, 2 boxes of cold medicine, 8 boxes of Huashan water, and 20 cans of assorted fruits and vegetables, along with 20 bags of dried fruit. The exploration mission has been rated outstanding. Your shelter has thus gained 10 survival points. Your shelter has unlocked the survival points store, allowing you to use survival points to purchase post-apocalyptic items or enhance talent attributes." Survival points? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, recalling that this feature existed within the shelter's data, but he had not realized its substantial utility. According to the introduction, it seemed that the more survival points one accumulated, the faster the shelter could grow stronger, and currently, the only stable way to earn survival points appeared to be through exploration missions. "Well done," Su Yi commended as he patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. "Turn off the light, select some items to put in the freezer, and then we'll have dinner." "Yes, Commander, but I'm not really hungry." "Even if you're not hungry, you need to eat something to replenish your strength." Su Yi noticed a barely perceptible stamina bar above Lin Yu's head, which had diminished from the previous afternoon's full green to a half-yellow state. This 8-hour exploration had evidently taken a toll on Lin Yu, and she needed rest. This realization dispelled Su Yi's earlier thoughts of having her continue exploring through the night. She was the only talent in the shelter and needed to be looked after carefully, avoiding overexertion. With an additional helper in the house today, managing their supplies became much easier for Su Yi. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the 2 individuals had a modest meal, opening 2 cans to replenish the essential nutrients required by the human body. Subsequently, Lin Yu proactively suggested enhancing the basic protective measures within the house by setting up internal traps and warning devices. Su Yi, naturally pleased, nodded in agreement, recognizing that the expertise of a professional soldier would undoubtedly yield better results than his own efforts. While Lin Yu busied herself with preparations, Su Yi assisted her, patiently inquiring, "What else do you need? Just tell me, and I shall find a way to procure it." "Commander, I require nylon rope, additional knives, and common items such as chili powder," Lin Yu replied, aware of the current state of the shelter and refraining from making excessive demand for supplies. "Understood. I will acquire these items." Su Yi nodded and opened the trading platform to search for the relevant goods. Ever since the inception of the trading platform, the city's inhabitants, grappling with shortages, have begun to list nearly everything for trade, even used sanitary products. The platform featured an array of commonplace items, including those Lin Yu sought. Su Yi exchanged a small amount of perishable food and a bottle of ice water to obtain the items Lin Yu requested. As he prepared to close the purchase order, he suddenly noticed an intriguing offer. Law enforcement equipment was available for exchange with food and water, inviting interested parties to respond. Law enforcement equipment? Could they be at the police station? Su Yi quickly sent a trade request, noting, "I am the ice water guy, with 3 bottles remaining. Do you have a pistol and ammunition? Grenades would suffice as well." The other party promptly responded, indicating a refusal to trade, but with a note. "Hello, ice water guy. We require a substantial amount of food and water. While we indeed need your ice water, 3 bottles can only be exchanged for a Type 54 pistol. I can also provide you with 10 rounds of ammunition, sufficient for your self-defense while awaiting rescue." Awaiting rescue? It appeared that the other party held an official identity and had not relinquished their resolve to save the city. This was characteristic of the spirit of Huaxia. In the face of disaster, heroes invariably emerge. Su Yi pondered, recognizing that the refusal to trade was not genuine, but rather a means to facilitate private discussions between shelters, ensuring effective communication with the buyer. 1 pistol and 10 rounds of ammunition seemed insufficient. He calculated that the other party appeared hesitant to provide excessive weaponry, likely concerned about the post-disaster recovery of arms and the potential societal repercussions. If that were the case, he could forego the pistol, but could certainly use more ammunition. Turning to Lin Yu, who was working diligently, he lowered his voice and asked, "Lin Yu, what caliber is your ammunition?" "CZ-75 submachine gun, with a modified magazine capable of holding 20 rounds, using 9mm pistol cartridges," she replied without turning. Su Yi, unfamiliar with such military terminology, noted the details and responded to the seller's message. 3 bottles of ice water for 100 rounds of 9mm ammunition. The other party quickly took note, expressing surprise. "Ice water guy, who are you? To possess firearms in Huaxia, are you one of my colleagues? I cannot provide you with so many rounds as I am uncertain of your identity. I can only offer you 20. In that case, add 10 bags of biscuits, and I will take 100 rounds. Su Yi refrained from directly addressing the question, simply presenting his offer, which only deepened the other party's uncertainty regarding his identity. "Are you one of my comrades? Very well, 50 rounds is my utmost concession. Add a box of painkillers, a box of cold medicine, and a box of Hua Xiang Zhengqi water, and I will take 100 rounds. The conditions Su Yi proposed nearly swayed the other party. While food shortages could be temporarily tolerated, medicine was genuinely invaluable. In the current heat, if there were no nearby pharmacies, or if they were closed, obtaining such medications would prove exceedingly difficult. These medicines held immense significance in the present circumstances, especially the painkillers and Huaxiang Zhengqi water, regarded as life-saving essentials. Congratulations. You have successfully completed a transaction. The other party quickly acquiesced, no longer sending refusals, and readily accepted the order, delivering 100 rounds of ammunition. Simultaneously, the online platform deducted the items Su Yi had offered, reducing his reserves by 1/10. Yet, every bit of it was worthwhile. Gazing at the 2 small boxes of ammunition before him, filled with pristine bullets, a smile of suppressed joy crept across Su Yi's face. "Lin Yu, did you use any ammunition today? How much do you have left?" "Commander, I've been conserving. I haven't used my gun today, and I still have 60 rounds. Here, take these 100 rounds. There is no need to be overly frugal. Fire when the moment calls for it." Su Yi handed the box of ammunition to Lin Yu with a smile, adding, "It's a pity I couldn't acquire more magazines. I shall find a way to procure additional ones next time." "Thank you, Commander." Lin Yu's eyes sparkled as she received the ammunition. She understood that her safety and that of the commander now depended almost entirely on her gun and bullets. With the increased ammunition, Su Yi felt a weight lift from his chest, his face brightening with a smile. "Lin Yu, let me assist you with the traps." Just as the two began to relax, a sudden, thunderous explosion shattered the night's tranquility. A resounding boom, reminiscent of a missile detonation, erupted from outside the window, illuminating the night sky with a fiery glow. Chapter 9. The Emergence of Secondary Disasters. The third gift of talent. The deafening sound was alarmingly close, startling Su Yi to the brink of panic, while Lin Yu instantly became alert. What was happening? Su Yi nearly sprang from his spot, rushing to the window to peer outside. A vivid crimson light reflected off his face as he gazed in horror at the sight of towering flames engulfing the adjacent street. The previous explosion had ignited a conflagration within the city. In the sweltering heat, the fire spread with alarming rapidity, rapidly consuming nearby buildings. The terrifying flames surged higher, resembling a serpentine creature climbing toward the rooftops. One residential building was ensconced in flames, its windows flung open as occupants awoke in terror, emitting chilling screams for help. Su even witnessed individuals unable to withstand the rapidly advancing flames daringly leap from high windows, only to be engulfed by the inferno. Those who hesitated to jump for survival were left to become fireballs within their rooms, writhing in agony and screaming in despair. A harrowing tableau of human tragedy unfolded before him. A fire has broken out. Su Yi stood frozen, the glow of the flames reflecting a flicker of fear in his eyes. The inferno, just a street away, spread with alarming swiftness in such temperatures. This signified that the building where Su Yi resided was no longer safe. Amid the city's chaos and paralysis, no one could contain the blaze. In mere hours, the fire would reach Su Yi's residential building, and within days could engulf a substantial portion of the city. The entire Jinling city might very well meet its demise in this sudden and ferocious fire. The raging inferno triggered a considerable uproar within the urban chat channels, which were already permeated with pessimism, filled with cries of despair. "It's over. I'm done for. The fire is right beside me, about to engulf me. Help me. Who will save me? I'm caught in the flames. I'm too close. I saw what seemed to be an explosion caused by a gas pipeline leak. I fear we are all doomed. Who is there to extinguish the fire now? Ice Water Brother. Calling upon Ice Water Brother. Our city needs a hero to step forward." Stop shouting. Do you expect Ice Water to douse the flames with just a few bottles of water? Have you not awoken from your stupor? The entire city's chat channels plunged into a state of panic, each individual consumed by despair. Su Yi's expression remained somber. He understood that the situation was virtually impossible to reverse. "Commander, we must hurry to leave this place." Lin Yu joined Su Yi's side, her gaze heavy as she looked ahead, whispering, "This fire will destroy the city. Within 2 hours, it will surely reach us. Our time is running out. Is there no other option but to flee?" Su Yi clenched his fists, his gaze complex. It is the end of days. Where can he run? If the refuge is destroyed, will his talents still hold any value? Without his abilities, how can he survive? Even with ample supplies and the combat-ready Lin Yu, how long could they endure? Surviving the first apocalypse only leads to the second, and then the third. Su Yi was beset by countless concerns. Yet he recognized Lin Yu's truth. If preparations were not made soon, escape would become impossible. Lin Yu gazed at the flames, suddenly murmuring in confusion. "It seems to have stopped spreading? What?" Su Yi's spirit jolted. He quickly lifted his head to observe closely and discovered that indeed, the flames had ceased their advance. 20 minutes later, Su Yi was entirely convinced that the fire had not spread further, remaining confined to 2 residential buildings and their surroundings. The area spanned approximately 800 meters, and structures beyond the edge of the flames were unaffected. The air was thick with heat. The inferno's temperature ranged between 600 to 2,000 degrees, yet such intense flames did not ignite the surrounding vegetation. How peculiar! What could be the reason? Su Yi murmured, his brow furrowed. Not only he found this strange, But the people in the city's chat channels also noted this anomaly and began to discuss it fervently. Some fortunate souls nearby, discovering themselves unharmed, chose not to flee, opting instead to narrate this disaster live to the city's survivors. Some watched with morbid curiosity, others filled with trepidation, yet none could shield those succumbing to the flames. After half an hour, the cries from within the engulfed building ceased. The last survivor perished in the inferno. At midnight, the once roaring flames extinguished rapidly, completely abating in under 10 minutes, leaving behind several ruins billowing thick black smoke. The nature of this fire was bizarre, and its extinguishment equally so. Sue-E continued to observe, unable to comprehend until the flames were fully doused. Just then, mere seconds after the fire was extinguished, a citywide announcement materialized. Now, commencing the urban area announcement. The first regional apocalyptic derivative disaster has emerged. The derivative disaster module is now officially activated. Globally, any location at any time may experience derivative disasters based on the current type of apocalypse. Derivative disasters will not impact living beings or objects outside the disaster zone. Signs may precede their occurrence, and some disasters will provide advance notifications. Should any refuge survive a derivative disaster, that refuge will receive substantial survival points. Failure to survive results in death. The chilling voice of the announcement reverberated, eliciting surprise and dawning realization throughout the city. It increasingly resembled a game, with random events emerging. Suyi murmuret, speculating that the derivative disaster likely revolves around random catastrophic events that could erupt in reality. The downside is the overwhelming destructiveness, beyond what the current refuges can withstand. The upside is that it will not indiscriminately affect all. It will only cover a limited area. If I were to encounter a derivative disaster at this stage, survival would seem utterly hopeless. While Sui pondered, he suddenly overheard whispers from the window above. Brother, that fire was truly strange. Could it be that this disaster has inexplicably ignited a fire here? What is there to fear? Our place is sturdy. The flames cannot claim our lives. Indeed, we are invincible when we work together. Ha ha. It was the voices of Ligu's group. They had returned without Sue-E noticing, seemingly residing on the top floor. Sue-E silently pulled the curtain to conceal any signs of disturbance. Lin-Yu, about to speak, was halted by Sue-E's raised hand. Let us rest and discuss in the morning. Sue-E gestured with his lips and hands, and Lin-Yu nodded solemnly. She recognized the danger above and turned back to the entrance to continue setting traps. Sue-E retrieved a thin blanket from the cabinet and laid it on the sofa, constructing a simple bed for Lin-Yu, then moved the already opened ice cabinet closer to her for cooling. This ice cabinet required no electricity and could continuously produce cold air, so Sue-E utilized it as an air conditioner, keeping it open to lower the indoor temperature. This was the only way to ensure they would not be too hot to sleep. Once everything was prepared, Sue-E lay on the makeshift bed and closed his eyes. Perhaps due to Lin-Yu's presence guarding him that night, Sue-E fell into a deep, steady slumber. It was not until 11 o'clock the following morning that Lin-Yu cautiously roused him. Commander, I hear commotion outside. It seems that group upstairs has gone down to search for supplies. This morning, they appeared to have killed someone upstairs. The sounds indicated it was an elderly person. Lin-Yu's expression was serious as she looked at Sue-E, her eyes gleaming with righteous indignation. Sue-E patted his heavy head from sleep and waved his hand. Ignore them. Let us focus on protecting ourselves. Yes, Commander. Should I still venture out to explore today? Lin-Yu inquired. Our supplies are still insufficient. While they are out, I can explore without worrying about your safety. Let us wait a bit longer. Sue-E declined. He was waiting, anticipating the reward for his ability on the third day. After a simple meal, Sue-E sat by the ice cabinet to cool down. Time passed swiftly, soon reaching shortly after noon. As expected, the melodious prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations! You have spent 24 hours in the refuge, triggering the ability reward. The time spent will be recalculated. Chapter 10 New Talent. Conditions for upgrading the refuge. Congratulations, you have successfully recruited D-grade auxiliary talent. Engineer Leah. As a mysterious prompt echoed, a figure of golden light appeared before Sue-E, and in the blink of an eye, a woman stepped forth from the radiance. She was tall and possessed a unique aura. Her long, smooth black hair simply tied into a low ponytail, and her golden-rimmed glasses framed eyes brimming with wisdom. She was clad in a minimalist dark work uniform, with a multi-functional tool belt hanging at her waist, adorned with an array of compact and intricate instruments, ranging from screwdrivers to micro-welders. Even her gloves were specially designed anti-static ones, and she carried a backpack filled with various electronic components and measuring instruments. Yet another talent reward. A spark of realization illuminated Su Yi's mind as he discerned that, provided there was sufficient food and water, the rewards from the talent unit had appeared consecutively. Did this imply that, according to the mechanism of talent, the resource I currently lack the most is talent itself? The absence of population data suggested that population was also a critical resource for the shelter, indicating that talent units are, in fact, a higher echelon of population resources. Su Yi pondered this as the new talent. Leah politely greeted him. "Hello, boss. I am delighted to serve you." Boss. Another new title. However, these talents were all loyal to the shelter, rendering titles inconsequential. As Su Yi assessed Leah, he opened her data panel for examination. Talent data information. Name, Leah. Age, 28 years. Type, engineer. Talent level, D. Physical strength, 75. Neural reaction, 90. Endurance, 80. Mental will, 78. Self-healing immunity, 78. Talent trait, wisdom. She possesses exceptional intelligence and problem-solving abilities, with strong logical reasoning skills, making her an intellectual research talent. Talent gift, engineering expertise. She has a profound talent in the field of engineering research, proficient in various engineering techniques, and excels in developing, improving, and creating technological items for the shelter. Research capability rating, 85 points. A brand new type of talent. An engineer, skilled in creating technological items for the shelter. Su Yi keenly noted the uniqueness of these keywords. If Lin Yu epitomized the archetypal combat talent, then Li Ya's data panel was indeed intriguing. In a post-apocalyptic world where human technology had long since failed, how could Li Ya, as a research talent, recreate technological items under such circumstances? Su Yi observed that the technological items mentioned in Li Ya's data bore the prefix shelter. Was shelter technology a different paradigm from human technology? Su Yi pondered it, glancing at Li Ya to inquire. Li Ya, what can you create? Anything that can improve the current shelter environment, I excel at. Li Ya replied cheerfully, her tone resolute. This includes the shelter's defensive facilities, living amenities, expansions, and so forth. Of course, I am not yet capable of developing overly advanced items. Given Li Ya's D-level rank, the items she could develop would also not be of high caliber. Wait, expansion? Su Yi was taken aback by this term, feeling a surge of excitement. Could Li Ya actually expand the shelter? Did this not imply that the shelter's space could be enlarged? This was indeed a positive development. Increased space not only meant accommodating a larger population, but also enhancing the shelter's defenses and disaster resilience through spatial design and arrangement. Li Ya, how do you plan to expand the shelter? Su Yi inquired, and Li Ya respectfully responded. That depends on the type of shelter you wish to have, and in addition, I require the corresponding expansion materials for that type of shelter. Upon Li Ya's utterance, it seemed a specific keyword had been triggered, and a new prompt appeared before Su Yi. Necessary prerequisites for expanding the shelter. Possessing the corresponding type of talent or technical blueprints, having sufficient building materials for expansion, and ample reconstruction space. Currently, your shelter is at level 0. To upgrade to level 1, the following conditions must be met. 1. Select the type of shelter to upgrade to incomplete. 2. Possess the corresponding talent or technical blueprints, engineer acquired. 3. Have 100 points of post-apocalyptic survival points, currently possessing 10 points. 4. A nearby space that is double the current shelter's area, not surveyed. 5. 100 units of the corresponding building materials, not acquired. Building materials can be obtained by dispatching talents on exploration missions. Su Yi gasped, his eyes widening as he murmured. These 5 requirements seem quite formidable. This is merely the condition to upgrade to level 1 shelter. However, what changes would occur after upgrading to level 1? Did the type of shelter hold any special significance? Su Yi's focus sharpened upon the shelter types, and soon the prompt displayed new options. Currently available types for upgrading to level 1 shelter. 1. Refuge camp. provides more living space and grants residents a 20% resistance to various extreme environmental conditions. Corresponding building material, refugee wood. 2. Laboratory offers a more detailed technology tree, enabling the creation of more shelter items. Corresponding building material, electronic components. 3. Workshop reduces the time consumed for dispatching exploration missions by 20% and increases the resources obtained by 10%. Corresponding building material, large denomination currency. Please choose your shelter type carefully. Each type has its fixed upgrade path. Once the shelter type is determined, it cannot be altered in the future without specific means. Sui glanced at the information before him, his mind beginning to grasp the situation. The 3 shelter types corresponded to distinct styles, broadly categorized into disaster resistance, scientific research, and proactive work. Each reflected different attitudes towards disasters and possessed their unique advantages. Which should I choose? Wait, I've yet to meet the upgrade conditions. So why am I even contemplating this? The corresponding building materials for these 3 options do not seem to be things found on Earth. It would be prudent to gather them first. Sui chuckled wryly, acknowledging that given his current circumstances, he could only upgrade the shelter type corresponding to whichever materials he managed to collect first. Linyu, prepare for an exploration. Sui turned, accessing today's dispatch tasks. Locating the material collection exploration task, which would take 12 hours. Yes, Linyu nodded, taking 2 bottles of cold water and some rations before clearing the clutter obstructing the door and departing. It was now just past noon. Linyu would not return until after midnight. After arranging for Linyu, Sui turned his attention to Leah. He initially considered assigning her a dispatch task, but given her identity as an engineer, she did not seem particularly battle-ready. Leah, could you elaborate on the specific items you can manufacture? Sui inquired, aiming to place the talent in the appropriate role to maximize her capabilities. Boss, I am uncertain how to introduce them. Leah shook her head, suggesting. However, you can tell me what is needed, and if I can create it, I can start working immediately. Do you not require specific materials for your creations? Boss, for crafting low-level items, I can utilize materials found on-site. Leo appeared confident, prompting Sui to eagerly ask, can you generate electricity? Perhaps create a motor or something similar. Electric energy is of paramount importance to humanity. With electricity, countless possibilities unfold. Leah shook her head, expressing her inability. Without specific materials and blueprints, I cannot accomplish this. What about reinforcing our shelter to enhance its defenses? Sui inwided. Lian nodded. I can make some simple repairs to strengthen it, but I cannot enhance it significantly. Whatever improvements can be made, let us proceed. Sui felt content. As long as the shelter was sturdy enough to withstand risks, that was sufficient. Let us begin our work. I shall assist you. However, please keep the noise to a minimum to avoid attracting the attention of nearby neighbors. Understood, boss, Lee replied, gathering her toolkit and immersing herself in the task at hand. She did not solicit Sui's help, instead embarking on measurements and planning within the room. Sui wandered nearby, eager to assist, but found himself at a loss. Ultimately, he reclined back onto the bed, contemplating the path ahead. His mind raced with thoughts concerning the shelter's upgrades, the allocation of talent, and the potential threats posed by Li Go and others. A multitude of ideas collided within Sui's mind. The room remained oppressively warm, but fortunately, the refrigerator nearby exuded a refreshing chill, lulling Sui into a drowsy slumber. Boss, wake up, Leah softly called, prompting Sui to awaken with a start and roll out of bed. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and he suddenly realized, Leah, how long have I been asleep? For 9 hours, boss, Leah replied, squatting beside the bed. Your mental strain has been considerable, hence your deep slumber, which is a positive sign. Effective sleep can restore your mental state. Leah, did anything happen while I was asleep? Was there any commotion outside? Boss, an hour ago. A group of people approached from outside. Leah quietly reported. They appear to be a band of men attempting to force open our door, but failed. It must be Li Go and his crew. Sui felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively glancing towards the entrance. However, upon doing so, he was taken aback. The obstacles he had placed beside the door had vanished, returned to their original positions within the room. The previously dilapidated wooden door was now reinforced with a network of steel bars interwoven and layered within. The exterior remained wooden, but the interior was fortified with tightly woven steel bars. Additionally, a layer of sharp iron spikes adorned the outer layer, seemingly crafted specifically to prevent the wooden door from being breached. The entire door exuded a sense of weight and danger, granting Sue-yi a profound sense of security. This was far superior to his cluttered door, which now seemed nearly impossible to breach from the outside. Did you do all of this? Sue-yi asked Leah, astonished. She nodded, yes, boss. Due to limited materials, this is the extent of my efforts for now. Materials? Where did you acquire these? Sue-yi suddenly realized that there were no iron items in their home. How had Leah procured these materials to reinforce the door? Could it be that this woman possessed an ability to conjure resources from thin air? Chapter 11. The thugs arrive. A grave crisis in the dead of night. Boss, I explored the remaining 3 households on our floor and found some usable materials inside. Leah explained, which illuminated a realization for Sue-yi. It seemed that if he issued commands, Leah would find a way to accomplish the tasks. For instance, she would proactively explore the surrounding areas of the shelter in search of suitable materials. Did you encounter any danger? Sue-yi posed, reminding her to prioritize safety and avoid unnecessary risks. Thank you for your concern, boss. I ensured safety before exploring the surroundings and did not make much noise. Leah continued, I initially intended to create some lock-picking tools to open the neighbors' doors, but upon stepping outside, I discovered that their homes had been forcibly breached. The other 3 rooms on this floor were unoccupied, bearing traces of blood, indicating an invasion. The interiors were disheveled. Food and water had been looted, and I could only salvage some neglected repair materials. Considering the plight of our neighbors, I limited the modifications to our door and also constructed some traps, alongside 5 steel spears. Leah turned her gaze towards the corner, where 5 steel spears, approximately 2 meters in length, were propped. The spear shafts were made of common steel pipes, with the tips welded from kitchen knives, meticulously polished to a gleaming finish. This is an excellent asset. Sue-yi's eyes brightened. These long weapons would provide a measure of defense against thugs in the absence of firearms. Leah, you are truly capable. Thank you for the compliment, boss. By the way, did that group of people realize there were occupants inside when they failed to breach the door? Sue-yi inwaited, feeling regretful for having slept so soundly, missing all the commotion. This was not entirely Sue-yi's fault. The mental strain he had endured during the past 3 days of apocalypse had been immense, especially during the solitary time surrounded by threats and disasters while contending with resource shortages. In a prolonged state of high pressure, it was challenging to awaken from deep slumber. They should not have discovered us. Leah shook her head. I remembered your instructions and kept silent, utilizing a soundproof welding device. However, a standard wooden door cannot withstand their battering and attempts to break in. Eventually, they will realize we are hiding here. Leah's analysis was astute. Exposure was inevitable. And prior to that, Sue-yi needed to make more thorough preparations. Understood. Sue-yi took a deep breath, surveying the room. Many aspects have been deliberately modified, such as the windows reinforced with wooden insulation, thickened curtains, and a rudimentary cooling device added to the refrigerator. Leah's renovations not only addressed the shelter's security, but also considered comfort. No wonder I felt a bit cooler tonight. Thank you for your hard work, Leah. Sue-yi expressed his satisfaction. It's nearly time. Let's have a meal first. Lin, you should be back shortly. Boss, I have already had dinner. You may eat first. I still have new modifications to complete. Leah rose, her figure merging into the shadows of the room, leaving him uncertain of what she would tinker with next. Sue-yi picked up some bread and cold water, eating while preparing to open the trading platform to check for new items available for trade that day. He had developed a habit of trading away surplus cold water daily to maximize the storage resources of the shelter. While browsing the interface, Sue-yi discovered that one of the 5 requirements for upgrading the shelter had been fulfilled. Successfully surveyed the available space required for upgrading the shelter. Successful survey? Was this the reason Leah had searched the nearby houses? Sue-yi pondered. If there are other shelters adjacent to ours, would it not necessitate driving them away to meet the expansion requirements? After all, most modern residences are interconnected, and in situations where both parties possess shelters, conflicts and contradictions regarding expansion are inevitable. It appears that even if some individuals wish to avoid upgrading their shelters and refrain from causing trouble, others will inevitably seek to create difficulties for them. In a post-apocalyptic world, everyone desires strength, and the process of enhancing shelters may lead many to perish at the hands of their fellow humans. Sui Seekit, realizing he could not alter the treacherous environment wrought by calamity, his sole desire was to safeguard himself. He opened the trading platform and immediately searched for weapon trading orders. His most pressing need was indeed weapons. If possible, he hoped to acquire another firearm along with some ammunition. With 6 bottles of ice water remaining, he believed he could procure some commendable weapons. He swiftly scoured suitable order information and soon came across a weapon sale order issued by a shelter named Jinling Jiuan Xiaozu. They had a substantial inventory of various police weapons and equipment available for exchange for medicines, food, or water, inviting interested parties to submit their information. A note stated, "Do not inquire about my location. The shelter has a population limit, and we cannot accommodate too many survivors. No one can assist the weak now. You must rely on yourselves." This message intrigued Sue. Not only were they selling weapons, but they also seemed to possess insights into the underlying mechanisms of shelters. It appeared they were attempting to rescue more urban survivors, but had met with failure. Sue murmured to himself, "Is this the mechanism of the apocalypse game? Disallowing human solidarity? Are we compelled to fight alone in this desolate world?" He promptly submitted his ice water order and tentatively posed his queries within the transaction details. The response came swiftly. "Hello, Ice Water Brother. I am quite interested in your order. We can discuss the details further." During their negotiations, the other party did not press for a lower price and readily agreed to Su Yi's transaction request. Additionally, they provided him with several crucial pieces of city intelligence. "Ice Water Brother, we currently know that humans who possess shelters cannot reside in other shelters. Those who voluntarily abandon their shelters cannot be accommodated in our Level 0 shelter due to population restrictions. We cannot offer more rescue assistance. We can only strive to provide food and weapon support while also considering our own survival. This game has disrupted humanity's innate ability to unite. Yet we have not given up and continue searching for new methods, hoping to assist more of our compatriots. We hope that Ice Water Brother can do his utmost to help those in need, as our nation requires more heroes to emerge in times of crisis." The other party seemed to represent an official capacity, passionately urging Su Yi. This also made Su Yi realize that in recent days, there remained a group of individuals in the city actively engaged in rescue operations, attempting to rally more people for mutual support. However, they had failed and were still seeking new strategies. "Thank you for the information. I will do my best to assist the vulnerable," Su Yi replied, though insincerely. He had no intention of doing so, but considering the generosity of the other party, he felt it appropriate to say something courteous. In exchange for 6 bottles of ice water, he obtained 2 .54 pistols and 50 rounds of ammunition. A truly advantageous deal. Su Yi marveled at the pistol before him. Although somewhat antiquated and with a limited supply of bullets, it nonetheless allowed for an armed configuration of 1 firearm per individual in the shelter. Thus, he need not worry excessively in case of trouble. "Leah, can you use a gun?" Su Yi quietly inquired of Leah, who was shrouded in darkness. She quickly poked her head out, appearing rather adorable in the moonlight filtering through the window's gap. "Boss, I can use a gun, but my aim is average. Can you teach me? I have never fired one before." "Very well, I shall teach you." Leah obediently approached Su Yi and patiently guided him in the proper use of a firearm. The room was mostly engulfed in darkness, with the young man and woman alone together, and they could sense the distinct aroma of each other's presence. In such close proximity, a lonely man and woman might easily spark a fire of passion. However, Su Yi was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He was focused on learning diligently, and Leah was equally earnest in her teaching. Though their bodies were pressed closely together, their hearts remained pure. 2 hours later, a series of muffled knocks echoed from outside, the sound amplified by the added steel reinforcements. Leah's expression turned tense, gripping her gun and swiftly turning to aim at the door. "Do not panic. It is Lin Yu returning," Su Yi reassured her, recognizing the rhythm of the knocks, and gestured for Leah to open the door. This iron door required a special technique to open. Those unfamiliar with it could never force it open. Leah cautiously opened the door a crack, confirming that it was indeed Lin Yu outside before fully opening it to allow her entry. Lin Yu returned, laden with bags, and placed her items on the floor before Su Yi, revealing a trove of dazzling electronic components and a stack of colorful bills. Congratulations! You have obtained 103 units of electronic components and 76 units of currency from this talent exploration. Exploration task completion rating, perfect. You have earned 20 survival points. Linyu, excellent work. Su-yi could not suppress his smile. This haul was extraordinarily successful, directly supplying the necessary materials for upgrading the shelter. Furthermore, it granted him an additional 20 survival points, bringing his total to 30. However, this material collection task yielded only upgrade materials, lacking any other supplies. Su-yi had now satisfied 4 out of the 5 prerequisites for upgrading the shelter. He merely needed to accumulate 100 survival points to elevate it to level 1. Based on the conversation with Leah earlier, she informed him that upgrading to a level 1 laboratory-type shelter would restore the power system, barely achieving pre-disaster living conditions. Having endured days of darkness, Su-yi yearned for light. Thus he felt a strong inclination towards upgrading the shelter to a laboratory type. However, upon hearing Su-yi's praise, Linyu maintained a serious demeanor, warning him quietly. "Commander, on my way upstairs, I overheard that group preparing for a search. It seems they intend to thoroughly search our entire building tonight." Linyu's words caused a subtle change in Su-yi's expression. Before he could respond, a cacophony of voices erupted from the hallway outside. "Hurry, bring your weapons. Tonight, we'll capture all the survivors." Damn it, who knew that killing would yield survival points? Brotherly said to clear this floor tonight, and tomorrow we'll take care of the neighboring buildings. Before long, the entire city will belong to us. We are the emperors of Jinling. Ha! Following brotherly means there will be plenty to eat. The voices grew nearer, converging at Su-yi's door. "This is it. I knew something was off. I couldn't open this damn door. Brothers, just break it down. Kill anyone who resists. Loot the supplies." Su-yi's expression darkened considerably. The actions of these thugs were swifter than he had anticipated. Without any warning, they had launched a night raid. Chapter 12. A gunfight in the dead of night. The great crisis of the shelter. The news from Lin Yu had just reached Su-yi when the assailants outside had already gathered in the corridor. Su-yi hardly had any time to react. He could hear the men outside, seemingly beginning a thorough search of the floor, with faint sounds emanating from the neighboring apartment. "Huh, the traces I set up here yesterday are gone? Has someone been here? It seems like something is missing. It must be the household that closed the door. I told you someone was definitely inside. Damn it, go find them. How dare they hide?" Su-yi squinted at Lin Yu, who discreetly gestured for him and Leah to take cover in the dead angle of the room. Su-yi nodded and cautiously stood against the wall, while Leah positioned herself diagonally across from him. Lin Yu crouched behind the freezer, all three holding firearms, holding their breath as they awaited the enemy's arrival. Before long, a series of violent banging sounds erupted from outside. "Bang! Bang bang! Get out here, you inside! If you keep hiding, I'll kill you all. Damn it! How do you play tricks on me? I'll come to knock on your door on the very first day, and you don't even make a sound. Break down this door. Bring the hammer." The noise of wood splintering accompanied the assailants' shouts, as the old wooden door proved no match for their force. Once the door shattered, beams of blinding flashlight pierced through the gaps of the iron bars into the room. The flickering light allowed Su-yi to glimpse shadowy figures moving outside the steel door. Roughly estimating, there were at least 20 individuals. The ranks of this group of assailants had swelled. Outnumbered, Su-yi was hesitant to fire and reveal his position. However, Lin Yu displayed remarkable audacity. The moment the light flooded in, she decisively opened fire. Tat tat tat. A small burst of bullets erupted from a muzzle, and almost instantaneously, the sound of a hit resonated from outside. They have guns. The people inside have guns. Damn it, I've been shot. We go, I've been hit, I'm dying. Hide. We need to hide. Where are our guns? Get them out and shoot. A cacophony of screams and panic ensued. Lin Yu's surprise attack effectively disrupted the enemy's arrogance. Impressive. Su-yi's eyes lit up as he glanced at Lin Yu crouched behind the freezer. He understood how complex the modifications Leah had made to the iron door were. Although there were gaps between the bars, they were not large. If he had taken a shot, his bullets would likely have failed to penetrate and could bounce back, injuring his own team. Lin Yu's marksmanship was exceptional. She managed to achieve this with a fully automatic handgun. Yet, the assailants were not to be underestimated, and soon dark muzzles pressed against the gaps of the iron door. Bang! Bang bang! The crisp sounds of gunfire erupted in the darkness, bullets ricocheting off the walls of the room, shattering various items. The assailants also possessed firearms, likely acquired from an online trading platform. Kill them. Fire quickly. I'm out of bullets, damn it. Who knows if anyone is dead? There's no response inside. Smash this damn door open. Take advantage of their weakness and take their lives. The assailants shouted from outside, having emptied a magazine of bullets. In the midst of their continued assault on the door, Sue-yi noticed Lin Yu signaling to Leah. Leah nodded, revealing half her body from the corner of cover, taking aim at the flashlight's direction at the door, and fired 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. One bullet went astray, ricocheting off the iron door, while the other 2 clearly shot outwards. Damn it. There's still someone alive inside. My brother has been hit. My brother's been shot. Ligo, what do we do now? Fire. Keep firing. The assailants outside fell into a frenzy, quickly reloading their weapons and resuming their gunfire into the room. However, Leah had already ducked back into her corner. The assailants' bullets ricocheted chaotically within the room, but failed to harm Sue-yi and the others. Lin Yu had strategically arranged their positions, taking into account the risk of stray bullets, ensuring their safety within the confined space. Once the assailants' barrage of bullets ceased, the moment of silence was nearly instantaneous before Lin Yu revealed herself, firing 2 bursts of bullets towards the door. Tat-tat-tat, tat-tat-tat, puff-puff. The sound of bullets striking flesh resonated outside, accompanied by the assailants' continuous wails. We can't be targets at the door any longer. There's a sharpshooter inside. We can't compete, Li Go. We should retreat upstairs. The assailants, lacking the fighting spirit of trained soldiers, were disheartened by their losses and fearful of becoming the next to be shot. Amidst the uproar and cries, the chaotic sounds outside gradually receded. Have they left? Sue-yi whispered, but Lin Yu remained silent, holding her breath in place. Suddenly, Lin Yu exposed her arm and fired towards the right. Tat-tat-tat. Accompanied by the eruption of gunfire, more screams emerged from the doorway. Damn, they've discovered us. Go. Quick, let us go. Damn it. A new wave of chaos erupted outside as a flurry of footsteps retreated. Cold sweat broke out on Sue-yi's forehead. These assailants were treacherous. In such circumstances, they still sought to ambush those within, waiting for the moment when the occupants would let their guard down under pressure to launch another attack. Fortunately, Lin Yu was there. Her combat acumen had unraveled the assailants' ambush. Chief, they have fled. Lin Yu quickly approached Sue-yi from behind the freezer, concern etched on her face. You weren't injured, were you? I'm fine. Sue-yi shook his head. He and T fired a single shot and had taken cover well, so he was indeed unscathed. Sue-yi was not timid. Rather, in the darkness with limited visibility and being inexperienced with firearms, he was cautious not to fire indiscriminately and risk jeopardizing his teammates. The outcome validated Sue-yi's decision. The bandits, hindered by the terrain, were no match for Lin Yu alone. Chief, I estimate we won't be able to sleep tonight. Lin Yu lowered her voice, analyzing the subsequent combat situation for Sue-yi. The assailants suffered losses. At least 5 of their men were hit, and they will likely attempt a sneak attack again in the dead of night. This iron door should be able to withstand them, but if they possess breaching tools, we might be in trouble. Lin Yu's expression was grave, and the pervasive stench of blood from outside corroborated her analysis. The assailants, having sustained such heavy losses, would certainly not let this matter rest. Then let us counterattack, Leah suggested, lowering her voice. Lin Yu, you are so capable. Let us take the initiative to disrupt their formation, advancing to retreat. Your analysis is quite sound. Lin Yu glanced at Leah, offering a rueful smile. But I cannot do it. They should be lying in wait in the corridor, anticipating our exit. We are still uncertain about how many guns they possess, and the chief has mentioned they may have combat abilities, which would be even more troublesome. I'm not afraid of death, but I worry that if I go out, I might not be able to take them all down. If I die and a few enemies escape, it would put the chief in danger. Lin Yu furrowed her brow. Currently, she was the only combat unit in the shelter. Although Leah could shoot, her combat experience was undoubtedly inferior to Lin Yu's. Sue-yi is beyond mention. Just a few days ago, he was an ordinary person. It was not an issue to push Sue-yi to his limits. Yet he could merely be regarded as a fighter. It seems that we must resort to a strategy of delay. Leah glanced at Sue-yi and whispered, Boss, let us not allow Lin Yu to go outside for the next few days. We will lie in wait and find a way to inflict pain upon our enemies to break this deadlock. I fear we do not have much time to waste. Su Yi's expression darkened as he opened the city area chat channel and was struck by a shocking message. High price acquisition, grenades, flamethrowers, kerosene, and other weaponry. Resources are negotiable. Those who wish to sell should list their orders promptly. This was the latest purchasing information from the city channel, and the speaker was a character from the Li Dechang shelter. Su Yi quickly deduced that this was the group of thugs outside. They sought to acquire equipment capable of forcibly breaching doors. These thugs certainly could not swallow this humiliation. According to Su Yi's knowledge, such equipment was indeed available on the trading platform throughout the city. At least he had seen orders for grenades. This indicated that the thugs' next wave of assault would commence soon, and their methods would be even more brutal, posing a greater threat. Chapter 13. The Only Solution. Life and death on the line. If these thugs were to obtain suitable equipment, it was almost certain that they would. This group scoured for supplies daily, killing and pillaging their neighbors. Their reserves must be plentiful. As long as they were willing to pay a high price, they would undoubtedly succeed in their purchases. If they were to wield such deadly weapons, it was likely that I would not survive the night. Su Yi's expression was one of deep despair, his eyes reflecting profound helplessness. He had wronged no one. He merely stayed at home, contemplating how to survive the apocalypse. Yet fate had dealt him such a bitter hand. Chief Yu. Lin Yu noticed the change in Su Yi's expression and quietly inquired, "Is the situation dire?" "Yes," Su Yi nodded, sharing his concerns and findings with Lin Yu and Li Ya. "Do you have any solutions?" "We just need to hold on until noon tomorrow. If we can make it that far." Su Yi earnestly sought their counsel, hoping that these two individuals could provide the right advice. Holding on until noon tomorrow would grant Su Yi a new talent reward. According to the talent information, the reward would be precisely what Su Yi desperately needed, potentially providing the means to resolve their predicament. Lin Yu remained silent, while Leah glanced between Su Yi and Lin Yu, hesitating to speak. "Boss, I have a plan, but it is somewhat perilous. Speak quickly. I am eager to hear it." Su Yi's eyes lit up, urgently pressing for a solution. It was paramount to find a way out before the thugs acquired their equipment and blocked their exit once more. Otherwise, it would spell their doom. Currently, the shelter was merely a regular dwelling, incapable of withstanding the might of flamethrowers or grenades. It might require Lin Yu to take a risk. Leah turned to Lin Yu, softly stating, "Among us three, only Lin Yu possesses the strongest combat capability. It is nighttime now, and the external conditions are favorable for defense and stealth operations. If we provide cover for her to venture outside, she can certainly draw the attention of the thugs. If they dare to block the door again, Lin, you can take the opportunity to attack from outside, coordinating with us to potentially repel their assault. However, there are significant challenges. 1. The thugs outside may be armed and guarding points, making it difficult for us to send Lin Yu out without compromising our protective barrier. 2. Lin Yu can utilize the cover of darkness to ensure her safety, but should dawn arrive and she fires recklessly, she may expose herself. In such a confined building, evading enemy searches would be nearly impossible. If Lin Yu were to perish outside, we two remaining would hardly last long." Leah's analysis was thorough. Su Yi opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed. Could he truly send a woman to her demise? She was a comrade in the shelter. Leah's reasoning was the most coherent strategy for breaking the deadlock, and Su Yi could conceive of no better plan. After all, the disparity in numbers between them and the thugs was too great for any feasible strategy to be devised. "Let us proceed with this plan." Lin Yu suddenly spoke, agreeing with Leah's proposal. "Chief, Leah is right. If I go out, I can seize more initiative and delay those thugs as much as possible." "You might die," Su Yi said, his expression complex as he regarded Lin Yu. "There is a significant chance you will not return. I am unafraid of death, as long as I can ensure the chief's survival." Lin Yu replied without hesitation, her eyes bright and her expression resolute. "The chief is the priority. I will do everything I can to stall the enemy until noon." Su Yi felt. As a person, he understood that sending a woman to her death was wrong. Yet the instinct for survival urged him to accept this as the only option. Even if Lin Yu's risky endeavor was likely to be futile, it was preferable to the three of them being trapped in this room. Then we must consider how to proceed. Leah looked to Lin Yu, who gazed out the window, her brow arching. "Let us exit through the window. Can you manage that?" "Of course, this is part of military training." Lin Yu replied with confidence, even playfully winking at Leah. For Huaxia soldiers, scaling walls is a basic skill. Lin Yu, this is not a training session. You lack safety ropes. Under current conditions, I'm unable to provide you with climbing tools. Leah's expression grew serious. You will have to scale the wall unassisted. I do not wish for you to fall. That would be a senseless death, and it would be better to remain by the boss's side. Rest assured, I will ensure the chief's safety. Lin Yu did not hesitate further. She bent down and swiftly approached the window, slightly pulling back the curtain, quickly dismantling the covering on the doorframe, and opened the window. A wave of heat rushed into the room. Lin Yu secured a bottle of ice water to her waist, then agilely leaped out of the window, her figure vanishing into the darkness. Lin Yu. Su Yi rushed to the window, peering out. In the moonlight, he saw a lithe figure stepping onto the air conditioning unit, using the scalding water pipe to navigate along the outer wall. Every place she reached was blistering hot. The scene was perilous. One misstep could lead to her fatal fall. The heat enveloped her, sapping her strength and moisture. Boss, come back. Leah pulled Su Yi back from behind. Be cautious at the entrance. If the enemy opens fire, you are in a vulnerable position. Trust Lin Yu. This is our only path to survival. Leah dragged Su Yi back into the corner, her expression grave. Boss, you cannot afford to be too soft-hearted. In extraordinary times, we must resort to extraordinary measures. Am I being soft-hearted? Su Yi lowered his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. If he were truly soft-hearted, he would not have remained silent as the two decided Lin Yu's course of action, allowing her to undertake this perilous mission. Su Yi recognized that this was the right course of action, yet as a human being, he was burdened by conscience. He understood that in the face of the apocalypse, he must harden his heart, learning to suppress his compassion. But he was not a reincarnated character from a novel, incapable of innate cruelty. Yet, in the interest of survival, he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Indeed, I have already done so. Su Yi lowered his head, his thoughts swirling, his expression a tapestry of complexity. If Lin Yu were to perish, I too would struggle to see the dawn of tomorrow. Su Yi's emotions were in turmoil. He could only continue to reassure himself. Lin Yu may not be human. She could merely be a construct of that enigmatic entity S-game data. Perhaps just a replica of a human soldier. But is she truly not human? Su Yi was uncertain. The more he sought solace in this reasoning, the more he recalled the sense of security Lin Yu had provided him over these past few days. Regardless of whether this woman was human, Su Yi was acutely aware that he owed her a debt of gratitude. Boss, this is the apocalypse. You must learn to be more ruthless. Leah pressed closely against Su Yi, her vigilance directed toward the door as she spoke in a hushed tone. If you do not adopt this mindset, you cannot be deemed a competent leader. I am in the process of learning, Su Yi muttered, rubbing his forehead and heaving a deep sigh. Leah, I have already become quite cold-hearted. I just need a bit more time to continue adjusting. Despite the guilt gnawing at him, he had nonetheless sent Lin Yu into peril. He had indeed become colder, yet his conscience remained troubled. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with silence. Su Yi's expression gradually softened. He had managed to recompose himself. At the very least, it could now be affirmed that those who had been recruited possessed a high degree of loyalty toward me. Su Yi inhaled deeply, silently wishing, may I endure until tomorrow noon. In this high-pressure environment of the apocalypse, to have time to reminisce about one's conscience is indeed a luxury. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. Outside the door, there was still no sign of movement. The group of marauders seemed to lack the means to breach the door. Only muffled curses and the anguished cries of the wounded could be heard from above. Lin Yu's whereabouts were unknown. There was no sign of her having met a fatal accident downstairs, and Su Yi could not discern where she was hiding. Moments trickled by. Soon enough, dawn broke. Su Yi forced himself to remain alert, and when he noticed the sky outside turn a fiery red, it happened. Suddenly, rapid gunfire erupted from above. Lin Yu had made her move. Chapter 14, Daylight Deathmatch. The grenade exploded. Su Yi jolted, quickly raising his gaze to the ceiling. Beside him, Leah tightened her grip on her pistol, nervously glancing toward the entrance. Soon, the sounds of gunfire echoed from above, punctuated by screams and shouts. It's the window. Over by the window. Damn, it's a woman. Is she one of the residents from downstairs? I don't know. Ligo, my brother has no breath left. He is dead. Damn it. I don't want to wait any longer. What kind of strategist are you? Ligo, don't listen to him. Let us go take revenge now. One grenade will suffice. Let us smash this bitch. How dare that foul woman retaliate against me? Wait, Ligo. She has already appeared. There is probably no one left downstairs. It's just a single-room tenant. We cannot waste a grenade on an empty house. I thought a man lived downstairs. When did it change to a woman? The chaos continued from above, and Sue-yi strained to listen, his expression growing grave. They had indeed acquired grenades. No wonder Lin Yu had suddenly opened fire. She was drawing their fire, preventing them from seeking Sue-yi with grenades. Hush! Leah placed her finger to her lips, signaling Sue-yi to remain silent. If the enemy realized that there were still people downstairs, both of them would undoubtedly meet their demise. In such a confined space, they would be utterly susceptible to the full force of a grenade explosion. Sure enough, within minutes, sounds of rustling came from outside the door. Sue-yi's hair stood on end as he caught a glimpse of pupils moving through the gaps in the iron door via a strategically positioned mirror. Someone was peering into the room. The person pressed against the iron door, their eyes darting like a malevolent specter, sending shivers down Sue-yi's spine. Before long, a shout echoed from outside. Ligo, there is no one downstairs. Not a sound. However, the iron door is securely locked. It seems she hasn't left through the main entrance. Soon, echoes of panic arose from above. Indeed, that woman has emerged. She climbed through the window to ambush us. Damn, is that woman Spider-Man? Search the entire building. We must capture her. Damn it. Ligo, if we catch her, hand her over to me. I want to avenge my brother. I will kill that woman with my own hands. The sound of hurried footsteps cascaded from above, seemingly mobilizing personnel. Li, I will follow you. I believe you are the strongest. It's safer to be with you. Enough of your nonsense. Check your weapons and bring the grenades for the strategist. Are there enough bullets? That woman's marksmanship was incredibly precise last night. Don't be careless. Split into 2 teams. We will search from the top floor down. You go to the first floor. We will search toward the center together. Do not overlook any room. And inspect every window carefully. Remember what the strategist said. Move quickly. Capture her. The marauders upstairs began to mobilize. And soon the corridor was filled with the sound of rapid footsteps. Sue-yi bit down hard on his lip, his eyes flashing with cold hatred. These scoundrels. I have done nothing wrong. Yet they seek my life. Lin Yu, you must survive. For the sake of his own safety and Lin Yu's. Sue-yi fervently hoped that she would remain safe. Approximately 10 minutes later, a fresh round of gunfire erupted from downstairs. Damn, that woman is on the 2nd floor. The strategist is dead. The strategist is dead. The gunfire was too precise. She shot him in the head. Which 2nd floor? Have we captured her? Sue-yi heard what seemed to be Li Ge leading men hurriedly down from above, urgently shouting inquiries. What has happened to my strategist? Li Ge, the strategist is gone. That woman is in the room on the right side of the 2nd floor. We searched it before, and the door was left open. Damn it. Lao Song, you bunch of useless fools. You couldn't even protect the strategist. What are you waiting for? Why don't you rush in and capture her? Li Ge, that woman is very dangerous. Her shooting is remarkably accurate. The chaos below was palpable, and Sue-yi listened intently, yet no new gunfire was heard. Clearly, the marauders were hesitant to enter the room at first, inadvertently granting Lin Yu the opportunity to escape. They had failed to capture her. Damn it, there's no one inside. Continue searching. That foul woman, I want to dismember her. Where are my grenades? Bring them to me. Li, upstaish. A fresh barrage of gunfire erupted, this time from the top floor, claiming an unfortunate soul who didn't even have the chance to issue a warning before being shot down. Li Ge was nearly driven to madness, dashing up from below, only to come up empty-handed once more. You useless fools, hold her back. Hold her back until I arrive. Li Ge was on the verge of exploding with rage. Yet his subordinates remained silent, seemingly terrified of him. However, they were equally fearful of Lin Yu. The more they trembled, the greater their dread of her became. This woman was elusive, lethal in her precision, and swift in her exchanges. Any hesitation would render them incapable of capturing her. Moreover, she was cunning, entirely avoiding Li Ge, only targeting those closest to him. Good, very good. Sue-yi tightly clenched his fists, beads of sweat continuously emerging from his forehead. Oblivious to his own nervous murmurs. Lin Yu is doing splendidly. Just avoid encountering that man named Li. He must possess combat talent. Boss, it's 10:30 in the morning. Leah quietly reminded him from the side, speaking almost directly into Su Yi's ear to avoid alerting the marauders outside. Su Yi glanced at the wall clock, which had been struck by stray bullets the previous night, leaving it in tatters, yet he could barely discern the slowly moving hands. Only 2 hours remain. Su Yi gritted his teeth, his only concern being the effectiveness of the talent reward. He was uncertain if the talent would truly manifest. After all, this was merely a reward from a level 0 shelter. Even if it provided him with something desperately needed, what if it proved futile? What if it could not resolve the immediate predicament? That would indeed lead to an irrevocable deadlock. With no better options, Su Yi could only pray in his heart, enduring the torment within. If only my start had been a bit better, if only I were not surrounded by these thugs. He sighed deeply, lamenting that while the heavens granted him an SSS level talent, they also surrounded him with this band of frenzied marauders. Truly, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, embodying an inexplicable potential fairness. Time trickled away, the sound of gunfire echoing intermittently, rising and falling erratically. Now, even Su Yi could no longer ascertain Lin Yu's position. He had risked peering outside a few times, yet he had not spotted Lin Yu scaling the walls. Who knows how she manages to evade detection? Almost like a specter, the modest residential building had nearly transformed into her battlefield. However, Lin Yu was not invincible. She had been engaging in guerrilla warfare, avoiding direct confrontation with the enemy, striking and then retreating. During the skirmishes, Su Yi heard the marauders passing by his door multiple times. That Ligu even suspected Lin Yu had returned indoors at one point, attempting to force the door open. Fortunately, Lia's technical improvements were formidable, and Ligu left empty-handed, infuriated enough to kick the iron door several times. The standoff persisted until the clock struck 12:20. Just as new rewards were about to be issued, a deafening explosion suddenly reverberated from the rooftop. The entire floor trembled, and Su Yi lost his balance, noticing a cascade of dust and debris falling from the ceiling. It was a grenade. Leah's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly gasping. The enemy used a grenade. They must have caught Lin Yu. Is she dead? Has she perished? Su Yi clenched his teeth and scrambled to his feet, looking toward Leah, who silently shook her head. No one knew Lin Yu's fate. Following the explosion, laughter from men above echoed with exuberance. Ha ha ha. You foul wench, I couldn't kill you. Li bu wasted. I thought our building would collapse. This old structure is indeed sturdy. It hasn't crumbled. But where is that woman? Where's the body? I don't know. It seems to have fallen. Hurry, find it. Even in death, I must see the corpse. I will desecrate it. Ha ha ha. Li Gu, is that a legitimate desecration? Line up. Line up. I want to be second. The marauders' raucous laughter signified their perceived victory. After a morning of entanglement, they believed they had finally slain that woman. Su Yi trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but from rage. Lin Yu had desperately fought to buy time, yet she still perished? These bastards! Grant me what I need most. You cannot deceive me. You spoke clearly. With his eyes closed, he murmured almost to himself, his hands gripping tightly until his fingers turned white. I want the reward I need most. Grant me what I need. I need to kill. What I need most right now is to kill. I will slay these bastards. Congratulations. You have stayed in the shelter for 24 hours, triggering the talent reward. The stay time has been reset. Chapter 15. Clean the entire building. Exterminate all. Congratulations. You have received a D-level combat squad card consumable. As a line of clear text flickered before Su Yi's eyes, a golden card landed in the palm of his hand. It was approximately the size of a bank card, entirely golden, embossed with the vague silhouettes of several soldiers. At the top of the card, detailed product information was presented. D-level combat squad. Consumable, upon use, can randomly summon a technologically advanced combat squad of 36 individuals, each member's strength fixed at D level, with equipment adapting according to numbers. The effect of this item lasts only 2 hours, after which the combat squad is retracted. Temporary summoning type. At least 3 D-level strength soldiers. Su Yi's eyes lit up. The prowess of D-level soldiers had already been vividly demonstrated through Lin Yu, showcasing combat capabilities comparable to that of special forces. A squad of at least 3 would undoubtedly annihilate these marauders. Summon. Without hesitation, Su Yi chose to use the card, and a dazzling golden light enveloped him. As the light dissipated, 6 fully armed special soldiers stood by his side, ready for action. All were male, clad in tactical camouflage, donned in combat boots, equipped with night vision goggles, and armed with an array of black firearms of varying lengths. Each bore a resolute and sharp gaze, exuding an aura of disciplined decisiveness. With a brief glance, Su Yi discerned the clear division of roles among the 6. There was a combat medic with a medical kit, an assault specialist wielding a submachine gun, a teammate armed with a special rifle standing beside a sniper cradling a Barrett, all positioned to protect the core. 3 assault specialists, 1 medic, 1 communicator, and 1 sniper. A fully equipped 6-member combat squad. Commander. The leading assault soldier saluted Su Yi, his masked face revealing only his eyes. His voice steady as he inquired, "Please issue the combat orders. What is our mission?" "Kill." Su Yi inhaled deeply, without a hint of hesitation, pointing toward the door. "There are those within this building who threaten our lives. Eliminate them all." "Yes." The soldiers chorused. "We will ensure the mission is completed." Lia, startled, quickly interjected. "There's still a woman. Her name is Lin Yu. She is also a soldier, and she is your subordinate. We must rescue her." The soldiers looked to Su Yi, who nodded. "Indeed." "Understood." The lead soldier gestured, and the 6 soldiers split into 2 groups, deploying in different formations. The communicator and sniper exited through the window, securing their gear and swiftly taking up sniping positions on the rooftop across. The assault specialists and medic waited for Leah to open the iron door before tossing smoke grenades outside. Bang! The smoke erupted, and chaos ensued among the lurking marauders outside. "Liga, the iron door is open. Where's this smoke coming from?" "Tot, tot, tot." A hail of bullets silenced the marauders' frantic cries. The male soldiers exchanged signals, seamlessly merging into the smoke with tactical precision. Before long, tat, 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 tot, 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 tot. The air outside reverberated with a relentless and rhythmic barrage of gunfire. With each gunshot, a dull thud resonated as lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground, little cries of agony escaping their lips. This stark reality underscored the swiftness of death that befell every enemy they encountered, leaving no time for a warning. As the soldiers commenced their sweeping operations, the frantic shouts of the assailants soon echoed. "They are the enemy. They're back. Are they soldiers? By heavens. They truly are soldiers. Is it a rescue team? My goodness, they're killing our people. I surrender. I surrender. Do not shoot me. This is madness. Surely, they cannot be regular troops, daring to harm innocent civilians. Return fire." Outside, the panicked voices of the assailants continued to rise, punctuated by the explosions of stun grenades and smoke bombs. Throughout this chaos, the gunfire never ceased. Su Yi also discerned the distant crack of sniper shots from the rooftop. Bang! Bang! The sniper fired infrequently, yet his shots were devastating, with Barrett rounds capable of penetrating nearly any obstacle. Even enemies concealed behind cover could be dispatched with a single shot, exposed under thermal imaging. Once the assailants were detected by the sniper, they met their demise instantly. "There's a sniper outside. Quick, take cover." "Li Ye. Li Ye. Damn it. Li Gu has been shot in the head by the sniper. Brothers, run." The cacophony outside persisted, clearly illustrating that the 6 soldiers, working in concert, were no match for the disorganized mob outside. Only the cries and frantic sounds of the assailants filled the air, as Su Yi heard no signs of the soldiers faltering. He approached the window, peering down to see numerous bloodied assailants fleeing from the building, their faces etched with terror. The sniper above executed each with precision, targeting their heads and eliminating them all. In mere moments, 7 or 8 bodies lay sprawled below, while the remaining survivors were forced to retreat back inside, continuing to face the merciless onslaught of submachine gun and rifle fire. Su Yi stood by the window, observing the scene with an impassive demeanor. A sense of discomfort stirred within him. It was the first time he had witnessed death, and he felt an unease. But this discomfort swiftly transformed into a thrill for vengeance. In just a few breaths, Su Yi's unease dissipated, leaving no trace of emotion. Have I already adapted? Su Yi pondered silently, his expression remaining devoid of any joy. Lin Yu had yet to appear, and he had already suffered losses. In 2 hours, the combat team would be withdrawn, and overall, It seemed he had gained little, merely venting his frustrations. The pace of the cleanup was remarkably swift, and before long, the communication headset left by the messenger crackled with a voice. "Commander, the threat has been neutralized. We have 5 captured surrenderers, some of whom are of uncertain identity. Please advise, Commander. I will go take a look." Sue-Yi took a deep breath and exited the shelter with Leah. This marked his first step outside the sanctuary, and if circumstances allowed, Sue-Yi would have preferred not to leave the confines of safety. Yet, fate had conspired against him, compelling him to confront the assailants and retaliate. Guided by the messenger, Sue-Yi and Leah ascended to the top floor. The corridors were littered with corpses and pools of blood, the acrid scent forcing Leah to cover her nose, while Sue-Yi maintained an impassive countenance as he stepped through the crimson puddles. "Boss, aren't you going to cover your nose? This smell is unbearable." "No need. Didn't you tell me to learn to be ruthless?" Sue-Yi glanced at Leah and managed a strained smile. "I believe I must adapt ahead of time. Such scenes will likely become commonplace." Sue-Yi continued his silent ascent, reaching the top floor where the space had been completely breached. The disarray within was permeated with the stench of blood and unsanitary filth. Refuse strewn about, and several headless corpses lay on the ground. In the inner room, nearly a dozen women huddled in a corner, their faces etched with terror. "Commander." The rifleman tasked with guarding the female captives saluted Sue-Yi and reported in hushed tones. "All resistors have been eliminated. These women are unarmed and appear to have been captured by the assailants. Should they be executed as well?" "No." Sue-Yi surveyed the scene, noting that these women bore no weapons, only expressions of despair and numbness. He even recognized some familiar faces, girls he had seen jogging on their way to work, a young mother accompanying her daughter to school, and the cleaning lady from a nearby office. Without exception, they had all fallen victim to the assault. What about the others? Sue-Yi withdrew his gaze and turned to the rifleman, who pointed to the adjacent room. "There are a few surrenderers being held there." "No, I am inquiring about Lin Yu, the female soldier." Sue-Yi fixed his gaze on the rifleman. "Have you found her? We have dispatched personnel to continue the search, but there are no results yet." The rifleman shook his head, delivering news that deeply disappointed Sue-Yi. Given that they had not yet located her, it was likely that her situation was dire. If she had been struck directly by a grenade, her body would likely be beyond recognition. Sue-Yi's mood darkened. He disregarded the group of female captives and strode directly into the adjacent room, where he saw the assault team guarding 3 men. They crouched on the ground, faces filled with fear, and upon hearing the assault team call out for the commander, they all looked up at Sue-Yi. "It's you," one man suddenly exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Sue-Yi. "You are Sue-Yi? You live downstairs? I remember you. I knew there was a man living below." Sue-Yi silently scrutinized the man, frowning as he began. "You are the one with a daughter, right? Your surname is Zheng?" Yes, that's me. I'm old Zheng." The man nodded eagerly, a nervous smile on his face, attempting to approach Sue-Yi, only to be halted by the gun barrel. The assault team's gaze was icy. "Maintain your distance. Do not approach the commander." Yes, of course." Old Zheng shrank back in fear, casting a desperate look at Sue-Yi. "Sue-Yi, we are neighbors. There must be some misunderstanding. Can you ask him to let me go? What about your wife and daughter?" Sue-Yi's question was met with a non sequitur, and he coldly regarded old Zheng, who appeared taken aback and then lowered his head. "I do not know." "You don't know? They're just next door, aren't they? I saw them just now." A sarcastic smile crept onto Sue-Yi's lips. "You can even sell your wife and child. I certainly do not wish to have a neighbor like you." "It's not like that, Sue-Yi. I couldn't fight against that man, surnamed Li." Old Zheng's face flushed as he desperately defended himself. To save himself, he had betrayed his wife and daughter. Sue-Yi regarded him with indifference. "These matters are of no concern to me. That is your family business. But you sought to kill me. Last night, you were among those who attacked the door, weren't you?" Old Zheng opened his mouth to argue, but ultimately bowed his head in defeat. "Sue-Yi, I beg you. I truly do not wish to die." The scorching sun outside bore down on old Zheng's back, nearly causing him to faint from the heat. Yet the sweltering temperature could not dispel the fear that gripped his heart. Heaven knows how the unassuming young man, living downstairs, suddenly wielded such armed power. Had he known Sue-Yi was so formidable, he would have sought his protection instead of aligning with someone surnamed Li. "Where's that man surnamed Li?" Sue-Yi inquired, prompting a nearby man to quickly interject. Boss. He.S. dead. That man surnamed Li was shot in the head. I saw it with my own eyes. Where's the body? He didn't die? Before Su-yi could finish his question, Old Zheng abruptly spoke, capturing Su-yi's attention. What did you say? Su-yi turned to Old Zheng, frowning as he asked. How do you know he didn't die? He possesses an immortal body. Lao Zheng raised his head to look at Su-yi, gritting his teeth and deciding to inform. That fellow is incredibly strong. There is no way to kill him. Others have tried, but he resurrected. His heart was pierced, and his head was severed. Yet he still managed to come back to life. This guy is truly indestructible. Chapter 16. The Disappearing Corpse, a New Crisis. There were already people who defied him, but no one could kill him. Lao Zheng's revelation caused the two men around them to display peculiar expressions. They never expected Lao Zheng to possess such courage, betraying the elder brother so completely, showing no concern for the potential retribution that might follow. Really? Su-yi furrowed his brow as he looked at Lao Zheng, feeling skeptical that anyone could possess such a terrifying talent. To die and come back to life? Surely this must be an SSS-level ability. In this apocalypse, it would be nearly invincible, allowing one to face any threat without fear. Truly, Lao Zheng nodded, his face filled with despair. I do not wish to live anymore. I refuse to endure this humiliation. It would be best if you could kill him, but if you cannot, just grant me a swift end. His demeanor did not suggest deception. Su-yi fell silent for a moment before issuing an order. Take Lao Zheng to identify the corpse. Find the body of the one surnamed Li. If the body cannot be found, seek out individuals. Understood. The assault soldier nodded, escorting Lao Zheng outside. The remaining medic and rifleman exchanged positions, with the rifleman watching over the remaining captives and ensuring Su-yi's safety. Su-yi retained these two captives, intending to inquire further. Speak up. Tell me about the misdeeds you committed with the one surnamed Li. Su-yi cast a glance at the two captives and spoke coolly. Reveal all that you know. Do not attempt to deceive me. Lao Zheng is no longer interested in living. I will verify your words with him. If I discover you have lied, you will accompany Lao Zheng on his journey. Su-yi's words evidently provided the two a glimmer of hope for survival. The captives exchanged glances, and one of them gritted his teeth and spoke up. Boss, what do you wish to know? Everything from the time the apocalypse began. What have you done? Su-yi surveyed the two captives, emphasizing, particularly concerning the one surnamed Li. What peculiarities does he possess? Boss, if we tell you, please do not kill us. The other man, somewhat timid, nervously swallowed and began to recount. On that day, after we were sent back, the sky turned red. We lived together on the 3rd floor, and at that time, there was no food at home. We were starving. It was then that the one surnamed Li approached us, claiming he could take us out to find food and water. We followed him, going out each night to scavenge for supplies. And during the day, we would sleep and entertain women on the upper floor. Subsequently, the one surnamed Li gathered many people, seizing over half of the 1st floor. As the man spoke, his head lowered further, seemingly aware of the numerous inhumane acts they had committed. Initially, the one surnamed Li merely threatened everyone. But one day he resorted to murder. He declared he would kill anyone who defied him, starting with the elderly. He ordered the men to venture out hunting in groups, returning to sleep with women afterward. Many felt that since it was the end of the world, they might as well follow him. The man rambled on, and Su-yi interrupted with a frown. What is the nature of the immortality of the one surnamed Li? I do not know. A hint of fear crossed the man's face as he muttered and shook his head. I truly saw it. His head was chopped off. There was a girl on the rooftop. During the outbreak, her boyfriend was also present, reputed to be skilled in martial arts. That fellow severed Lao Li's head. Yet shortly after, Lao Li's head grew back, and he killed that man. That man's woman was subsequently tormented to death by Lao Li, and afterward, no one dared to oppose him. Su-yi raised an eyebrow and coldly remarked, neither dared nor wished to, correct? The man trembled, falling silent. The one surnamed Li was indeed a formidable character, employing both threats and rewards, using fear to manipulate while also sharing benefits with these men. Given the already precarious state of the world, most men were willing to follow Lao Li. If not for unforeseen circumstances, Lao Li's refuge would likely have thrived. Since Lao Li's talent is immortality, what is your talent? Sui inwirit koldi. The man paused, somewhat perplexed. Talent? What do you mean by talent? Su raised an eyebrow, silently scrutinizing the man, who did not appear to be lying. Or perhaps his talent necessitated concealment? Unable to see through the man, Su noticed the man becoming increasingly anxious under his gaze, hastily explaining, "Boss, you do not think we are also immortal like Lao Li, do you? We are merely human, mere mortals. A single blade would suffice to end us. Please do not jest, nor attempt anything. We merely wish to survive. Many of our actions were coerced. If we must be killed, it should be the police who handle it, with proper trials and judgments." The man's frantic explanation was interrupted by Su. "Have you never returned to your own home? Have you always followed Lao Li?" "Huh? Yes, boss." The man was taken aback, nodding in confusion. "Lao Li forbade us from dispersing. He fears betrayal, insisting everyone remain under his watchful eye, even while sleeping. No wonder." Sui murmured. The one surnamed Li likely knew of the existence of talents. He was also wary of encountering troublesome opponents, thus compelling everyone not to return to their own shelters. Many individuals, at the onset of the apocalypse, had yet to awaken their talents before being brought under Lao Li's command. This group of people without talents were truly just ordinary individuals. Su silently called forth the data panel of the refuge, discovering there was indeed no response. Conservatively estimating, only the one surnamed Li possessed a talent, and the three who remained should have not awakened any abilities. Su pondered. Now the only source of concern was the immortality of the one surnamed Li. At that moment, the worst news arrived. The assault soldier and Lao Zheng returned with the information that they had thoroughly searched both upstairs and downstairs. Yet no corpse of the one surnamed Li was found. This caused Su Yi's brow to furrow in concern. The absence of a body implied that this fellow had already resurrected. An alive potential enemy posed an immense threat. After all, Su Yi's 5 soldiers had already been active for less than an hour. Once they were recalled, with Lin Yu's fate uncertain, the combat capability of Su Yi's refuge would plummet to a freezing point. Contemplating this, a new sense of crisis arose within Su Yi. Secure these captives, summon the communications soldier back, and let the sniper continue searching for the whereabouts of the one surnamed Li. Su furrowed his brow and swiftly commanded, "Move all supplies from here downstairs. Anything edible or usable, take everything. Leave nothing behind. Notify Liya to reinforce her home. All supplies in the building are to be managed by her, but the time allotted to her is only 1 hour." With Su Yi's command, everyone except the sniper sprang into action. The 3 captives, while being restrained, began their arduous labor, tirelessly transporting the supplies that Lao Li and his companions had painstakingly gathered over the past few days down to the lower level. 7 robust men busily carried the supplies up and down. Their pace was not slow, yet Su still found it lacking. He continuously calculated the passage of time in his mind, pacing restlessly before the group of women in the inner room. Su, devoid of any malicious intentions, merely contemplated whether he could leverage these women to enhance the security of the shelter. They must have suffered greatly at the hands of Li Ge, and likely harbored a considerable resentment towards him. Resting his chin on his hand, he murmured, "If I could awaken the hatred buried within them, they could serve as my allies. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." As for how to engage these women, Su had yet to devise a plan. His only desire at that moment was to amass as much usable strength as possible, uniting all to resist the potential return of Li Ge. Just as he pondered how to initiate communication with the apathetic women, a new prompt materialized before him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Chapter 17. Destroy the shelter. Inherit vast resources. Detected that you have stayed in another shelter for over 30 minutes. The current shelter owner is not present and is in a state of incapacity. Do you wish to occupy this shelter or destroy it? Occupy or destroy. Su was taken aback. He had unwittingly lingered in this room for half an hour, triggering the latent Doomsday game mechanism. He recalled that the group of thugs had mentioned that killing could increase survival points. From this perspective, the Doomsday game not only brought about terrifying natural disasters, but also encouraged mutual slaughter among humans. Given that even murder was incentivized, it was unsurprising that mechanisms for destroying and occupying other shelters existed. According to the captives, this house originally belonged to Li Ge, who had broken through the walls to create a larger living space. Su-yi narrowed his eyes. If I execute this option now, will Li Ji's shelter cease to exist, along with his talent? The answer seemed self-evident, and without hesitation, Su-yi swiftly confirmed. Destroy the current shelter. As he confirmed, a red glow suddenly appeared before him. The women gazed at the scene in panic, shrinking further into the corners. They were fearful, dreading new torment and upheaval. Su-yi had no time to tend to the emotions of these unfortunate women. He fixated on the red light, observing its rapid spread across most of the room within mere breaths. Once the red light dissipated, Su-yi received a new prompt. Congratulations! You have destroyed a level 0 shelter, earning a reward of 100 survival points. The current shelter owner will lose their shelter talent and all rights to the Doomsday game mechanisms. You now have a 30% chance to inherit the current shelter's items, with an inheritance ratio of 20. As this is your first destruction of a shelter, the inheritance probability increases to 100. The inheritance ratio also rises to 100. Do you confirm the inheritance? If you do not respond within 24 hours, it will be considered a forfeiture. A series of prompts filled Su-yi with elation. Indeed, by destroying the shelter, he had nullified the resurrection talent. Ha ha ha, splendid. Su-yi could hardly contain his excitement, oblivious to the increasingly desperate gazes of the women before him. To them, this young man had seemed relatively normal. But suddenly he erupted into laughter. Oh well, at least he wasn't unattractive. Letting him have his way wasn't entirely lamentable. While the women desperately tried to soothe themselves, Su-yi had already confirmed the new information. Confirm inheritance. Su-yi raised an eyebrow. He would not let any opportunity to enhance himself slip away. Although Li Ji's shelter might not contain anything of great value, every little bit counted, and Su-yi was not one to be choosy. Inheritance complete. The destroyed shelter had 2,876 survival points, an E-level dumpling maker, and 3 F-level cooling liquids. You have perfectly inherited all the above items. The props and survival points have automatically entered your shelter reserves, available for extraction upon your return home. What? Su-yi was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. That Li fellow was incredibly wealthy. How did he accumulate over 2,000 points? Su-yi murmured, suddenly realizing he had overlooked something. If both murder and the destruction of shelters yielded points, then Li Gu, as a thug, would undoubtedly be aware of this fact. This building housed 32 residents, implying at least 32 shelters. Aside from Li Ji's and Su-yi's shelters, it was theoretically possible for Li Gu to have amassed at least 3,000 points by destroying the others. Coupled with the points gained from killing outside, Li Ji's total could hardly be less than 3,000 points. The E-level dumpling maker and F-level cooling liquids Su-yi had seen in the survival points marketplace offered by the shelter. They weren't particularly expensive, but their existence indicated that Li Gu had recognized the significance of points and had begun to utilize them. So why did he leave so many points unused? Su-yi blinked, concluding that Li Gu might have realized that the shelter could be upgraded. He likely intended to save points for an upgrade or purchase more expensive items. However, before he could gather enough points, Su-yi had swooped in, reaping the rewards of Li Ji's hard work. So many points had instantly catapulted him to wealth. Su-yi mused, and with this, he met the final requirement for upgrading the shelter. He could now proceed with the upgrade. Now that Li Ji's immortality talent was gone, even if he were still alive, he posed little threat. At least on the surface, without Lin Yu, Su-yi still had Li Ye by his side. 2 against 1. How could he possibly lose? Moreover, Su-yi had no intention of venturing outside casually. He merely needed to ensure that Li Ye continually enhanced the shelter's defenses while he remained at home, growing stronger each day. Thus, he had little faith that a Li Gu, stripped of his shelter, could pose any real danger to him. Speed up. Su-yi grabbed the walkie-talkie given by the communication soldier and solemnly instructed the men transporting supplies. We have less than half an hour left. Move quickly. Additionally, leave 2 people to set traps at the front door. Remember, the more, the better. Do not fear wasting resources. Fully utilize your military training to maximize the safety around the shelter. Su-yi intended to make the most of the soldiers' assistance in these final moments, ensuring they adequately prepared countermeasures for the shelter before their departure. Yes, sir. A clear response echoed through the walkie-talkie. Strangely enough, While the city's police communication systems had failed, these summoned soldiers possessed an intact combat communication system. It appeared that the technological restrictions imposed by the Doomsday game only targeted the original technological framework of humanity. The technological modules birthed from the shelter mechanisms remained unscathed and unaffected. By the way, sir, how should we handle these captives? The communications soldier inquired, seeking direction. They seemed to understand that leaving such threats near their commander was ill-advised. Commander, I beseech you to eliminate this group of dangerous individuals to ensure your utmost safety. The communications soldier, clutching a walkie-talkie, observed the 3 captives burdened with supplies, their faces etched with fear, yet his gaze remained indifferent as he awaited Su Yi's orders. After a brief silence, a crackling response emerged from the device, heavy with resolve. Very well, execute them. Understood, Commander. The soldier raised his pistol, aiming it at the captives' heads. Bang, bang, bang. The echoes of 3 gunshots reverberated from below, signifying the extinguishment of 3 lives. Su Yi felt little turmoil within. After enduring the bloody battles of the preceding night and day, his psyche had undergone a profound transformation. Old Zheng, do not blame me, Su Yi murmured internally. I too wish to survive. I must be resolute. Drawing a deep breath to steady his emotions, he cast a glance at the women before him. This posed a new dilemma that left Su Yi somewhat vexed. Should he eliminate them? Yet these women appeared to be pitiable victims of Li Gu's torment. They had not engaged with Su Yi, which softened his heart. He could be merciless with adversaries, but his conscience lingered faintly when it came to the weak. Ultimately, he decided to drive them away. Su Yi inhaled deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose, resolving, I can refrain from killing them, but they cannot remain in this building. I must cleanse this place to the fullest extent to safeguard my own security. In this apocalyptic world, Su Yi trusted no one. He might show mercy by sparing lives, but he would never allow anyone to draw too close. With a click, Su Yi reloaded his handgun, preparing to threaten the women to don their garments and vacate the premises. Just then, a soft voice called out from behind him. Commander? Lin Yu. Su Yi was taken aback, instinctively turning around to behold Lin Yu, bloodied and leaning against the doorframe, offering him a frail smile. Commander, you're alive. How wonderful. Chapter 18. Lin Yu returns. Upgrading the shelter, Lin Yu was covered in wounds, her body marked by the scorched remnants of an explosion. Half of her face was a gruesome sight, her clothing tattered beyond recognition, and the skin on her hands and arms had been seared away, revealing raw flesh and veins. Lin Yu. Su Yi rushed to her side, supporting her. It was fortunate that she was alive, yet her condition seemed only marginally better than death. Lin Yu appeared utterly depleted of combat capability. Su Yi could even feel the remnants of her wounds from shrapnel, long drenched in blood. Commander, me fine. I can still breathe. Lin Yu paused, her voice faint, struggling to speak. Those ruffians used grenades on me, but I managed to lure their leader into a trap. He seems impervious to bullets. He is not human and can resurrect. Thus, Lin Yu lifted her gaze to meet Su Yi's, a blood-stained smile gracing her lips. I bound him. No matter what he grows back, I will keep severing his head and limbs. I figured that as long as I endure, I can wear him down. Just now, his head didn't regenerate, so I think I might have succeeded in exhausting him. You should be safe now. Just as Lin Yu concluded her statement, she collapsed limply into Su Yi's arms. Medic! Medic! Su Yi seized the walkie-talkie, shouting urgently, come quickly to save her. Hurry! Commander, I'm coming. The medic downstairs hastily set down his supplies and ascended rapidly. He received Lin Yu from Su Yi's embrace, laying her on the ground and swiftly opening a first aid kit to examine and treat her. Su Yi gazed with a complex expression at Lin Yu, who lay on the ground receiving treatment. He had underestimated the loyalty of such talent. Lin Yu had discovered Li Gu's resurrection ability, but still had no thoughts of fleeing, exerting every ounce of strength to hold him back. Although Lin Yu believed she had exhausted Li Gu, the specifics had become irrelevant. With Li Gu's abilities stripped away, the severing of his head would surely lead to his demise. Presently, Su Yi wished only for Lin Yu's swift recovery. Such a devoted and valiant combatant was invaluable to the shelter. Commander, I cannot save her. The medic raised his head, an expression of regret on his face. She has 7 gunshot wounds and has suffered from grenade blasts. Her skin has been severely burned away by the intense heat. She is critically dehydrated, has lost a significant amount of blood, and her internal organs have sustained damage. Surgery is necessary to save her. Yet I lack the conditions and medical supplies to perform it. Her survival thus far is likely due to sheer willpower. I estimate she will not survive past nightfall. The medic's report darkened Sue's expression. It was already afternoon, and only a few hours remained before darkness fell. Even if he rushed Lin Yu to the nearest hospital for surgical intervention and medical supplies, the medic would not last that long. They were running out of time. I must save her. I remember that the survival supply store has medical items. Sue gritted his teeth, signaling the medic to carry Lin Yu, and they hurried back home. Upon returning to the shelter, Leah noticed the gravely injured and unconscious Lin Yu, gasping in shock as she rushed to assist. Leah intended to inquire of Sue, but he had already dashed into the house. Opened the survival points store. Upon returning to the shelter, Sue immediately called upon the panel. A semi-transparent display of data unfolded before him. Indeed, one could only execute such operations upon returning to their own shelter. Filtering item categories, he intelligently adjusted his purchasing needs. Medical items for severely injured combatants. Having spent days sequestered at home, Sue had become well acquainted with the shelter panel, mastering many operational details. In a short while, the shop's inventory information transformed rapidly before him, revealing new items. There lay a dazzling array of medical supplies, most of which possessed extraordinary effects beyond the capabilities of human technology, yet their prices were exorbitant. The cheapest medical item cost 500 survival points. Sui hesitated not, making a selection before promptly purchasing. For those who dedicated themselves to him, Sui was generous, even if they might simply be replicas created by the shelter. Congratulations! You have successfully purchased a C-grade medical consumable, Gene Improvement Potion. Gene Improvement Potion, C-grade medical consumable, when administered to the target, can inject a new gene sequence, thoroughly healing most of the target's injuries and carrying a certain probability of optimizing the target's gene sequence, enhancing their physical attributes. Purchase price, 1,000 survival points. A price of 1,000 points. Few could muster such an amount globally at present. Sue felt no reluctance as he directly procured the item, preparing to inject it into Lin Yu. As the emerald liquid flowed from the syringe into her veins, Lin Yu's previously pallid visage began to regain color, and her wounds visibly healed at a slow pace. Although Lin Yu remained unconscious, according to the medic's latest assessment, her body was gradually recovering, expected to awaken within a few hours. As long as she can be saved, Sue sighed with relief. Lin Yu had exerted herself so fiercely, and he had no reason to neglect her. Moreover, the shelter will require Lin Yu, this exceptional combat talent, to sustain it for an extended period in the future. After securing Lin Yu's placement, Sue intended to raise his head to issue new commands to the soldiers, but upon doing so, he noticed that the medical personnel who had stood before him had vanished without a trace. Leah, where have those soldiers gone? They have disappeared, boss, Leah replied. Crouched at the doorway, diligently repairing the iron gate, her gaze fixed on her task. Did you not mention earlier that they were a temporary rescue force? They would eventually vanish. Well, indeed, the time has come. Sue looked around and realized that even the walkie-talkie had been taken. All the equipment they had brought had disappeared. Even the traps he had instructed them to set at the entrance were gone, erased as if the entire world had wiped away all traces of their presence. What a pity, Sue lamented, feeling a sense of loss. 6 fully armed special forces soldiers represented an incredibly formidable security force. If only he could have retained them, the safety of the shelter would have significantly increased. Perhaps the low level of my shelter has restricted the reward to only temporary usage rights. If the shelter were at a higher level, I might be able to acquire more combat-oriented talent rewards. Sue was eager to upgrade the shelter, but prudently. He first instructed Leah to usher the group of women upstairs. Naturally, Sue would not be entirely heartless. He would leave them some clothing and a portion of food. However, these women could not remain on this floor. Sue needed to maintain the internal security of the entire building, ensuring that no strangers were present. After Leah had escorted the women away, she remained downstairs, following Sue's instructions to modify the external entrance of the building while continually setting new traps in the corridor. Outside, the The sky had gradually darkened. The crimson glow had vanished, replaced by a pitch-black night sky, with only the bright moonlight providing a modicum of illumination for the inhabitants of the night. Sue-E opened the chat interface of the shelter, eager to observe the intelligence information from today, and to ascertain whether the battles in this building had affected the nearby populace. As expected, upon opening the chat channel, he found numerous discussions surrounding this event. Honestly, that scene felt like watching a crime drama. The gunfire continued from last night until this afternoon. I live in the building across, and I even saw someone climbing the exterior like Spider-Man, dodging around to engage in guerrilla tactics. Unfortunately, my phone wouldn't open. Otherwise, I would have recorded it for you all. I watched all day. It was thrilling. Thrilling? You have no idea how many people must have died. Even from this distance, I can smell the stench of the dead. That building is likely to reek. This is the apocalypse. Humanity has begun to turn on each other, completely oblivious to the need for unity. Do you really think of this as a gunfight movie? Don't you have any other thoughts? I heard that many women just came out of that building, seemingly driven out. Sounds like a plan. Quickly, let's go out and take in anyone we can. Hey, wait for me. Save the one with the largest backside for me. I have a taste for that. The battle that erupted in Sue-Ye's building evidently captured the attention of some urban survivors. However, the predominant discourse in the chat channel was not solely focused on this event, as the apocalypse had already persisted for several days, with chaos and violence rampant throughout the city. The skirmish in Sue-Ye's building was merely a ripple in a vast ocean, drawing the interest and discussion of nearby survivors. Although no new dangers were apparent, it was certain that someone had taken notice of this building. Sue-E closed the chat interface, murmuring to himself as he analyzed. Based on the display of force I exhibited during the day, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to seek trouble. If I can secure a few more days of reward time, I will endure through the most challenging early stages of the apocalypse. Taking a deep breath, Sue-E ensured the curtains in his home were drawn, guaranteeing no disturbances, before summoning the shelter panel. Checking the conditions for upgrading the shelter. Congratulations. You have satisfied all 5 prerequisites for upgrading. You can now upgrade the shelter to a level 1 experimental house, or you may continue to await further upgrade options. Commence upgrade. Without hesitation, Sue-E executed the command. He lacked the luxury of choice, as there were only 3 types of shelters available for upgrade, and any would suffice. His concern was not the type of shelter, but rather whether the rewards following the upgrade would be more substantial. Chapter 19, Dual Achievement Rewards. The Awakening of Bloodline. Congratulations. Conditions met. The shelter is beginning to upgrade. As the information before Sue-E transformed, a cascade of golden light emerged from the void, enveloping the entire room. Everything within was bathed in the golden radiance. It was dazzling yet not blinding, rendering the specifics of the upgrade process unclear to Sue-E. Moments later, the golden light dissipated and tranquility returned. Sue-E quickly surveyed his surroundings, only to be met with disappointment, as the shelter appeared unchanged. It remained the same dwelling he occupied, with no alterations in size, items, or rooms. Congratulations, the shelter has upgraded to a level 1 experimental house. You will receive additional area in the 4 adjacent spaces to the left, right, front, and back of the shelter. The new area of a shelter will be 45 times larger than before. You can now modify the adjacent spaces freely by consuming resources and survival points, transforming your shelter. The current shelter has unlocked the experimental technology tree. You can assign suitable talents and improve the technology level of the shelter by consuming resources and survival points. After a series of new notifications, Sue-E realized this was merely the upgrade. The specific renovation of the shelter still required his direct involvement. He observed that a new option titled Shelter Renovation had appeared in the shelter module information before him. He reached out to click it, and suddenly, a wave of disorientation washed over him. Sue-E felt as though his soul had been extracted from his body, granting him an aerial perspective. Observing the entire shelter from above, all walls and obstacles became ethereal, with green markers scattered across the floor, encompassing Sue-Ye's original living space and the resources of his neighboring units. The green markings extended throughout the current floor, indicating that all of this belonged to the space of Sue-Ye's shelter. He also noticed a series of construction options appearing before him, allowing him to freely place new rooms within the green areas, break down walls, adjust load-bearing walls, or change the color of the rooms and purchase various decorations. This truly felt like a construction game. Su Yi's eyes widened, feeling as if the world had completely lost its sanity. He felt as though he was playing The Sims, experiencing an intricately detailed and complex shelter construction module. Yet, he was a living human being existing on Earth. How had his survival begun to resemble a game? Su Yi's heart was awash with amazement. He did not immediately renovate the shelter, but instead quietly exited the construction interface. He needed to calm his emotions and thoughtfully consider how to adjust the upgraded shelter. As Su Yi exited the interface for the shelter construction, he was suddenly enveloped by a wave of brand new notifications. Congratulations! Your shelter has been upgraded, and your shelter talents have been enhanced. The effect of the talent Home for Otaku has been improved. Home for Otaku. For every 24 hours you stay in your shelter, you will randomly receive one essential survival reward, with a minimum grade of C, excluding special rewards. Furthermore, the talent reset time is now set to noon. You are granted 1 hour of exemption time for outdoor activities each day, which does not affect the calculation of reward time. After upgrading the shelter, the talent effects will continue to be enhanced. Congratulations! You are the first survivor in this city to upgrade your shelter, and you have received a special award. Horn of the Pioneer. Horn of the Pioneer, a C-grade special item that can be used on any talent to add the Pioneer trait. Effect of the Pioneer trait. In this perilous era, the most crucial quality of a brave pioneer is luck. The owner of this trait often enjoys great fortune. Special rewards? Su Yi stroked his chin in surprise. He never expected to be the first in the entire city to upgrade his shelter and to receive a reward akin to a gaming achievement. Just as he was examining how to utilize this reward, yet another notification appeared before him. Congratulations! You are the first survivor in the country to upgrade your shelter, and you have received a special award, Awakening of the Bloodline. Awakening of the Bloodline, an A-grade special item that can summon unique talents with national characteristics, possessing great potential for growth. There was a glimmer of astonishment in Su Yi's eyes. Not only was he the first in the city, but he also achieved a national milestone, an A-grade talent. This was incredibly lucrative. A broad smile spread across Su Yi's face at the prospect of acquiring an A-grade talent for free. This would undoubtedly place him ahead of all others at this stage. However, he simultaneously recognized a rather grim reality for the nation. With the apocalypse having unfolded for so many days, he was the only one to upgrade his shelter. How immense must the survival pressure be for others? Su Yi sighed, understanding that most technological means were restricted, leaving only low-end technologies and simple weaponry at humanity's disposal. This was not like the apocalyptic scenarios depicted in horror games. Under the global heat wave, the air itself had become humanity's enemy. Even with firearms in hand, humans could not shoot their way to halt the spread of high temperatures. The absence of various life-enhancing technologies had stripped humanity of most effective means to combat the heat. Su Yi's musings did not linger long. He was acutely aware of his own ordinariness and his limited capacity to worry about the survival of all humankind. All he desired was to live, to truly live. Both special rewards from these achievements were stored within the shelter's data, and Su Yi could utilize them at any time, just as he had activated his talents previously. He decided to use the Awakening of the Bloodline. As Su Yi activated the reward, a golden light blossomed around him, rapidly coalescing into a human form. Before long, a woman clad in a white qipao stood before him, her features exquisitely delicate, her skin as fair as jade, and her long, willow-like brows framing eyes as clear as autumn waters. "Sir," the woman gracefully bowed to Su Yi, resembling a gentle maiden who had stepped from the pages of classical poetry. Her beauty was enchanting, and the subtle smile upon her lips was like a gentle spring breeze. "What is your name?" Su Yi surveyed the woman, utterly captivated. He had not anticipated summoning such a stunning beauty. Her allure was breathtaking, evoking an immediate sense of admiration. "My name is Jiang Xiaozi." The woman lowered her head, softly introducing herself. "I hail from Jiangnan, and it is indeed a fortunate encounter to meet you today." "A lovely name." Su Yi nodded, noting Jiang Xiaozi's tall and graceful figure. The white qipao accentuated her slender waist, rendering her figure both elegant and alluring. The woman's demeanor exuded refinement, embodying the delicate beauty characteristic of Eastern women, suggesting an extraordinary background. However, what attracted Su Yi's attention the most was the ancient jade pendant she wore at her waist. Intricately carved with complex patterns. The jade was round, of vibrant green hue, emitting a faint glow that was visible to the naked eye. Congratulations! You have obtained A-grade special talent Jiang Xiaozi. Information prompts appeared before Su Yi, and he quickly accessed Jiang Xiaozi's data panel. Upon glancing at it, his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 20. The extraordinary characteristics of A-grade special talent. The strategist has arrived. Name, Jiang Xiaozi. Age, 28. Type, National Fortune Talent. Talent grade, A. Physical strength, 60. Neural response, 68. Endurance, 50. Mental will, 368. Self-healing immunity, 211. Talent characteristics. National Fortune Endowment. She possesses specific qualities of the Huaxia ethnicity and is endowed with national fortune. Her shelter will be impervious to apocalyptic derivative disasters. Filial piety first. For every resident over the age of 40 within the shelter, the rewards for exploration dispatches. The probability of obtaining high-level talents and the speed of technological research will increase by 1%. The maximum enhancement cap is 100%. Long-term strategy. Any matters within the shelter that involve strategy, planning, research, traps, or defense will not fail. Talent abilities. Extensive social network. She has many friends, and there is a monthly probability of bringing new talents to the shelter, if no talent is recommended that month. The probability of recommending high-level talents will increase for the next opportunity. Exceptional wisdom. She can effectively impart her knowledge and experience to others. Through interaction and guidance with shelter residents, she can significantly enhance their skill levels and cognitive abilities. Gathering of hearts. Her influence unites the residents of the shelter, fostering solidarity. Within the shelter, her presence can greatly boost morale and work efficiency, ensuring smoother operations throughout the entire shelter. Value rating, 3,568 points. Su Yi could not help but gasp in astonishment, repeatedly scrutinizing Jiang Xiaozi's talent data to confirm that he was not hallucinating. This was truly outrageous. Su Yi murmured to himself. Jiang Xiaozi's data was leagues ahead of both Lin Yu and Li Ye. The staggering mental will of 368 and self-healing immunity of 211, while shocking, indicated that Jiang Xiaozi was not a combat-oriented talent. What truly amazed and astonished Su Yi were Jiang Xiaozi's talent characteristics and abilities. 3 characteristics and 3 abilities, all synergistically combining to render Jiang Xiaozi the quintessential domestic talent. The cumulative effects of her talents and characteristics could only be described as a self-operating buff for group enhancement. Most importantly, this extensive social network. Would I ever need to worry about talent shortages again? 1 free talent each month, with the chance of acquiring high-level talents for free. Was this not akin to a buy-one-get-in deal? Su Yi's smile widened beyond control. The only aspect of Jiang Xiaozi's panel that left Su Yi with a tinge of regret was the characteristic filial piety first. The effectiveness of the premise is contingent upon the presence of residents aged over 40, as in an environment ravaged by apocalyptic disasters. Both the elderly and the very young struggle to survive independently. To say it eloquently, they are less suited for survival. To put it bluntly, they are burdens. The initial wave of calamities has already proven unfriendly to the elderly, and the subsequent disasters could be even more troublesome, resulting in a low probability of survival for these older individuals. If the shelter is populated with too many such residents, it will inevitably hinder its disaster resilience and developmental potential. However, the benefits it offers are indeed enticing. With 3 types of rewards, the effectiveness can be enhanced by up to 100%. Su Yi murmured, the awakening of the bloodline can summon talents unique to our nation, which is quite distinctive. Filial piety is paramount. It seems that in my spare time, I should consider taking care of a few elderly individuals. Su Yi contemplated, realizing that by managing the number of elderly residents, the effect of this talent characteristic could significantly enhance the shelter. Just as he was pondering how to fully utilize Jiang Xiaozi's characteristics and talents, a soft murmur emanated from the bed behind him. Water, water, it was Lin Yu. She opened her eyes, awakening from severe injury-induced coma. Her wounds had mostly healed, though she remained quite weak. Water is here, drink slowly. Before Su Yi could react, Jiang Xiaozi had already brought water and sat patiently by the bed, gently feeding Lin Yu. "Who are you?" Lin Yu asked, confused and cautious. As she spotted Su Yi standing behind Jiang Xiaozi, her voice hoarse as she inquired, "Commander, is she a new member?" "Yes," Su Yi affirmed, stressing, "she is very important. From now on, you must heed her advice in any matters at home, and I am no exception." Jiang Xiaozi's characteristic clearly indicated that she is a strategist-type talent in internal affairs, possessing considerable wisdom. This woman is intelligent. It would be wise to follow her recommendations. Even if mistakes occur, it would not matter, for Su Yi believed that if Jiang Xiaozi's wisdom could fail, he certainly would not recognize the issues either. As a leader, one must possess self-awareness to effectively utilize others. "Very important," Lin Yu echoed, struggling to rise with her frail body. "I can manage on my own." However, Jiang Xiaozi gently pressed her back down. "You are injured. You need to rest properly. Listen to her. Take a good rest." Su Yi smiled and added, pausing to emphasize, "You are also very important. Do not neglect your health." "I am important too." Lin Yu was taken aback, looking up at the man shrouded in darkness, whose smile was warm and gentle. "Our family has grown a bit stronger than a few days ago. It seems we have a glimmer of vitality." Su Yi sat beside the bed and spoke to Jiang Xiaozi. "Including you and me, there are now 4 people in the shelter. Myself, you, Leah, and Lin Yu. Lin Yu is my first subordinate, a soldier, and very loyal. Leah is an engineer with some insights into transformation and technological research. Additionally, I have just reviewed more information related to talents and have transferred some operational permissions of the shelter to you." Su Yi paused, adopting a serious expression. "Xiaozi, may I address you as such? The future of the shelter will rely significantly on you. I'm not a clever person, and I hope you can use your wisdom to protect everyone." "Yes," Jiang Xiaozi replied softly, nodding gently. "I will, sir." Lin Yu glanced between the two, and after their exchange concluded, she interjected, "Commander, have all the enemies been eliminated?" Su Yi nodded. "Yes, Commander. I seem to recall you had some soldiers left." "Where are they?" "They have left," Su Yi replied with a wry smile. "Our shelter currently consists of just 4 people, but perhaps it will increase in number later. By the way, Xiaozi, I moved the supplies from upstairs today. I haven't had the chance to sort them out yet, so I entrust that task to you." "Understood, sir," Jiang Xiaozi acknowledged, rising to approach the pile of supplies. Her movements were light and graceful, captivating to behold. Lin Yu observed that the once relatively spacious room was now filled with various supplies, from toilet paper and toothbrushes to food and drink, overflowing to the point that even the doorway was blocked. "Wow!" Lin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. "Commander, did you rob someone?" "Indeed, we robbed our enemies." Su Yi laughed heartily, feeling elated. With the external threat resolved, and with more talents emerging in the shelter, everything was progressing positively. Even though the outside world remained a scorching apocalyptic wasteland, his shelter had begun to take shape, demonstrating a certain level of disaster resilience and security. "The commander is truly impressive," Lin Yu praised sincerely, to which Su Yi shook his head. "I am not impressive. If it weren't for your valiant efforts in holding off the enemies, we would likely be in peril. This time, you're the one who deserves the credit." "Commander, this is what I ought to do," Lin Yu replied shyly, her spirited demeanor momentarily dimmed. "Protecting you is my responsibility." "Indeed," Su Yi smiled and nodded. "By the way, the healing supplies I used on you seem to have some probabilistic effects that might enhance you. How do you feel now?" "Feel? I don't know." Lin Yu shook her head. "I feel a bit weak and cannot accurately assess." Su Yi nodded and casually opened Lin Yu's panel for a glance. Chapter 21. Unlocking the Technology Tree. Stepping into a new life. Lin Yu's foundational information had surpassed 100 points, and she had also acquired a new talent characteristic. Seeking secrets. When she is dispatched on exploration missions, there is a slight chance of gaining additional resources. Furthermore, her talent level had risen from D to C, and her combat rating had slightly increased. However, her physical condition was marked as weak, indicating a recovery period of 10 hours. It appeared that the effects of the 1,000-point genetic medicine were remarkably effective. Su Yi felt somewhat astonished. It exceeded my expectations, proving to be quite a bargain. He speculated that this might be due to Lin Yu's initially low talent level, combined with a fortunate encounter with the genetic medicine's enhancement probability. Speaking of luck, Su Yi recalled a special reward he had yet to utilize. Horn of the Pioneer, which could add new characteristics to talents, possibly bringing good fortune. Although the efficacy of this item was not entirely precise based on its description, it was, after all, a special reward. I currently possess only 3 talents. To whom should I bestow it? Su Yi pondered, logically deducing that it should naturally be given to Jiang Xiaozi, who held the highest rank. However, Jiang Xiaozi's traits and talents were fixed enhancement effects, and, as an internal affairs talent, her responsibilities within the shelter did not correlate much with luck. Even though Jiang Xiaozi's characteristics mentioned strategy and scheming, these concepts were unfamiliar to Su Yi, leaving him uncertain if they required the influence of luck. However, Lin Yu, who has consistently been the main combat force for gathering supplies, truly requires a stroke of luck. If fortune smiles upon her, the resources she brings back will undoubtedly increase. As for Leah, Su Yi did not contemplate her at all. What kind of luck does a scientific engineer need at this stage? Scientific research demands a grounded approach. It is only fitting for Lin Yu to benefit from this trait. Without hesitation, while Lin Yu rested with her eyes closed, Su Yi accessed the shelter panel and opted to bestow a special reward upon her. As a golden light flashed across Lin Yu, a prompt informed that she had acquired the trait of Horn of the Pioneer. Commander, I feel as though my mind is expanded with new insights. Lin Yu suddenly opened her eyes, a look of confusion crossing her face. Su Yi smiled reassuringly, urging her not to overthink it and to rest well, for she is now their sole guardian. Lin Yu nodded obediently, lying back down to rest peacefully. Su Yi did not regard the use of the special reward as wasteful. He had no intention of hoarding it for a more suitable candidate. After all, while the shelter system may resemble a game, it is fundamentally rooted in reality. While prudent accumulation can be beneficial, mindlessly stockpiling would only jeopardize one's safety. Some resources are meant to be utilized, and the sooner they are enjoyed, the better. The night was vast and tranquil, with only the resonant sounds of Leah crafting safety equipment and Jiang Xiaozi quietly tallying supplies echoing through the building. Su Yi opened the shelter interface, finally finding the time to meticulously assess the day's gains. Thanks to the talent rewards received today, he had eradicated the bandits and taken control of the entire building. The supplies that Li Ge and his companions had tirelessly gathered from outside had ultimately become Su Yi's bounty. He estimated that if only 4 people were to utilize these resources, they could comfortably sustain themselves for several months. While other survivors in the city were still troubled by food and water shortages, Su Yi had already resumed using quality-of-life items such as toilet paper and toothbrushes. Moreover, he even had the luxury of cigarettes and a few colorful magazines and comics among the supplies. It seemed that Li Ge and his group were indiscriminate in their collection, bringing back anything they could find. While having an abundance of supplies was advantageous, it also posed certain drawbacks. An overabundance of resources, coupled with the limited storage space of the refrigerator, would inevitably lead to some food spoiling in the heat. Su Yi furrowed his brow, realizing he needed to act swiftly to trade away some perishable items for new goods. By the way, how many survival points do I have left? Upon checking, he found he still had 1,806 survival points. First, he would develop the vacant areas of the shelter with the surplus points. He hoped to exchange them for even better items. As he opened the building module of the shelter, he once again experienced that ethereal sensation. His perspective elevated to a bird's-eye view, and this time he was less overwhelmed and immediately began scrutinizing the overall structure of the shelter. This building was an old residential complex, totaling 8 stories with 4 households per floor. Currently, the area of Su Yi's shelter encompassed the entire 6th floor, including the stairwells. Considering the trend of shelter upgrades expanding outward, it was easy for Su Yi to deduce that, with time, the entire building would eventually be occupied. Therefore, he needed to think long-term, envisioning the entire building as the foundation for future development. At present, he could not directly construct anything on the other floors, nor could he establish defensive mechanisms on the 1st floor. Thus, defense should not be the primary objective, especially since it was prohibitively costly. Su Yi glanced over the items that could be constructed within the shelter, ranging from iron doors and electric gates to barbed wire, and even wall-mounted guns, laser traps, and movable floors. The offerings were diverse, yet every single one was exorbitantly priced. Even the simplest iron door required 100 survival points. While the advantage of constructing items in a shelter was that they could be placed immediately, bypassing the need to gather building materials and manually construct them. He still did not plan to purchase anything just yet. He noted that the only viable defensive mechanism available for purchase was the iron door, which Leah could fabricate herself. Although it may not be as robust as the ones available in the shelter's building module, it would suffice for the time being. Other defensive modules were either inaccessible due to insufficient shelter level or required prior conditions. He discovered that not only defensive modules and items, but also most constructs available within a level 1 shelter, including electrical wiring, underfloor heating, central air conditioning, and chemical research laboratories, required a prerequisite room called Research Room. Research Room consumes 1,000 survival points to construct a level 1 research room, unlocking the current shelter's technological tree system, enabling the development of additional prerequisite technology modules for the shelter. Understood, a technological tree is essential for advancing science, allowing the direct purchase of more shelter construction items. He nodded, increasingly convinced that he was engaged in a game. This entire setup was remarkably authentic, perfectly aligning with the unique apocalyptic survival scenarios of humankind on Earth. With no other option, he resignedly spent the hefty sum of 1,000 survival points to acquire the research room. Please select the placement location for this room. The area available for placement is highlighted in purple. As the prompt illuminated before him, he realized that the research room occupied a vast area. It consumed the entirety of the adjacent 2-bedroom, 1 living room space. The recently upgraded level 1 shelter was substantial, yet this single room took up a third of it. Truly, it was the most crucial prerequisite structure, indeed requiring ample space. With a sigh, he contemplated briefly before choosing to place it further inside, away from the stairwell. Given its importance, it certainly needed to be well protected, should the building encounter enemies in the future. It was imperative that the research room would not be easily discovered or attacked. Congratulations, you have successfully placed the research room. Your shelter has unlocked the technological tree system, upgrading apocalyptic technology, transforming life for the better. A better life? Let me see just how splendid it can be. He rubbed his hands together, somewhat eager to explore the newly unlocked technology tree module on the shelter panel. Chapter 22. Upgrading the technology tree. Comfort in the air-conditioned room. As opened the technology tree list, a dense array of technological projects unfolded before him. At the very top of the list is inscribed Shurian Wu Shuya, followed by a plethora of scientific projects, such as Jichu Dianli Shitong, Ziju Shuiziyuan Shitong, Jichu Fangyu Quoshi Qianghua, Shanghua Shishir Gaishan Qianji Xiangmu, Kashui Yutanta Onenli Tixing, Nonya Zidonghua Shitong, Iliao, Jizhozhen, Kongqi Zhuowan Shitong, Jinan Jiankong Wanluo Laji, Chuli Zhongxin, and Zhongyang Kongqiao Modu. The sheer number of technological projects nearly overwhelmed Yi, even without delving into the detailed effects of these technological modules. Merely viewing their names evokes a vivid imagination of the profound transformations that would manifest within the shelter should all these projects be activated. Let me examine the costs. He scrutinized the details, murmuring, the power system costs 1,000 survival points, the autonomous water resource system 1,000 points, the garbage processing center 300 points, and the central air conditioning module 800 points? Goodness, these are rather exorbitant. He gasped, glancing at his meager remaining 800 survival points, unable to suppress a bitter smile. It seems that constructing the shelter is indeed a monumental task. This is merely a level 1 experimental house, and there will likely be even pricier technological projects ahead. He pondered how to maximize the benefits from these 800 points. The central air conditioning is crucial, yet for now, I can endure the heat with ice water. The medical aid station is also commendable, but not absolutely essential. Perhaps I should prioritize activating the Kashuiyu Tansuanengli Tixing module first. It requires 500 points, but it promises the most immediate returns among the technological projects. He selected this project for further examination. Kashuiyu Tansuanengli Tixing consumes 500 points, dispatch engineers, scientists, and other research talents for a duration of 10 hours. Upon successful research, it can enhance the shelter's exploration yield by 10% and accelerate the speed of technological tree project research by 10%. Though these two 10% may appear modest, their cumulative effect would yield substantial additional benefits. This is the one. With 300 points remaining, should I reserve them or explore further? Su y contemplated, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the Laji Chuli Zhongshin technological project. Laji Chuli Zhongshin consumes 300 points, dispatch engineers, scientists, and other research talents for a duration of 12 hours. Constructs fully automated household waste processing equipment within the shelter, capable of harmlessly treating various types of waste. Perfect, it fits my remaining 300 points. Su-yi hesitated briefly, but ultimately decided to purchase this project. He could no longer endure the foul stench of his dwelling. Without the city's water supply, even flushing the toilet was impossible, necessitating the accumulation of waste before using the nearly putrid water for disposal. This method caused Su-yi to feel a pang of guilt over the precious water resources. Humanity has achieved civilization, making it exceedingly difficult to tolerate living in unsanitary conditions. Waste fosters bacteria and poses a significant threat to human survival. Technology project selected. Please dispatch appropriate personnel to the research room for study. Leah! Su-yi called for Leah, who was downstairs. She poked her head upstairs, inquiring with curiosity. Boss, did you call for me? How is the construction of the defensive measures downstairs progressing? It's nearly done. In half an hour, the traps and reinforcements at the entrance will be completed. Leah replied with a cheerful smile. Although this building is a bit old, the materials are sturdy. The original door was an iron one, so I didn't need to undertake extensive renovations. Yes, once you finish today, make sure to rest well. There's a significant project to tackle tomorrow. Su-yi nodded and informed Leah about the research projects. Leah's eyes brightened. Boss, no need to wait until tomorrow. I can start right now. Now, Su-yi glanced out the window, noting that it was already dark outside. It's past 11 at night. Too late. Let us prioritize rest. Su-yi did not wish to overexert his subordinate, but Leah remained resolute. No way. Boss, I can work all night on this. I promise to complete the task before tomorrow evening. I can even sign a military order. Leah was eager, her beautiful eyes sparkling with fervor for scientific research. Su-yi, helpless, had anticipated that beneath her delicate exterior lay a passionate researcher. Sir, I also support Miss Li in commencing her research now. Jiang Xiaozi interjected softly, offering her opinion. This is a critical moment. Our lives depend on it. The sooner we enable Miss Li to contribute, the better we can ensure everyone has safety. Therefore, we should often adjust our routines to be more adaptable to the circumstances. Jiang Xiaozi expressed her thoughts tactfully, and Su-yi nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed with that, though it may be taxing for Leah. No worries, boss. Leah wiped the sweat from her forehead with one hand while gripping a wrench in the other, her smile radiant. I relish doing this. With that, Leah asked Su-yi for directions to the research room and dashed out. The research room was located in what used to be a neighboring unit. Su-yi had never seen it before and, filled with curiosity, followed her. From the outside, the research room appeared similar to a typical residence, with an ordinary wooden door. However, upon opening the door, an array of peculiar research apparatuses greeted him. High-powered microscopes, chemical workstations, and precision-cutting machines. Many tools Su-yi had never encountered, let alone knew how to use. Yet for Leah, this environment was familiar. She deftly manipulated the research instruments within the room. Observing her expressions, it was evident that she was thoroughly enjoying herself. After a brief observation, Su-yi chose not to intrude and quietly exited the room. Upon returning to the main house, Su-yi realized that he was the only one seemingly idle within the shelter. Leah was engrossed in building renovations and technological research. Jiang Xiaozi was busy cataloging and organizing supplies, while also planning the future development of the shelter. Even Lin Yu, who was resting, was a wounded hero and deserved her slumber. Perhaps I should also rest. Su-yi scratched his head, realizing he truly had little to occupy his time. Even if he wished to further renovate the shelter, he had no survival points. He simply lay down beside Lin Yu and closed his eyes. When Su-yi next opened his eyes, he was greeted by a sea of crimson. The sky outside had brightened, and the relentless heat of the sun continued to torment every living being on the planet, perhaps due to the resolution of the threat of marauders. Su-yi experienced un exceptional restful sleep. As he rolled out of bed, he he discovered that Lin Yu had vanished. At that moment, Jiang Xiaozi approached from outside, carrying 2 steaming plates of fragrant dishes. "Sir, you are awake." Jiang Xiaozi greeted Su Yi with a smile. "Lunch is ready. Come eat." "What time is it?" In response, she replied that it was already 12:10 p.m. "Have I really slept for so long? By the way, where did you prepare the meal?" Su Yi, seated at the dining table, expressed surprise. "I recall that our gas supply was cut off. The neighbors downstairs have a gas cylinder and stove. So I thought some of the food in our supplies wouldn't last long. So I took the initiative to prepare this meal." Jiang Xiaozi gently elucidated. "You mentioned to me yesterday that I should make decisions regarding these various matters without consulting you. Indeed, you have done remarkably well." Su Yi nodded, surveying his home with a sense of nostalgia. Before he slept, the entire house had been in disarray, filled with lingering heat and unpleasant odors. For several days during the apocalypse, Su Yi had lacked the motivation to tidy up, and Lin Yu were not adept at household chores either. However, upon awakening, the house was transformed, clean, orderly, and bright, with the foul stench replaced by a faint, sweet fragrance. What surprised Su Yi the most was the noticeable drop in temperature. It felt pleasantly cool, around 30 degrees Celsius. Considering the global temperature had soared to 70 degrees. 30 degrees felt almost like winter. How could it be so refreshingly cool? Su Yi murmured to himself as he scanned the room, noticing that the freezer had been repositioned by Jiang Xiaozi to the entrance. The lid was lifted, revealing a rudimentary device resembling a fan, continuously drawing cold air from the freezer into the room. An air conditioner. Su Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Xiaozi, did you do this? This is not just a freezer. It is clearly an air conditioner." Su Yi had contemplated creating something similar before, but had never gotten around to it. Instead, Jiang Xiaozi had taken care of these intricate details. "It was not me, but Miss Li," Jiang Xiaozi replied, shaking her head modestly. "She crafted the device to improve your sleep quality. Without your directive, Li would not have taken the initiative to do such things." Su Yi smiled, understanding Li Ya's character. She was a rather passive researcher, accustomed to following orders and rarely taking the initiative. Jiang Xiaozi, on the other hand, was proactive, capable of independent thought and action, striving to excel. The pristine room before him served as the best testament to her efforts. And just one night, as Su Yi sat at the dining table, he gazed around at the bright, clean house and felt momentarily transported back to the days before the apocalypse. However, this reverie was soon interrupted by a new notification. "Congratulations! Your time spent in the shelter has reached 24 hours, triggering a talent reward." Chapter 23. The Mastermind's Crafting Plan. You have received a C-level talent reward. Infinite Ammunition Assault Rifle, High Sniper Type. As the notification appeared, a rifle materialized on the dining table. Jiang Xiaozi paused momentarily with her chopsticks, her beautiful eyes lowered, pretending not to notice as she continued to eat gracefully. Su Yi offered no explanation and picked up the rifle for inspection. The lightweight, high-strength alloy body gleamed with a cold metallic luster, its lines both sleek and elegant. Equipped with an intelligent sight and silencer. At the magazine, there was an energy conversion system, exuding a futuristic technological vibe. As Su Yi examined the rifle, its specifications flashed before his eyes. Weapon name: Infinite Ammunition Assault Rifle Weapon Grade, C Grade. Weapon features: infinite ammunition. It can fire unlimited gunpowder rounds. But be mindful of barrel cooling. High precision mid-range sniping. Within an 800-meter range, it can be switched to single-shot sniper mode for maximum impact. Silencer. Its firing sound is minimal, nearly undetectable in non-enclosed spaces. Basic attributes: weight, approximately 46 kilograms. Length, 1,020 millimeters. Barrel, 450 millimeters. Extendable stock. Caliber, 5.56 millimeters. Can accommodate various caliber conversion kits. Range, effective range of 800 meters. Maximum range up to 1,500 meters. Rate of fire, single shot, 3-round burst, fully automatic adjustable. In fully automatic mode, the rate of fire can reach 800 rounds per minute. Ammunition type: built-in infinite ammunition. No reloading necessary. Cannot use other types of bullets. An infinite ammunition rifle? With sniper capabilities? Su Yi's expression was somewhat complex. He felt as if he had stepped into a world of infinite possibilities. Does this even exist? This mysterious entity has truly crafted a localized apocalypse game for Earth. The C-grade weapon represents a notable upgrade in rewards, likely linked to the enhancement of my talents. However, does the talent mechanism indicate that I currently lack weapons? Reflecting on it, Sue-E mused that within the shelter, food, water, and skilled personnel were abundant. Yet weaponry was indeed insufficient. Including the firearms confiscated from the thugs, led by Li Gu, the shelter possessed only 5 handguns, and the ammunition had dwindled to less than 100 rounds after yesterday's skirmish. While it was feasible to equip everyone with a handgun, the remaining ammunition stockpile was inadequate for high-intensity confrontations. Thus, the talent reward has conveniently provided me with a bulletless rifle. This is indeed a timely blessing. Though I rarely venture outside, so opportunities to utilize this weapon may be limited. Sue-E raised his head and inquired of Jiang Xiaozi, "Where is Lin Yu?" He intended to give the rifle to Lin Yu, as she was the primary explorer of the shelter, and possessing this rifle would significantly enhance her safety. "She has gone to inspect the corpses," Jiang Xiaozi replied softly. "She mentioned she wanted to confirm whether the enemies from yesterday were truly dead. She should be back soon." "Are you referring to the body of Li Gu?" Sue-E stroked his chin, murmuring, "By the way, I forgot to ask her yesterday how she managed to delay for so long and how she captured Li Gu." This intrigued Sue-E immensely. The period during yesterday morning had been the most perilous moment for the entire shelter. If it weren't for Lin Yu diverting the attention of all the thugs, both Sue-E and Li would have been in grave danger. "I inquired about it." Jiang Xiaozi set down her chopsticks and patiently clarified for Sue-E. According to Miss Lin, she skillfully utilized the exterior walls of the building and various residences as cover during the battle. Fortunately, the enemies had previously broken down doors, leaving many of them ajar. Miss Lin took advantage of the outer walls as passageways, capturing isolated foes in different rooms, ensuring one-on-one combat advantages for our side, thereby continuously diminishing the enemy's combat strength. Although Li Gu used grenades, Miss Lin managed to evade significant harm. As for capturing Li Gu, it was somewhat fortuitous. It appears that among the new warriors you brought, there was a sniper whose presence intimidated Li Gu, diverting much of his attention. That provided Miss Lin with the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Li Gu and successfully abduct him. Noticing that Li Gu seemed to possess regenerative abilities, Miss Lin deliberately bound him to prevent his continuous revival. "You are already aware of the subsequent events." Jiang Xiaozi recounted the entire narrative, to which Sue-E asked, "Did Lin Yu tell you this?" "Yes, I deemed it necessary to understand everyone in the shelter, so I engaged in preliminary conversations with them," Jiang Xiaozi affirmed, praising. "Miss Lin's combat prowess is truly remarkable, and her fighting spirit is commendable. She is an exceptional warrior." "I concur." Sue-E nodded in agreement. Having personally experienced the gun battle yesterday, he deeply understood the significance of Lin Yu. However, in consideration of preventing a recurrence of such events, Jiang Xiaozi looked at Sue-E and suggested, "I recommend that you adjust the development direction of the refuge, focusing on strengthening the internal defense mechanisms." "I was thinking along the same lines," Sue-E replied with a smile. "It seems we are on the same wavelength. I intend to assign Li Ye to oversee this matter." "That alone is insufficient," Jiang Xiaozi shook her head. "In addition to the physical defense measures of the refuge, we need to develop additional strategies for protection, such as Suyumebedi Sat Her Guidance. Do share your thoughts. We need more hands, more residents." Zhang Gixiao, she spoke softly. "I understand your skepticism towards outsiders, given the complexity of human nature. However, aside from that concern, the population is a crucial factor for the refuge's strength. If we had a sufficient population, conflicts like yesterday's would not be so perilous. The strength of Li Ji's group lies primarily in their numbers. Upon further investigation, it seems Li Gu lacks exceptional management skills. He merely employs brutal tactics to control his subordinates. Their loyalty is questionable, rooted in resentment and fear, yet he still maintains a strong grip over them." Jiang Xiaozi paused, her expression serious as she promised, "If you trust me, I can take charge of this matter, ensuring the loyalty of the new residents to you." Gathering the strength of the masses to forge your shield and sword, she declared earnestly, clearly outlining her vision for the refuge's future. "Your reasoning is sound," Sue-E pondered, furrowing his brow as he reflected on Jiang Xiaozi's words. His cautious nature did not blind him to the unspoken implications she conveyed. In the current apocalyptic landscape, the strategy of remaining indoors was prudent. However, should a scenario arise requiring unity and collaboration, a refuge with a weakened presence would inevitably suffer. Considering the emerging mechanisms of the apocalyptic game, it was evident that for survival, refuges would inevitably engage in mutual absorption. Absorption would yield greater populations and resources, and population size itself was one of the prerequisites for survival. Even without factoring in the apocalypse's cyclical nature, Sue had to consider the threats posed by other burgeoning refuges. I have also hesitated. I prefer to gather a greater number of talented individuals as residents rather than merely outsiders. Sue inhaled deeply. Individuals like you, Linyu, and Leah are the foundation of the refuge. Sir, we lack stable methods for recruiting talent. Jiang Xiaoci gazed at Sue, her tone still gentle. Thus, you must learn the art of leadership, and I will assist you. Sue met Jiang Xiao's beautiful gaze, suddenly feeling a wave of emotion. This was what it felt like to encounter a strategist. One could not help but be persuaded. Jiang Xiao's analysis was profoundly accurate, leaving Sue in no room for dissent as he nodded in agreement. All right, I entrust this matter to you. Given that you recognize my character, you should understand, she replied. Indeed, I do. Jiang Xiaoci smiled. I will devise a comprehensive recruitment system and management plan for the refuge, ensuring I create a safe identity for you. Jiang Xiaoci spoke with an air of mystery, which piqued Suyi's curiosity. What identity is the safest? Behind-the-scenes mastermind, she whispered. Ah, Chief, are you discussing something confidential? Linyu cautiously pushed the door open, peering inside, hesitant to enter. The serious expressions of both individuals, particularly the chief's mix of surprise and anticipation, made her apprehensive. Come in, it's fine, Sui beckoned. Linyu, have you checked the body? What is the situation? He hasn't revived. He is completely dead, Linyu replied cheerfully. The corpse was foul, so I tossed it out of the window. Well done, Sui nodded, handing Linyu the rifle while explaining its basic information. Is this for me? Linyu exclaimed in delight, her fingers tracing the rifle's surface as her eyes sparkled with fascination. The bond between a soldier and their weapon is instinctual, particularly for a rifle with infinite ammunition, equipped to handle various dangerous and complex battlefield scenarios. Your submachine gun should be given to Xiaoci for self-defense, Sui suggested. Chief, that gun has very few bullets left, only 20 rounds. That will suffice. Sui chuckled. If we need to send Xiaoci to face the enemy now, it implies we are not far from our own doom. You're right, Chief. I will not allow anyone to harm us. Lin Yu's face hardened with determination as she tightly gripped her rifle, filled with newfound confidence in her strength. Indeed, Lin Yu had grown stronger. Her combat power score had risen from 256 to 456 after equipping the rifle, adding a remarkable 200 points to her fighting capability. Based on Su Yi's estimations, Lin Yu's current combat strength was at least at the pinnacle of human capability. Those stronger than her would likely be akin to superhumans from films. Then let us set out, Su Yi declared, opening the dispatch mission interface. Noting that all 3 daily missions had upgraded from D to C grade. Higher-level missions would presumably yield richer resources. Su Yi selected a mission to collect medical supplies and assigned it to Lin Yu. Currently, the most scarce resource in the refuge was medicine. Lin Yu accepted the task, puffing out her chest and saluting, Chief, rest assured, I will complete the mission. With that, Lin Yu took the rifle and essential supplies and departed the refuge. The task would take 12 hours, meaning she would return only by nightfall. The number of combat talents was still too few, with only Lin Yu available at present. Su Yi sighed, acknowledging, with her departure, the refuge's safety will drop several levels. Sir, everything will improve, Jiang Xiaoci reassured him. We will have what we need. It will take time. Yes, by the way, please continue. Sui glanced at Lin Yu's retreating figure before turning his attention back to Jiang Xiaoci with keen interest. Tell me more about your plan to create a mastermind. Chapter 24. The Urban Killing Machine. A New Crisis. After Lin Yu's departure, Sui engaged in extensive dialogue with Jiang Xiaoci. Through her analysis and explanations, she tailored a plan for him, dubbed the Mastermind Plan, which specifically involved recruiting more human survivors to serve the refuge. The plan entailed constructing a management system centered around the talented individuals within the refuge, wherein suitable talents would guide the survivors, suppressing any negative elements among them and encouraging their dedication to the refuge. Meanwhile, Sue-yi would remain in the background, limiting the survivors' access to him, ensuring that only the most loyal talents surrounded him, as long as they established a robust management structure for the refuge. Creating a pyramid system where the chief was paramount, talents served as support, and survivors constituted the populace. They could guarantee the chief's safety while simultaneously facilitating the rapid growth and expansion of the refuge. Zhang Xiaozi softly remarked, "The so-called mastermind operates from the shadows. You need not engage directly in any matter. Merely issuing commands and delegating tasks to others suffices. When no one can reach you, your safety is inherently secured, and concerns about treachery dissipate." Her words prompted Sue-yi to ponder. This structure bears a striking resemblance to that of an ancient emperor. You may interpret it as such, she affirmed, her smile igniting a flutter in Sue-yi's heart. This woman is draping herself in a metaphorical yellow robe. Yet to speak earnestly, what Zhang Xiaozi articulated holds substantial truth. If one wishes to appease Sue-yi's cautious nature while also considering the growth of the refuge, this is indeed the only viable path. Let us proceed with the trial. The future remains unpredictable. Sue-yi refrained from providing an immediate affirmation, but promised Zhang Xiaozi that she could initiate arrangements along this line. "I will ensure everything is in order," she nodded, reminding him, "Sir, the food is cooled. I shall reheat it for you." "No need. Let us partake as it is." Sue-yi gestured, feeling somewhat indulgent. In the wake of the apocalypse, much of the food within the city had spoiled, and even drinking water had become foul. Most of humanity faced a dire scarcity of sustenance and hydration. How could others enjoy the delicacies reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era as he did? Though it was merely a simple meal, Sue-yi's circumstances surpassed those of the majority of survivors in the city. After their lunch, Zhang Xiaozi rose to clear the dishes and subsequently took her leave as she needed to continue organizing and planning the entire building. Since Sue-yi intended to establish his foundation here, she naturally bore the responsibility for managing the remaining details. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaozi busied herself with the building's organization. Lin Yu ventured out to explore, and Li remained engrossed in the research room, continuing her endeavors on the technological tree project. Thus, Sue-yi found himself alone, devoid of any engagement. He truly felt a semblance of imperial comfort. Lying on the bed for a midday rest, he relished the refreshing coolness emanating from the refrigerator, reflecting, "I merely command, while others actualize the vision." This sentiment was indeed pleasurable. Amidst the drowsy haze following their satisfying meal, Sue-yi dozed for a while. Upon awakening, he noted it was already 3 in the afternoon. The idle hours of a homebound man were challenging to fill, especially without a computer or phone for entertainment. Sue-yi sought to find new pursuits to pass the time. "Perhaps I shall check the trading platform and see if I can procure some ammunition." As he accessed the refuge's information interface and was about to open the trading platform, he was taken aback to discover numerous new rankings within the Refuge leaderboard module today. In addition to the Refuge level leaderboard, talent leaderboard, and exploration task leaderboard, several others had emerged, including the Refuge resource reserve leaderboard, accounting only for the yields of dispatch tasks, the destruction leaderboard, enemy kills, the Refuge equipment item leaderboard, counting only Refuge equipment, and the survival points leaderboard. A multitude of rankings sprawled before him, at least over a dozen in total. Glancing quickly, he was astonished to find himself occupying the top position in 5 leaderboards: talent leaderboard, level leaderboard, exploration task leaderboard, resource reserve leaderboard, and equipment leaderboard. Am I truly this formidable? Sue-yi blinked in disbelief, realizing for the first time just how powerful his refuge had become. Less than a week had passed since the onset of the first round of the apocalypse, and he had already claimed the top spot in 5 categories. The more rankings one occupies, the more favorable the outcome. Following the conclusion of the current apocalypse round, a mysterious entity would bestow rewards based on leaderboard standings. The higher the rank, the more substantial the rewards, facilitating a snowball effect of immense advantage. Let me examine the remaining leaderboards. Goodness, the enemy kill leaderboard's top rank is quite astonishing. Sue-yi's eyes widened as he read the data displayed for the top position. Destroyed 161 refuges. This leaderboard resembles a PK leaderboard in a game. Anyone who makes the list is undoubtedly a combat enthusiast. However, one must remember that this is the real world. Although there exists a Doomsday game mechanism, the lives taken are of actual human beings. Destroying 161 refuges implies this individual has likely killed at least 161 people, if not more. It has only been a few days since the apocalypse began. I find it hard to believe that he has encountered only enemies. Suyi murmurit. It seems this person is a serial killer. Whether deriving pleasure from murder or seeking survival points through such means, he represents a grave danger. Suyi says Sation Haftenit. And he firmly committed the name of the top killer to memory, Little White Bear Refuge, a name that may appear innocuous. Yet the actions of its bearer are anything but charming. Currently, I can only view the city region leaderboard. I remain oblivious to the national or even global situation. However, if this microcosm reflects the larger picture, with such a killer in Jinling City, the conditions elsewhere are unlikely to be any better. Truly, the apocalypse presents a dual threat of natural disasters and human calamities. What a nightmare. He shook his head while noting his own ranking. He found himself placed at 53, 688 on the enemy kill leaderboard, having destroyed one refuge. This indicates that at least 50,000 individuals have laid waste to others' refuges. This is merely the beginning. That number will surely continue to rise. Now, let me check the points leaderboard. I find myself ranked beyond the 100,000 mark. The specifics of my ranking are not even disclosed. Su Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, rolling them in frustration. After his expenditures, his survival points had dwindled from several thousand to a mere 6. 6 points is indeed scant. Yet Su Yi believed it could not possibly place him in such a dismal ranking. Could it be that there are at least 100,000 survivors in the city who have mastered the art of earning points? They must either possess talent or have found other means to accumulate points. Supporting his chin with his hand, he glanced at the top of the points leaderboard. Little White Bear Refuge. Current points 12,620. Over 12,000 survival points. If one accounts for potential expenditures, this individual's accumulation could easily surpass the 20,000 point threshold. This is a formidable presence. Based on the number of refuges he has destroyed, he must possess at least 16,000 points. The disparity in his ranking data indicates he has spent some, and his capabilities are certainly not to be underestimated. Su Yi furrowed his brow. The existence of such a murderer within the city, without any clear indicators, was indeed troubling, especially for someone as vigilant as Su Yi. He felt the familiar sense of pressure returning. The fleeting sense of ease he had experienced for less than a day evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of crisis. This individual possesses a wealth of points while maintaining a refuge level of 0. This is the most perilous scenario. A person with such an abundance of points could not possibly lack the means to upgrade their refuge, could they? It is inconceivable. He must be deliberately suppressing his refuge level. What other hidden cards does he possess? Where could this individual be? Surely, he is not close to me? Chapter 25. Sudden Incident. A new trait. My faith. Sui Yue felt increasingly alarmed. Swiftly silencing the leaderboard data before hastily logging into the trading platform to search for orders related to weapons and ammunition. After applying the filtering conditions, Su was astonished to discover that today's related orders had skyrocketed in price by several multiples. Just 2 days prior, he had managed to acquire 100 rounds of ammunition with merely a few bottles of ice water and some medical supplies. Yet today the seller's response was unequivocal. The offered price was insufficient. The seller demanded a minimum bid of 10 bottles of ice water, along with either 20 pounds of storable food or 20 boxes of commonly used medicines. Such a plethora of resources was required merely to procure 100 rounds of the most ordinary handgun ammunition. As for other types of ammunition and grenades, they were not for sale. Only handgun bullets, handguns, and bulletproof vests were available. After consulting several sellers, Su found that the prices were remarkably consistent. It seemed that within a single day, this group had collectively agreed to inflate their prices. What could account for such a sudden surge in costs? Su furrowed his brow and opened the city chat channel, searching for keywords related to weapons and ammunition, and upon reviewing the chat logs, he indeed uncovered some leads. How frustrating. The price of bullets today is exorbitant. I can scarcely afford them. I had finally managed to gather some resources to buy a gun for self-defense, and now I find it insufficient. It was said that the recent days had witnessed a surge in gunfights within the city, primarily driven by resource disputes. Some even claimed that certain sellers of firearms deliberately targeted the weaker shelters to control the supply, not wishing to see humanity descend into mutual slaughter. What nonsense! I refuse to believe such a rationale. They are merely coveting power. That may not be entirely true. There are still good people out there. Just yesterday, my neighbor was rescued by a relief team. Unfortunately, their resources are limited and they cannot save many. The human heart in this post-apocalyptic world is inscrutable. I increasingly feel that the aftermath of the apocalypse bears little difference from the days before it. Brother, what do you mean by that? Consider this before the apocalypse. I toiled for decades to afford a house, and yet every year the prices soared, always leaving me just shy of my goal. After the apocalypse, I scrimp and save for resources to buy a gun for protection, only to find myself perpetually falling short once again. Tell me, does my predicament truly differ between the pre-apocalypse and the post-apocalypse? Am I not still at the bottom of society? Damn it, does this apocalypse serve no purpose? The survivors in the city had expressed grievances regarding this issue the previous day, yet at that time, Sue was still in recovery after the battle and had not perceived it immediately. Initially, during these days of the apocalypse, the city's survivors had begun to adapt to using online trading platforms to facilitate the exchange of urgently needed resources, enhancing their collective chances of survival. There were even those with altruistic inclinations, distributing supplies free of charge or selling them at low prices to assist others. However, this was short-lived. The entire trading market's atmosphere had shifted dramatically. The altruists had vanished, low-price supplies disappeared, and whether it was drinking water, food, or even weapons and equipment, prices had multiplied several times over. The more essential the survival commodities, the more exorbitant their prices became. Items like toilet paper, toothbrushes, and cigarettes, non-essential goods, were surprisingly cheap, yet they garnered little interest. Everyone was now at a critical juncture of life and death, often having had their last meal, who still cared about the quality of life. Sue was equally troubled by this predicament. His original trading commodity was ice water, yet it appeared that, in the eyes of the city as survivors, ice water had ceased to be a necessity. After all, ice water was exceedingly scarce, and Sue was the only one capable of producing it consistently, albeit only 10 bottles per day. Even if he sold all 10 bottles within the vast market demand of the city, it would amount to but a drop in the bucket under the scorching sun, entirely ineffective. People had long since regarded ice water as a rare and luxurious commodity, causing its demand to plummet. Could it be that I must resort to offering near-expired food in exchange for ammunition? Sue pondered, attempting to communicate with the sellers, only to find them rather discerning. Many perishable food items fetched low prices, merely half that of storable food. How had everyone become so shrewd in just a few days? All were intent on profiting, it seemed. Fine, I shall not make a purchase. Sue relinquished the idea. He was unwilling to suffer a loss. And given that he already possessed a rifle with infinite ammunition, his urgency for weaponry was not pressing, thus he need not play the fool. Yet, I must acquire something, he mused, glancing at the list on the table, which contained items that Jiang Xiaozi had compiled the previous night, detailing the perishable and soon-to-expire foodstuffs. If these items were not dealt with promptly, allowing them to spoil would be a tremendous waste. Eating? It was utterly impossible to consume them all. The shelter housed only 4 individuals, yet the stored supplies could sustain dozens for a week. Even if Sue allowed everyone to indulge, they could not possibly finish all that food. After all, besides Sue, the other 3 were women, and how much could women possibly eat? Even Lin Yue, who had the largest appetite among them, could not consume it all. Perhaps I should purchase some cigarettes. They are inexpensive, and I have not smoked in several days. Sue contemplated, though he felt a tinge of guilt over such a thought, while others were still fretting over hunger. He was already considering whether to stock up on a few cigarettes to satiate his own psychological needs. Just as Sue was deliberating on what to buy, a raucous commotion suddenly erupted from downstairs. It sounded as though a large crowd had gathered below. What could be happening? Startled, Sue rushed to the window, pulling aside the curtain to peer down. He saw a throng of women gathered outside, the very same women he had driven away the previous day. And among them stood Lin Yue, holding a gun and seemingly trying to reassure the others. She then turned and approached the residential building, using the special method taught by Li Ya to unlock the door. Before long, The sound of Lin Yue ascending the stairs echoed through the corridor. Simultaneously, a new notification appeared before Su. Attention, your dispatch talent, Lin Yue, has triggered a special event and returned to the shelter ahead of schedule. Triggered a special event and returned early? Su raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself, is this yet another new mechanism? If it is an early return, will it affect the quantity of resources explored? Su was uncertain. He did not yet fully grasp the mechanism of resource dispatch. Judging by Lin Yue's actions in bringing back this group of women, it appeared that the dispatch task was somewhat akin to survivors searching for resources outside, with dispatch talents seeking resources within a certain range without requiring human involvement. Before long, Lin Yue pushed the door open and appeared before Su. Commander. Lin Yue greeted crisply, saluting him. Why you returned so soon, while the sun is still up? Su regarded her calmly. Has something happened? Yes, Commander. Lin Yue took a deep breath, suppressing her inner tension, and cautiously reported. During my mission, I discovered a group of thugs committing heinous acts against a number of innocent women not far from the shelter. As a soldier, I have a duty to protect the people, so you repelled the thugs and brought those women back. He once again drew back the curtains and glanced down, his tone nonchalant. You should be aware that they were expelled by me. I understand, Chief, Lin Yue replied, lowering her head, her voice tinged with hesitation as she struggled to explain the situation. I did not intend to disobey your orders. It's just that they are indeed quite pitiable. I know that during the execution of our duties, we must not allow unnecessary compassion or kindness to cloud our judgment. However, Miss Jiang mentioned to me last night that if we encounter suitable individuals during our mission, we could bring them back to the refuge. She said our sanctuary requires more fresh blood. She did not specify who should be brought back, so when I saw their plight, I acted. I apologize, Chief. With her head bowed, Lin Yue's confidence dwindled, and she appeared dejected. I will send them away immediately. No need for that. He waved his hand, letting out a slight sigh. It seemed that Jiang Xiaoci was astute. Having contemplated the development of the refuge since last night and was determined to persuade him successfully today, Jiang Xiaoci also recognized Lin Yue's character. Although she was part of the talent unit of the refuge, he perceived her as no different from an ordinary human being. He firmly believed that this group of talents was fundamentally indistinguishable from humanity, and Lin Yue's background as a Huaxia soldier only reinforced this notion. From this perspective, Lin Yue possessed the resolve and willingness to stand up for the weak, embodying the spirit of sacrifice and protection for the people. These 8 words encapsulate the essence of a Huaxia soldier. With her actions, he found himself at a loss for words. Every talent has unique attributes. Had it not been for Jiang Xiaoxi's earlier remarks, he would have merely instructed Lin Yue to send these women away again. However, the circumstances had shifted. Go find Jiang Xiaoci, he said, turning away and drawing the curtains. She will manage these women effectively. Chief, will we kill them? Lin Yue asked nervously, gripping her rifle tightly. He noticed her subtle movements and couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Yue, if I ordered you to kill them, would you comply? Chief, I do not know. Lin Yue panicked, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Yi, struggling to accept that the person to whom she pledged her loyalty could be a ruthless tyrant. Would you pull the trigger? Military orders are absolute. Lin Yue's body stiffened, murmuring, I would rather die than betray. She could not fathom the possibility of firing upon innocent individuals, as it contradicted her principles as a soldier. You appear quite conflicted. He remarked with a smile. I would not issue such an order. Now go find Jiang Xiaoci. She will take in these women and knows how to organize them. Chief, you have agreed, Lin Yue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she looked at Yi, her expression one of utter surprise. Do I seem like a murderer to you? Askit, perpliet. Lin Yue opened her mouth and vigorously shook her head. No, you are not. You are the greatest leader in my eyes. To extend a helping hand to the innocent despite being in the most challenging circumstances is truly commendable. Such actions are most admirable to Huaxia soldiers. Enough. I am not that great. I have my own plans. He waved his hand dismissively, not as noble as Lin Yue portrayed him to be. The refuge currently had an abundance of supplies, and rather than waste them, it was more prudent to sustain more individuals to work. Raising a group of men would pose greater threats and uncertainties than nurturing women. Go now, find Jiang Xiaoci. Yes, Chief. Lin Yu turned with excitement, eager to share the good news with the unfortunate women downstairs. Am I exploiting them? Su Yi pondered as he gazed through the curtains at the women below. At least I can provide them with a sense of safety. It seems to be a mutually beneficial arrangement. In this light, perhaps he was not entirely malevolent. The apocalypse had not completely altered his essence. Just as Su Yi's musings concluded, a new prompt appeared before him. Congratulations. You have successfully completed a special event related to the dispatch mission. Your talent unit Lin Yu has received significant encouragement and acquired a new talent characteristic. My faith. Talent characteristic. She has been sufficiently inspired, and her loyalty to you has solidified her beliefs and aspirations, granting her the opportunity to transcend to a higher tier of talent. Chapter 26. What a cunning woman. Huh? Su Yi was taken aback, surprised by this unexpected delight. A special event? Could it be that the mission completion also comes with rewards? Have I satisfied the spiritual needs of the talents, resulting in their growth? This was quite the windfall. Su Yi beamed with happiness. Not only had he gained a group of laborers, but he had also fostered Lin Yu's development. As the sole military force of the refuge, Su Yi naturally hoped for her continuous strengthening. Currently, Lin Yu was at a C-grade level. If she could further enhance her abilities, perhaps she could break through to a B-grade level. He eagerly anticipated this, though he wondered when this characteristic would manifest its effects. Su Yi looked outside. Sisterly, do you think you will allow us to go home? Outside the building, among a group of over 10 women, a girl in her early 20s timidly spoke. Her delicate face was ghostly pale, marked by glaring red bruises around her neck, and her tattered clothing hung in shreds. Despite the scorching sun overhead and the sweltering heat that felt suffocating, the girl desperately tugged at her ragged attire, striving to cover as much skin as possible. She was gripped by fear, so intense that she felt cold even in the heat. I suppose so. I do not know, a weary woman in her 40s replied, glancing at the sisters beside her. She gently pulled the girl closer, soothing her in a soft voice. Do not be afraid. That young man does not seem like a bad person. He drove away those ruffians and has been our savior, regardless of whether he permits us to return home. At least he has not harmed us. It is just a pity about Xiao Wang. If only she were still alive. Sisterly took a deep breath, her expression dimming. The girl in her arms could no longer hold back her sobs, tears streaming down her cheeks, and the expressions of the surrounding women reflected deep resentment. If he does not let us in, where will we go? Someone whispered, their eyes filled with despair and resignation. I do not know, a girl shook her head, her gaze filled with profound uncertainty. Perhaps it will lead to our true demise. They had already experienced the chaos of the outside world since being expelled yesterday. Outside, there was nothing but the scorching heat and malevolent figures. Countless pairs of eyes from the shadows were fixated on this group of women. After merely one night of huddling together at the subway station, 3 of their number had vanished without a trace. No one knew what had befallen those 3 women. The remaining women dared not linger at the subway station any longer, yet stepping outside into the daylight brought them face to face with the blazing sun, nearly causing them to faint from the heat, leaving them utterly lost as to where to go. With their hearts filled with terror and unease, they wandered aimlessly. Unbeknownst to them, the women soon found themselves near the apartment building again, only to be confronted by a group of men searching for supplies, who promptly surrounded them. These men attempted to forcibly abduct the women. If taken, their fate would likely be one of enslavement. In most desperate of moments, Lin Yu appeared, driving away the group of thugs and leading them to the entrance of the residential building. The girl holding the rifle stated that her commander might be willing to take them in. The title of commander instinctively instilled a sense of reassurance. This girl must be a soldier, and her commander likely possessed a similar sense of security. The women were left in a state of uncertainty, only able to speculate silently within their hearts. She has here. She has come out. A woman suddenly exclaimed, causing the girls to lift their heads and witness the grand entrance of the building being opened. Lin Yu emerged, rifle slung over her shoulder, her expression stern. The girls noticed a beautiful woman in a qipao standing ahead of Lin Yu, seemingly leading the way. You must be the new friends Lin Yu brought back. Jiang Xiaozi's voice was gentle as she approached, naturally taking Li Jie's hands in hers. Are you Li Jie? Lin Yu has spoken highly of you. You have been a great sister to the girls. Li Jie momentarily froze, at a loss for words. But thankfully, you've returned safely without any mishaps along the way. Jiang Xiaozi continued, pulling Li Jie along while beckoning the other girls. What are you waiting for? Come back home with me. Home, a girl timidly spoke from the crowd. Will that man not chase us away? He forced us out yesterday. It seems he does not welcome us. Are you referring to Mr. Su? Jiang Xiaozi looked at the girl, gently explaining, yesterday, he asked you to leave to ensure that no hidden thugs remained in the building, to eliminate any threats to our home. Mr. Su indeed felt compelled to have you endure a night outside. However, this building has now been confirmed to be safe, and as soon as dawn broke, Mr. Su sent Lin Yu out to find you. To be fair, Mr. Su's actions were indeed inappropriate, and I must apologize on his behalf to all the sisters. Jiang Xiaozi spoke sincerely, an expression of regret adorning her exquisite face. Lin Yu felt somewhat uneasy, not accustomed to playing a role in a web of deceit. Although Jiang Xiaozi's reasoning was somewhat tenuous, in this chaotic and dark world, even the flimsiest of justifications could be accepted. Survival was the priority. Really? Li Jie's eyes sparkled with delight as she looked at Jiang Xiaozi with gratitude. You are truly good people. When that group of soldiers appeared and dealt with those scoundrels, I knew you were good. And all of you are girls, with only Mr. Su as the sole man. A man worthy of your company cannot be a bad person. Li Jie spoke in a somewhat scattered manner, her heart brimming with excitement. Returning to their former home, free from the constant fear of danger, was an instinctual desire for all humanity. Come back with me. Rest well. I have prepared food and water. Jiang Xiaozi paused, smiling gently. You can even take a bath. There is hot water ready in this weather. A bath. The women's eyes lit up. How many days had it been since they last bathed? Ever since the group of Li had taken over the building, they had endured torment daily, surviving only on the remnants left by those men. The prospect of delicious food and a warm bath, once a mere week ago, now felt as if it belonged to a different century. All right, we're going home. Li Jian nodded enthusiastically, leading her sisters behind Jiang Xiaozi into the building. Lin Yu watched from his side, her gaze lingering on Jiang Xiaozi. Lin Yu muttered, no wonder the commander values her. She is truly a cunning woman. Jiang Xiaozi turned back. Miss Lin, what are you saying? Oh, nothing. Lin Yu quickly waved her hand. Just a figment of my imagination. I said nothing at all. Is that so? Perhaps I'm just a bit tired. Jiang Xiaozi smiled as she turned around, causing Lin Yu to stick out her tongue in fright. Goodness. This woman has sharp ears. Jiang Xiaozi was remarkably efficient, having arranged accommodations for all the women within half an hour. They had previously resided in the building, though on different floors and in different rooms. Instead of consolidating their living arrangements, Jiang Xiaozi allowed them to return to their respective homes, cleaning up the chaos left by the battle, while personally delivering water and food to each household. After enjoying a relatively lavish meal, they took turns washing away the grime in the bathtub on the second floor, changing into clothes from their own homes. In a daze, they felt as though they had returned to the world before the apocalypse. Except for the oppressive heat, it seemed as if all horrors had dissipated. However, it was not long before Jiang Xiaozi shattered this illusion, calling the women together in the hall on the first floor. Sisters, you should all be well aware of the situation outside. Jiang Xiaozi addressed the 12 women before her, her tone calm as she began, the apocalypse has arrived. This is the reality. Humanity must unite to survive. As a fellow woman, I understand better than anyone how, under this calamity, the status of women will plummet, and survival will be uncertain. Although Mr. Su is a man, he is also a compassionate leader who has cleansed our home and provided us with food, water, and safety. This is a rare and precious thing in the harsh conditions of the apocalypse. Jiang Xiaozi's tone grew increasingly serious. To protect this peace and harmony, I hope the sisters can unite to safeguard our home. Only together can we survive in this apocalypse. I do not wish for anyone to disrupt my home, nor do I want anyone to cling to notions of the peaceful era. Cast aside your pride. Banish your princess mentality. Live with earnestness. Jiang Xiaozi's words were simple and unadorned, yet they moved the women to tears. They had endured suffering and were more adaptable than anyone to this sudden apocalyptic reality. Miss Jiang, does safeguarding our home mean we need to fight? A timid girl spoke from the crowd. I have never fought before. No, you need not take risks. Jiang Xiaozi smiled gently at her, soothing her anxious heart. The matter of combat will be handled by Mr. Su, who will assign dedicated personnel to protect us. In our sanctuary, everyone has their role. For instance, Miss Lin Yu is our warrior. Dangerous tasks will naturally fall to her. Jiang Xiaozi turned to Lin Yu, who stood armed beside her, smiling as she asked, "ISNT that right, Miss Lin Yu? You will protect us well. 1TU? Mission accomplished." Lin Yu snapped to attention, standing tall with a serious expression. "Protecting the safety of the people is my duty and responsibility." This familiar declaration, emphasized with almost a roar, instilled a profound sense of security in every woman present. The oath of a Huaxia soldier is not merely a slogan. It embodies the traditional virtues and instinctive understanding forged through the crucible of war. Thus, you need not participate in any potential battles. Jiang Xiaozi turned back to the women, smiling. "Of course, we cannot harbor idlers in our sanctuary. We must all contribute our strength to make our home safer. For instance, tidying up the sanitation of the building, doing laundry and cooking, transporting supplies, and assisting Li Ye in the renovation and fortification of the building's defenses and traps. Engaging in some proactive measures will undoubtedly enhance the refuge's resilience when danger looms. Prior to this, I shall meticulously allocate tasks and arrangements based on each person's unique skills and expertise. There is no need for anyone to feel anxious. Simply consider it as a job that provides food and accommodation. Doesn't that perspective render the situation significantly more relaxed?" Jiang Xiao Ci possesses an exceptional talent for managing the atmosphere, and with her few words, the women's emotions gradually calmed, their faces reflecting a yearning for a stable life. Just at that moment, Lin Yu suddenly smacked her forehead and lowered her voice, exclaiming, "Oh no, Miss Jiang, I seem to have forgotten something. I must hurry to report to the commander." Chapter 27, 1 verses 30. I am certain to win. Su Yi stood by the window on the upper floor, catching sight of Jiang Xiaoci addressing the women below. Although he could not hear her words, the expressions of the crowd suggested that they had been successfully soothed and had begun to trust Jiang Xiaoci. Truly, she is a woman of remarkable managerial prowess, a talent of the highest caliber. Su Yi murmured to himself, raising his gaze to the gradually setting sun, which cast the sky in deep crimson hues, thick with a sense of oppression and heat. It has been nearly a week. Why have we yet to see any signs of rescue forces? While it may be plausible for foreign military forces to collapse in the face of sudden disaster, such a scenario seems improbable in Huaxia. Where are the soldiers? With millions of regular troops, urban defense forces, and armed police, not to mention the countless veterans, how could they all remain silent? Su Yi furrowed his brow, grappling with the greatest perplexity that weighed on his heart. Like all ordinary citizens of Huaxia, he harbored a persistent hope for rescue in the initial moments of the apocalypse. He had even wrestled internally with the dilemma of whether to follow the nation or remain in the refuge if help arrived. Now, however, that inner conflict was rendered moot. There was simply no sign of rescue. Not only the military, but even the police seemed to have vanished, leaving no trace of official political presence. The city's chat channels were filled only with sporadic pleas from those claiming to be police officers, gathering the homeless survivors. Beyond that, there was nary a shred of relevant information or clues. This is an exceedingly unreasonable situation. To my knowledge, there is a military district adjacent to Jinling City. The military strength of this city is not insignificant. The initial wave of apocalyptic disaster was merely extreme heat, not an extraterrestrial assault. How could human military power simply vanish? Su Yi could not comprehend. He had made simple estimates and speculations in his mind. Even if the arrival of the apocalyptic game rendered global high-tech items inoperative, communication tools, aircraft, tanks, satellites, and drones, human beings remained. Soldiers are still human, even unarmed. Armed only with cold weapons, they represent a formidable force that should not be underestimated. Given the temperament of Huaxia's military personnel, it is inconceivable that they would simply disappear in the face of catastrophe. There must be some hidden truths that I am unaware of. Is this due to the mechanics of the apocalyptic game? Su Yi pondered deeply, his brow furrowing. Did derivative disasters obliterate the nation's military forces? That seems implausible, with so many soldiers dispersed across various locations. How could they all be eradicated at once? Even if they were all slaughtered, surely there would be some notification. Based on the current situation, The mechanics of the apocalyptic game do not suggest senseless slaughter. The mysterious entity has no reason to directly evaporate these soldiers and political forces. Moreover, even in this extreme heat, while 70-degree weather is terrifying, it should not render these individuals incapable of survival in a mere second. Where have they all gone? Strange. Sui muttered to himself. The last time the mysterious presence reported the global death toll, could it be that the 1.3 billion deceased included various national leaders and military personnel? Sui struggled to understand, lacking any channels for relevant intelligence. His sole means of connecting with the outside world was through the city's regional communication channel, reminiscent of a gaming chat interface provided by the mysterious presence. Yet, on this platform, each day was filled with various cries for help, trade requests, and the lamentations of despairing individuals with little useful information. It felt as if there were an invisible force deliberately suppressing humanity's ability to self-rescue and correct itself during this era of civilization. Was the enigmatic being merely observing how humanity struggles for survival amidst utter chaos, akin to watching trapped beasts fight? Seated on his bed, Sui's mind was in turmoil. Although he found himself in a relatively safe environment, the depth of his thoughts gradually deepened. However, the more he contemplated, the more he discerned that this sudden apocalyptic game was riddled with inexplicable mysteries. Commander? Commander, are you there? Lin Yu's voice from outside interrupted Sui's thoughts. Come in, he replied. Yes. Lin Yu pushed the door open and saluted Sui. Commander, I have important information to report. Go ahead, Sui nodded. Lin Yu organized her words and spoke solemnly. During my recent mission, I discovered a large, unguarded supermarket. Upon exploration, I found it devoid of personnel, although some supplies have been taken. Yet, there remains a substantial quantity of goods. I cannot carry much on my own, so I seek your directive. Should I prioritize collecting supplies from this large supermarket? An unguarded supermarket? Sui was taken aback, stroking his chin. Could it be a trap? In this chaotic situation, when everyone struggles to find food, and the streets are filled with starving individuals at risk of heat stroke, how could a supermarket remain unoccupied? It shouldn't be the case. If it were discovered, it would have been swiftly emptied. Commander, it should not be a trap. I verified it thoroughly. Lin Yu shook her head, stating seriously. However, there are signs of struggle within the supermarket, with bodies and blood present. The time of death appears to be within the last 2 days. Based on the scene, it seems that someone attacked the supermarket's owner and residents, then took some supplies and left. I believe the assailants will continue to come to the supermarket to transport goods in the following days. So, you wish to seize food from the lioness den? Sui frowned. That seems rather risky. Commander, they are unarmed. Lin Yu replied with a resolute tone. The weapons used in the killings were likely sharp tools, with a 90% chance of being conventional commercial items, devoid of military equipment. The deceased number 8. And the struggle was intense. I estimate the assailants to be around 10 to 15 in number, with potential reinforcements not exceeding 30. And I possess this. Lin Yu patted the rifle on her back, her voice brimming with formidable confidence. 1 versus 30. 1 gun is sufficient. Well then, Sui blinked, feeling a sense of admiration. Lin Yu's character truly embodies the archetype of a Huaxia soldier, exuding an aura of invincibility. The potential 30 adversaries seemed trivial in her eyes, as she fixated on the already occupied, large supermarket. Lin Yu, I do not wish for you to encounter danger. Are you certain of your capability? Sui was also quite moved. The gathering point had recently received a new batch of people, and it was imperative to stockpile more supplies to meet the impending consumption. Jiang Shaoxi was confident in training this group of women into qualified residents of the refuge. But the prerequisite was that Sui could sustain so many individuals. With complete certainty, success was assured. What I mean is, I do not wish to see you harmed. Absolutely no harm will come to me. Lin Yu raised her chin, her tone calm, yet resolute. A group of unarmed thugs. They do not even qualify to lay eyes on me. Such bravado. You are a female warrior. Sui chuckled. Indeed, Lin Yu possessed the strength of a warrior, a fact he had witnessed firsthand. Very well, I concur. You may devise the battle plan as you see fit, for I am no expert. However, I advise you to consult Jiang Shaoxi for some strategies. She is quite astute and can assist you. Additionally, inform Li to craft some useful items for you. Sui paused, reminding her, "Do not rush. Prepare thoroughly. I cannot afford to lose you." This statement was uttered with sincerity. It had nothing to do with romantic feelings. He genuinely could not bear to lose Lin Yu, for she was too significant. "Ensure your victorious return." Lin Yu saluted sharply and then turned to leave. After receiving permission, she promptly sought out Li Ye, who was engrossed in the research room. And together they approached Jiang Shaoci to seek effective strategies for overcoming obstacles and plans for transporting supplies. The three women gathered for approximately an hour before they began their separate tasks. At 8 p.m., Su Yi stood by the window, watching Lin Yu, accompanied by Jiang Shaoci and 12 women, march out of the building with great determination. Good heavens, they are all out. Aside from Li Ye and Su Yi, Lin Yu had mobilized all the women. Each of them wielded a rudimentary steel spear and wooden shield, hastily crafted by Li Ye in the research room, thus equipped with some semblance of combat capability. I recall advising her not to be overly hasty, did I not? Su Yi felt a twinge of unease, murmuring, "It is already night. Are they planning a nighttime raid?" Truly a bold group of women. Chapter 28. Using oneself as bait, danger in the night. At 8 p.m., Jiang Shaoci led the young women through the streets shrouded in darkness. The group carried a few flashlights and simple torches crafted by Li Ye, alleviating any concerns regarding nighttime illumination. Yet, the most unbearable aspect remained the sweltering heat. The young women were clad in multiple layers of clothing, entirely enveloped, even their faces covered with masks. At first glance, one might think they were preparing for winter, with some even donning down jackets. This was the method Li Ye had taught them to combat heat, whereby wearing multiple layers increased air insulation, thereby providing better thermal protection. The inner garments could be made from moisture-wicking materials, such as cotton or high-tech synthetic fibers, to keep the skin dry. The outer layer could be composed of thicker materials to obstruct heat. This approach had proven effective. Although everyone was drenched in sweat, it was preferable to having their skin directly exposed to the scorching 70-degree heat. Nevertheless, each person still felt dizzy and disoriented. Just a little longer. Jiang Shaoci distributed small sips of ice water to lower their body temperatures while uplifting their spirits. "Sisters, we are no longer in peacetime. We cannot rely on men. We must unite. Once we complete this transportation of supplies, I will propose to Mr. Su to allocate more basic necessities for everyone. Furthermore, we will not only be transporting food. Items such as sanitary napkins and thermal materials are also essential." Jiang Shaoci's words ignited enthusiasm among the women, for they understood that life could be slightly more complicated for women than for men. If they could maintain a semblance of normalcy in a post-apocalyptic environment, it would be the greatest blessing. Jiang Shaoci was not lying. She indeed planned to transport more supplies beyond mere food. Given the prolonged high temperatures, most food items, aside from canned goods, had spoiled. Rather than scavenging through refuse for edible items, it was wiser to procure essential supplies and prepare for a prolonged struggle. Are we merely transporting supplies? One girl, glancing at her steel spear and shield, hesitated to voice her thoughts. I feel as though we are going into battle. They are merely for self-defense. We will not engage in actual combat. Jiang Shaoci reassured her, taking the lead in the procession. Before long, they arrived at a large supermarket situated 6 streets away. This was a 7-story urban shopping complex, its entrance shattered, surrounded by a chaotic array of debris, with walls stained by dry blood. The shopping complex had long been deserted. Jiang Shaoci guided the timid women inside, locating the directional signs and heading directly toward the underground supermarket for their task. Initially, the women were apprehensive, fearing that thugs might emerge from the shadows to encircle them. However, as time passed, they became captivated by the diverse array of supplies within the complex, diligently collecting and transporting items. They all understood that the more they brought back, the less pressure they would face in terms of survival. Now, each person was striving for their own existence. No one dared to slacken their efforts. Jiang Shaoci orchestrated the women, continuously ferrying supplies outside the complex, consolidating their haul once a sufficient quantity had been gathered. Place the heavier, larger items at the bottom of the shopping carts. Several carts will be connected together. We will each have to pull multiple carts at once. Is there a delivery point nearby? Send 2 people to bring over the transport carts from the delivery point. They're excellent for transporting supplies. Jiang Shaoci directed the women, casting a glance at the chaotic street and sighing softly. The abrupt onset of the apocalypse had hurled everyone back to their shelters, resulting in a jumbled mess of cars colliding on the streets. Even if she enlisted Leah to unlock a truck, she would be unable to drive it. It seemed they would need to endure and make several trips. With such a vast supermarket, there must be a considerable amount of useful items. It was likely they would not finish transporting everything in one night. Jiang Shao Ci murmured to herself, and then lifted her gaze to the dark depths surrounding them. Her sixth sense warned her that she felt as though someone was watching her. The women illuminated the darkness with their torches and flashlights, their lights flickering like fireflies in the night. In the shadows, it seemed that malevolent eyes were greedily observing the women. The bait was set. Where was the prey? Jiang Shao Ci arched her brow, using herself as bait to provide Lin Yu with the optimal sniping environment. To accommodate Lin Yu's line of sight, she had deliberately positioned the gathering point at the spacious entrance of the shopping complex, surrounding it with several rudimentary torches. This was the only light in the darkness, bound to attract any hunters approaching the shopping complex. Leader, look over there. There's a light. At the end of the dark street, hidden behind several abandoned vehicles. Whispers of conversation could be heard. Lower the flashlight. We must not let them see us. Has Xiaolin returned? What is the situation over there? She has returned. Brother Liu, there is a group of women. I saw it. There are no men. Only women. Oh, are there still women brave enough to venture out? Donovan gently stroked his bald head, bending down to crouch behind the car, a knowing smile gracing his lips. A group of women huddled together, resembling lambs. It seemed we were destined for a feast tonight. Brother, don't be too careless, cautioned a young man beside him, adjusting his glasses and lowering his voice. In this day and age, anything can happen. Even the most unsuspecting situation could turn perilous. Let's observe a bit longer. Xiao Lu is right. We should wait and see, the other men echoed, clearly holding the bespectacled youth in high regard. Very well, we shall wait, acknowledged Lu, and the group remained patient for another hour. Concealed in the shadows, they watched intently as the women emerged from the supermarket, their carts overflowing with supplies. Lu, I feel it's almost time. It seems these ladies are about to leave, one man remarked. If we don't act soon, the opportunity will slip away. Liu, I desire a woman tonight. I beg you. My child is starving. The men began to express their impatience, their voices tinged with hoarseness. What do you think, little brother? Liu turned to his sibling, Xiao Lu, who stroked his chin thoughtfully. Brother, I was pondering where these women came from. I recalled recent intelligence suggesting a nearby residential area had recently experienced a gunfight, possibly even the sound of grenades. Witnesses reported seeing a group of women being driven out. I suspect they are indeed those women. After a thorough analysis, Xiao Lu concluded they likely have no companions left. It is highly probable they are merely a band of women. Although they possess some weapons, they are still women, and in a fight, they are not formidable. I believe we can take them down, but we must act swiftly, as the fellows from a few blocks over are eyeing the shopping center as well. I fear, if we delay, we shall lose the spoils. Xiao Lu's reasoning garnered nods of agreement from the others. Indeed, he was astute, and they needed to act decisively. If these women are intercepted by others, I shall surely lose sleep tonight. That would be more unbearable than death. A distribution plan was proposed. The most beautiful one goes to Liu. The rest we shall share, and if it isn't enough, we'll take turns. No objections? The other men voiced their approval. Liu, however, adopted a serious demeanor and admonished, we haven't secured anything yet. Why the haste? Even if we do divide, it should be my brother who claims the one in the cheap how. The most beautiful must go to the one with the sharpest mind. Brother. Xiao Lu gazed at Liu with heartfelt gratitude. Liu patted his shoulder. I am but a brute. Your intellect is paramount, and thus you deserve the finest. I only hope you can find a bride for the Liu family. The woman in the cheap how appears quite promising, deserving of such a role. Xiao Lu was deeply moved, while the other men could no longer contain themselves, urging Liu, let's make our move. Very well, let's outline our battle plan. As my brother suggested, we shall form groups of 10 and flank them. Little brother, take 2 men and circle around to the back entrance to intercept any escaping women. We shall strike in 10 minutes. Understood, brother. The young man, accompanied by 2 others, crouched low and stealthily made their way towards the rear entrance of the building. Liu remained with over 20 men, waiting in the darkness for more than 10 minutes before quietly signaling. Brothers, let us go. It's time to feast. Let us go. Seize the women. Seize the supplies. Under the cloak of night. The men erupted with barely contained excitement as they swiftly approached the women at the entrance of the building, moving between abandoned vehicles for cover. Unbeknownst to them, on a high-rise platform behind them, a woman clad in camouflage was aiming a rifle, her night vision scope allowing her to observe their every move with clarity. Miss Jiang had indeed guessed correctly. Lin Yu tilted her head, her fingers slowly tightening on the trigger. The prey had truly taken the bait. Chapter 29, A Twofold Victory. Annihilate them all. Hey, ladies. In the darkness, the sudden sound of men's laughter echoed as they greeted the nearest girl, who jumped in fright. Who is it? She turned, only to find over 20 men approaching from both sides, wielding fire axes, rebar, kitchen knives, and other weapons. Sister Jiang. Sister Jiang. The girl, pale with fear, turned to flee, shouting loudly. The other women, engrossed in transporting supplies, looked up and turned pale as they realized they were surrounded. Stay calm, don't panic. Jiang Xiaozi's clear voice rose above the chaos as she calmly reassured the girls. Take a deep breath and remember what I taught you. Hearing her voice gave the women a sense of security, and they began to converge around her. Some remembered Jiang Xiaozi's instructions from before their departure and hurriedly gathered the scattered steel spears and shields from the ground, trembling as they faced the men with their shields raised. Oh, still want to fight, huh? Look, it's an army of women. The men laughed heartily, dismissing the women who struggled to hold their weapons. They leered at the group, their eyes lingering most on Jiang Xiaozi, the most stunning among them, whose beauty was breathtaking, eclipsing even the stars of the peaceful era. Under the covetous gazes of the men, Jiang Xiaozi tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, speaking calmly. Gentlemen, are you out so late to search for supplies? The shopping center is quite large. We've already gathered some and won't be competing with you for the rest. Her tone remained composed, devoid of fear. Searching for supplies? Dalu regarded Jiang Xiaozi with interest, grinning. Indeed. But this shopping center is the territory of our bai, Xionggang. You've come here, having taken our belongings. Return what you've taken, and compensate us. Dalu, how do you expect them to compensate? What other way is there to compensate? Of course, it's with their bodies, ha ha ha. I want the one with the biggest backside. I love that. The men made no effort to conceal their intentions, laughing boisterously. The women surrounding Jiang Xiaozi felt a surge of fear and despair, reminiscent of the harrowing days spent in the dark of the residential building. This shopping center is your territory? Jiang Xiaozi glanced at the dimming sign atop the building, a resigned smile crossing her face. Very well. It seems there's no room for negotiation. Negotiate? What do you wish to negotiate about? Dalu stepped closer, a smirk on his face as he approached Jiang Xiaozi. Are you planning to discuss how much your dowry should be? Jiang Xiaozi fell silent, her demeanor calm as she raised her right hand and then clenched her fist. Understood. Concealed in the darkness, Lin Yu took a deep breath, entering a state of focus. What do you mean by that? Da Liu was momentarily taken aback before chuckling. Are you raising your hand in surrender? Before he could finish his sentence, he observed Jiang Xiaozi lower her right hand, her index finger gently curling as if mimicking the action of firing a gun, aiming directly at the. With a slight tilt of her head, her rosy lips emitted the sound of a bullet being discharged. Bang! A splatter echoed, and in that instant Dalu's head erupted. Viscous red, yellow, and white matter sprayed in all directions. The women gasped in horror, their faces drained of color, unleashing piercing screams that startled many unfortunate souls suffering from heat stroke in the night. Thud! Dalu's headless body crumpled into the pool of blood, while the men stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sight before them. Their leader, who had been laughing moments earlier, had been shot dead in an instant. What had caused this? Did this woman possess magical powers? The men were momentarily stunned, unable to react as the scene unfolded before their eyes. Yet, Jiang Xiaozi did not pause. With a playful movement, she shifted her aim, her gesture precise as she squinted slightly. Bang! Another man met the same fate, his head exploding with tremendous force that nearly severed his neck. Ugh! One woman could no longer contain herself, screaming as she vomited, unable to bear the gruesome sight. Reality offered no softening. It was a harsh competition and brutal struggle for survival. The line between life and death often blurred in the most mundane moments. Goodness, this woman wields sorcery. A man suddenly sprang to his feet, and all the others snapped back to reality, their expressions twisted with fear as they gazed at Jiang Xiaozi. We must avenge Dalil. We cannot flee. Escape is impossible. Let us charge together. She cannot fight us all at once. Grab her, break her fingers. Some of the men, realizing their chances of escape were slim, decided to fight to the death. Over 20 men surged toward Jiang Xiaozi, who stood her ground, again aiming her hand. Bang! Bang! Jiang Xiaozi continuously switched targets. It seemed her delicate, fair fingers truly unleashed bullets as one man after another fell to the ground. Within mere breaths, 7 or 8 of the first attackers lay lifeless, their headless corpses forming a natural barrier that hindered the advance of the remaining men. It's over. This woman truly possesses supernatural abilities. Whoever she aims at meets their demise. Is this her talent for sanctuary? Some men stood frozen in place, murmuring in fright. Aiming at the void? Whoever she points at will die. Quick, assist Miss Jiang. Among the women, the eldest, Li Jie, was the first to react. She wiped the vomit from her mouth, suppressing her inner fear and anxiety, rallying her sisters with a hoarse voice. If Miss Jiang dies, we have no hope of escape. Arm yourselves. Protect Miss Jiang. Under Li Jie's fervent shout, the young women snapped to attention, grasping their steel spears, forming a makeshift formation to counter the men's potential new assault. Though their hands trembled around their weapons, their gazes were resolute. All conflicting emotions transformed into a singular anger, fury at the men, rage at this wretched apocalypse, all fueling their resolve to fight. Their only thought now was to remember Miss Jiang's teachings and basic combat techniques. Then, they would fight with all their might. Their growth was surpassing my expectations. Jiang Xiaozi raised an eyebrow, feeling a hint of satisfaction. She brought these women out not only to serve as bait, but also to witness the brutal reality of combat. It was only through the threats of bloodshed, severed limbs, and visceral horrors that they could rapidly evolve. Those who could not adapt would inevitably be discarded by the times. Conversely, only the adaptable could earn the right to inhabit the sanctuary. At this moment, the men, they hesitated to launch another attack, each frozen in place, unable to flee or fight. The exquisitely beautiful woman in the qipao maintained her gun-like gesture, yet she did not aim at anyone. Is it over? Lin Yu slowly exhaled, grateful for a moment's respite, allowing the heated barrel to cool. You just mentioned the Bai Xiong gang? Jiang Xiaozi tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing as she calmly inquired. Where's your sanctuary? How many of you remain? Were the survivors in this shopping center killed by you? As Jiang Xiaozi's questions continued to surface, the men exchanged silent glances, each seeing the fear mirrored in the other's eyes. It seemed unwise to offend this terrifying woman. She was beautiful yet formidable. We are good people. We merely wish to greet you, one man bravely stammered, his eyes fixated on Jiang Xiaozi's finger, fearing she would aim it at him. Greet me? Jiang Xiaozi scoffed. Answer my questions. Her sharp reprimand sent shivers down the men's spines. Someone could not hold back and shouted, Don't do anything rash. We are from Shao Bai Xiong Sanctuary. The top boss is backing us. I advise you to be sensible. Your talent is indeed impressive, but Shao Bai Xiong is even stronger. He is the #1 player in the city. If you let us go, we can pretend this never happened and we'll say nothing about you. After all, we don't even know who you are or where you are from. A man, quick on his feet, spoke up, prompting the others to nod in agreement, their eyes pleadingly fixed on Jiang Xiaozi. This was both a threat and a declaration of their harmless intentions toward Jiang Xiaozi, a statement most persuasive. After all, in the harsh reality of the apocalypse, no one wished to create too many enemies, especially not with the top boss. The reputation of Shao Bai Xiong had spread throughout the city over the past few days. Any survivor with access to a sanctuary panel was familiar with the name Shao Bai Xiong, even those who had lost their sanctuaries. The men believed that Jiang Xiaozi, being a mere woman, would not wish to offend the top boss. Shao Bai Xiong? Jiang Xiaozi displayed no sign of surprise, merely pausing in silence for a moment, seemingly pondering something. The men anxiously awaited their fate until Jiang Xiaozi slowly raised her left hand. Oh, shall I kill them all? Lin Yu was taken aback, holding her breath as she decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 In the night, the flash of gunfire illuminated the scene as bullets silently exited the chamber, exploding one man's head after another. Each shot was precise and lethal. This woman has lost her mind. She intends to kill us all. Run. Quick, flee. You filthy witch. The men, in despair, scrambled to escape, but their legs could not outrun the bullets. In this open area, they were the best moving targets for the sniper. It took Lin Yu merely a minute to eliminate the remaining men. After a brief moment, only a multitude of headless corpses lay in a pool of blood, reminiscent of a human slaughterhouse, exuding an unsettling aura of terror in the dead of night. Chapter 30. Chief, you are truly handsome. At the entrance of the building, the ground was littered with bodies, and the pungent scent of fresh blood filled the air, overwhelming in its intensity. The women fell into a heavy silence, some casting fearful glances at Jiang Shaoxi, only to quickly look away. The ruthlessness of Jiang Shaoxi intimidated them. After a moment, Sister Li took the initiative to break the silence, suppressing her revulsion towards the corpses, and called out to her sisters. Quick, let's get moving and clean up the bodies. Sister Li's thoughts were straightforward. Since Jiang Shaoxi had committed murder, they too needed to contribute in some way. She kills, we bury. The division of labor was clear and would allow them to show off in front of Miss Jiang. It would prevent her from perceiving them as useless. If she decided to dismiss them out of disdain, it would be one thing. But what if she turned her wrath upon them? The women were gripped by profound fear. Despite their reluctance, they pinched their noses and prepared to work. No need. Jiang Shaoxi waved her hand, her voice calm and gentle, a stark contrast to her earlier indifference. There are too many bodies to handle. Hurry and continue gathering supplies. Do not waste time. Yes, understood. Sister Li nodded fervently, her demeanor considerably more respectful as she urged her sisters to resume loading the supplies onto the vehicles. Only a young girl of 17 or 18 hesitated, and as she passed by Jiang Shaoxi, she couldn't help but ask, Miss Jiang, why did you have to kill them all? They had already begged for mercy. The girl looked timidly at Jiang Shaoxi, still struggling to transition from the ideals of the peaceful era, unable to adapt to Jiang Shaoxi's cold-blooded methods. Hey you, get to work. Sister Li stamped her foot in frustration, chastising her. Do not disturb Miss Jiang. What is your status? Come over and get to work. She feared Jiang Shaoxi's ire might lead to more killings. Jiang Shaoxi glanced at Sister Li, then smiled at the girl before her. I remember you. Your name is Xiaoyan, right? 18 years old, a freshman at Jinling University. Yes, Xiaoyan nodded. Jiang Shaoxi's smile faded as she continued. Your sister, who is 15, died in the building. I saw her body. Her death was tragic, and she was the only corpse I had buried with my own hands. Jiang Shaoxi's indifferent words caused Xiao Yan to tremble, tears welling in her eyes. Do not cry. Look at me. Jiang Shaoxi suddenly raised her voice, and Xiao Yan looked up, dazed, her face suffused with deep grievance. The surrounding women anxiously watched Jiang Shaoxi, fearing she might lash out. If only you had been a bit braver at that time. If you had dared to resist and fight back, your sister would not have met such a dreadful fate. Miss Jiang, I couldn't fight them. I tried to resist, then fight to the death. Be killed by them. That would be far better than your sister suffering such an end. Jiang Shaoxi's tone was exceedingly harsh, leaving Xiao Yan speechless, her head bowed in defeat. Even your sister's death has not opened your eyes to this era. What face do you have to stand here and question me? Either strip down and find a man to plead for safety, or pick up your weapon and fight fiercely against anyone who infringes upon you. Jiang Shaoxi stepped closer to the girl, nearly face to face, her eyes narrowing. So, Xiaoyan, what do you wish to do? Will you fight alongside me, or seek out a good man? I don't know. Xiaoyan's tears fell in torrents, rendered speechless by Jiang Shaoxi's pressure. She had merely wished to ask a question, with no ulterior motives. Miss Jiang, oh dear. Miss Jiang, she is just a child. Sister Li hurriedly stepped forward, pulling Xiao Yan into her embrace, bowing to Jiang Shaoxi with a smile. Please show mercy. Do not hold it against her. I will properly discipline her later. As she spoke, Sister Li forcefully struck Xiao Yan's arm, the pain causing the girl to cry out louder. It is fine. I do not hold grudges. Jiang Shaoxi replied coolly. Let her cry. This may be the last time she can weep. Miss Jiang, what do you mean by that? Sister Li's eyes widened in disbelief as she pondered whether Jiang Shaoxi would truly kill Xiao Yan over a mere statement. Jiang Shaoxi did not respond to Sister Li's concern. She turned to leave, but paused to look back at Xiao Yan. You asked me why I killed them all. The gentleman spoke to me about the Xiaobai Xiong refuge, a maniac known for his prolific killings throughout the city. Think carefully. Do you believe such a heartless fiend would spare a group of frail women? We have already been discovered by them. If we do not silence them, they will certainly come after us. Xiao Yan, you may possess kindness, but I hope you consider whether your compassion might endanger us all next time. Jiang Shaoxi raised an eyebrow and surveyed the women. Get to work. Yes, understood. The women nodded in unison, realizing from Jiang Shaoxi's explanation that her actions were not wanton slaughter, but rather a means of protection. Yet, regarding her label of frail women, they felt Jiang Shaoxi was anything but weak. She resembled a true embodiment of a maniacal killer, even more so than the infamous fiend. Sister Li continued to console Xiao Yan, but soon the girl pushed her away after offering a grateful nod. Silently, she wiped her tears, shouldered a steel spear, and resumed her labor at the shopping center, this time seemingly carrying more than before. Though it was arduous, she pressed on with determination, her face flushed, as if trying to reclaim a piece of her sister. The sweltering night breeze blew gently. The remaining hours passed without incident, until at 2 o'clock in the early morning. The team, laden with supplies, began their journey back. At 4 o'clock, Su Yi, roused from slumber, heard the lively chatter of women downstairs, accompanied by delightful laughter. Curiosity piqued. He pushed open the door and descended the stairs to the first-floor hall. With his talent upgraded, Su Yi enjoyed an hour of exemption from outdoor activity each day, ensuring his talent rewards remained unaffected. In the corridor, he noticed the hall was overflowing with various supplies piled high in shopping carts. The women, holding torches and flashlights, were gleefully sorting the supplies amidst laughter, their joy untainted even by the heat, a beacon of hope for survival. Lin Yu stood against the wall with her gun, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes, instinctively looking up at the sound of footsteps in the corridor. She spotted a man's silhouette. Snap! Lin Yu instantly stood at attention, reflexively shouting, "Good morning, Chief." In that moment, the previously boisterous women fell silent, the air thick with stillness. Countless gazes turned toward Lin Yu, then followed her salute to its origin. In the hushed atmosphere, the only sound was the firm echo of a man's boots descending the stairs. A man emerged slowly from the shadows, and the women recognized Su Yi, whose expression remained impassive as he made his way down the corridor to stand before them. It was not that Su Yi intended to adopt a stern demeanor. Rather, he was inexperienced and could only maintain a serious face without showing apprehension. Quickly, get up. The women echoed each other, rising and forming a line behind Lin Yu. Suddenly, Sister Li bowed her head and called out, "Good morning, Chief." The women gradually regained their composure, one after another calling out, "Good day, Chief." Their voices, though not perfectly synchronized, resonated with reverence and a hint of curiosity. A bold young lady, summoning her courage, lifted her gaze and, illuminated by the flickering torchlight on the wall, cautiously scrutinized the chief before her. He appeared somewhat youthful and rather handsome, with well-defined features and eyebrows that resembled swords. His fair complexion bore the resemblance of a scholar, seemingly at odds with the image of a portly chief often depicted in rumors. The amiable Su Yi quickly garnered a great deal of goodwill from the women. He seemed harmless, and despite his serious demeanor, he radiated little authority. Instead, he exuded an aura of warmth that instinctively drew people towards him. Standing before the women, Su Yi was met with the silent yet amused gaze of Jiang Shaoxi, who chose not to speak, allowing Su Yi to take center stage. Lin Yu remained even quieter, standing like a steadfast pine behind Su Yi, serving as his most loyal sentinel. Jiang Shaoxi discreetly blinked at Su Yi, signaling him to say something. This was the chief's first encounter with his residents, and it was appropriate for him to utter a few words. At the very least, to extend a greeting. Su Yi took a deep breath, suddenly feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. His sanctuary had welcomed its first batch of residents, these women who had endured suffering and now depended on him, entrusting their lives to his care. Indeed, he ought to say something to reassure these unfortunate souls. As Su Yi slowly opened his mouth, a clear murmur erupted from the crowd of women. "Chief, You are truly handsome. Chapter 31. Shall we sleep in simplicity? He was momentarily taken aback. The words he intended to speak swallowed back, and he could only maintain his serious expression. Jiang Shao Ci, understanding the situation, stepped forward to break the silence, respectfully reporting to Su-yi, "Sir, this evening we have gathered a considerable amount of supplies. Here is the list, and I have made detailed records." With a flourish, Jiang Shao Ci presented a piece of paper filled with the inventory. The women were astonished, unaware of when she had compiled such records, finding the scene almost magical. "Very well," Su-yi replied solemnly, nodding as he examined the list. Lowering his voice, he inquired, "How long can this sustain us? Considering the issue of food spoilage, it should last around half a month for this many people," Jiang Shao Ci responded quietly. "However, if we take into account the efficiency of future explorations and resource gathering, sir, you need not worry excessively. I can manage that." "Good," Su-yi nodded in satisfaction. With Jiang Shao Ci now part of the sanctuary, he felt a great sense of relief. Truly, it was as the saying goes, when there are matters to attend to, one must be discreet, and when there are none, one must maintain a low profile. In any case, Jiang Shao Ci proved to be exceptionally capable. "You have all done splendidly," Su-yi addressed the crowd. Feeling an inexplicable urge to speak, "Comrades, you have all worked hard." "Oh no," the words instinctively uttered in response to the women's calls for the chief slipped out. The women paused momentarily, but Lin Yu immediately stood at attention, reflexively saluting, "To serve the people." The women quickly followed suit, collectively exclaiming, "To serve the people." Their voices, melodious and harmonious, bore a hint of the spirit of female soldiers. Su-yi observed the women, sensing an electrifying excitement in their eyes, a stark contrast to the uncertainty of earlier. This group of unfortunate women, who had faced despair at the onset of the apocalypse, now seemed to have rediscovered their courage and resolve to survive. "Excellent, truly admirable," Su-yi praised, wholeheartedly acknowledging the transformation of the women. Jiang Shao Ci smiled at the scene, and when it quieted, she softly spoke, "Sir, there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you." "Please proceed," Su-yi nodded, gesturing for Jiang Shao Ci to follow him upstairs. Once they had departed, the women in the hall erupted into animated chatter. "Do you think the chief is handsome?" "Indeed. He is quite young as well. I wonder why Miss Jiang went upstairs with him. Do we even need to ask? Clearly, they have something going on. Just know what I mean. They are truly a match made in heaven. I hardly know whom to envy more. Who do you think is more dominant between them? The chief? No. I believe Miss Jiang is more assertive. She must present a respectful demeanor in public, but behind closed doors, she must be quite formidable. Sir." As Jiang Shao Ci entered the room, she gracefully knelt before Su-yi. "What are you doing?" Su-yi asked, surprised by Jiang Shao Ci's actions. Gently, she removed Su-yi's shoes, softly replying, "You are the master, and I am the servant. In public, you show me respect, and within these walls, I must adhere to the rules. I have no such rules here. Rise." Su-yi waved his hand, curious to inquire, "By the way, I've yet to delve into your background. Lin Yu comes from a modern military background, and Leah is an engineer from the modern era. Are you from an earlier time?" Judging by Jiang Shao Ci's demeanor, she did not seem like a modern individual. She placed great emphasis on decorum and appeared to hold some traditional values. "Sir, if we consider the timeline, I am indeed a person of modern history," Jiang Shao Ci replied, clearly aware of the current era. Lowering her head, she gently removed Su-yi's socks, stating, "If we calculate correctly, it will be during the Republic of China period." "The Republic of China?" Su-yi was taken aback, pondering. "So, you are aware of why you are here?" Su-yi had always harbored doubts regarding the origins of the residents recruited for the sanctuary. Were they replicants or summoned from some unique temporal realm? "Sort of." Jiang Shao Ci smiled softly. "My world differs from yours in many respects, yet there are also numerous similarities. Regardless, now that I am here, I shall serve you diligently, for I cannot return." Jiang Shao Ci's humble demeanor left Su-yi feeling a bit bashful. "What were you intending to discuss with me?" "This evening at the shopping center, we indeed encountered some thugs," Jiang Shao Ci said softly. According to their own admission, they were from the Shao by Xiong refuge, possibly residents or subordinates. The Shao by Xiong refuge. Su-yi was taken aback, realizing it was a notorious den of killers, notorious for its position atop the PK murder leaderboard. What did you do? Su Yi fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Shaoci. She looked up and smiled gently at him. I had Lin Yu eliminate them. All of them? At least all that I witnessed were killed, Jiang Shaoci stated calmly. I instructed the girls to act as bait to draw them out, ensuring most of them were present before allowing Lin Yu to take action. Initially, I did not intend to kill them all, but upon hearing the mention of the Shao by Xiong Refuge, I realized that a compromise was not feasible, and I had to be resolute. Shaoci, you did well. Su Yi inhaled deeply, his tone a mix of complexity and praise. He fully supported Jiang Shaoci's decision, for the safety of themselves and the sanctuary. He had no desire to engage with the Shao by Xiong Refuge, at least not at this moment. Jiang Shaoci has silenced everyone, effectively severing any potential leads and preventing unnecessary troubles for the refuge. However, the shopping center is now off limits. Jiang Shaoci sighed softly, lamenting the difficulty of finding a place to procure supplies abundantly over the long term. It seems, Lin, you will have to embark on another arduous search. Nonetheless, these matters will resolve themselves. Su Yi harbored no concerns regarding survival. His innate talent for establishing a refuge would undoubtedly extricate him from his current predicament. His thoughts, however, lingered on Jiang Shaoci's actions from that evening. Although she spoke nonchalantly, Su Yi detected a faint undertone of bloodshed in her voice. He had initially perceived Jiang Shaoci as a clever and gentle woman, a quintessential figure adept in governance rather than conflict, skilled in strategy and management. Yet, it appeared his judgment had been misguided. After all, how could a woman of such intellect, emerging from the tumultuous era of the Republic of China, possess anything less than ruthless methods? Su Yi reflected inwardly on the chaos of that time. Sir, she asked softly, do you dislike me? Why do you say that? Su Yi inquired, turning to Jiang Shaoci, who lowered her gaze while gently massaging his calves, her voice barely above a whisper. I had Lin Yu kill so many people. Men must surely disfavor women like me. You acted out of self-preservation and to protect me. How could I possibly hold that against you? Su Yi replied, inhaling deeply as he tentatively placed his hand upon her silky hair, stroking it gently. Rest assured, I would never disdain you. You are my most invaluable companion. He sensed a slight quiver in Jiang Shaoci's body, and she nodded in quiet affirmation. Sir, it is quite late. Do you still wish to rest? Indeed. I did not sleep well last night. I must catch up on my rest. Su Yi smiled, recalling his worries about Lin Yu and Jiang Shaoci's safety, which had disrupted his slumber. Although dawn was breaking, it did not deter him from lying down to sleep again. With the three women in the refuge being exceptionally capable, Su Yi found himself free from mundane concerns. His only obligation was to remain within the refuge, indulging in leisure and awaiting the rewards that would soon arrive. Shaoci, I shall sleep for a while. Please wake me at noon, as I have important matters to attend each day. I will, sir. Huh? Shaoci, why are you undressing? Wait. Why are you getting into bed? Su Yi exclaimed, retreating in surprise. Are you tired too? Should I offer you the bed? Sir. Jiang Shaoci wore a red undergarment resembling a belly band, her head bowed to conceal her flushed cheeks. Her voice was soft yet resolute. I think we can sleep together. It may be better that way. Shaoci, you misunderstand. I am not that kind of person. Su Yi stammered, raising his hands in protest. You are beautiful, but we have only just met. I can understand your loyalty and reliance on me, yet I would never impose upon you in such a manner. You need not do this. Sir, you are mistaken. Jiang Shaoci raised her head, her cheeks aglow with confusion. It is you who will accompany me in sleep. Huh? I will sleep with you? Sui bilinkit, momentary taken abak. Sleeping together is just sleeping. What's the difference? In a brief silence, he observed Jiang Shaoci bow her head once more, her voice barely audible. I am sorry, sir. I have overstepped. Jiang Shaoci bent to retrieve her qipao, seemingly unbothered by the exquisite contours of her body laid bare before Su Yi. Her demeanor was tinged with disappointment, though not due to his rejection. Rather, it resembled a lost child wandering aimlessly in the dark night. Perhaps talent is akin to humanity, not so different from myself. Su Yi gazed silently at Jiang Shaoci and called out to her, wait, come sleep with me. Sir, do you truly mean it? Jiang Shaoci's face brightened with joy as she turned, her smooth back facing him, and arranged her chi-pao neatly upon the bedside table. Her unabashed trust and unreserved vulnerability compelled Su Yi to adopt a more serious demeanor. Yes, I promise. Su Yi scratched his head. However, let's keep things innocent. Sir, do you not wish to have me? She asked, her tone laced with uncertainty. I feel you would not want that. I could be willing. Perhaps you will reconsider when you remove the word could from your vocabulary. Sui shuruk. Maybe what you seek is merely a stable bed for rest, rather than the presence of a man like me. More likely, you seek a sense of belonging akin to home. You hail from another world, a woman navigating from one chaotic era to another. A drifting soul may also yearn for a warm haven, often at the cost of sacrifices they are reluctant to make. Sir, Jiang Xiaozi smiled as she nestled beside Su Yi, tenderly covering him with a blanket. Has anyone told you that you are indeed a good person? Xiaozi, in my time, being a good person is not necessarily a compliment. Sir, you are a good man. Chapter 32. A new reward, the greenhouse room. A peaceful night ensued, devoid of storms or turbulence, merely the silent musings of a man and woman, accompanied by the gradual emergence of Su Yi's snores. Honestly, Su Yi found great pleasure in such slumber. With a stunning beauty lying beside him, nearly unclothed, he felt the coolness of her smooth skin. He was unsure if this was due to the chill of the refrigerator or the warmth of their contact. Though not inexperienced, he felt a rare sense of nervousness that night. Sir? Sir? As Jiang Xiaozi's gentle voice reached his ears once more, Su Yi awoke to the bright sun hanging high in the sky. What time is it? Rising from the bed, he turned to see Jiang Xiaozi clad in a red chi-pao, arranging a sumptuous spread upon the table. It is already 11:30. There is ample time for you to have lunch, she informed him as she approached, assisting him in dressing, which left Su Yi feeling somewhat out of place. He was a product of the modern era, unaccustomed to such feudal treatment. Sir, Jiang Xiaozi seemed to sense his discomfort, speaking softly, you must allow me to do something, so I may feel truly important to you. Very well. Su Yi sighed, surrendering to her ministrations. After refreshing himself, Su Yi took his seat at the dining table, relishing the lavish meal while inquiring, what are today's arrangements for the gathering? Restoration, renovation, cleaning. Jiang Xiaozi served him food while softly reporting. We have only recently taken over this building, and the rooms on each floor require organization. Additionally, we have many supplies that need careful distribution. With over 10 individuals now, it may be few, but we require a detailed management protocol. Therefore, I have not arranged for anyone to venture out today. Even Lin Yu has not gone to scavenge for supplies, as we surely have drawn attention after yesterday's events. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Xiaozi added with a smile, let us seize this opportunity to tidy up our home. Well planned, Su Yi nodded in approval. Jiang Xiaozi continued, for ease of management, I have designated the 6th floor and above as restricted zones, prohibiting non-essentials from ascending. Thus, the group of women would no longer have access to the gentlemen. Henceforth, if they wish to entice the residents, they would not easily encounter you, significantly enhancing your security. Jiang Xiaozi paused momentarily and tentatively spoke. Of course, if you have any needs, you may command me at any time, and I will select some reliable and attractive women to bring along. Bring them for what? Su Yi was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. No, I am not some lecherous fiend. We gather together merely to survive. There is no need to treat me as a feudal lord. Indeed, sir, Jiang Xiaozi replied with a smile, clearly pleased. Su Yi was a traditional man of Huaxia, with the belief that in times of poverty, one should cultivate oneself, and, in times of wealth, one should assist the world. If we lack ability, we should simply focus on surviving. If we possess the means, we would not hesitate to lend a hand to the needy. The enduring strength of the Huaxia people is rooted in this simple philosophy of existence. Since there is nothing pressing today, let us allow everyone to rest well. Su Yi set down his utensils. Having had his fill, tell everyone not to worry excessively about the future, but to live steadily. We will strive to provide the best possible life according to our means. However, let everyone understand that we do not harbor ingrates here. They must recognize the current era and refrain from foolish actions that they may later regret. Yes, sir. Jiang Xiaozi bowed her head, obediently responding. I will establish proper rules to avoid causing you distress. Xiaozi, you truly are commendable. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction and patted Jiang Xiaozi's shoulder. Do well. Leadership has great expectations for you. Yes, sir, Jiang Shao Ci smiled warmly. Fully cooperative with Su Yi. After their exchange, Jiang Shao Ci tidied up the dishes and exited the room. Although there were no tasks related to resource exploration today, there remained plenty of other matters to attend to. Since Su Yi recruited Jiang Shao Ci, she had become the busiest person in the entire shelter, managing various affairs with Su Yi largely delegating authority to her, for he believed her managerial capabilities far surpassed his own. With Su Yi having secured the loyalty of his personnel, Jiang Shao Ci now effectively stood in a position just below him. As for Su Yi, with Jiang Shao Ci's assistance, his life had become increasingly relaxed, embracing a soft and lovely companion at night and waking to steaming meals. He found that whatever he needed was readily provided at his command. This, perhaps, was what it meant to have life served on a silver platter. Su Yi sighed as he reclined in a chair by the window, his eyes half closed, savoring the warmth emanating from the rising sun outside. Due to the expanded cooling mechanism of the refrigerator, Jiang Shao Ci had maintained the room temperature at around 28 degrees Celsius, which left Su Yi feeling a bit chilly and longing for a sunbath. This seemed quite absurd. Outside the shelter, people were struggling to survive in the sweltering heat, with daily reports of dehydration and heatstroke fatalities. They frantically studied the shelter's game mechanics, desperately exchanging meager cooling resources to ensure their survival. Only Su Yi, the anomaly, yearned for sunlight in this scorching apocalypse. In a daze, Su Yi suddenly perceived something flickering before his eyes. Rising from his reclined position, he opened his eyes to discover that the time had come for new talent rewards to be distributed. Congratulations! You have triggered a talent reward. Acquiring a C-grade shelter room for a crop cultivation facility, which can be directly installed. As the notification appeared, a yellow blueprint materialized in Su Yi's hands. Upon examining it, he found relevant information about the item. Crop cultivation facility, C-grade shelter room, can be installed in available spaces within the shelter, occupying 2 room spaces, automatically generating a complete farming environment upon installation, with the option to select 3 types of crops for cultivation. A cultivation room? Su Yi exclaimed in astonishment. This meant he would no longer worry about food shortages. With the refrigerator producing unlimited ice water and a whole room dedicated to cultivation, there was no need to venture out for resources. He could simply remain indoors and live without concern. Eagerly, he decided to test its effects. Su Yi promptly accessed the shelter's information panel and entered construction mode. The available installation area on the 6th floor comprised 4 residential units, which was reflected in the shelter's architectural space as 4 room areas, besides his main residence and the research room adjacent to it. Su Yi had 2 vacant rooms available for installation. The reason he had left these 2 rooms unused was simple. He lacked the funds to furnish them. He had no points to purchase rooms, but the reward blueprint he received today required no additional points or resources for installation. It could be set up as a complete room. Sélecting installation. Installation successful. With Su Yi's confirmation, the new construction within the shelter was completed. He could see a flash of golden light outside through the crack of the iron door. Su Yi hurriedly stepped outside and into the adjacent room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a vast expanse of farmland. The entire room had transformed dramatically. There were no longer distinctions of bathroom, living room, or bedroom, only a spacious greenhouse facility. This space was equipped with all the necessary infrastructure for crop cultivation, such as temperature control equipment, ventilation equipment, lighting equipment, and sunlight equipment, among others. However, the greenhouse had yet to be populated with crops. As Su Yi stepped into the room, new information appeared before him. The current crop cultivation room has not yet been populated with crops. Please make your selection. Below the information was a list of various crops, including vegetables and fruits, available for selection. The quantity was not extensive, around 20 common varieties without any surprises. With a spirit of experimentation, Su Yi tentatively chose rice, sweet potato, and orange as his cultivation targets. Upon confirmation, a white light enveloped the entire greenhouse room in an instant. Within mere breaths, a multitude of crops appeared, filling the greenhouse room. Crops confirmed. Entering cultivation phase. Daily fertilization operation allowed. 1 time. Daily resources for fertilization. 100 survival points or normal fertilizer resources. Fertilization accelerates maturity time by twice current basic maturity time. 3 days with a yield of 10 pounds each. Wow. Su Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "This is a miraculous item. Fertilization accelerates maturity time, and even without fertilization, the basic maturity time yield produce every 3 days? Incredible. This meant I could essentially obtain food for free." Chapter 33. The initial self-circulation system of the shelter. Although the yield was only 30 pounds every 3 days, it is worth noting that the shelter currently housed only 16 individuals. Calculating the daily consumption for each person to be fully satisfied, the total food production was merely 112 pounds, not kilograms, per day. For 16 individuals, even when fully sated, their consumption would only reach about 20 pounds daily. This greenhouse room directly satisfied nearly half of the shelter's food expenses. And all this was generated from the basic output of the greenhouse, without any cost. If fertilization were applied, the maturity time would shorten. In addition, Su Yi was astonished to discover an upgrade option within the information panel of the greenhouse room. Currently at level 1, the greenhouse could be upgraded to level 2 once the shelter reached that level, allowing Su Yi to spend survival points to synchronize the upgrade and significantly enhance food production. As he contemplated this, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. "I have struck gold. In the long run, the food yield from this facility will only increase." Is it possible that a C-grade item possesses such potential? Or is it because it is a reward from the room type? Su Yi was still uncertain about the underlying mechanisms. Yet one thing was clear. My talent is truly remarkable. Today, Jiang Shao CI decided against sending anyone to explore for supplies, meaning the shelter would not receive any external income. Consequently, the talent reward unexpectedly bestowed upon him a greenhouse room. Not keen on venturing out, was it? Then let us stay home and relax. Enjoy the comforts of home. Why step outside when one can sleep in the cool air? This apocalypse is becoming increasingly comfortable for me. Su Yi mused, when a new prompt suddenly appeared before him. Would you like to use survival points to perform fertilization? Points? Where would I acquire points? Lin Yu had not brought any dispatch points for 2 days, and I am no ruthless killer. How could I amass many points? Wait, I recall that normal fertilization resources could also be utilized, right? Normal fertilization resources might refer to human waste? Su Yi's eyes brightened. In the absence of modern organic fertilizers in ancient times, astute farmers in Huaxia often employed their own livestock and human waste to enrich the soil, promoting better crop growth. Of course, applying such waste is not as simple as pouring it directly onto the soil. There are certain operational steps involved. Su Yi vaguely remembered seeing his grandparents gather and pile up waste during his childhood visits to the countryside. It seemed to require fermentation. While he did not fully grasp the intricacies, he felt no panic. I have Leah. I have Jiangshao CI. Leah is an engineer. Even if she is unfamiliar with fertilization, she must have some understanding of the associated chemical reactions and their outcomes, right? Jiangshao CI is remarkably intelligent. A woman from the Republican era. Surely, she knows how to cultivate crops? Even if they both lack knowledge, if I fail at fertilization, I could simply try again and hone my skills. Su Yi's eyes sparkled with determination as he promptly ventured out to find Jiangshao CI, sharing the fertilization issue concerning the greenhouse room with her. One extraordinary room it is. Jiangshao CI smiled thoughtfully, then lowered her gaze. Sir, I have also had experience in farming. The use of waste for fertilization you mentioned is indeed feasible. However, one must pay attention to the issues of isolation and fermentation. It must not come into contact with sewage. Furthermore, the waste should be mixed with other organic waste, such as straw and wood ash. And ventilation conditions should be improved to accelerate the fermentation process. Only when the waste matures under suitable conditions can it be used for irrigation. Just as Jiangshao CI concluded, Leah, setting down her notebook, raised her head. Boss, this is essentially the decomposition action of microorganisms. Through fermentation, we can promote microbial activity, transforming organic matter into stable humus. This way, we can provide the essential nutrients required for crop growth. Nevertheless, I believe we must also consider pest control. While the probability is low, it is prudent to prevent any potential issues. After a moment of contemplation, Leah added, in about 3 days I could develop a sample pesticide, and we can give it a try then. What? You can even make pesticides? Su Yi exclaimed in astonishment, scrutinizing Leah from head to toe. Sister, what kind of divine being are you? You seem to possess an all-encompassing talent. An engineer capable of making pesticides? I've never heard of such a thing. Leah tilted her head adorably. The research lab is well equipped, and there are various scientific books inside. I may not be proficient, but I can follow the instructions in the books to create them. Additionally, don't we gather supplies daily? Let Lin bring back some pesticides. Analyzing the components and replicating something similar shouldn't be too difficult. If this endeavor succeeds, our shelter could establish a rudimentary self-circulating system, achieving a primary closed-loop structure for food, water, and waste management. Of course, I still need the raw materials to produce the pesticide. After all, I cannot conjure it from thin air. Leah spread her hands innocently. He found himself increasingly fond of her demeanor, wishing to embrace her affectionately. Talent indeed abounds. He chuckled heartily. All right, I will notify Lin about this. Xiao Ci, you should be able to handle the fertilization with waste, correct? Of course, Jiang Xiao Ci nodded with a smile. The personnel in the shelter are sufficient, and I've recently been troubled about how to manage everyone's sanitation if the city's underground system fails. It seems there is no need for excessive worry now. Excellent. It's settled then, Yi declared, and the two women set about executing the plan. Just as Leah rose to leave, Yi seemed to recall something and asked, "By the way, Leah, I haven't assigned you any new research project tasks recently. Why do you continue to spend all your time in the research lab?" Initially, Yi had assigned Leah 2 scientific projects: Enhancement of Research and Exploration Capabilities and Waste Management Center. The former aimed to improve exploration benefits, while the latter was a complete automated waste processing system for the shelter. Both projects had long been completed, yet Leah still immersed herself in the research lab, rarely emerging. With nothing else to do, Leah shrugged. When I have free time, I read books in there. The research lab contains a wealth of useful knowledge, and I thought that if I could learn more, I might be able to assist the boss even more. Ah, splendid. Sui's smile broadened. Well done. Such initiative and ambition. Go on and learn. I'm off, boss. Leah waved her hand, skipping joyfully out of the room. What a wonderful girl. Even without tasks, she seeks self-improvement, preparing diligently for the next research project, continuously enriching her knowledge. Her self-motivation is remarkable, truly a prodigious innate talent. Chapter 34. The Apocalypse War Quest. A shared struggle across 2 worlds. After the 2 women departed, He found himself in a prolonged state of leisure. To be honest, he suddenly felt that the substantial benefits from the recent talent reward were merely a minor interlude in his long and monotonous life. What does it matter if resources increase? What does it matter if talents become more capable? I remain idle. He reclined once more on the bench, squinting his eyes, gently swaying his body, and humming an indistinct tune. Ah, how delightful! If idleness is a sin, then I must be profoundly sinful. In his murmurs, he gradually drifted off to sleep. When he next opened his eyes, darkness had descended. The sounds of women chattering and laughter echoed from downstairs. He descended the stairs and observed for a moment, finding Jiang Xiao Ci engaged in leading the women as they completed the first phase of a thorough cleaning of the entire building. At that moment, they were gathered together, chatting and savoring a brief moment of warmth. According to Jiang Xiao Ci's previous arrangements, she had organized the women's accommodations in accordance with the original residence layout, while the cleaning and improvement tasks were distributed among small groups. Furthermore, starting tonight, at least 3 women would take turns on night duty each day. Their sole responsibility would be to ensure the safety of the building's entrance and to stand atop the highest floor, surveying the surroundings for any approaching individuals. Should any anomalies be detected, they were to promptly notify Lin Yu. As long as Lin Yu could swiftly identify any intruders, there would be no major issues. Under Jiang Xiao Ci's meticulous planning, the entire residential building had entered a well-ordered trajectory of development. Sui chose not to disturb the women's joyous time and quietly ascended the stairs once more. He retrieved the chess set that Jiang Xiao Ci had prepared for him and began a solitary game against himself. A leader must embody the essence of leadership. It would not do to merely read comic books all day. Engaging in chess could refine one's character. He stroked his chin and sighed. The truth was, he had exhausted his collection of comic books, having read many of them multiple times, and he found himself bereft of any means to pass the time. In the absence of electricity, many conventional forms of entertainment were unattainable. This continued existence indeed felt rather dull. He needed to devise a plan to accumulate more survival points and hasten Leah's research on the power system technology project. He murmured to himself, envisioning a future where he could acquire a high-performance computer, install 700 large-scale single-player games, and indulge in them for an entire night without sleep. After tiring of play, he could embrace Shao Ci and sleep, awakening only to eat and then return to gaming. Oh, what a delightful existence that would be. He lamented that if his parents were nearby, they would likely scold him for being unproductive. Yet, he felt that in this apocalyptic world, what did productivity even mean? Ensuring his survival and thriving in the process was all that mattered. If life became unbearable, then what was the point? He harbored no grand ambitions and possessed no spirit of self-sacrifice to save humanity. He merely wished to live well, to make the shelter increasingly secure, so that even amidst chaos outside, he could remain unharmed. Just as He was lost in reverie about a bright future, a long-unheard, mysterious voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Warning, all players of the Apocalypse game, please pay attention. Important rules of the Apocalypse game will now be announced. He was taken aback, his expression instantly turning serious, his heart filled with astonishment. This mysterious voice had first appeared on the first day of the apocalypse, remaining silent for several days thereafter, with only game-related prompts guiding human survivors on how to utilize the shelter. Now, its voice re-emerged, seemingly heralding significant events on the horizon. Simultaneously, in every corner of the globe, all of humanity paused their activities, anxiously awaiting the mysterious voice in silence. After a slight pause, the mysterious voice clearly echoed in every human ear. Global announcement commencing. The Apocalypse game has nearly reached 1 week since its onset. Now commencing the War Apocalypse module. The Trial of Tribes. At the dawn of the apocalypse, all militarized humans and politically affiliated groups have been temporarily stored and frozen, no longer existing in the earthly realm. The environment for the Earth War Apocalypse instance has been constructed. Military personnel from various countries are about to be deployed into the relevant instance world. He held his breath, attentively listening to the voice, frowning as he analyzed its meaning. A war apocalypse instance? No wonder he hadn't seen any soldiers, police, or officials. They had all been stored away. Was it now their turn to take the stage? However, from the sound of it, they seemed unable to return to Earth just yet. He murmured, and before he could form a new judgment, the mysterious voice resonated once more, now proceeding with a nationwide announcement for the Huaxia region. In 1 hour, a nationwide online vote for the apocalypse will commence. Voting content to determine the difficulty level of the war instance faced by the militarized populace of the nation. The higher the difficulty, the more generous the rewards for participants in the vote upon victory in the apocalypse war. Following the vote, random survival supplies will be awarded based on the level of difficulty. Within each month, there exists only one ongoing apocalypse war. Should the nation experience a failure in one apocalypse war, 1/10 of the population will be randomly eliminated. Additionally, substantial rewards will be granted for the next war. If no elimination occurs following a war failure, severe penalties will be imposed for the next war. Before the war, humans within the war instance may send a limited amount of information, restricted to within 10 characters, to guide the national vote. Important notes for both parties. 1. Life is singular. Please deliberate carefully on the difficulty of the war instance choice. 2. The war instance significantly impacts the survival difficulty for a wide range of humanity. If the war takes a turn for the worse, it could still lead to apocalyptic disasters occurring within the nation. 3. The war instance world and the earthly apocalypse world are not interconnected. If all militarized humans within the war instance perish, they will only lose eligibility to participate in the next war instance, and the survivors on Earth will not be further eliminated. The reverse holds true as well. 4. During the war, survivors within the nation may observe the progress of the apocalypse war and can spend survival points to view the complete unfolding of the war situation. 5. During the war, militarized individuals in the apocalypse war instance may observe the number of survivors and their survival conditions within the nation, and upon achieving a small-scale victory, they may choose to execute one of 2 actions. Demand. As victors, they may forcibly demand resources, items, or supplies from designated or random survivors within the nation. Before the first battle, an additional action may be taken. Bestow. As victors, they may forcibly bestow resources, items, or supplies to designated or random survivors within the nation. Before the first battle, an additional action may be taken. Now beginning a 1-hour buffer period. All parties within the nations of Earth should prepare accordingly. Will you ensure your own survival or that of others? I eagerly anticipate your choices. As the mysterious voice finally faded away, Sue-E remained rooted in place, rendered speechless for a long while. He understood. The apocalypse game was essentially a farce played upon humanity. Those who had survived thus far might still regard the initial phase of extreme heat as manageable, believing that as long as one mastered cooling measures, survival was assured. Indeed, if one's shelter possessed commendable attributes, one might even thrive. Yet, tonight's mysterious announcement served to remind all of humanity of the ruthless nature of the apocalypse game. All militarized humans had been transported into another war instance, tasked with fulfilling their duty as soldiers, to experience the trials of war in this apocalyptic landscape. Meanwhile, non-military survivors would continue to endure round after round of apocalyptic disasters on Earth. The military survivors would engage in relentless battles beyond Earth. Any casualties on either side would signify true death. However, if it were merely so, the two parties could only be said to be struggling for survival in disparate apocalyptic environments. The mysterious entity's eradication of technology and the abduction of soldiers might simply serve to amplify the cruelty of the apocalypse. The true villainy lies in this individual's attempt to manipulate the human psyche. Although the two sides inhabit different worlds, they're intricately intertwined, influencing one another. Survivors on Earth can cast votes to determine the level of difficulty their soldiers must face in the apocalyptic wars. Do they desire comfort for themselves? Then let their soldiers endure the utmost adversity in the struggle for survival, with immediate rewards of resources for their endurance. The soldiers embroiled in the apocalyptic quests fight valiantly for victory. Do they yearn for the next triumph to sustain their lives? Then let their fellow survivors relinquish their resources, plundering their own populace to fortify their hopes of survival. Of course, they may also choose not to oppress one another, as long as they can withstand the escalating pressures of survival. They face increasingly dire and oppressive life-or-death crises. This is the essence of the apocalyptic game. Sue-E murmured, feeling a tremor in his palm. No one can wholly command their own fate, and one should not take pride in their talents, for both sides are influencing one another. The human heart is inscrutable. This is not only a test of humanity from external circumstances, but also a trial of every individual's inner self. It is only at this moment that Sue-E truly comprehends. The past week has merely been a prelude to the apocalypse. What of heat crises, urban chaos, rampant thuggery, and resource scarcity? These are merely appetizers. They do not even qualify as the true apocalypse, for they will soon be resolved or adapted to by humanity, returning to a semblance of peaceful life. Is this the apocalypse? No. The genuine crisis has only just commenced, with humanity determining its own future amid the struggle for life and death. It is a matter of betrayal or sacrifice, left to humanity's own judgment. Chapter 35. The mutual endeavor in the apocalypse. Sue-E fell into a prolonged silence. He has come to understand one thing. The apocalypse has only just begun. No one is exempt from peril. All are powerless to control their destinies. This threat arises from humanity itself, far exceeding any natural disaster. I fear that there is little I can do, at least for now. All I can do is wait. Sue-E took a deep breath and opened the long-dormant city chat channel. The previously inundated channel, with various rescue messages and desperate complaints, erupted with fervor. All surviving citizens of the city received the recent notifications and learned of the apocalyptic war scenarios. Damn it! I wondered why the soldiers vanished. It turns out they've all been temporarily stored away by that damned entity. I've endured a week drinking my own urine, gnawing on moldy, rotten food. I waited for the country to rescue me, and now they tell me they can't do anything? They're off to wage some forced apocalyptic war? Give me a break. I've hoarded a mountain of gold, jewels, and cash, waiting for the nation to settle the apocalypse so I can profit handsomely. And now you're pulling this on me? The despair among the city's populace was palpable. with the first to crumble being those who believe the apocalyptic era would soon stabilize. This naivety is not surprising, given the circumstances of Huaxia. What apocalypse is there to joke about? Our armies will enter the city and resolve everything in an instant. What natural or man-made disaster cannot be quelled? A nation that has endured for 5,000 years cannot be toppled by such trivial hardships. Do they truly believe this was like abroad, where a few zombies could incite chaos, or that a significant flood would lead to national collapse? It is not that we are overly confident. It is simply that these challenges are not formidable. But now, confidence has waned. The mysterious entity seems to possess a form of mind-reading, as if aware of Huaxia's hidden strengths, and has directly stripped them away. Ah, you have no trump cards left. Continue playing the apocalyptic game. Not a word of protest. The Huaxia people are a unique nation of heroes protecting the common folk. Now that the heroes have been swept away, only the commoners remain. This is not merely a scheme. Yet if it were so simple, it would not mark the onset of a catastrophic collapse. For new heroes may yet emerge among the commoners. The mysterious entity appears to have anticipated this, swiftly implementing a mechanism for cooperative survival in a dual-world apocalypse. Soldiers engage in apocalyptic warfare in other realms, while ordinary individuals on Earth experience rotating apocalyptic disasters. This maneuver is exceptionally insidious. The survivors in the chat channel erupted in furious exclamations. Let them fight their wars, but why drag us into the mire? This entire mechanism may seem intricate, yet its essence boils down to two words: internal strife. It seeks to incite discord among us, compelling us to vote for the highest difficulty for the soldiers, while they siphon our resources to ensure their victories. After this relentless cycle, should either party distrust the other, they would find themselves in a predicament. Soldiers engaged in the highest difficulty wars while we await our demise without food or water. Even those survivors who initially struggled to comprehend the mechanism, upon seeing the relevant explanations, began to grasp the severity of the situation. This is not merely a rift between one or two individuals. The mysterious entity is toying with all humanity. It forcefully divides us into two factions, compelling us to send each other to hell. So what shall we do? How shall we vote? Lowest difficulty, lest we forget the annihilation mechanism. If we lose, any of us could perish. Highest difficulty, trust in our soldiers. I need resources. I'm parched. If I don't get water soon, I want to even live to see the day of annihilation. Damn it, even the officials have been taken away. There's not a single leader left. Who should we listen to? Perhaps we should compromise and choose a moderate difficulty? Truthfully, I don't have much water left to drink. What are we even discussing? We don't even know how many difficulty levels there are for voting. Moreover, it's not just our city that decides. There are so many regions across the nation. I have a foreboding sense that I might perish in this apocalyptic war. It sounds exceedingly challenging. It doesn't specify when it will end. Are we to fight endlessly? If that is the case, knowing they cannot return, will they prioritize ensuring their own survival? The entire chat channel descended into chaos. People debated fervently, while some attempted to restore order with loud proclamations, but to no avail. In such moments, only high-ranking officials, soldiers, and others with esteemed positions could quell the turmoil and command the people's trust. Beyond that, no one will heed anyone else. Why should we listen to you? He was acutely aware of this dynamic. He silently observed as the chaos in the city escalated. Perhaps this was precisely what the mysterious entity desired. With just a few words, it plunged the remaining survivors into confusion, sowing seeds of despair about the future. It simply seeks to toy with us. Sui hit deeply, knowing that many survivors like him were quietly observing. No one knew what others were truly thinking, and even they dared not ascertain whether the abducted soldiers maintained their steadfastness and principles. After all, this is neither an era of peace nor a time of war among the people of Earth. This is the apocalypse. It is a brutal game orchestrated by mysterious forces. The voting phase begins now. Prior to this phase, we shall reveal the guiding messages pertaining to our nation's apocalyptic warfare. The guiding message is succinctly presented in a special red dialogue box that slowly materializes on the final line. It consists of merely 10 words. Choose the highest difficulty. Trust the People's Liberation Army. In an instant, the entire city falls silent, devoid of any clamor or complaints. Everyone stands transfixed, gazing at this line of text, 10 short words that stir an overwhelming surge of emotion, evoking a slight urge to weep. There is no pretense, no cowardice, just resolute persuasion, without needing to question the possible outcomes of victory or defeat. These 10 simple words are etched into the consciousness of every survivor of Huaxia. They burn with intensity. Is it because a higher difficulty yields greater survival resources? Su Yi murmurs. This is the only explanation he can fathom. There is no other reason. But to rescue the populace, although we are no longer on Earth, we must do everything in our power to save the people of our nation. For the sacrifice for the people is the very essence of every Huaxia soldier, the most solid foundation of a great belief. You are rather too straightforward. He muses with a bitter smile, raising his hand to touch the moisture on his cheek. Yet, he is undeniably moved. He takes a deep breath, striving to compose himself, for he sees the new prompt materializing before him. The guiding information has been released. We shall now proceed with the online voting. The options for the first round of our nation's apocalyptic warfare difficulty are as follows: F, E, D, C, B, A, S. The difficulty escalates sequentially, from D difficulty onward. Our nation's survivors will receive basic survival supplies, with each increase in difficulty doubling the material rewards. The theme of this apocalyptic warfare is Blood Battle. The battlefield is a random urban map within our nation. The duration is set for 21 days. The conditions for victory, the total annihilation of the enemy. The conditions for defeat, our side's complete destruction or the expiration of time. The number of participating soldiers is limited to 100,000, with no war equipment allowed. And within 1 month, 10,000 monsters must be eradicated. The monsters, known as Kuangma, are grotesque beings from the apocalyptic war world, humanoid in shape, standing 3 meters tall, possessing double the speed and strength of humans, and exhibiting biological traits of rapid healing, disease infection, low-altitude flight, and advanced intelligence. Starting from D difficulty, the number of Kuangma doubles with each increase, peaking at 160,000 at S difficulty. Voting commences now. The voting period lasts for 1 hour. Failure to vote within this time frame will default to D difficulty. At the bottom of the latest information, an image of a Kuangma is displayed. It depicts a crimson-skinned humanoid monster, massive in size with powerful muscles, clad in heavy armor, wielding sharp melee weapons. He silently scrutinizes the image of the monster, gleaning several critical insights regarding the war. Firstly, the monsters are armored and armed, indicating their capacity for tool-making and utilization, suggesting an intelligence level potentially comparable to that of normal humans. Secondly, their height of 3 meters is nearly double that of an average human, endowing them with overwhelming strength and speed. Thirdly, human soldiers are entering unarmed. Without weaponry, it is nearly impossible to vanquish such monsters. Even 10 against 1 is a daunting challenge, especially since the monsters can fly. If I could deduce this, surely those in the war simulation world are acutely aware of the peril they pose. Forget about defeating 160,000. Even confronting 1,000 would be exceedingly difficult. He takes a deep breath and silently makes his voting choice. F level, the lowest difficulty, is not a matter of disbelief in you. I simply do not wish for you to endure excessive hardship. I can forego these material rewards. He gazes upon the F level reward prompt. Successfully selecting this difficulty reduces the enemy count by 50, allowing humans to utilize weaponry corresponding to the number of participants. However, simultaneously, the rewards for surviving this difficulty diminish to a mere 20% of the basic rewards. This is the rationale behind Su Yi's choice of F level. From the information prompt, it can be inferred that various military technologies on Earth have likely been forcibly extracted along with the soldiers. Thus, the market has been selling only basic firearms, with scarce offerings of submachine guns and rifles, and very few grenades. If tanks and aircraft had been included, the odds of victory would surely have been increased. Yet, it is unlikely that many would opt for this difficulty. He smiles wryly, aware that he is engaging in a futile endeavor. The appeal of F level is virtually non-existent. Not only does it offer no material rewards, but even post-victory benefits are minimal. Presently, Among the populace, few can afford to be as carefree as Su Yi. Most survivors remain ensnared in the struggle for basic survival. They lack food, water, and means to withstand heat. These are the most critical necessities. Who could possibly forsake life-saving resources in the face of death? Relinquishing hope for survival to soldiers in a distant world, uncertain of their return? At the very least, I can hold my conscience clear. Su Yi closes the voting interface, sitting in silence under the night sky, awaiting the final voting results. During this prolonged period, Su Yi contemplates much. The extent to which I can assist them is limited to my meager vote. Regardless of whether they triumph, I must first ensure my own safety. The cycle of apocalyptic disasters has not abated. Now, with the addition of an apocalyptic warfare mechanism, it signifies that I must navigate through the ever-changing calamities while also hoping to avoid being randomly eliminated. Su Yi furrows his brow, feeling the weight of pressure upon him. This is truly challenging. I must devise a strategy to ensure my survival, minimizing the risk of death. Lost in thought, Su Yi is suddenly interrupted by the emergence of new information before his eyes. He looks up and realizes that the voting results have been announced. Let us see. It should be D level, or perhaps B level, but surely not S level? Su Yi glances upward, only to be taken aback. He sees the answer. The first round of our nation's apocalyptic warfare difficulty, F level. This choice is rather unexpected, isn't it? They are the soldiers of the people. Damn! Su Yi is startled into a leap. Is indeed F level. How pure-hearted are the people of Huaxia? What is going on? Outside, there are marauding thugs everywhere. And yet the apocalyptic warfare voting has yielded F level? Where are the thugs? Don't they want the resources? Could it be that, during the apocalypse, you all have engaged in nefarious deeds, and when faced with the life-and-death crisis of our nation, you suddenly become paragons of righteousness? Truly, you have turned into heroes of the green forest. Su Yi found himself utterly bewildered. He sensed a surreal quality to reality. Perhaps his understanding of the people of the nation had been rather one-dimensional. It was not only Su Yi who was perplexed. The urban chat channel erupted in chaos. F level? No, weren't you all just discussing voting for C? You said we should gather some survival supplies? Damn, I've been deceived. It turns out I was the only one who voted for S level. I'm the only one truly heeding the nation's call. You all wish to rebel, don't you? How laughable. You all don't trust the People's Liberation Army, do you? A sudden F-level difficulty voting result would leave the soldiers utterly confounded. The soldiers must be thinking, I'm the one who governs Earth, yet my family wants me to take on the lowest difficulty? Oh, just moments ago, you were crying out about dying of thirst, and yet you choose this? You would rather die of thirst than vote for F-level? That is not how it should be said. I just saw the specific voting numbers. F-level only led by 83 votes, a narrow margin. The second place was B-level, and I painfully lost the B-level resource reward. So, you voted for B-level? I remember you saying you were about to die of thirst. Are you B-level or S-level? I voted for F-level. Thank you. After all, this worthless life of mine may not last long, so let the soldiers live a few more days. Damn, brother. Report your location. I'll send some supplies your way. The survivors in the urban chat channel were in disbelief, their exclamations slightly alleviating the shadow of the apocalypse. All survivors across the nation were focused on the voting results, with some even pulling up all the voting data for careful examination. First vote, F level. Second vote, B level. Third vote, D level. Fourth vote, S level. Only these 4 votes were significantly ahead. B level and D level were understandable. Everyone empathized with the soldiers, but also wanted to gather resources to address their pressing needs. The S-level voting data was also not difficult to explain. After all, it was a choice mandated by the state, and one must blindly trust the state. However, the fact that F-level voting took the lead was something that the entire nation did not anticipate. Perhaps many were harboring the same thoughts as mine. Su Yi murmured to himself, a smile creeping onto his lips. I originally just wanted to try and act in good conscience, and lo and behold, everyone wishes to act in good conscience. The people of Huaxia are truly remarkable, capable of producing such voting results. Su Yi could not help but acknowledge that many, including himself, did not genuinely understand their own nation. Thus, they created miraculous acts in reality that even their own people found hard to believe. Su Yi felt a surge of happiness and an impulse to confide in someone. Accordingly, he sought out Jiang Xiaozi and conveyed the entire situation to her. With her keen intellect, she swiftly analyzed the underlying reasons. There is no need for such astonishment, sir. The great wisdom of our people has always been hidden within the populace. Moreover, the modern citizenry has awakened to the understanding of mutual existence. Regardless of whether the military has hope of returning, in terms of the mechanisms of apocalyptic warfare, favoring soldiers is tantamount to favoring oneself. Allowing soldiers to achieve victory at minimal cost will yield giving operations, resulting in the acquisition of survival supplies. Soldiers, to ensure they do not anger the populace and secure the next high-difficulty vote, will naturally refrain from requesting operations. As long as there is a foundational mutual trust between the military and civilians, a supportive dynamic will naturally develop. Even if separated by vast distances, they can still look out for one another. Jiang Xiaozi's analysis was quite insightful. Yet Su Yi felt that perhaps the common people were not thinking so deeply. By the way, Xiaozi, do you know the mission of the Huaxia People's Liberation Army? Sir, I have only just arrived and am not yet familiar with it. Jiang Xiaozi humbly replied. Is there a detail I have failed to comprehend? Is my analysis incorrect? It is indeed correct. It's just that perhaps people Haven T thought that deeply. Su Yi stroked his chin, suddenly laughing. The People's Liberation Army has the word people in its name. It is the army of the people dedicated to safeguarding the lives and interests of the populace as its faith. Do you think ordinary people would allow them to engage in excessively brutal warfare? I see, Jiang Xiaozi said, momentarily taken aback, then gently smiled. Perhaps they're soldiers akin to Lin Yu. No, Lin Yu is a soldier like them. Just as Su Yi was about to continue, a new notification appeared before him. Congratulations. Our national military has decided to utilize pre-war additional operational permissions and activate the giving module. All survivors within the nation are about to receive random rewards from our military. Congratulations. You have received a random reward, D-level water purification device. D-level water purification device, capable of converting non-potable water into drinkable water, with a maximum purification capacity of 200 liters per day. As the notification appeared, a golden light flickered before Su Yi. When the golden light faded, a large water purification device, over a meter tall, materialized before him. This purification device was of a type Su Yi had never encountered. It was evidently not of existing human technology. As the item description clearly stated, capable of purifying non-potable water. This device did not limit its purification range. It could potentially purify any form of water. Quite marvelous. Jiang Xiaozi blinked her beautiful eyes beside him, softly exclaiming in surprise. She was astonished at the sudden appearance of the object, while Su Yi was amazed at how quickly the state had dispensed rewards. At the commencement of war, military forces of all nations were granted one opportunity each to either request or give. Either they would request from the populace to enhance the chances of victory in war, or they would give citizens random survival resource rewards. Clearly, the Huaxia military had unhesitatingly chosen to give, and the speed was astonishingly swift. Almost immediately after the voting results were announced, as if they feared that delays could result in the loss of civilian lives due to apocalyptic disasters. A water purifier. My luck seems to be quite good, Su Yi remarked, examining the large device. Next to it was a manual detailing simple operational procedures and precautions. Excellent. Now that we have the greenhouse and the water purifier, I can truly hunker down until the end of time. With a freezer acting as an air conditioner and providing ice water for cooling, the armed capacity of the shelter is not to be underestimated. And with Liya, the research enthusiast, continuously enhancing the defensive capabilities of the shelter, what more could I possibly need? Su Yi pondered, perhaps I'm truly just lacking some entertainment facilities. He mused, will tomorrow's rewards genuinely include some entertainment facilities to fulfill my spiritual needs? Su Yi opened the urban chat channel. Everyone was excitedly sharing their thoughts about the random rewards issued by the state. Look, a miraculous bread tree, producing 6 loaves of bread daily, consuming 3 fills all daily nutritional and hydration needs. I am praising the People's Liberation Army beyond measure. What about me? A powerless air conditioner. No electricity needed. Just turn it on, and it's ready for use, heating, and cooling at will. It can even activate hibernation mode, reducing human energy consumption without entering true hibernation. Huh, am I the unluckiest? I received a weapon, a laser dagger that requires no charging. What am I supposed to do with that? I want more food. I took a look around and analyzed the situation. It seems that the rewards we received are indeed the most urgently needed resources for us. This mechanism appears quite reasonable and does not create unnecessary chaos. This mysterious entity is rather discerning. You all seem astonished, like naive fools who have never seen the world. Shouldn't this be expected? Who are they? They're the soldiers of the people, undoubtedly inclined to opt for the bestow action without a second thought. And this will remain unchanged in the future. What does that mean? There are still rewards to come? Even in this apocalyptic scenario, I am to be protected daily by the armed forces? I feel like a rather blissful little waste of space. To be honest, I still hope they return. The world is quite chaotic, and I do not dare venture outside freely. Every day, I witness corpses lying outside. The chat channel is filled with discussions and excitement regarding individual rewards, with many boasting by sharing their own reward details. This scene is reminiscent of a gaming atmosphere where players compare their luck after a tenfold draw. Naturally, everyone is aware of the source of this joyful confidence. With this wave of support, it is likely that the number of deaths among survivors will dramatically decrease tomorrow. Su-E muttered. From a broader perspective, the bestow action is indeed effective, directly satisfying everyone's most pressing survival needs. This reward sounds somewhat akin to my talent. However, I receive rewards daily, while others must wait for the soldiers to achieve victory. While Su-E analyzed the situation, he gazed at the dialogue information box before him. Operation concluded. The apocalyptic war has commenced. Survivors may view the general direction of the current war within their nation through the shelter data version at any time. They may also spend survival points to gain more detailed insights into the war situation. The apocalyptic war has indeed begun. I wonder how things are faring on the other side. Do the soldiers possess any assurance of victory against those seemingly monstrous and deranged entities? Su-E felt uncertain. He trusted the people's soldiers, yet humanity was unfamiliar with the deranged beings, and any unforeseen event could occur in the First War. However, more than the outcome of the war, Su-E felt that these two lines of information seemed to carry a deeper significance. If we can see the general direction of the war without spending points, why emphasize that we can spend points to obtain more detailed information? This matter should not differ. Understanding the detailed war situation would not affect the war's direction. Su-E murmured, suddenly struck by a revelation. Up until now, the hints provided by the mysterious entity have been devoid of superfluous chatter. It would not intentionally create a seemingly useless mechanism. Upon further reflection, is this information truly that simple? Could it be an indication that the survivors on Earth can indeed influence the outcome of the apocalyptic war by spending survival points? Chapter 37. A night of firepower coverage, sir. What are you contemplating? Jiang Shaozi looked up, observing Su-E lost in thought, and curiously inquired, "Is there an issue with this machine?" Jiang Shaozi had already comprehended the machine's function and usage. She could not fathom why Su-E had yet to instruct her to set it up and utilize it. This formidable device could ensure the most stable drinking water supply for the shelter. I am merely pondering a potentiality that has yet to manifest. Su-E took a deep breath and shared his speculations with Jiang Shaozi. Do you think my hypothesis holds merit? Your hypothesis is indeed correct. It is an inevitability. Jiang Shaozi instantly responded without hesitation, pointing out the crux. As you mentioned, the mysterious entity has not engaged in any unnecessary actions, which implies that any inconsistencies in its behavior must have a reason. I have previously contemplated that if the mechanism of the apocalyptic war seeks to test humanity, it should not merely present cruel choices. Simple provocation and oppression do not constitute a test. Providing more opportunities and choices aligns more with the mindset of a higher authority and demonstrates absolute control. I cannot comprehend its level or the magnitude of its power. I merely feel that if I were to face a colony of ants and wish to test them, I would inevitably provide a path for survival. If my only intention were to eradicate a colony of ants, I could simply pour boiling water over them without going to such lengths. Jiang Shaozi paused, smiling as she said, "Thus, your hypothesis is entirely accurate. Although we do not know when this new mechanism will emerge, we can almost be certain that we possess the ability to influence the apocalyptic war. Of course, this influence is not limited to supporting our military. It also allows for the possibility of undermining their combat effectiveness. I believe this represents true fairness amid greater choices, a genuine clash of good and evil within human nature. Jiang Xiaozi's agreement brought a sense of relief to Su Yi. It appeared that he was not overthinking. Intelligent individuals shared the same perspective, suggesting that there is indeed some truth to this matter. This implies that other astute minds would likely arrive at the same conclusion. Once more people grasp this understanding, the significance of survival points will amplify. Whether to assist the soldiers or to weaken them, each individual, driven by their intentions, will seek to acquire more survival points by any means necessary. Su Yi murmured, Xiaozi, we must act swiftly. We need to keep pace and find ways to accumulate more points. Acquiring more survival points not only enhances the living conditions within the shelter, but also influences the soldiers engaged in the apocalyptic war. Su Yi placed greater importance on the latter. At this stage, he faced little immediate survival pressure. The only threat to his life stemmed from the potential random annihilation following a failed apocalyptic war. Although the soldiers would unlikely make such a choice, the existence of this punitive mechanism does not preclude the possibility of mandatory annihilation penalties. Better safe than sorry. If the soldiers were to lose several consecutive battles, a forced annihilation could occur, and he might find himself unfortunate enough to be caught in that scenario. What you say is entirely correct, Jiang Xiaozi nodded, inquiring. Shall I instruct Lin Yu to continue exploring for supplies? While exploring for supplies is secondary, the survival points awarded upon completing the exploration task are crucial. No, let us wait a bit. Those 10 or 20 points are not worth rushing for. Su Yi waved his hand. Whether for constructing the shelter or supporting the apocalyptic war, the demand for points will certainly not be low. Ordinary means will not suffice. We must employ extraordinary measures. Su Yi's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, as he experienced a subtle shift in his mindset at that moment. Jiang Xiaozi, perceptive as always, sensed the slight change within Su Yi and lowered her head. Whispering a term, little white bear shelter, Su Yi fell silent, offering no immediate response. After a pause, he quirked an eyebrow and asked, Do you wish for me to learn from the little white bear shelter? No. Jiang Xiaozi shook her head, her smile revealing a hint of mischief. Sir, you have told me that the little white bear shelter possesses the most survival points in the entire city, and destroying a shelter allows one to directly inherit the unused points of the other. Therefore, sir, why not eliminate the harm to the people? In the dead of night, Su Yi lay in bed, staring blankly at the window with his bright eyes wide open in the darkness. Beside him lay Jiang Xiaozi, already sweetly ensconced in slumber. After she had arranged the water purifier in the night watch, she naturally nestled beside Su Yi, sharing the same blanket. Neither of them objected to this arrangement. It seemed to have become an unspoken understanding between these two individuals on this tranquil night. Su Yi could feel the warmth of her delicate form beside him, clad in nothing but the night air. Yet, his mind was devoid of distractions, and he found no inclination to sleep. He was contemplating the advice given by Jiang Xiaozi to take the initiative and punish the wrongdoers. While he did not oppose the idea, he could not help but think of Lin Yu as his sole companion. In his heart, he silently calculated that Lin Yu alone could not possibly resolve the predicaments at the Shao by Xiong Refuge. After all, he was the top contender, possessing formidable abilities. Su Yi even suspected that the rival's talents might surpass his own. Otherwise, how could he have managed to dismantle so many shelters in such a short span of days? One Lin Yu could not possibly triumph against him. Yet, Jiang Xiaozi's suggestion could not be entirely dismissed, for a feud had already been established between them. Even if the rival could not locate Su Yi at present, it did not guarantee that he would remain elusive in the future. It was imperative to resolve this matter while he still operated from shadows. Waiting for the adversary to come seeking vengeance would be foolish indeed. However, to swiftly enhance the combat effectiveness of the refuge, he pondered how to effectively utilize his talents, ensuring that the rewards he desired would manifest with each application. Su Yi mused that talent rewards were the most urgent necessity he faced, yet the current combat strength of his level 1 refuge was not particularly lacking. This hardly fell into the category of urgent needs, did it? Yet, could he not make some adjustments? Although the combat strength was not critical, if he could amass more resources, such as food and water, exceeding the level of combat strength, would it not highlight the inadequacy of the refuge's capabilities? Was the current most urgent talent reward governed by the theory of the wooden barrel? Unbeknownst to him, he had ruminated throughout the night. When he finally regained awareness, dawn was breaking, and he realized he had gone an entire night without sleep, an overwhelming fatigue washing over him. Perhaps he should rest. Mastering the intricacies of talent mechanisms was not an endeavor to be accomplished in a day or two. As he succumbed to slumber amidst his weariness, it felt as though he had merely closed his eyes when he heard Jiang Xiaozi's gentle voice stirring him awake. Sir, it is time to rise. It is already past 11 in the morning. With a hint of fatigue, He opened his eyes, rubbing his aching head. Jiang Xiaozi inquired softly, Sir, did you not sleep well last night? I spent the night contemplating various matters, he sighed. Xiaozi, how do you suppose we can enhance the combat strength of the refuge? By establishing a self-sustaining resource supply system, developing a greater populace, training an army from among them, and researching weaponry, Jiang Xiaozi replied without hesitation. By forging a military loyal to you, sir, we shall naturally be unafraid of any threats. Forming an army. He was taken aback. He gazed at Jiang Xiaozi and suddenly asked, have you been planning this all along? Was your encouragement for me to accept those women motivated by this purpose? Sir, Jiang Xiaozi did not refute him, but lowered her gaze, softly explaining, I understand women better than men, and I am more confident in training them. I am increasingly curious about what you did before. You even possess the capability to train female soldiers? He scrutinized Jiang Xiaozi, tentatively asking, could you share more about it? If my inquiry is not deemed intrusive? I was the director of special military training, Jiang Xiaozi revealed without reservation, providing a detailed explanation. This position entailed training special soldiers during the resistance period of this world, as well as overseeing their covert missions. Covert missions? Underground organizations? Infiltrators? Spies? Su Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. You could train spies? Not exactly. Jiang Xiaozi smiled and nodded. No wonder this woman was a talent of the A-grade caliber. It explained her strong persuasion for him to accept that group of women, revealing her remarkable abilities. Highly skilled in management, possessing exceptional intellect. An adept at training spies, this woman was truly multifaceted. Yi was elated, yet he soon recognized that this would not resolve his current predicament. Xiaozi, you are indeed impressive, but what I truly need is a swift enhancement of the refuge's combat strength. Your approach is suitable for long-term development, but in the short term, if we encounter danger, we must still rely on Linyu. Yi understood, well, that no matter how capable Jiang Xiaozi was, she could not rapidly transform that group of women into warriors. Such a transformation required time. Jiang Xiaozi also comprehended this, lowering her head to softly affirm, Sir, before that, I will do my utmost to ensure the safety of the refuge, preventing us from falling into despair. The world is unpredictable. Let us have a meal first. As Yi took his seat at the dining table and was about to pick up his chopsticks, he suddenly recalled the matter of the apocalyptic war. A night had passed, and he wondered how the young soldiers had fared in their first battle. How was he to check the battle status again? All right, here it is. Yi accessed the battle status module through the refuge interface, and upon selection, several pieces of information flashed before him. At midnight, the first apocalyptic war commenced. Our national forces entered the fray. At 12:30, our forces gained control of the urban battlefield information, dispatching scouts to gather intelligence on the enemy. At 1:30 a.m., the first large-scale encounter occurred. Our forces, sacrificing 569 drones, completed strategic deployment, luring the enemy into an ambush. At 1:40 a.m., the first round of artillery bombardment began. Bombardier 6 executed its mission flawlessly, collapsing urban structures and burying 525 foes. At 2:10 a.m., 18J-20s coordinated to suppress the foe's low-altitude flight capabilities, thwarting their attempts to escape from the urban ruins. At 2:30 a.m., Dongfeng 15 began a cluster bombardment, continuing for 2 hours. At 4:30 a.m., drones entered the ruins, confirming the elimination of a total of 506 enemy corpses, with suspected remnants attempting to flee. At 5:26 a.m., the command center confirmed the situation of another heavy mechanized brigade, successfully stalling over 200 foes suspected to be reconnaissance. Simultaneously, large-scale enemy activity was detected, likely involving ambush and support operations in the wilderness. At 5:40 a.m., the command center activated the Guardian 2D long-range rocket artillery, delivering a saturating strike on the area of large-scale enemy activity. At 6:20 a.m., the bombardment ceased, and the battle outcomes could not be confirmed. The second round of drone baiting operations commenced, but the attempt failed. At 7:50 a.m., the battlefield entered a period of silence. Sui read through each line, his mouth agape in astonishment. Have you been bombarding all night? Chapter 38. Fortuitous Gains. A tenfold all-gold reward. Sui was astonished. What has become of our noble traditions? What happened to the promised prowess of light infantry? Why have we resorted to the tactics of great powers? Upon entering the fray, we bombarded the night away, with air and ground forces launching attacks simultaneously. Even scouts were deployed via drones. Was it a game of artillery with the foes? Though the narrative of the war was brief, every Huaxia citizen possessed a keen sense for warfare and a basic analytical ability. Upon reading the reports, Sui understood. The command center did not intend to avoid the foes, but had no plans to engage in hand-to-hand combat with them. Direct bombardment from a distance, again and again, followed by drones to assess the situation. If the results cannot be confirmed, then there is no need for confirmation. Once the enemy is detected, the directive is clear: bombard. Humanity? Impossible. The madman shall not lay eyes upon any human. In such a challenging combat scenario, failing to deliver a resounding victory would be an affront to the trust of the nation. Just yesterday, I found these madmen troublesome with their self-healing, disease infections, and low-altitude maneuvers. Yet now it appears they are not so formidable after all. Sui scratched his head, suddenly realizing the meaning behind the phrase in the F-level difficulty. Allow humans to utilize weapons and equipment corresponding to the number of combatants. In Huaxia, a troop of 100,000 soldiers equates to the size of a group army. Within this structure, there are not many weapons available domestically that belong to this system. As long as the rules permit, theoretically, even nuclear weapons could be deployed. No, Sui began to seriously suspect that, given the frequency with which the soldiers were firing, nuclear weapons may have already been brought in without being utilized yet. As he continued to peruse the war updates, he found no new information. It was nearly noon, and the silence had persisted for so long. Sui pondered, murmuring to himself, could they be planning a major offensive all at once? Hey, this is a war with a 21-day time limit. There is ample time. There is no need for such a swift resolution. From the perspective of F-level difficulty, the enemy comprises 5,000 madmen. However, judging by the casualties from the bombardments early this morning, the enemy's losses are conservatively estimated to exceed 1,000. At this rate, the war could indeed conclude in just a few days. Sui stroked his chin, musing, if the battle ends ahead of schedule, could there be additional rewards? With the war lasting 21 days, might there be alternative arrangements for the remaining time? Would there be opportunities for the soldiers to return home for a visit? Truly, the earth needs them. At the very least, Huaxia needs them. The nation is in disarray without proper governance. While eating, Sui opened the city chat channel. Today, everyone seemed less inclined to voice their despairing complaints, instead excitedly discussing the domestic situation of the apocalyptic war. Perhaps it was the recent influx of national supplies that alleviated the urgent concerns, resulting in a lively atmosphere. I wondered why it sought out several police department traders only to find no substantial weaponry. Turns out, it was all in the hands of the soldiers. What police department traders? That title is rather misleading. I suspect even the police have ventured into the apocalyptic war instance, allowing some petty characters to occupy the police stations. Who are these petty characters? Dare you reveal your location? I must say, this war report is truly exhilarating. Last night, I was worried it would be a tough fight. Yet I did not anticipate this outcome. Excellent. We are indeed beginning to dominate the aliens. By the way, can we consider the madmen as aliens? I have no inclination to search for food now, continuously refreshing the battle reports. With no updates this morning, I'm beginning to feel anxious. I see you're not just concerned for the soldiers, but are eager for the nation to achieve victory and promptly distribute rewards to the populace, right? The confusion of the other survivors mirrors Sui's own. Everyone harbors a vague suspicion. According to Huaxia's official style, they either remain silent or deliver a grand announcement. Just as Sui contemplated the government's next move, a new notification appeared before his eyes, announcing the distribution of today's talent rewards. Congratulations! You have triggered the talent reward and received a combat talent lottery ticket within 10. Combat talent lottery ticket. D-level special entertainment item, consumable upon use. The shelter can receive a random quantity of 110 D-level combat talents. What? Su Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Overwhelmed with joy. Is it truly that my thoughts have manifested? The combat talent reward has arrived today. This is astonishing. According to the upgraded C-level standards for talent experience, although D-level rewards are somewhat lower in tier, this is indeed a special reward. If fortune favors me and I draw a combat talent higher than D-level, that would be a tremendous gain. As golden light flashed, a purple lottery ticket appeared in Su Yi's hand. He observed it for a moment, and just as he was about to use it, a spark of realization struck him. Wait, the apocalyptic game has never stated that talents cannot use items within the shelter system, right? After all, these belong to the game's mechanics. If talents can utilize this ticket, why not let Lin Yu use it? Su Yi meticulously reviewed the item's information, confirming there were no restrictions on its usage by talents. Why not give it a try? What if it works? If Lin Yu can use it, wouldn't that mean she could harness her luck buff? Su Yi sprang to his feet and hurriedly called for Lin Yu. Commander! Lin Yu promptly responded, rushing upstairs. I was training those girls. Do you need me for something? So quickly organized for military training? Jiangshao CIS efficiency is impressive. There is something very important. Su Yi handed her the lottery ticket, asking earnestly, can you see if you can use this? Use it? Lin Yu scrutinized the lottery ticket, turning it over in her hands, and then looked up with confusion. Commander, how do I use it? Oh no, the talent cannot see the item S data or the use button. This is bad. It seems Lin Yu's luck enhancement effect cannot be enjoyed. Su Yi sighed, preparing to reclaim the lottery ticket when he observed Lin Yu experimenting with it, tentatively waving it. Use? Boom. The lottery ticket suddenly exploded in a burst of golden light, startling Lin Yu, who quickly raised her weapon defensively in front of Su Yi. Meanwhile, Su Yi's eyes widened as he watched the golden light swiftly coalesce into 10 golden humanoid figures around him. Incredible. It worked. It can indeed be activated by voice command. Overcome with a mix of surprise and joy, Su Yi grasped Lin Yu's shoulders, signaling her to lower her weapon. He then turned his gaze to the golden light, his eyes gleaming with evident excitement. Lin Yu's luck effect truly manifested. The 10 golden figures dissipated in an instant, revealing 10 tall and robust male soldiers. Without exception, they were clad in modern military attire, adorned in camouflage, equipped with basic weaponry and combat tools. Comrades? Lin Yu frowned, recognizing that these individuals, like her, were soldiers of Huaxia, yet she did not know them. As the golden light fully faded, the 10 soldiers filled the already cramped room to capacity. They seemed to have anticipated this moment, all turning to face Su Yi, standing at attention in unison. Commander! The male soldiers shouted in unison with formidable energy, each exuding an aura of fierce combat determination. Acknowledging their presence, Su Yi felt reassured. Chapter 39. This woman truly lives up to her reputation as the chief of spies. Good, greetings to you all. Su Yi was grinning so widely that his mouth nearly couldn't close. 10 D-level soldiers. What a remarkable gain. It is worth noting that when Lin Yu was still at D-level, her combat prowess was nothing short of that of a little superhuman. With impeccable combat skills across the board, the 10 warriors before him could hardly be inferior to Lin Yu from back then, could they? If utilized properly, these 10 individuals, along with Lin Yu, could potentially deliver a crushing blow to most of the marauding gangs in the current apocalyptic landscape. As long as the enemy did not possess excessively formidable shelter talents, Su Yi could hardly conceive of any ordinary person capable of standing against so many soldiers from Huaxia. Lin Yu, well done. Su Yi patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, his gaze filled with appreciation and admiration. Serving the commander is my duty, Lin Yu respectfully replied. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the group of male soldiers. The soldiers stood transfixed, their eyes solely on Su Yi, resembling statues as they awaited his command. At that moment, Su Yi was examining the soldiers' data on the shelter panel. Name, Lu Rue. Age, 25. Type, soldier, sniper, talent level. D. Physical strength, 105. Nervous reaction, 110. Endurance, 108. Mental will, 112. Self-healing immunity, 107. Talent trait, Stealth operations. He excels in concealing himself in complex environments, capable of lurking in any intricate terrain and delivering precise strikes against distant enemies. Talent gift. Precision shooting. After extensive military training, his shooting accuracy is extraordinarily high, nearly hitting the target every time. Name: Zhang Yi. Age: 24. Type: Soldier, Scout. Talent level: D. Physical strength: 102. Nervous reaction: 115. Endurance: 105. Mental will: 110. Self-healing immunity: 106. Talent trait: high-speed endurance. His stamina is remarkably persistent, with ample physical strength, excelling in rapid movement and traversing various terrains. Talent gift. Enemy detection. He possesses exceptionally keen perception regarding any hostile units, able to distinguish most concealed and camouflaged enemy entities. Name: Liang. Age: 25. Type: Soldier, Communication Specialist. Talent level: D. Physical strength: 103. Nervous reaction: 109. Endurance: 106. Mental will: 113. Self-healing immunity: 109. Talent trait: technical support. He is adept at utilizing various communication devices and techniques, possessing detailed knowledge in military communication, capable of establishing and maintaining basic military communications in adverse conditions. Talent gift. Rapid encoding. He has outstanding encoding and information capabilities, able to complete complex communication decryption and encryption operations in a short amount of time. As Su Yi reviewed the information of the 10 soldiers, he was astonished to discover that each of them had their own classification within military branches. When he initially recruited Lin Yu, she only held the soldier profession, without any specific branch distinction. However, these 10 soldiers were different. Among them were snipers, scouts, communications specialists, assault troops, armored soldiers, aviation personnel, and air defense troops, among others. It could be said that they constituted a comprehensive array, covering most common military classifications. Together, these 10 could form a fully functional combat team capable of executing a wide range of military actions. This was not merely a group of 10 soldiers. This was indeed a military combat unit. The emphasis lay in their coordinated synergy. Su Yi inhaled sharply, feeling that this stroke of fortune was somewhat exaggerated. It was so remarkable that he felt as though he had inadvertently sacrificed a fraction of his own lifespan. Naturally, these 10 soldiers did have their shortcomings. They were equipped with only the most basic weaponry, possessing various types of handguns and essential military tools suited to their respective branches. For instance, the sniper had only camouflage paint, the scout had a military binocular, and the communications specialist had a handheld walkie-talkie. While these items were not entirely useless, they certainly did not comprise the core equipment of their respective branches. For example, the sniper had no sniper rifle. He was armed merely with a small handgun. The communications specialist lacked a radio, and the scout did not possess a drone. Without core equipment, these 10 individuals were merely simplified versions of their roles. No problem. Having personnel is sufficient. These items can gradually be procured later. Su Yi reassured himself, reminding himself that they were all D-level soldiers. What more could be demanded? If they had arrived fully equipped, they surely would not have retained D-level ratings, as weaponry and equipment could influence the combat capabilities of military talents. You have just arrived and should not be too familiar with the circumstances. However, I believe you know who I am and where you are. Su Yi took a deep breath, addressing the soldiers as he gestured towards Lin Yu beside him. This is Lin Yu, the first warrior of the shelter, and she will be your leader from now on. Commander. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the introduction, but Su Yi raised his hand to silence her. The 10 of you have a diverse mix of military branches, which is perfect for forming a combat team. Lin Yu will lead you in defending the shelter and also guide you in becoming more familiar with your new environment. Do any of you have objections? Su Yi inwided, and he was met with a resounding chorus from the soldiers. Yes, Commander. We have no objections. Excellent. This is the spirit of Huaxia soldiers. Absolute obedience to orders. Su Yi was quite pleased. He waved his hand. Lin Yu, take them out to find Jiang Xiaozi. There is still time today, and she will likely arrange some exploration tasks for them. Given Jiang Xiaozi's temperament, she would certainly not allow so many soldiers to remain idle at home. Moreover, with her intellect, she could better organize these soldiers' tasks, as she used to work for the underground party, specializing in assigning missions to agents. Yes, Commander. Lin Yu saluted and then beckoned to the soldiers. Follow me, and I will introduce you to Jiang Shaozi. Leader, may I ask what Jiang Shaozi does? The scout Zhang Yi, appearing lively, cautiously inquired while trailing behind Lin Yu. Is she a woman? Is she easy to get along with? She's quite easy to work with. As for what she does, Lin Yu frowned, as there were currently no official position arrangements in the shelter. Everyone's tasks were primarily determined by Su Yi, who had delegated this authority to Jiang Shaozi. If I were to draw a parallel to military hierarchy, Lin Yu pondered, she is probably akin to our political commissar. Political commissar. The expressions of the male soldiers instantly grew serious, a subtle respect rising within them. This term holds a distinct significance for soldiers. The fine traditions and conduct of Huaxia soldiers are inextricably linked to the grassroots work of political commissars, who lead by example. Today, I have been rewarded with 10 combat talents, but since they lack their own equipment, does this mean there will be rewards for equipment tomorrow? Su Yi pondered with delight as he approached the window, gazing downwards. Before long, he spotted Jiang Shaozi emerging from the building, accompanied by 9 soldiers and Lin Yu. She stood before them, offering final instructions and reminders, before bidding farewell to Lin Yu and the soldiers. Quite commendably, she had left a soldier behind for security. Indeed, Shaozi proved to be prudent. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, watching the departing troops. It seemed that the soldier remaining was the communications officer Li Yang. This arrangement was quite logical, as he possessed only a walkie-talkie, which rendered him unable to fulfill his role as a communications officer at present, making him serve as an ordinary soldier instead. Speaking of which, Lin Yu had joined them, making a total of 10 individuals. Surely, they intended to complete the 3 dispatch missions for the day. Wait, something was amiss. Su Yi suddenly jolted awake to the realization that there were only 3 dispatch missions each day. Dispatching more than 3 individuals seemed unnecessary. Why then did Shaozi choose to send out 10? He quickly opened the panel of the shelter to check on the status of the dispatch missions. To his astonishment, he discovered that the 3 missions for today remained in a state of pending. Jiang Shaozi had not dispatched anyone to undertake the exploration tasks. 10 soldiers capable of executing coordinated combat maneuvers were venturing out not for the sake of gathering supplies, but rather for. Su Yi widened his eyes, as a shocking hypothesis surged through his mind. They were there to kill. Destroying shelters would yield survival points. And Shaozi undoubtedly dismissed the meager points from the dispatch missions. She aimed to acquire more substantial points for him. By heavens, this woman truly lived up to her reputation as a leader of operatives, immediately mobilizing troops for lethal purposes. As Su Yi entertained these thoughts, he was merely speculating and not entirely certain. Just as he prepared to summon Jiang Shaozi for inquiries, he heard her footsteps ascending the stairs. Moments later, Jiang Shaozi entered the room. Sir, her gentle voice resonated behind Su Yi, prompting him to turn and gesture towards the window. He remained silent, but the astute Jiang Shaozi discerned his unspoken question and proactively responded, I have assigned tasks to the new soldiers. Initially, when Lin Yu approached me, I did consider dispatching them for resource collection missions. However, taking into account your concerns and the shelter's scarcity of points, she paused, lowering her gaze. I have given them new combat assignments to gather more survival points. Jiang Shaozi's words were delicately phrased, avoiding direct mention of killing or destroying shelters. For she understood that Su Yi was a man of goodwill. Surely, he would not endorse indiscriminate slaughter, would he? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, quickly receiving a satisfactory answer as Jiang Shaozi shook her head. I will not issue such orders. I must also consider the personal sentiments and beliefs of the soldiers. I have instructed them to seek out troublemakers and to pay particular attention to gathering intelligence regarding the Shao by Xiong shelter. Should they encounter any rioters, they are authorized to engage, with the discretion to decide whether to kill or destroy the shelter. Nonetheless, their primary mission remains to collect as many points for you as possible. Jiang Shaozi granted the soldiers considerable autonomy, which pleased Su Yi greatly. In truth, if you were to engage in indiscriminate killing, I could understand, for I am indeed in dire need of points. Su Yi turned his gaze towards the window and suddenly spoke, I will not hold it against you. You're mine, and thus I shall naturally take responsibility for your actions. Sir, Jiang Shaozi, somewhat surprised, lifted her head. She furrowed her brow slightly. I know you're not that kind of person. Therefore, I am striving to change. He turned his head to observe her adorably furrowed brow. Unable to suppress a smile, Leah has told me that in such a brutal era, as a leader, I must learn to adapt. She said that a leader must inevitably learn to be ruthless, even to the extent of issuing commands that go against one's principles. I believe Leah is absolutely correct. He spoke earnestly. This was indeed his perspective. He possessed kindness, yet he could not afford to be benevolent without cause. He must ensure his own safety and that of the shelter. When kindness and safety came into conflict, he would unhesitatingly choose safety. Very well, sir. Jiang Shaoxi remained silent for a moment before softly stating, You can trust me. With his back to her, inquired, Trust you with what? Trust me. I will not allow these harsh choices to confront you. Jiang Shaoxi's voice was gentle, her eyes lowered, yet her tone was resolute. They will never appear on your desk, nor will they trouble you. A palpable silence enveloped the air. After a moment, broke the stillness with a smile. Well then, that is excellent. Shaoxi, you may return to your duties. Yes, sir. Jiang Shaoxi bowed respectfully before turning to leave, yet she paused momentarily, glancing back at Su Yi's silhouette. Sir, I am serious. I will protect you, not just in terms of personal safety. Is that so? He had just turned to speak when he realized Jiang Shaoxi had already descended the stairs. He stroked his chin, chuckling to himself. Being solemnly promised protection by a woman. Does this make me a kept man? Yet I must admit, it feels rather pleasant. With 10 soldiers dispatched, He regrettably lacked any long-range communication means to ascertain the details of their mission. All he could do now was await the outcome. In the midst of this tedious waiting, he began to contemplate self-exercise plans within his room. Simultaneously, he silently vowed for the 100th time that the first order of business to gather points was to illuminate the Tech Tree project and restore the shelter's power system. I shall. Undoubtedly, I will indulge in several all-nighters of computer gaming. No one can stop me. It has been proven that being an exceptional leader is no easy feat. One must possess the fortitude to endure solitude and monotony, maintaining a calm mind in any dreary environment. Su Yi's method of preserving his composure was quite simple. Sleeping. Currently, sleeping occupied most of Su Yi's time. He noticed that since the onset of the apocalypse, his sleep duration had significantly increased, which felt quite peculiar. He exhibited no symptoms of physical discomfort, was not injured and in need of recuperation, nor was he fatigued. It was simply that he had suddenly become remarkably capable of sleeping. Were it not for the fact that his physical condition had not noticeably improved, He might have suspected he had awakened a new talent. When He opened his eyes once more, the outside world was enveloped in darkness. He had slept through the night once again. Jiang Shaoxi was not by his side, indicating that it was just after nightfall. As he lazily rose from bed, intending to glance at the time on the wall clock, he suddenly noticed a flurry of dense information prompts before him. Congratulations! The nation's first war has concluded. War status. A resounding victory. War evaluation. Complete annihilation with no injuries. Perfect score. With the nation's victory in war. Rewards for surviving citizens are now being distributed according to the difficulty of the conflict. Congratulations! You have received an F-grade consumable, the little yellow fruit. Little yellow fruit. A yellow, juicy fruit that, when consumed, satisfies a person's daily food and water needs. The National Army achieved 3 battle victories in the recent round of warfare and has now activated the rights to claim the spoils of victory, conducting nationwide operations for distribution. Congratulations! You have received F-grade consumable, the small yellow fruit, F-grade weapon, the beautiful knife, and F-grade special item, 10 survival points. Alas, the battle concluded in just one day. He quickly regained his composure and hurriedly checked the information, only to discover that despite the nation's victory, the rewards were disappointingly meager. The final victory rewards and battle rewards were lumped together, totaling 4 rewards that were worth less than Su Yi's daily 10 bottles of ice water. TSK, however, at least we won, and no lives were lost. He smacked his lips, feeling no disappointment. After all, these items were all obtained without cost. Soldiers risk their lives on the battlefield. We cannot complain about the insufficient material rewards, can we? In any case, victory is what matters, even without rewards. We must ensure the national army prevails. After all, the cost of defeat is unbearable for all surviving citizens. Su-yi opened the combat module's information records and reviewed the general flow of the war. He noted that by evening, the army had discerned the distribution of the remaining madmen during the morning. Subsequently, human warriors were dispatched under the cover of drones to act as bait, luring the enemy into the encirclement of the tank battalions. Then, there was no further development. Although the madmen possessed double the physical prowess of humans, there was still no match against the dual onslaught of iron from both land and air. With 100,000 fully armed soldiers, even minimal equipment could easily crush the enemy, without necessitating complex tactical arrangements, leading to an inevitable victory. Perhaps the soldiers had won too effortlessly as many survivors. Upon reviewing the war's progression, fervently discussed in the chat channel, unanimously agreeing that the soldiers needed a more challenging experience. This was hardly more intense than regular military drills. The Red-Blue Army confrontations were even more intense. F grade is truly uninspiring. Next time, let us vote for a higher difficulty to ensure the soldiers witness the horrors of apocalyptic warfare. Yes, I support this. I too require more material rewards. Such meager F grade rewards feel akin to tossing scraps to a beggar. Who would desire such paltry offerings? As Su-yi browsed the chat channel, he noticed the fervent outcry of the participants. After a heated discussion, they collectively resolved to elevate the difficulty of the next round of apocalyptic warfare by one level. From F grade to E grade, they aimed to deliver a stern lesson to the soldiers. Su-yi was left astounded. Is this truly what they consider an increase in intensity? Voicing their demands boldly, they merely proposed upgrading by one level. They did not even dare to let the soldiers face a greater challenge. It was rather grounded, indeed. Su-yi found amusement in this. It seemed that participants were not only sympathetic towards the soldiers, but also apprehensive about the random annihilation penalties that accompany failure. However, returning to the matter at hand, the first round of combat lasted 21 days, yet now the battle concluded in a single day. How would they spend the remaining time? Su-yi pondered. Would these soldiers be sent home? I suspect that is unlikely. So what would they occupy themselves with during these 20 days? This was not just Su-yi's curiosity. Most survivors in the nation harbored similar questions. Yet soon, a new prompt appeared, alleviating Su-yi's uncertainty. Global announcement. A nation has completed the first round of apocalyptic warfare, initiating related leaderboards. Congratulations to our national players. Our army is the first globally to complete the apocalyptic warfare, receiving achievement rewards in the form of a designated type of domestic military industrial system replica. Participants in the current round of apocalyptic warfare are temporarily unable to return to Earth and will exist in a replica world akin to Earth, but devoid of any usable technology. Limited to urban foundational templates, awaiting the next combat engagement. Su-yi was taken aback. They do not intend to rest and will engage in replica warfare? Is this an addiction to battle? Chapter 41. Lin Yu's Night of Madness. Su-yi sighed, yet he comprehended the nation's intentions. Clearly, the nation recognized the setting of replica warfare, and they were well aware of the actual combat capabilities of the madmen from the previous battle. It could be said that F-grade difficulty posed virtually no pressure on the nation. Even if F-grade rewards were as insignificant as a mosquito's leg, it was far preferable to idly waiting for 20 days. What if, by accumulating victories, they received a reward for industrial system recovery? The industrial system directly impacts the Army's logistical capabilities. To say nothing of restoring merely 1/3 of the national industrial capacity would provide some assurance when facing future apocalyptic warfare. After all, when in doubt, unleash devastation. The nation's stance was straightforward. There was no need for rest. Fighting F-grade warfare was akin to relaxation. Continue engaging and reap as many rewards as possible, building a snowball effect of advantages. The nation is working so hard. It seems I cannot afford to be disheartened. Su-yi took a deep breath, clenched his fists. I shall embrace the life of a homebody, diligently passing the time in leisure. Though this may sound absurd, it was indeed the case. Su-yi's path to strengthening himself lay in languishing and waiting, while gradually whiling away the hours in monotony. In the chat channel, discussions regarding the nation's actions continued to abound in shock and fervor, yet Su-yi felt little of it now. To wage war, to sustain war, is a commendable strategy. Just as Su-yi was preparing to resume his slumber and continue passing the time, another information prompt suddenly appeared before him. One incessant stream of notifications. Will they not allow me to sleep peacefully? What has Lin Yu done to bring about this chaos? Su-yi's eyes widened as he fixated on the information before him. Your talent unit engaged in combat with another shelter and emerged victorious. Due to your absence from the scene, a decision was automatically rendered by your primary talent for the occupation of the shelter. Your talent, Lin Yu, chose to destroy the current shelter, and you inherited the remaining survival points of 358. Item inheritance determination failed. You did not inherit the current shelter's reserved items. The series of notifications before Su-yi indicated that Lin Yu had taken action. This group of soldiers has indeed identified an appropriate target, directly surprising Su-yi. Lying at home, doing nothing, he effortlessly gained over 300 survival points. This certainly surpasses the cumulative points from 3 dispatch missions, which only amount to 30 points in a day. Destroying a single shelter yields over 300. Su-yi's hit. Curiosity piqued. Where exactly did Lin Yu and the others destroy the shelter? What was the situation there? Regrettably, lacking any long-distance communication means, he could only wait for their return to learn what transpired. Shaking his head, he lamented his inability to participate personally. However, as the shelter was still in its infancy, it was understandable to lack such means. Time to sleep, he thought. Tomorrow he would discuss with Jiang Xiaoci how to allocate these 300 points. As Su-yi lay on his bed, drowsiness began to envelop him when he noticed something flashing before his eyes. Upon opening them, he was instantly bewildered. Warning: your talent is engaged in combat with a shelter in the wild. Your talent Lin Yu has chosen to destroy the current shelter. You have inherited the remaining survival points of 563. Item inheritance assessment successful. You have received a D-grade magical bread tree and an E-grade butterfly shirt from the current shelter. What? Su-yi was immediately wide awake. How did he gain another 500 points? Or Lin Yu and the others up to? Did they stumble into a bandit den? Confused, he pondered. The interval between these two notifications was merely 30 minutes, indicating that Lin Yu had nearly uninterruptedly destroyed 2 shelters, possibly in close proximity to one another, akin to his own residential building. If that were the case, would there be further strategy notifications in the next 30 minutes? Su-yi resolved not to sleep any longer, patiently awaiting the next update. He silently counted the seconds. 30 minutes later, your talent Lin Yu has chosen to destroy the current shelter. You have inherited the remaining survival points of 100 from the current shelter. Item inheritance assessment successful. The current shelter contains no items. Indeed, another one destroyed. Su-yi inhaled sharply. It was confirmed. She was truly dismantling a criminal organization. This must be a cluster of shelters within a single building, enabling Lin Yu to consecutively obliterate them. Throughout the night, Su-yi remained wide awake. Every time he felt the slightest drowsiness, new notifications appeared, indicating that Lin Yu had destroyed yet another shelter. This barrage of updates continued until dawn before gradually subsiding. They had been on a killing spree all night. Su-yi opened the shelter interface and glanced at his survival points. Prior to Lin Yu's departure, he had only 86 points left. After a full night of her efforts, his current survival points soared to 4,788, accumulating 4,000 points in a single night. This efficiency dwarfed the dispatch missions. Incredible. He had truly struck gold. Su-yi felt his excitement surging, the smile on his face impossible to suppress. He now understood the exhilaration that Brotherly had experienced. Lin Yu had undoubtedly dismantled an entire building, even if most of the thugs within had no survival points. Destroying a level 0 shelter still guaranteed a minimum reward of 100 points. Even if the building was somewhat dilapidated, it likely housed at least 20 or 30 households, translating to a baseline of 2,000 to 3,000 survival points. Adding in the points accumulated by the thugs themselves, the total could indeed exceed 4,000 or 5,000. Sir, you're still awake? A soft, sweet voice broke through his reverie. Turning to look, Jiang Xiaoci had awakened, her sleepy eyes fixed on him. Her disheveled black hair framed her face, exuding a lazy charm that was utterly captivating. Unable to sleep, he thought of the significant achievements Lin Yu and the others had accomplished. Su-yi shook his head, the thrill still coursing through him. over 4,000 points. They had amassed more than 4,000 points in a single night. Quick, Xiao Ci, how should we spend these points? Do you have any good suggestions? Su Yi was restless, eager to spend his points without delay. He certainly did not want to end up like Brother Li or the thugs eliminated by Lin Yu, dead with points unspent. What a tragedy. So many points. It was clear that Lin Yu and her team were exceptionally capable. Zhang Xiao Qizmai gently, propping herself up with her delicate arms, her head lazily resting on Su Yi's shoulder. I'm not entirely sure how to allocate so many points, as I don't fully understand the Doomsday game you mentioned. However, considering our current situation and your safety, we should focus on reinforcing this building. According to your idea of the shelter being the core, creating a shelter that rivals a fortress is our primary need. To achieve this, from my limited understanding, perhaps we require high-tech means. Jiang Xiao Ci toyed with Su Yi's fingers, suddenly saying, Sir, I recall that Leah S' room is the research lab, right? Yes, that S right. Su Yi's heart raced. Was she flirting with him? Yet it didn't seem so. Her gestures appeared casual as she earnestly contemplated her question. Jiang Xiao Ci tilted her head slightly, then let S utilize the research lab. Haven T, you always complained about the power system restoration issues. We can enhance the shelter S armament facilities while ensuring basic living needs are met. In my previous living environment, there were always many machine guns and turrets as defensive installations. I believe that having such features in our shelter would significantly increase our safety. Of course, we must also consider the potential threats posed by natural disasters. Jiang Xiao Ci's analysis was astute and straightforward, eliminating all extraneous factors. The most vital element of the shelter was Su Yi himself. Without Su Yi, everything else was meaningless. To protect Su Yi, robust defensive measures for the shelter were indispensable. All right, I will check the technology tree now. Su Yi opened the technology tree, browsing through the dense array of research projects. Since Jiang Xiao Ci could not see this information, Su Yi articulated the content aloud, seeking her insights and suggestions. Through their dialogue, Su Yi ultimately selected several technological projects. Basic power system consumes 1,000 points, grants small-scale power generation facilities and corresponding construction technology. Once built, it provides power at a normal level for human residents in the shelter, capable of supplying 10 shelter rooms, excluding special room types. Autonomous water resource system consumes 1,000 points, grants a small-scale water collection pool, automatically fills daily. Once built, it can supply daily water needs for up to 50 residents in the shelter. Water points can be distributed throughout the shelter and extend outward. These two projects were ones Su Yi had long desired to acquire. Once activated, they would provide ready-made magical items, enabling the shelter to achieve freedom in water and electricity. In addition to the water purifier, freezer, and greenhouse originally possessed by Su Yi, the interplay of these elements significantly enhances the quality of life within the shelter, enabling it to return to pre-apocalyptic standards. However, these items are indeed quite costly, requiring a considerable amount of time for an ordinary person to save enough to afford them. With 2,000 points of credit expended, only the defensive facilities remain to be examined. Su Yi adjusts the categorization of the technology tree, and the data before him rapidly transforms, revealing a plethora of shelter defense and weapon technology projects. Basic defense module for main shelter, consuming 1,500 points. This module envelopes the shelter's core structure with a multi-layered sealed door system, biometric recognition, a 4-meter-high iron perimeter wall, an electrified net wall, an auxiliary module of the perimeter wall, and a network of 24-hour smart cameras, at least 12 in total. It also reinforces the main structure of the shelter, endowing it with exceptional resistance to cold, heat, explosions, and earthquakes. It is essential to ensure that no other shelters exist within 100 meters of the main structure. Automated Sentinel System, consuming 1,000 points. This system facilitates the rapid installation of at least 20 automated machine guns, each with 300 rounds, inside and outside the shelter, capable of automatically distinguishing between friend and foe, and operating in both alert and manual modes. Each machine gun initially comes equipped with 1,000 rounds, necessitating timely replenishment of ammunition. With the addition of 2 defense facilities, Su Yi's once substantial pool of over 4,000 points has dwindled to a mere 374 points. He exhales a contented sigh, reveling in the gratifying sensation of expenditure. Chapter 42. A comprehensive upgrade of his shelter. It's gone completely spent. Just as Su Yi selects the technological projects for purchase, Jiang Xiaozi suddenly furrows her brows. Sir, don't you still have over 300 points left? Why not spend them all? Jiang Xiaozi blinks and gently reminds him. Are you planning to leave them for someone else to take? Indeed, that makes sense. Spare not a single point, spend it all. As long as it enhances the shelter's survivability, every point expended is worth it. Sui notes affirmative. You're right. Unspent military funds merely serve as war reparations. We shall not be the fools in this scenario. Let me take another look. This one is quite appealing. Exactly 350 points. Su Yi selects another technological project for shelter defense. Underground Isolation Shelter Module. Consuming 350 points, this module generates an underground space beneath the main structure of the shelter, capable of accommodating 10 individuals. It lacks any additional facilities, but possesses enhanced resistance to natural disasters. This technological tree project further fortifies the shelter's disaster resilience. With the main structure already strengthened, shall we proceed with further enhancements? Su Yi inquires of Jiang Xiaozi, who nods in agreement. This presents a viable fallback in critical moments. We can retreat into it, possibly securing a sliver of survival. Exactly, this is our trump card facility. Let's hope we never have to use it. Su Yi smiles and selects all projects for bulk purchase. Upon his selection, a dazzling golden light flickers and swiftly expands, radiating from Su Yi and enveloping the entire shelter, transforming the entire building. The young women within the building are left in awe, gazing perplexly at the golden luminescence surrounding them. In mere moments, the golden glow dissipates, revealing a dramatic transformation within the residential building. Firstly, in the vacant room on the 6th floor where Su Yi resides, an automated component resembling a hive, approximately 2 meters tall, materializes with electrical circuit lines connecting to the walls and disappearing within. Adjacent to it, a massive water reservoir fills with pristine water, connected by corresponding pipes that distribute and connect throughout various rooms in the building. Given that the technological projects Su Yi purchased directly impact the main structure of the shelter, and although his shelter is confined to the 6th floor, the main structure encompasses the entire building. Therefore, these technological projects will directly affect the entire edifice. Beyond the application of the water and electricity systems, the changes within the building are markedly conspicuous. An abundance of surveillance cameras now adorn the interior, with 360-degree rotating cameras ensuring continuous high-definition imaging and monitoring. The monitoring terminal is conveniently located in Su Yi's room, where a multi-screen setup allows him to effortlessly observe the majority of areas and rooms within the building. Moreover, concealed within each floor are gun ports for machine guns, their control and monitoring terminals integrated for synchronized operation. Through the monitoring terminal, Su Yi has learned that the building's walls have been entirely restructured. The inner layer of the walls housing the automated machine guns can move freely, capable of sealing and opening at will, providing excellent concealment for the gun positions. In addition to the transformations within the building, the changes outside are even more pronounced. A towering 4-meter-high iron perimeter wall has materialized, completely enclosing the old, open building. Furthermore, various electrified barbed wire fences are affixed to these iron walls, creating the appearance of a suddenly manifested military exclusion zone. Even if someone were to breach the perimeter, they would be met by the formidable multi-layered sealed iron doors that block their path. This entrance is far more imposing than the rudimentary iron doors crafted by Li Ya, resembling the vault door of a world-class bank, reflecting a chilling metallic sheen and exuding an almost despairing weight. The young women within the building are the first to notice the extraordinary changes, their eyes widening in astonishment as they grapple with the surreal spectacle before them. Is this still our home? I feel as though I have traversed into another realm. Has that eerie voice returned to haunt us? It seems our building has changed. Is it merely my imagination? These doors are enormous. Wait, are we trapped inside? Li Jia, the most courageous among them, grips her steel spear tightly, cautiously advancing toward the entrance's iron door. Before she can touch it, an electronic, synthesized voice emanates from within the door. Ding! Target detected. Initiating biometric recognition. Determination. Target identity belongs to the shelter resident, Identity verified. Recording biological information characteristics. Startled, Li Jie jumps at the unexpected revelation of a highly sophisticated electronic identification system within the peculiar iron door. "Excuse me, do you wish to exit the shelter?" The door inquires electronically. Li Jie glances back at her astonished companions and tentatively replies, "I would like to go out and take a look." With a resonant grinding sound, the iron door begins to open, accompanied by a puff of white steam. "We wish you a safe departure. Please exercise caution while exploring outside." As the door swings open, Li Jie sees her bewildered companions standing outside. This is their first encounter with such a wondrous mechanism, almost akin to a scene from a science fiction film. "Li Jie, what is this strange contraption? Where did it come from? It seems to respond to us. We can come and go freely." Such naive girls. Haven't you heard what the iron contraption just said? It can recognize our identities. Is this something that the leader has created? I previously overheard discussions among a group, led by someone surnamed Lee, who mentioned that the refuge panel could produce many wondrous items. The women were chattering excitedly, their faces alight with curiosity and astonishment. Soon, a girl rushed down the stairs, exclaiming with exhilaration, "The power is back. We have water. I can turn on the air conditioning. I just tried it. Power is truly restored." This announcement left the women momentarily stunned. In the next instant, they all scattered, rushing upstairs to their respective rooms. Immediately, lights flickered back to life in each room, and the hum of air conditioning units filled the air. "Ah!" A woman screamed within the building, her voice brimming with excitement. "The power is back. It's really back. My phone can charge now. There's water from the tap. Sisters, we have finally survived. This is amazing." The girls were ecstatic, shrieking and shouting. Some were so overwhelmed that they dashed into their rooms, stripped off their clothes, and jumped into their bathrooms to revel in the refreshing cold water. All of this was captured by the surveillance terminal observed by Sue E. At least half of the women were bathing, the lights on in their rooms, their bare bodies moving across different screens, causing Sue E to awkwardly avert his gaze. Xiao Ci, this surveillance function seems rather intrusive, infringing on privacy. Sue E coughed lightly, yet Jiang Xiaoci maintained a serious demeanor. "No, sir. I believe it serves a crucial purpose. In these extraordinary times, as the leader of the refuge, you have both the right and the obligation to monitor the actions of the entire refuge and all its residents. In this era, no one should maintain a so-called privacy before you. That would be irresponsible towards the safety of the refuge and a potential threat to you." Jiang Xiaoci was unconcerned about whether Sue E had seen the women's nudity. Her focus was solely on the overall development of the refuge and Su Yi's personal safety. "To whom much is given, much is expected. You are correct. I have been too antiquated in my views." Su Yi smiled, feeling considerably more at ease. "Sir, I believe it is necessary to establish some new regulations for the refuge." Jiang Xiaoci observed the images on the surveillance screen, frowning as she reminded him. "For instance, we need rules regarding water conservation. They must understand the value of water resources and refrain from wastefulness. It's all right. Let them indulge a bit on the first day." Su Yi gazed at the screen and calmly stated, "Even I long for the days with water and electricity. They have endured considerable hardships, and a shower won't waste much water." Su Yi was quite confident, considering that although the water resource system was costly, it could provide daily water needs for 50 residents. This included basic necessities for washing, drinking, and sanitation. Moreover, the reservoir automatically replenished itself daily, alleviating concerns about waste. "Sir, you are too lenient." Jiang Xiaoci shook her head, though she did not press the matter further. Deep down, she understood better than anyone that it was Su Yi's kindness and consideration that motivated her to dedicate her abilities to him. However, she would still prioritize the long-term development of the refuge and would not allow the women to squander water resources. "Sir, we should be able to transport water from the reservoir, right?" Jiang Xiaoci suggested. "We could create additional storage space to transport saved water daily, making full use of the reservoir's automatic replenishment function. A commendable proposal. You always think a step ahead of me." Su Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging Jiang Xiaoci's keen intellect, which was sharper than that of the average person. While others might still be caught up in the joy of restored water and electricity, Jiang Xiaoci was already contemplating how to utilize the renewed resources to enhance the refuge's reserves. "If you permit, I would like to embark on new planning to fully leverage these new technological facilities. Jiang Shao CI observed the girl's happiness and added, I will also draft more comprehensive regulations for the refuge. All right, proceed as you see fit. I trust you completely. Su Yi nodded with a smile, having already confirmed the loyalty of the talents within the refuge. Even if they did not possess the loyalty trait like Lin Yu, each individual exhibited a relatively high level of loyalty to the refuge. As long as he did not act recklessly, betrayal was unlikely. Yes, sir. Jiang Shao CI nodded and swiftly rose to leave. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly recalled something and turned back to Su Yi, saying, Sir, there's one more thing. Before she could finish her sentence, she froze. She saw Su Yi half extended from his seat, his lower body still on the chair at the surveillance terminal, while his upper body leaned over to the adjacent computer desk. He was booting up the computer. The computer tower emitted a soft hum, and the screen gradually illuminated, revealing a stunning anime-themed desktop wallpaper that reflected in Jiang Shaoxi's eyes. Shao Ci, is there something else? Su Yi scratched his head and inquired. Sir, Jiang Shao Ci suddenly smiled and shook her head. It's nothing. I will take care of everything. Shall I continue? Su Yi gestured towards the computer, and Jiang Shao Ci's smile grew even softer. Sir, I hope you enjoy your time. With that, Jiang Shao Ci gracefully exited the room. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, Su Yi thought he heard Jiang Shao Ci's muffled laughter from outside. He truly was like a playful young boy, whom Su Yi blinked and murmured, Is that a compliment? However, computer games were indeed quite entertaining. Forget about it. He felt stifled. Su Yi switched positions, comfortably settling in front of the computer, casually selecting a single-player game, double-clicking to launch it. Let the games begin. Today, he would do nothing but play. Chapter 43. The unexpected guest who returned from disappearance for a homebody. What is the most enjoyable thing? Ah, yes, the joy of gaming. No, not that. It's games. Games. The joy of gaming can provide immense and enduring happiness, especially for those who spend excessive time indoors. An exceptional game can consume an entire day. Su Yi never imagined he would become so enthralled by the game red alert. Perhaps he had simply been cooped up for too long. Though his computer had power, there was no global internet, making online gaming impossible. Fortunately, Su Yi had downloaded many single-player games on his computer, most of which featured multi-playthrough options, allowing him to immerse himself for extended periods. Even if he grew tired of gaming, he could always delve into the hundreds of terabytes of study materials to pass the time. If all else failed, he could always play Minesweeper or Spider Solitaire. Su Yi mused that if he could ever reach a point where he never wanted to boot up his computer again, it would mean that his refuge had developed into an extraordinarily robust establishment. Because before that could happen, he would undoubtedly spend copious amounts of time engrossed in gaming. Just like now, Su Yi felt as though he had just begun playing, having barely started a few rounds when the familiar midday talent notification popped up before him. Congratulations! You have triggered a talent reward, obtaining a C-grade entertainment item. The little person alarm, the Shaorin warning device, is a Class C entertainment gadget. When carried close to oneself, it will turn red if someone nearby harbors ill intentions towards you or the refuge, or if a subordinate is disloyal. Conversely, if you're not targeted by any Shaoran, and there exists no harmful intent or possibility, it will remain blue. Why was I given such an item? Su Yi pondered, examining the device in his hand. It resembled a watch strap, perfectly fitting around his wrist, and even featured an electronic time display, akin to a digital watch, with the timing function being an added bonus. As a warning entertainment gadget, is this truly what I urgently need? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yi realized that this device might indeed be quite beneficial. With the continuous development of his gathering place, the implementation of Jiang Shaoxi's behind-the-scenes boss plan would undoubtedly accelerate. As the population of the refuge grows, the loyalty of talented individuals can be assured. But what about those who are not as gifted? Who can predict whether the current and future inhabitants of the refuge will be wholeheartedly devoted to me and the sanctuary? Even if they are loyal now, will that change in the future? Human hearts are fickle. If a traitor were to emerge within the refuge, and I lack the means to detect it, it would be akin to planting a time bomb. This talent is indeed impressive. With only a handful of women in the refuge, I have been provided with a means to gauge their loyalty in advance. Su Yi fiddled with the device, pondering for a moment before deciding to leave the game and exit the room. The device indicated a detection range of 50 meters in diameter. He proceeded down the stairs, scanning each level. By simply standing in the corridor, he could easily cover all the residents on that floor, even if they were preoccupied in their rooms. From his 6th floor to the 1st, Sui took the opportunity to check all the residents while the women were at home. The results were satisfactory. The strap remained blue throughout, indicating that they were still loyal to him and had no harmful intentions towards him or the refuge. This gadget is indeed remarkable. As long as I take a leisurely stroll around the refuge each day, I can effortlessly grasp the sentiments of the inhabitants. After a circuit around the sanctuary, Sui quietly returned to his room to continue playing the game. With nothing amiss in the refuge, which was exceedingly peaceful, he spent the entire afternoon idly passing the time. As dusk began to settle, Sui suddenly raised his head. Why haven't Lin Yu and the others returned yet? I haven't received any new points notifications. They must not be engaged in combat anymore. Have they encountered something along the way? Furrowing his brow, just as he prepared to rise and inquire with Jiang Shao Ci, he glanced down and noticed his strap had turned red. What? Sui was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he saw the strap revert to blue. Moments later, it turned red again, fluctuating rapidly within minutes before finally settling back to blue. What is going on? Items in this apocalyptic game should not easily malfunction. Could it be that something is amiss with those girls? Have they developed ill will towards me? A chill ran down Sui's spine. This was no trivial matter. Among the Huaxia people, the subtlest treachery is most abhorred. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile dike is destroyed by an ant hole. Hidden threats that lurk in silence are the greatest danger. I must uncover the truth. Furrowing his brow, Sui hastily left the room while studying the device's functional description. This research indeed revealed crucial information. It stated that the detection effect has a duration. Even if the threat's psychological state towards the wearer shifts, the warning signal will linger for a brief period to serve as an alert. If the threat signal flickers frequently, it signifies that the threat is on the edge of the detection range, resulting from a weak detection signal. Sui muttered to himself, suddenly lifting his head to gaze at the outer wall from the corridor. The limit of the 50-meter detection range coincides perfectly with the edge of the wall, indicating that the issue does not lie with the girls, but rather with an unexpected visitor. Just as Sui realized this, he heard hurried footsteps from the rooftop above, and soon a young woman tasked with lookout duties rushed down the stairs. Ah, comment allez-vous? The girl collided with Sui in the corridor, flustered and anxious as she saluted. Sui frowned. What happened? Commander, I just saw something up there. The girl pointed towards a rooftop and then outside, gulping nervously. Those 3 people have returned. Which 3 people? Sui inquired, the woman's breath becoming erratic with anxiety. The 3 people. The ones from the subway station. We spent a night in the subway station, and they went missing. Sui raised an eyebrow, recalling the incident. After he had driven them away, 3 unfortunate girls had indeed gone missing in the subway station for a night. If what she implied is true, then these 3 missing individuals have returned on their own? Sui touched his strap and asked, are they the only ones? Yes, yes. The girl nodded quickly, looking somewhat bewildered. Commander, should we let them in? Her face displayed a mix of excitement and faint guilt, seemingly still accepting and trusting these 3 companions. Notarus, call Jiang Shao Ci. I will wait for her on the rooftop. Sui raised an eyebrow and turned to ascend the stairs. 10 minutes later, Sui stood on the rooftop, equipped with a rudimentary telescope modified by Li Ya. Through the telescope, he could clearly see 3 ragged women pacing outside the wall on a neighborhood street. Their faces were filled with panic and terror as they huddled together, neither leaving nor approaching too closely, merely walking and observing along the wall. Just the 3 of them? Sui glanced down at his strap. He observed carefully. Whenever these 3 women drew closer to the edge of the wall, the strap would turn red, only to quickly revert to blue. The weak signal indicates that the unusual behavior of the strap stems from these 3 women. They were originally residents of this building and should know their way home. But why do they harbor ill intentions towards this place? Sui raised an eyebrow, lost in thought, when he heard the sound of light footsteps approaching from behind. Turning to look, he saw Jiang Shao Ci arriving on the rooftop, accompanied by the 3 women, one of whom was nervously brandishing a handgun. How did they bring a gun up here? Sui glanced at the submachine gun in Jiang Shao Ci's hand, the very weapon once used by Lin Yu. Sir, I sensed that the newcomers bear ill intentions. Jiang Shao Ci stood beside Su Yi, using another telescope to observe the scene outside the wall. I've already explained the changes to our building to the girls, but I believe the outsiders have also noticed our transformation. Sir, pay attention to their expressions. They wish to enter. They wish to visit us. The sudden return of these 3 missing individuals does not seem coincidental. This visit may not bode well. Jiang Shao Ci's explanation was succinct, laden with strong subjective judgment, and the women nearby appeared somewhat skeptical. However, Su Yi understood that Jiang Shao Ci's instincts were indeed correct. Indeed, their intentions are not benevolent, yet their specific aims remain unclear. Su Yi shook the watch strap in his hand while glancing at Jiang Shao Ci, who did not offer any explanation but merely inquired. What advice do you have regarding those 3 individuals? Sir, allow them to enter, Jiang Shao Ci replied calmly, having been scrutinizing the 3 women outside the wall. It seems we have attracted unwanted attention. There is no such thing as a 1,000-day defense against thieves. We must proactively address this threat. What about Lin Yu and the others? When will they return? Sir, prior to our departure, I set the latest return time for them. They should be home within 30 minutes at most. Jiang Shao Ci paused briefly, retrieving a compact remote control button from her pocket and handing it to Su Yi. Unexpectedly, she had also brought the control button for the automatic machine gun shooting ports in Su Yi's room. Such thoughtfulness is truly commendable. Even without Lin Yu and the others in the shelter, the fully upgraded refuge is not intimidated by most adversaries. Those 20 automatic machine guns are formidable weapons. Even Lin Yu and the others would not escape unscathed if they confronted them. Let's welcome them in to see, Su Yi mused while fiddling with the button, casting another glance at the women beside Jiang Shao Ci. If they pose no threat, all will be well. If they do, they shall meet their demise. Jiang Shao Ci also fixed her gaze on the women nearby, a silent warning conveyed through her eyes. The female head of the agents excels in manipulating emotions, and even at this moment, she does not forget to keep a few women around to serve as a cautionary example. Chapter 44. I only trusted Su Yi did not leave the rooftop, observing as Jiang Shao Ci descended with the women towards the wall. Although the neighborhood where Su Yi resided was old, it compensated with its expansive area, with significant gaps between each building. The surrounding wall forms a self-contained space, relatively undisturbed. However, to facilitate entry and exit, there are rudimentary iron gates on all sides that can only be opened from the inside. Jiang Shao Ci did not linger unnecessarily. She proceeded directly to the location of the 3 women by the wall, opened the iron gate, and stepped outside with several women. Xiao Chun, at Jiang Shao Ci's signal, Sister Li eagerly raised her voice to greet them, ensuring the 3 women heard her from afar, and they turned to look. Oh my heavens! It truly is you 3, Sister Li exclaimed with delight, breaking away from the group and quickly approaching, grabbing one of the women's small hand. Where on earth have you been? After that night, we cannot find you at all. Thank goodness the heavens have favored you. You 3 are back safe. Sister Li would not allow the 3 women to refuse, pulling them before Jiang Shao Ci. Miss Jiang, these 3 are the sisters I mentioned earlier who went missing at the subway station. What a blessing that they have returned. Sister Li excitedly introduced them to Jiang Shao Ci, who examined them from head to toe. The 3 girls were disheveled, their clothing tattered, and their bodies bore the marks of abuse, with bruises visible all over. Their faces reflected panic and distress, and even their odor was unpleasant. Sister Li urged the 3 girls quickly, greet her. They timidly lowered their heads and spoke in unison. Hello, Miss Jiang. Jiang Shao Ci nodded and asked nonchalantly. I am glad to see you back, but I am curious as to why you disappeared at the subway station. We were extremely hungry at the time, so we went out to find something to eat, one girl explained, her gaze cast down, appearing sincere. Is that so? Jiang Shao Ci asked with a bemused smile. I heard from Sister Li that you left here with food sufficient for 2 days. You were only outside for 1 night, and your provisions ran out? Jiang Shao Ci raised an eyebrow and suddenly inquired, Do you have a hearty appetite? Ah, yes, I do have a larger appetite, the girl nervously nodded, flustered by Jiang Shao Ci's probing, quickly accepting the opportunity to explain herself. Even Sister Li and the women around could sense something amiss with the 3 sisters. A look of helplessness crossed Sister Li's face, but she remained silent, gazing at Jiang Shao Ci with trepidation. Jiang Xiaoci nodded again, deliberately asking, "You have returned. You do not plan to leave again, do you?" "No, we do not plan to," the girl murmured, unable to meet Jiang Xiaoci's gaze. "Open the door." Jiang Xiaoci wasted no words, gesturing for the girls inside to open the iron gate, stating, "New friends have returned home." The iron gate slowly swung open, and Jiang Xiaoci led the women into the enclosed area. Outside the two buildings, two men with kitchen knives hidden in the bushes watched the women return home with narrowed eyes. They've entered. It seems this place may have some plump prey. One man licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a wolfish hunger. This place is filled with women, and that one in the chi pao is stunning. Even if it's just a touch, it would be worth it. I find this place a bit strange. Would an old neighborhood have such walls? The other man muttered, feeling uneasy. What if it's not a fat sheep, but rather a thorny problem? What should we do? Those three women have already been let out. Do we just lose them? His companion's expression showed hesitation as he clenched his teeth. Those three women mentioned that the boss of this place was killed by another guy. The murderer must have acquired quite a few points to build these walls. Let us go back and inform the boss. As long as we bring more manpower and equipment. We want to be inferior to them, especially since we have 3 insiders inside. If we can take this place, not only will we acquire those women, but all these walls will also belong to us. The two men deliberated and quietly left the neighborhood. At this moment, within Su Yi's refuge, as soon as the 3 women entered the building, they felt an immediate wave of coolness, causing them to shiver. It's so refreshing. The indoor temperature was around 30 degrees, and it became even cooler as they ascended. The star temperature difference gave the 3 women goosebumps, and they shivered slightly. There are many air conditioners running here. Be careful not to catch a chill. Sisterly thoughtfully handed over a few garments to the girls, smiling as she explained. One girl looked astonished. Sisterly, hasn't there been a citywide power outage? How can there still be air conditioning here? There is electricity, Jiang Xiaoci replied coolly, not allowing Sister Li to elaborate further. Electricity? The 3 girls exchanged bewildered glances, shock evident in their eyes. In a city experiencing a widespread power outage during a sweltering apocalypse, this building still had air conditioning, and life seemed unaffected. Is this building still the same place we were at not long ago? The girls felt confused, sinking into silence, although they stood in familiar surroundings. A sense of trepidation and strangeness lingered in their hearts. Jiang Xiaoci was the first to break the silence, scrutinizing the girls and directly asking, "Speak. What is your purpose in returning?" "Miss Jiang, they may just wish to return home." Sisterly attempted to interject, but under Jiang Xiaoci's cold gaze, she wisely chose to remain silent. "Yes, we only wish to go home." One girl quickly nodded, keeping her head down as she responded, "We used to live here, and Sisterly can vouch for us. After we lost contact, we were continuously searching for Sister Li and the others. We searched everywhere and, out of desperation, returned home hoping for a stroke of luck, only to discover that you were indeed here." Before the girl could finish her sentence, the girl named Xiao Wang, standing behind Jiang Xiaoci, suddenly interjected, "You are lying. After we emerged from the subway station, we searched for you incessantly and nearly encountered danger. If it weren't for Sister Lin you saving us, we wouldn't even know where we are. With so many women together, we could face peril. Yet you 3 search for us and remain unscathed?" Xiao Wang's piercing gaze fixed upon the 3 girls, causing them to feel flustered and lowering their heads in silence. Jiang Xiaoci chuckled, still unwilling to speak the truth. "It seems your lips are sealed. Take them to the basement," she commanded. Jiang Xiaoci turned to leave, and Xiao Wang boldly took the lead, brandishing a steel spear against the backs of the 3 girls. "Hurry up. Everyone knows Xiao Wang. There's no need for such intimidation." Sisterly attempted to mediate, but was met with a glare from Xiao Wang. "Sisterly, our compassion has only made us easy targets for bullying. Miss Jiang told me that women must be tougher than men to survive in this era." Xiao Wang turned sharply, commanding, "Move faster." The steel spear pressed into their backs, causing discomfort, and the 3 girls felt a rising panic, bewildered by Xiao Wang's sudden transformation from timid to fierce. This place was still familiar, the people were still known, yet everything felt profoundly alien. The spacious basement was illuminated by the flickering light of torches, devoid of the cooling air from air conditioning. Suffocating heat enveloped the room. The 3 girls were brought to the basement, where a solitary iron bed leaned against the wall. Jiang Xiaoci stood beside the bed, her slender fingers caressing its edge. This is your last chance. Why have you come here? They gazed at Jiang Xiaozi in confusion, remaining silent. Jiang Xiaozi sighed softly, glancing at Xiao Wang, who nodded. Sister Jiang, Xiao Zheng is bringing the items shortly. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from above, and another girl with a ponytail entered the basement, carrying an old cloth bag. Sister Jiang, most of the items are here. But Sister Li said there are some things she prefers not to create. Xiao Zheng handed the bag to Jiang Xiaozi, who casually nodded. Understood. With a swift motion, Jiang Xiaozi emptied the contents of the bag onto the iron bed, causing the women holding torches to change color. The items revealed were iron handcuffs, metal rods, branding irons, clamps, and daggers, a collection of various instruments of torture. Do you know? I used to frequently use these little tools. I wonder if I've lost my touch. Jiang Xiaozi picked up a small pair of scissors, carelessly trimming her nails. Sister Jiang. Sister Li's face was filled with dread, summoning her courage. She trembled as she spoke. We don't need to resort to this. Will the commander allow it? Xiao Wang, choose one and tie her to the bed. Jiang Xiaozi did not respond to Sister Li, issuing her command with an indifferent tone, not lifting her head. Understood. Xiao Wang was momentarily taken aback, gritting her teeth in agreement as she shoved the girl forward. Go. The girl trembled, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Jiang Xiaozi, the beautiful woman employing such horrifying methods. It was evident to anyone what Jiang Xiaozi intended to do. One of the three women, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere, cried out, I'll tell you everything. Please don't torture me. I don't want to. The woman's cries echoed through the basement, hauntingly sorrowful. Ready to speak? Jiang Xiaozi lifted her head, tilting it slightly, a sudden smile gracing her lips. Too late. I don't believe you now. Jiang Xiaozi picked up an iron dagger from the bed, shaking it ominously. I only trust this. Chapter 45. Sir, I am not a woman who kills indiscriminately. Huh? Su Yi removed his headphones, looking perplexedly out the window. Moments ago, he seemed to have faintly heard a woman scream, haunting and piercing as if from a horror film. Was it merely a figment of my imagination? Su Yi rubbed his chin, glancing at the computer screen, and ultimately decided to exit the game interface. Although Jiang Xiaozi assured him that she could handle the three girls well, allowing him to relax and enjoy himself, a sense of unease lingered. Perhaps I should check on the situation. Although nothing has happened yet, one can never tell when these three ticking bombs might explode. Su Yi prepared to descend and assess the situation, as he still had several minutes of free time left for the day. Just as he stood up and approached the door, it was abruptly pushed open. It was Jiang Xiaozi, gliding into the room like a gentle breeze, illuminating the small space with her presence. Sir, are you going out? Jiang Xiaozi swept her hair aside, her smile warm. Whatever you need, I am at your service. I was just going to ask how things are progressing. Su Yi returned to the sofa, beckoning to Jiang Xiaozi. Have the three women been dealt with? Have you uncovered their intentions? Su Yi allowed the three girls to enter, not wanting to be overly cautious. Since they had targeted the refuge, it was essential to discern their true motives. This task was best entrusted to the astute Jiang Xiaozi, which reassured Su Yi. Indeed, I have not failed in my mission. Jiang Xiaozi moved gracefully, sitting close to Su Yi. I had a detailed conversation with them, and they revealed the truth. They approached our sanctuary with malicious intent. You were able to ascertain that? Are you perhaps a hypnotist? Su Yi's brow furrowed in surprise as he leaned closer to Jiang Xiaozi. Catching a hint of blood in the air, what have you done? While communicating, I accidentally got some on me. Jiang Xiaozi lowered her gaze, examining her delicate, pale hands, and then looked up with a slight smile. There's no perfume at home. The scent lingers for now. What kind of communication involves blood? Interrogation. Su Yi was taken aback, exclaiming, You tortured them. Yes, Jiang Xiaozi nodded calmly. This ensures they speak the truth. I lack a lie detector, so I must resort to such measures to guarantee the veracity of the information. Jiang Xiaozi spoke earnestly, revealing no intention of deceiving Su Yi, even being entirely forthright. This is indeed quite fitting for your profession. Su Yi inhaled deeply, momentarily at a loss for words. The methods of a head of espionage must be excruciatingly painful. He instinctively felt that this might have crossed a line, yet Jiang Xiaozi's actions were for the sake of the sanctuary. Rationality told Su Yi that her approach was the correct one. In a post-apocalyptic world, being ruthless towards others is the greatest protection for oneself. I still have much to learn. Su Yi sighed, and Jiang Shaozi gently massaged his temples, softly saying, "Sir, there are some matters you need not inquire about. Simply knowing the outcome suffices." "And what is the outcome?" Su Yi paused before asking. "By the way, the 3 women are still alive, right?" "One is alive," Jiang Shaozi replied calmly, adding, "but she likely won't see tomorrow." "Oh, they'll all die." Su Yi was momentarily stunned, feeling as if the situation was surreal. Half an hour prior, he had observed the 3 women timidly wandering outside the wall, undeniably alive. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them were gone. Su Yi remained silent. He understood that he must learn to accept such occurrences. If this was the price of growing up in an apocalyptic world, it felt rather swift and not easy to adapt to. "If you find it unpleasant, I won't do it again next time," he said. "No, I mareli punde." Su Yi replied, raising his gaze to Jiang Shaozi and inquiring with a smile, "If we were to eliminate them, how would we lure out the snakes from their dens? Surely, there are those who manipulate them from behind?" "Indeed," Jiang Xiaoqi responded, her eyes reflecting surprise at Su Yi's demeanor. She had prepared herself for a reprimand, yet unexpectedly, Su Yi appeared unfazed. At first glance, he seemed like a man of inherent coldness. However, Jiang Shaozi could sense his heart racing. He was merely concealing his true feelings, forcing himself to accept and adapt to the chaotic rules of this world. According to intelligence, they have lost their value for survival, and even their existence may bring trouble, she stated, regaining her composure. According to their accounts, they were abducted by a group of thugs at the subway station, and their stronghold is 8 streets away from us. Among them is a man leading the group, possessing a peculiar ability that seems to allow him to control life and death from afar, as well as torment others physically. Because of this talent, he has gathered numerous followers and continuously captures isolated survivors to locate the shelter behind the scenes. The purpose of locating the shelter is likely to seize supplies or destroy it altogether. The 3 young women were under his control, unable to determine their own fate, and were compelled to return here to act as informants for the thugs, attempting to breach our sanctuary. Jiang Shaozi paused, casually flicking her hair, and continued. According to the original plan, they should have contacted the thugs before nightfall. It is now dark, and since the thugs have yet to arrive, they have naturally lost their value. Why do you say that? Sui inwided earnestly. Is it possible that the thugs discovered our shelter's formidable outer defenses and were deterred? If we are to address these potential threats, we still need those 3 women to locate the thug's position. I have already ascertained the thug's location, Jiang Shaozi replied, glancing at the darkening sky outside. Sir, Lin Yu and the others have yet to return, and they are nearly 20 minutes late. Suy's expression shifted, Xiao Qi. Do you mean to say that the thugs have likely arrived, but encountered Lin Yu and her team on their way back? Jiang Shaozi smiled faintly. The thugs do not possess just a singular extraordinary ability. Many survivors exhibit similar talents. They are armed, numbering over 50. A group of this size would not be intimidated by our seemingly thick walls. Her analysis was firm, and it was this conviction that led her to believe Lin Yu had indeed encountered the thugs. Since we have already confronted this group, the 3 women no longer hold any value for survival, although they were coerced into being informants. I am uncertain whether the thugs' ability could surpass their control and result in harm. If our sanctuary is on the brink of conflict, I must eliminate all internal threats. Jiang Shaozi elaborated, speaking more than she usually did. Shaozi, why do I feel as though you are lecturing a child? Sir, I merely wish to clarify my position, she replied, lowering her head slightly. I am not a woman who indulges in needless slaughter. I believe you, Su Yi affirmed, drawing Jiang Shaozi closer with a serious expression. Without your insight, even if I suspected the 3 women were problematic, I would not have unraveled the truth so swiftly. If my hesitation were to delay matters and jeopardize the safety of the sanctuary, that would be the worst outcome. Your decision was astute. You have done nothing wrong. He had no reason to cast blame upon Jiang Shaozi. With her wisdom, she shielded him from the threats of this apocalypse, completing the grim tasks without forcing Su Yi to make such harsh decisions. Her loyalty had been proven through action. However, this apocalypse indeed felt a bit overwhelming. Su inhaled deeply and chuckled. Here I sit in my home, yet I find myself confronted by thugs delivering death at my doorstep. Sir, you do not seem concerned that Lin Yu and her team may be defeated in battle. They will not lose. Even if they cannot prevail, they can retreat to safety. Su responded, shaking the remote control in his hand, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. We have quite a few machine guns. Just as Su Yi's words faded, the sound of Sister Li's voice rang out in the hallway. Miss Jiang, Miss Lin Yu has returned. Chapter 46. Night Raid and Unexpected Joy. Suiros. Descending the stairs with Jiang Shaoxi. Upon reaching the first floor, they saw Lin Yu and the soldiers brushing off dust and blood. Lin Yu, Commander. Lin Yu looked up, saluting Su Yi with her comrades. Lin Yu reporting for duty. Su Yi nodded, approaching Lin Yu and quietly asking, Did you encounter enemies at the doorstep? Indeed, Lin Yu affirmed, standing tall as she reported. After receiving Miss Zhang's mission yesterday afternoon, I assembled a 10-member combat team and set out, centered around the sanctuary, to search for potential thugs within a 5-street radius while investigating locations suspected of storing substantial supplies. We discovered a night market street and witnessed a group of thugs committing violence, brutally killing several survivors who had ventured out in search of resources. Based on our initial assessment, we unanimously deemed them as legitimate targets for extermination, engaging them in combat and learning more about the thugs' hiding spots from captives. That night, we approached their gathering point, arranged our tactics, and conducted a night raid, concluding the battle by dawn. This morning, after relocating the sanctuary's survival supplies to a safer location, we prepared to return. On our way back in the afternoon, we discovered a grain store and, during our search, engaged in battle with lawbreakers, which delayed us. As we were about to regroup in the evening, we noticed a large number of armed individuals near the sanctuary, seemingly approaching it. To ensure the safety of the sanctuary, we initiated combat with them early. Lin Yu paused and declared loudly, Ultimately, we eliminated 20 foes. The rest fled. Concerned for the sanctuary, we did not pursue. Lin Yu's robust report evoked admiration in the eyes of the surrounding women. They too yearned for the formidable combat skills that would allow them to proudly recount their achievements. Excellent. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, beckoning Lin Yu to follow him upstairs. Shaoxi, you two come along. After a brief pause, he glanced at the male soldiers. Liang, you lead the others to the top floor. Stay vigilant for enemy movements. The remaining soldiers will remain on the first floor, attentive to any disturbances outside the wall and prepared to confront any threats. Su Yi issued his concise orders before ascending the stairs with the two women. In the room, Su Yi sat on the sofa while Lin Yu stood before him. Lin Yu, please elaborate on the encounter with the adversaries this evening. Su Yi lowered his gaze to his watch and asked without lifting his head, Have you encountered any peculiar individuals, perhaps those possessing extraordinary abilities or exhibiting strange behaviors? Jiang Shaoxi, observing Su Yi's demeanor, sensed his distrust. This skepticism was likely not directed towards Lin Yu, but rather towards the soldiers downstairs. Jiang Shaoxi was aware of Su Yi's unwavering trust in Lin Yu. However, if the intelligence provided by the three women before their demise was accurate, those thugs might possess some extraordinary means of controlling humans. The soldiers were formidable, yet even the strongest might not be immune to the bizarre talents emerging from various shelters. Strange behaviors? Lin Yu tilted her head, recalling there was one individual who seemed to point at me during the battle, mumbling something I couldn't quite catch. And how did you feel about it? Su Yi inquired, raising his gaze. Did you experience any discomfort? None at all. I felt great, Lin Yu replied, shaking her head. That man had his hand shot off by Lu Rue and fled. So even if he had some ability, I doubt he could use it now. Indeed, Su Yi nodded, examining his watch for any change in color, finding none. It appeared the male soldiers had not been affected by any talents, and he felt no concern for Lin Yu. Her trait of loyalty was immensely powerful, ensuring she would never betray the shelter under any circumstances. Based on Su Yi's understanding of the Apocalypse game's mechanics, even if something attempted to control Lin Yu, it would ultimately fail. What the other thugs? Did you feel any pressure during the confrontation? There was no pressure at all, Lin Yu replied, shaking her head gravely. Although they were well equipped with firearms and composite bows, their combat capabilities were poor. Despite their numbers, it was clear they were a disorganized mob. They fled shortly after the skirmish began. with firearms and archery at their disposal. How could they fail to injure even a single soldier? Their ferocity was even less than that of Li Ji's group, who had at least fought Lin Yu tenaciously without considering retreat. Strange. Could there have been an error in the intelligence? Sui looked towards Jiang Shaoci. None of the combatants possessed talents. Perhaps the talented individual is their leader, holding a significant position, Jiang Shaoci suggested. Although the captives may not be aware of this, I suspect that those with talents are considered strong in the current urban atmosphere. Strong leaders rarely engage and battle themselves. Lin Yu may simply not have encountered one. Indeed, Sui nodded, closing his eyes in contemplation. Jiang Shaoci refrained from interrupting him this time, choosing to await his command. She had keenly observed Su Yi's daily growth and transformation, including the fact that he had summoned Lin Yu alone while leaving Li Yong and the other soldiers together. This was clearly a strategy for Li Yong to supervise the remaining soldiers, while Lin Yu was called up to confirm more sensitive intelligence. Should the male soldiers fall under control, Su Yi could make a comprehensive judgment based on the behaviors of both Lin Yu and Li Yong, allowing for a swift countermeasure. Jiang Shaoci understood this about Su Yi, though she was unaware that his watch had a more precise function for assessing hostility. Su Yi did not ponder for long. He soon opened his eyes. Lin Yu, are you tired? Tired? Lin Yu was taken aback, reflexively glancing at Jiang Shaoci, who subtly gestured for her to continue. Lin Yu swiftly comprehended and declared, Commander, I am not tired. I can continue fighting. Really? It is my duty to guard the commander and the shelter. Very well. Then let us proceed with a night raid, but do not aim for total annihilation. Su nodded, turning to Jiang Xiaoqi. I believe these individuals are still unaware that Lin Yu is one of us. After their setbacks, they likely do not suspect that we have already ascertained their location or that we would proactively strike at night. In the chaos of our night raid, they will undoubtedly become disordered, and once they are in disarray, our safety will be assured, placing the initiative firmly in our hands. Sui sought Jiang Xiaoqi's opinion, to which she smiled in agreement. Your words are indeed wise, sir. I also believe we should take the initiative to extinguish the danger in its infancy. Then it is settled, Sui declared decisively. I have little experience in warfare, so I shall refrain from instructing the experts. Lin Yu, you and Shaoci can strategize together. I have but one request. If you find yourselves overwhelmed, retreat swiftly. As I have mentioned before, those from the shelters tend to possess peculiar abilities, and we must be cautious of unforeseen complications. If circumstances permit, you may lure the enemy towards us. Sui pressed the remote control in his hand, and a mechanical sound emanated from the wall of the room adjacent to Lin Yu, revealing the dark muzzle of an automatic machine gun. Our home can provide you with fire support. Winking at Lin Yu, Sui noted her surprise, yet she refrained from asking further questions. As an exemplary soldier, she was well aware of her duty and never pried into the commander's confidential intelligence. Yes, Commander. Lin Yu stood at attention, her expression solemn. I will ensure the task is completed. We shall annihilate the enemy. Go now, formulate your plans. I require only the results. Sui watched as the two departed, leaving him alone in the room. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Outside, the streets were eerily silent, with the other buildings in the neighborhood shrouded in darkness and devoid of movement. It was uncertain whether the survivors in those buildings had perished or were simply too frightened to make sound. In the city, under the cover of night, there was no sound at all, were it not for the ongoing chatter in the city chat channel. Sui might have been led to believe he was in a deserted ghost town. I may not be able to accommodate the three of you. Sui murmured to the dim night outside, but at the very least, I can help you seek vengeance. Your deaths shall not be in vain. There will be company on the road to the underworld. Half an hour later, the soldiers who had just returned to the gathering place set out, this time including Li Yong. Sui stood by the window, watching as the soldiers disappeared into the night, having received intelligence from Jiang Shaoci regarding the thugs' gathering point. Their objective this time was to sow chaos and inflict casualties on the enemy while cautiously gathering more relevant intelligence during the combat. With sufficient intelligence, and leveraging Jiang Shaoxi's wisdom alongside the combat prowess of Lin Yu and the other soldiers, they would easily devise a plan to eradicate the enemy in the next engagement. I seem to have changed somewhat. Sui reflected while seated on the sofa, contemplating his recent psychological journey. Though it is against a group of thugs, I find that I am not as averse to killing as I once was. Is this the mindset of survival of the fittest? Humanity truly is a remarkably adaptable species. With a self-deprecating smile, Su Yi's gaze shifted back to the computer desk. He had little inclination for entertainment at the moment. However, rather than sit idly and wait, he thought it better to find something to occupy himself. Is it not somewhat inappropriate for the soldiers to be out fighting for their lives while I sit here playing games? Su Yi pondered this as he sat down at the computer desk, restarting a game. Time passed gradually. Soon it was 11:30 p.m. Yet Jiang Xiaoci had not returned upstairs, seemingly establishing new rules for the women below. As Su Yi immersed himself in his game, fatigue began to creep in, and just as a wave of drowsiness washed over him, a series of new notifications abruptly materialized before his eyes. Warning! The combatants of your shelter are engaged in battle with the remaining shelters in the wilderness. The battle has concluded, and your shelter has emerged victorious. Your combatants are now occupying the hostile shelter. Occupation time complete. Your combatants have destroyed a level 0 shelter, and you have inherited the remaining survival points of 1362 from the current shelter. Item inheritance, judgment successful. You have obtained a random talent lottery ticket X1, a talent effect enhancement ticket X1, a personal skill ticket X1, and a D-grade weapon, a perfect composite bow, 100 arrows daily. Wait. Su Yi stared at the information in disbelief. Lin Yuan, I tasked her with causing chaos during a night raid, and she single-handedly annihilated their shelter? Hold on. This inheritance of items seems off. They appear to be extraordinary items. What kind of shelter is this? And who would leave behind such a wealth of items unused? Stunned, Su Yi pondered a possibility. Could it be that these thugs encountered Lin Yu in the evening, lost, and then went home to spend their points on a shopping spree to bolster their combat strength? Unexpectedly, Lin Yu seized the night to strike, and the leader had just exhausted his points on items without even having the chance to utilize them, only to be slain by Lin Yu? What a stroke of luck. Su Yi suddenly fell silent, recalling that Lin Yu's opener trait seemingly influenced luck. Ah, a night raid with unexpected surprises. Chapter 47. The shadowy manipulator's black and white gloves. Su Yi meticulously reread the notification, confirming that he had not misread it. Furthermore, the inherited items and points had already appeared in his shelter's reserve panel. He even took out the items and arranged them before him. Random talent lottery ticket, a special item that can summon one random DB grade talent from a shelter. This item is special, and the purchaser must first obtain purchasing qualifications. Talent effect enhancement ticket, a special item that can enhance the talents of one shelter, guaranteeing a favorable transformation of the talent. This item is special, and the purchaser must first obtain purchasing qualifications. Personal skill ticket, an item from the points store requiring 2,000 points to purchase, allowing one to randomly obtain a personal skill for player use only, with a level not exceeding C grade. Perfect composite bow, a D grade weapon requiring 1,000 points to purchase. Renowned as the sniper rifle among bows and arrows, utilizing a pulley to conserve the user's draw strength and equipped with a precise aiming system. Capable of easily hunting large prey, it comes with a quiver that automatically replenishes to 100 alloy arrows daily. Wow, this guy is truly formidable. With such a bountiful arsenal, he is undoubtedly a top-tier player on the leaderboard. Su Yi gasped, bewildered by what his unseen adversary had accomplished to earn such special qualifications and acquire two extraordinary items. Yet, Su Yi was certain that both items were powerful. If this individual utilized them, and by chance obtained a potent personal skill, along with a B-grade combat talent, it would be catastrophic. Even Su Yi would have to resort to a defensive strategy, certainly unwilling to engage him in direct combat. How should I put it? Are you fortunate or unfortunate? Su Yi scrutinized the items before him, shaking his head with a hint of trepidation. Fortunately, he had bestowed the opener trait reward upon Lin Yu. Otherwise, it would have been Su Yi facing misfortune tonight. Su Yi refrained from using the items immediately. He intended to wait for Lin Yu's return, especially for the talent-related item. It must be activated by Lin Yu to fully harness her fortuitous aura. According to the intelligence from Xiaoci, the thug's hideout was a standalone villa in the city, technically classified as a shelter. Lin Yu had destroyed the shelter and should be on her way back now. After waiting for over an hour, Su Yi heard voices outside, and the iron gate creaked open as Lin Yu, weary yet triumphant, returned with her warriors. She had once again returned victorious. This young woman had indeed earned her military accolades in Su Yi's eyes. Before long, he heard hurried footsteps in the hallway, and Lin Yu quickly opened the door. "Commander, I'm back." Lin Yu stood before Su Yi, her spirit vibrant, and he could even detect a faint scent of blood emanating from her. "How did the mission go?" Su Yi inquired, examining Lin Yu closely, concerned for her safety. "I'm unscathed. We annihilated the enemy," Lin Yu declared proudly, her head held high. They had some skill, but under the cover of darkness, they exhibited no organizational capability whatsoever. I handed my rifle to Lu Rue. His sniping skills indeed surpassed mine, and he swiftly eliminated all resistance. However, I believe I managed to take down one of their leaders. Lin Yu beamed with delight, and Su Yi cautiously asked, "Before you eliminated that leader, was he standing there dazed, staring into the void like I often do?" "Commander, how did you know?" Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide with astonishment. "You have eyes that see 1,000 miles. How could you possibly know that?" "Just as you said, I had crept up to his window, and he and T noticed me. I then threw my military knife and headshot." Lin Yu shrugged, a hint of disdain in her voice. "He was so careless. Completely no match for me. Indeed, that poor fellow was extraordinarily unfortunate. Just as he was reveling in his point expenditures, the next moment, he was taken out with a headshot. He didn't even have the chance to utilize his own talents, meeting an untimely and mysterious end." Su Yi, contemplating from the perspective of that unfortunate soul, mused that if he were in such a predicament, he would likely die with his eyes wide open. "They truly were no match for you, but that's to be expected." Su Yi nodded in agreement. "Regular troops are engaged in the Doomsday War. Those left behind are merely common folk. Their combat skills cannot possibly compare to yours. Even with formidable talents, most survivors lack the combat proficiency of professional soldiers. Lin Yu's successful ambush may seem a stroke of luck, but it is a testament to her military prowess. Congratulations, sir. Your foresight has resolved potential threats. And you can now rest easy," Jiang Shao Ci interjected with a smile, to which Su Yi playfully retorted, "When did you become so adept at flattery?" Jiang Shao Ci chuckled softly, covering her mouth, refraining from retorting. "What the post-battle processing?" Su Yi turned his attention back to Lin Yu, asking with meticulous care, not leaving everything to Jiang Shao Ci. As the leader of the shelter, Su Yi understood that while he may lack knowledge in many areas, he must actively learn and contemplate. There were no living enemies left in the villa, but we did discover some captives, men, women, and children alike. I heard from the captives that they had been captured to serve as meat puppets, controlled by that leader. Seeing their plight, I took the liberty to set them free. Before they left, they asked for my name, and not wanting to reveal our secrets, I told them a lie." Lin Yu paused, and Su Yi pressed further. "What did you say?" "I said my name is Lei Feng." Lin Yu scratched her head and smiled shyly, saying, "They insist that I am from the People's Liberation Army. But I tell them I am from the Lei Feng Army." "Ha ha, what a splendid Lei Feng Army." Su Yi chuckled, showing no signs of reproach. Seeing Su Yi's pleasant demeanor, Lin Yu cautiously continued, "Additionally, I felt pity for them and allowed them to take some supplies from the villa, mostly food and drink. I thought since we were going to fight, there wasn't much preparation, and we couldn't carry too much away, plus it was quite chaotic at the time. So surely the nearby survivors heard it. I figured that even if I made a second trip to the villa to transport items, a considerable amount would be stolen. So it would be better to do something charitable." Noticing the smile fade from Su Yi's face, Lin Yu felt increasingly anxious and lowered her head. "Commander, I am sorry. I was wrong. It's all right, you have a point. We are here for combat, emphasizing quick resolution and swift withdrawal. Even if we win, we cannot take away too many supplies." Su Yi waved his hand, though he felt a twinge of regret for the supplies. He could not bear to reprimand Lin Yu, who had performed admirably. If they were given away, so be it. Consider it a good deed. "Commander, you are truly kind." Lin Yu smiled, realizing that the commander was indeed a benevolent person who would not truly blame her. Su Yi sighed, having discerned that his three subordinates were indeed of vastly different temperaments. Liu was a taciturn person, much like himself, a recluse engrossed in research. Jiang Shao Ci was a fierce woman, aptly described as one who would kill without a blink. Then there was Lin Yu, an anomaly, though a warrior engaged in bloodshed daily. She still harbored kindness in her heart and could not bear to see the weak suffer. It appeared that in the future, Jiang Shao Ci should handle the dirty work, while Lin Yu could manage more straightforward tasks. Su Yi pondered this and suddenly chuckled. Did this not imply that he effectively possessed both a black and white glove, allowing someone to represent his will for any task? Upon further reflection, was this not the behind-the-scenes plan devised by Jiang Shao Ci for him? Meanwhile, Jiang Shao Ci remained silent, elegantly standing with a subtle smile, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Yi. By the way, Lu Rue is a sniper, right? That rifle is unnecessary for him. A sniper should also be adept with a compound bow, right? Su Yi pointed to the compound bow on the table. Let him use this as a temporary substitute for a sniper rifle. Understood, Commander. I will deliver it to him right away, Lin Yu nodded, preparing to leave with the compound bow, but was halted by Su Yi's call. Wait. Don't rush, help me with something. Commander, please instruct. Lin Yu turned to stand at attention. Su Yi smiled and waved her over. Come here, don't be so serious. Sit beside me. Lin Yu's cheeks flushed, yet she obediently took a seat beside Su Yi. Commander, is there a new mission? It's not that serious. Do you remember the last time you helped me with the voucher? I remember. Today, there's another one. Please assist me in using it. Su Yi handed Lin Yu a random talent lottery ticket, eagerly watching her. You have good luck. You should use it. The talent enhancement ticket and personal skill ticket would directly affect Su Yi, so he certainly could not rely on Lin Yu's good fortune for that. Thus, the talent lottery was indeed a task for Lin Yu. All right. Lin Yu nodded obediently, shaking the ticket in her hand as she had done last time. Use? Suddenly, a dazzling golden light enveloped the room. In an instant, the radiant gold spread like an ocean throughout the entire space, causing Su Yi's eyes to widen in surprise. This commotion was extraordinary. It must be an exceptional talent. The golden light did not last long, rapidly retracting after a few breaths, coalescing into a golden humanoid figure before Su Yi. Jiang Shao Ci, witnessing this scene for the first time, curiously observed. Soon, the golden light completely dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white coat standing before Su Yi. Congratulations! Successfully recruited B-rank talent Tianqiang. B-rank talent. Lin Yu's good fortune indeed exploded. Hello, boss. The man stood before Su Yi, bowing respectfully. My name is Chen Xiaorun, your personal doctor. His demeanor was cool, a smile gracing his lips, but his eyes betrayed a hint of unmasked madness and indifference. Unlike other doctors who exuded warmth and safety, Chen Xiaorun emanated a chilling and dangerous aura, causing Lin Yu to instinctively tense up, her gaze fixed on this perilous figure. Personal doctor? Jiang Shao Ci examined Chen Xiaorun with keen interest, sensing a kindred spirit. Indeed, Tianqiang replied calmly, smiling politely. Meanwhile, Su Yi silently accessed Chen Xiaorun's data and glanced over it. Name, Chen Xiaorun. Age, 40. Type, doctor, scientist. Talent grade, B. Physical strength, 120. Neural reaction, 266. Stamina, 153. Mental will, 268. Self-healing immunity, 288. Talent characteristics, medical genius. He excels in most medical disciplines, including surgery, internal medicine, and genetic research. Poison specialist, rather than treating. He prefers killing. He is adept at poisoning, but not fond of detoxifying. Talent gift. Assassin. He delights in killing, possessing remarkable and unconventional assassination skills. He was a world-class assassin until he fell in love with a girl and retired, a rather cliché story. Mental illness. His mind is unlike that of ordinary people, with extraordinarily strong willpower, yet he is suspected to be mentally ill. He once had a colleague diagnose him, but he killed them, leaving no one aware of his diagnosis results. Value rating, 895. A mad doctor? Su Yi inhaled sharply. This was his immediate reaction upon seeing Chen Xiaorun's data. A genius doctor who is a former retired assassin suffering from mental illness. Excellent. This talent possesses quite a few intriguing attributes. His data was indeed pleasing to the eye, with 2 attributes exceeding 200, clearly indicating his expertise. You excel in killing? Su Yi gazed at Chen Xiaorun, contemplating his inquiry, not in direct confrontation, but through some non-combat methods. Yes, boss. Chen Xiaorun slightly bowed. Courteous. May I ask if this is my next task? I could provide over 300 non-combat assassination plans. If the assassination target were in this room. Chen Xiaoren glanced at Jiang Shaoci and Lin Yu. A slight smile gracing his lips. I could kill her right now. What? Lin Yu immediately gripped her handgun, swiftly disengaging the safety. Jiang Shaoci's smile faded, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Chen Xiaoren. We are allies. We are all on the same side. Do not act recklessly. Su Yi quickly interjected, addressing Chen Xiaoren. A doctor who can kill does align somewhat with your profession. It seems the treatment tasks at the shelter will fall to you from now on. So you are an ally. Chen Xiaoren smiled, squatting before the table, pouring 2 cups of tea and offering them to the 2 women. I apologize for my earlier offense. I hope the 2 beautiful ladies will not take it to heart. Not all. Lin Yu sheathed the gun, yet refrained from accepting the cup of tea, and Jiang Shaoci did likewise. Please continue, they urged. Su Yi smiled. They've just arrived and haven't yet recognized everyone. A minor misunderstanding is inconsequential. A cup of tea can be interpreted as a gesture of respect. It is not a gesture of respect, Chen Xiaoren interjected, pausing briefly before whispering, this cup of tea is an antidote. I just poisoned it. What? Su Yi was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Chen Xiaoren, who set down the teacup, his expression somewhat innocent as he revealed a small spray from his waist. This is my homemade neurotoxin. It induces paralysis and dizziness, with a possibility of fatality for those allergic to the components. The 2 cups of tea contain the antidote, which will prevent the effects of the poison. Only then did Su Yi realize that Chen Xiaoren appeared impeccably clean, seemingly without any obvious contraband. It is known that even D-level talents carry firearms. How could a distinguished B-level talent come empty-handed? After all this time, he brought poison. Lin Yu, Xiaoqi, drink up. Su Yi hastily instructed, watching intently as the 2 consumed the tea. Only then did he turn his attention back to Chen Xiaoren. Such tactics should not be employed against one's own. I was unaware. Chen Xiaoren rubbed his nose, a hint of appropriate guilt in his smile. Now that I know, rest assured, boss, I will not do anything to them. I will adhere to basic professional ethics and refrain from causing you any distress. Of course, if the boss could provide me with a different job description, I might be more diligent in my work. Chen Xiaoren's insinuation prompted Su Yi to furrow his brows. What do you mean by a different job description? Boss, you mentioned earlier that you wanted me to handle treatment in the shelter. Do you wish for me to be a public physician? Chen Xiaoren shrugged, a touch of resignation in his demeanor. In truth, I am not particularly fond of treating patients. I prefer engaging in medical research. What kind of research? Human dissection. Absolutely not. Su Yi immediately rejected the notion with seriousness. Do not entertain any harmful ideas regarding my people. Simply be a doctor, and for any ailments that arise, you shall be responsible. If you cannot cure them, it will be deemed your negligence. Very well, boss. Chen Xiaoren's disappointment was evident on his face. As you wish, I shall be a doctor, a healer. Su Yi noted Chen Xiaoren's predicament, but had no intention of altering his decision. Firstly, the shelter already had a resident population, and as his talent recruitment increased, a medical system would undoubtedly need to be established. Secondly, Su Yi perceived that Chen Xiaoren's character required some restraint. Shaoci, please escort him downstairs, Su Yi instructed. Select a room for his medical office, and later have Lin Yu procure some medical equipment for him. Yes, sir. Zhang Xiao, she nodded gently. I will make the arrangements. All right, everyone may leave. It is quite late, and you should rest early. Su Yi glanced at his watch. It was approaching the early hours of the morning. Despite having spent the day at home, the events that transpired in the shelter were indeed numerous. Yes. Lin Yu saluted and turned to depart. Chen Xiaoren obediently followed Jiang Shaoci, appearing quite compliant with the arrangements. The remaining items could only be utilized by me alone. I wonder what fortune they will bring. Su Yi looked at the remaining props on the table and suddenly chuckled. That unfortunate fellow truly was pitiable, unwittingly providing Su Yi with a wedding dress. Let us test this talent effect enhancement voucher. Su Yi picked up a golden voucher held in his hand and silently chose to use it. As the golden voucher erupted, a radiant glow enveloped Su Yi entirely. Before him, a new information prompt materialized. Chapter 49. Why do I feel like I am ahead of the global apocalypse version? Congratulations! By using a special item, your talent has received an upgrade effect. Homebody's Haven. In addition to the original talent effects, it possesses an additional reward stacking talent upgrade effect. Reward stacking. As you utilize talent rewards more frequently, the quality of rewards obtained through your talent will progressively increase, and the likelihood of high-level talent rewards will significantly rise. A luck-based upgrade effect? Sue-E tilted his head, scrutinizing the description with satisfaction. An enhancement in the effects of talent rewards is undoubtedly a positive development. Although the upgraded effect does not guarantee that each talent reward will be of high quality, it is worth noting that Sue-E has the opportunity to receive rewards daily. As long as he continues, there will inevitably come a time when he attains a grand talent reward. Let us try this as well. Sue-E picked up the last special item, the personal skill voucher. He had encountered this item in the point shop before, but had refrained from purchasing it due to its exorbitant price in the early stages. Furthermore, the inherent effect conflicted with Sue-Yi's shelter talent, which destined him to remain within the confines of the shelter. Sue-Yi pondered that even if he could acquire a personal skill, the probability of utilizing it would be exceedingly low as he rarely ventured outside. However, considering this item was essentially free, it would be remiss not to use it. Activate. Sue-Yi grasped the personal skill voucher and directly used it. A silver glow appeared in his palm before permeating into his skin and vanishing. The next moment, a new prompt materialized before Sue-Yi. Congratulations! By using the personal skill voucher, you have acquired D-level skill, Comprehensive Resistance. Comprehensive Resistance, passive skill. Your body exhibits a slight increase in resistance to diseases, high temperatures, extreme cold, and other catastrophic conditions, while your bones become sturdier, making fractures less likely even if you fall. D-level? Sue-Yi felt a twinge of disappointment, having not reached the C-level cap of the skill voucher. Moreover, it was a passive skill that merely augmented his existing traits. From a skill description, it seemed quite formidable, yet the term slight increase dulled Sue-Yi's enthusiasm. How much could a slight increase truly contribute? For instance, at present, Sue-Yi felt that the room was not as cold as before. He rose to open the window, allowing the hot air from outside to pour in, enveloping him in warmth. On ordinary days, such an act would leave him shivering from the heat. Today, however, he felt considerably more at ease. Indeed, there is some effect, albeit not very pronounced. The heat remains palpable. Sue-Yi shook his head, deeming this enhancement unworthy of the 2,000 points he had spent. Why did that unfortunate fellow not use these 2,000 points to upgrade the shelter instead? An upgraded shelter would be immensely powerful, bringing about transformative changes and enabling the purchase of many necessary rooms and defensive modules. Sue-Yi stroked his chin, contemplating as he accessed the shelter's level leaderboard. He discovered that it was already the 7th day of the apocalypse, and he was the only individual with a level 1 shelter in the entire city, while others remained at level 0. Curious, he wondered why no one had upgraded their shelters despite the passage of time. Sue-Yi furrowed his brows. With so many survivors in the city, surely there were others besides him who could meet the upgrade requirements? Wait, perhaps what they lack is not points, but rather talents? Or upgrading materials? Sue-Yi recalled the 5 upgrade conditions he had to meet in order to upgrade his shelter, and initially, the points required posed a significant challenge for him. However, for the group of marauders outside, who revel in murder and plunder, points are certainly not an issue. The only concern lies in the acquisition of talent and upgrade materials. Presently, Sue-Yi is aware that these materials can be obtained through dispatch missions, and seemingly there are no alternative means of acquisition. As for talent, it goes without saying that while Sue-Yi's refuge boasts numerous talents, most are rewards granted by innate abilities. The sole exception, Jiangshao Ci, is a product of a national achievement reward. The recently acquired Chinchou Run was also obtained through a special talent lottery item. Thus, one could deduce that talent units are indeed quite precious. Even that unfortunate fellow seems to have met specific conditions to qualify for the purchase of this talent item. For others, without any channels, it would be nearly impossible to recruit even the most basic talent unit for their refuge, no matter how hard they strive. Sue-Yi pondered, murmuring to himself, why did that fellow not use the item earlier to recruit talent? Could it be that he had just recently acquired the qualification to purchase the item? Or perhaps he lacked sufficient points and had been frantically raiding surrounding refuges to accumulate them, only managing to gather enough by tonight. He felt that his conjectures might be closer to the truth, but if that were indeed the case, he could not help but feel sympathy for the misfortune of that fellow, just when he had put in the effort and was on the verge of reaping rewards. He snatched the fruits of his labor away. What a pity! The item is gone, the points are gone, and the person is dead. By this logic, I am far ahead. Su Yi's eyes widened as he felt a surge of excitement. Even if there are other survivors with similar means of acquiring talent, their numbers surely cannot be substantial. After all, it appears that I am the only one in the entire city who has achieved this, while the other unfortunate soul with a chance at upgrading his refuge has already met his demise in my hands. The rest, even if they wish to upgrade, will likely find it impossible in the short term, given that the Apocalypse game mechanics have not yet been disclosed to provide others with stable means of obtaining talent units. I feel as though I am leading the pack in this apocalyptic version. The more Su-Yi contemplated, the stranger it felt. Talent units, when surveyed across the entire city, seemed to be monopolized by him, while other survivors' refuges lacked even a single talent unit. They were even oblivious to the means of acquiring such talents. Upon further reflection, this scenario resembled a game where Su-Yi was playing on an early access version, while others were stuck on the open beta version. The early access version experiences more game content first, and only after its completion does it transition to the open beta. My innate ability truly deserves its SSS grade. It is indeed of great worth. Su-Yi chuckled, having initially underestimated his talent, perceiving it as somewhat late game, with rewards that felt rather lukewarm. It seemed almost unworthy of an SSS grade. Now, 1 week into the apocalypse, looking across the city, it dawned on him that he was the only one ahead in this apocalyptic version, while others struggle to even upgrade their refuges. The number of talent units under his command has already surpassed 10. What a relief! Su-Yi rubbed the back of his neck, chuckling to himself, and then lay back on the bed. Sleep. Only sleep could truly pass the time, eagerly awaiting the next wave of rewards tomorrow. He hoped that tomorrow's innate rewards would continue to grant him more talent units. Having recognized the scarcity of talent units at this stage, Su-Yi naturally anticipated that every innate reward would yield him more talent units. A peaceful night passed, and when Su-Yi finally opened his eyes, it was already 11:30. As he rose from his bed, he noticed Jiang Xiao preparing a feast at the dining table. Seemingly aware of Su-Yi's gaze, she looked up, smiling and waving. "Sir, it's time to get up, come wash up and dine." Her gentle demeanor resembled that of a devoted wife, evoking in Su-Yi a faint sense of familial warmth. "Where is Chen Xiuren?" Su-Yi inquired as he dressed with Jiang Xiaoxi's assistance, casually asking about the new recruit situation. "Sir, he has already gone to work." "Working?" "Yes. It seems he does not appreciate my overseeing him, so he has set some rules and a work schedule for himself." Jiang Xiaoxi explained softly. "I observed this and deemed it appropriate, thus allowing him to proceed, as he is also loyal to you, sir, and I do not wish to trouble him." "Rules he set for himself? Pray enlighten me." Su-Yi, intrigued, took a seat at the dining table and queried, "What sort of rules?" He stated that he will rise at 8 each morning and work in the infirmary until 8 in the evening. After 8, he shall not engage in any medical duties unless instructed by you personally. He also wishes to have access to Li Ya's research facility, as he seems keen on concocting something, presumably poison. Jiang Xiaoxi elaborated, and Su-Yi found it amusing. In this apocalypse, this fellow is still imposing a work schedule on himself? He truly believes himself to be a doctor. The doctors and hospitals are far busier, with emergencies to contend with. Su-Yi chuckled, and Jiang Xiaoxi asked, "Do you permit this, sir? If not, I can ask him to change it." "That's fine. There are not many people in the refuge at the moment, and not everyone falls ill daily, so let him be." Su-Yi shook his head. It would also be good for him to adapt for a while. "By the way, what is Li Ya's stance on him using the research facility?" "Li Ya does not allow him entry." Jiang Xiaoxi replied gently. "I cannot persuade Li Ya, and she seems to be engrossed in researching a new technical module, which I believe may benefit the refuge, so I did not want to disturb her." "Well done." Su-Yi nodded. "Ask Chen Xiuren what equipment he requires, and let the soldiers venture out to find it. If we can fulfill those needs, we shall. If not, he'll have to wait. His current role is primarily to save lives, and tasks like poisoning and killing are not yet necessary for him." so there is no need for haste. By the way, it is time to resume the exploration tasks for the refuge. Each day, we must complete 3 tasks, primarily to gather upgrade materials for the refuge. Su Yi's refuge is currently well stocked with resources, equipped with various items, and abundant in talent. He lacks only the materials needed for refuge upgrades. Su Yi contemplated seizing this rare opportunity to gain a significant advantage, propelling his refuge far ahead. Being merely 1 level ahead is insufficient. If possible, Su Yi hoped to upgrade his refuge by 7 or 8 levels before others managed to do so. Yes, sir. Jiang Xiaoci nodded in agreement, and the two exchanged a few more topics of conversation. Time passed, and just after their meal, the moment for innate rewards arrived. As Su Yi settled onto the sofa to brew himself a cup of tea, a new prompt appeared before him. Anticipation welled within him as he glanced up, only to be struck dumb, causing the full cup of tea in his hand to spill onto his trousers. Ouch! Hot! It's burning. Su Yi shouted, realizing his blunder and feeling the heat. Ah, sir! Jiang Xiaoci, who was tidying up the mess, noticed the scene and hurried over in alarm. Chapter 50. S-Grade Personal Skills. Dangerous Pleasures. Please, do not move. Allow me to handle this. Jiang Xiaoci responded with remarkable speed, retrieving ice water from the freezer along with a clean towel, rushing to Su Yi's side. She widened her beautiful eyes, meticulously examining his injury to make an accurate assessment for the subsequent treatment. As the leader of an intelligence agency, it was not surprising that Su Yi possessed a basic understanding of first aid. He merely felt a bit embarrassed at the moment. How do you feel, sir? Jiang Xiaoci raised her delicate head, her expression devoid of shyness, replaced instead with earnestness. Does it hurt much? It's nothing. I was just startled a moment ago. Su Yi lowered his voice, striving to maintain his composure. Are you sure? Should we call Chun Xiuren to take a look? Call him? No, absolutely not. I'm perfectly fine. Su Yi dismissed the suggestion without a second thought, and to bolster his credibility, he reiterated, Xiaoci, I received a new enhancement yesterday that increased my heat resistance. I was merely startled. Truly, I'm fine. I didn't even break the skin. He spoke with sincerity, and indeed, he was unharmed. Is that so? Jiang Xiaoci scrutinized him intently, hesitating for a moment before lifting her gaze. Before she could speak further, a voice emerged from outside the door. Miss Jiang, we're today's task arrangements. We've rested well and eaten, ready to depart at any moment. As she spoke, Lin Yu pushed the door open. She was Su Yi's most trusted warrior and naturally had the right to enter his quarters without prior announcement. Fortunately, the door's position concealed the current situation from her view. By the time Lin Yu reached the sofa, Jiang Xiaoci had already risen, and Su Yi's expression had returned to calmness. Chief, you're awake. Lin Yu greeted Su Yi with a smile and a salute, then, noticing his slightly flushed complexion, inquired softly, Chief, you seem a bit unwell. Is it a fever? Shall I call Chun Xiuren? No need, Jiang Xiaoci interjected, shaking her head. It's just the heat. I'll lower the air conditioning. Jiang Xiaoci's nonchalant explanation raised no suspicions in Lin Yu, who nodded and turned back to her. Miss Jiang, what shall I be doing today? Are we continuing with the operational tasks? Lin Yu was eager to begin. Jiang Xiaoci had devised a detailed and long-term combat plan for the warriors, targeting all the thugs and survivors around the shelter. Given Jiang Xiaoci's methods, even without Su Yi's inquiry, he could surmise that it would likely be a swift and decisive cleanup. If they encountered particularly obstinate survivors, Jiang Xiaoci would likely label them as thugs and send Lin Yu to eliminate them. With Lin Yu's straightforward nature, she would not ponder whether the targets of her mission were good or evil. She would simply carry out the task. Come with me, Jiang Xiaoci said, glancing at Su Yi before slightly bowing her head. Sir, I must attend to some matters. I will return later to check on your health. Ah, all right, go ahead. Su Yi nodded, adjusting his sitting posture slightly. Health check? Is the chief feeling unwell? It's just a routine examination. After all, the chief's status is significant, necessitating regular checkups. I happen to have some medical knowledge as well. Ah, Miss Jiang is truly impressive. The two women chatted amicably as they exited the room. Su Yi lay back on the sofa, taking a moment to collect himself before lifting his gaze into the void. This culprit, Su Yi murmured, once again scrutinizing the information regarding the talent reward before him. Congratulations. You have triggered a high-level talent reward. Congratulations! You have received a talent reward. S-level personal skill, Greedy Parasite. Greedy Parasite. S-level active skill, Entertainment skill. You may choose any target to parasitize, must be a living organism, and you will undoubtedly complete the parasitism without the target's awareness. After parasitizing, you may randomly obtain a replica of one item owned by the target each day. Skill limitation. You may only parasitize one target at a time and cannot switch targets until the previous one has perished. Such a reward exists. Sui mutteret, momentarily taken aback by the notion. Initially, upon seeing the S-level personal skill reward, he felt a surge of excitement and joy. Logically, it seemed improbable for him to encounter an S-level talent reward at his current stage. Yet, after upgrading his talent reward last night, he was presented with this grand opportunity today. However, the concern was that it was merely an entertainment skill. In truth, his shelter currently lacked urgent necessities, and it appeared he was indeed deficient in recreational means. Within the entire shelter, the sole source of entertainment seemed to be a computer, which housed games he had already played numerous times. Su Yi's thoughts drifted to what could be enjoyable, and Jiang Shaoxiai's image surfaced. However, he swiftly dismissed the notion. Jiang Shaoxiai was a remarkable talent, not a toy. Following this line of thought, it seemed that there was a considerable probability for entertainment-related rewards to emerge, filling the void of his mental stimulation. After all, for a recluse, while sustenance might not be of utmost importance, leisure activities held significant value. Yet the question remained, how was this skill to be utilized? Sui pondered it, reflecting deeply. From the description of the skill, it indeed appeared to be quite entertaining. Regardless of the target chosen, he would receive a replica of one item from their possession daily. The randomness provided an element of chance, injecting a thrill into the experience. With good fortune, he might replicate something of value. With poor luck, perhaps merely a pair of socks the target wore. However, the foresight of the parasitism was somewhat vast. He could only select a single target, and switching targets necessitated the prior target's demise. This limitation was rather significant, seemingly incongruous with the S-level rating. Yet, within the skill description, there appear to be no restrictions on the types of items that could be replicated. Sui narrowed his eyes. If I were to choose a powerful survivor as my parasitic target, would I not have the chance to replicate their talents, skills, items, or even survival points? His eyes widened in realization as he scrutinized the skill description repeatedly, discovering that his hypothesis was quite likely to be true. For the scope of replication truly had no limits. Items owned by the target. The term items encompassed an incredibly broad range. In that case, it seemed I must parasitize an enemy. Sui murmured. After all, to switch to a new parasitic target, I must first eliminate the previous one. This was a wickedly amusing yet perilously hazardous entertainment skill, compelling him to regard human lives as mere trifles. Sui remained calm. He had adapted to the brutal laws of this post-apocalyptic world, and taking lives had become a matter of little consequence to him. Thus, the next dilemma arose. Who should be my first parasitic target? Chapter 51. The Strategist in Times of Need. The Strategist in Times of Leisure. Aside from humans, it seemed there were no viable targets available. Although the skill description did not restrict itself solely to humans in the current sweltering environment, Sui had seldom encountered living beings beyond humans. Regardless of wildcats or stray dogs, not a single bird could be seen in the skies. Occasionally, some mosquitoes flitted about, yet Sui was reluctant to approach them for parasitism. What could a swarm of mosquitoes possibly yield? Perhaps I should give it a try, he decided. Sui found himself utterly bored, struggling to locate suitable experimental subjects. Should he involve the residents of his household? He had not yet descended into madness to the point of harming his own. This group of young women worked diligently and earnestly, proving their worth, and it would be unwarranted to bring them harm. After much contemplation, Sui decided to open the window and allow an unknown insect to enter. The streets were now infested with flying pests, a city transformed in the absence of sanitation workers. Parasite. Sui focused intently on the insect, muttering quietly. In the next moment, he was suddenly struck by dizziness, his body collapsing onto the sofa. As he gradually regained his composure and fought to restore his awareness, he was horrified to discover that his perspective and sensations had become disoriented. He could distinctly feel that he possessed two viewpoints. One was the typical human perspective of observing his surroundings, while the other was that of the insect, gazing back at him through multifaceted eyes filled with terror. This was indeed the insect's perspective. How surreal to possess the viewpoint of a parasite. Su Yi's mind was filled with astonishment. No, this dizziness was overwhelming, worsening by the second. Clutching his head, he felt as though the world was turning upside down with the insect's struggles. Unable to endure the sensation any longer, he grabbed a book nearby and swiftly crushed the insect. With a resounding smack, the parasite's effect dissipated, and Su Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was utterly absurd. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he reflected on the potential of this ability, which granted him the perspective of a host. If I were to select an optimal parasitic target, what secrets could they possibly hold? Su Yi mused. Though the dual perspectives were disconcerting, adapting would suffice. The latent potential of this talent far outweighed the unpleasant side effects. Based on the experimental outcomes, I should seek a survivor to parasitize, preferably a formidable one from the refuge. This way, acquiring an additional human perspective would not be too troublesome, and I might have the chance to replicate valuable items. If I were to indiscriminately choose someone to parasitize, the resulting replicas could be mundane, rendering this skill a mere form of entertainment. Su Yi furrowed his brow, and the first name that sprang to mind was Xiao by Xiong Refuge. The only powerful survivor I am aware of at present is him. Su Yi accessed the leaderboard, discovering that this individual still ranked impressively high, far ahead in the destruction of refuges. Remarkable. He truly was the top contender on the PK leaderboard, a veritable harbinger of death. One could easily surmise that his talent was formidable, yielding potent effects. Had he not been temporarily unable to acquire talent units or constrained by upgrade materials, with the survival points he had amassed, he could have upgraded his refuge multiple times. If I could successfully parasitize him, my chances of replicating valuable items would undoubtedly increase. But how could I find him? Su Yi pondered it deeply. He could not directly announce in the chat channel, Xiao Bai Xiong, where are you? Come and meet me. That would be unwise, as parasitism does not equate to control. The target retains their subjective consciousness and can resist Su Yi's influence. According to his plan, he intended to complete the parasitism without Xiao Bai Xiong's knowledge, maintaining a situation where he operated in the shadows while Xiao Bai Xiong remained in the light. Previously, he had not wished to encounter him too soon. Now he found himself hoping to see him. Su Yi reclined on the sofa, contemplating briefly before rising and descending to find Jiang Shao Ci. At that moment, Jiang Shao Ci was in a combat room on the second floor, assigning today's tasks to the soldiers. Upon entering, Su Yi observed Lin Yu and others, fully equipped and prepared to depart. Sir, are there any additional instructions? Zhang Xiao inquired. She was astute. She rarely saw Su Yi come downstairs, and whenever he did, it signified something of great importance. Yes, Su Yi nodded, gesturing for everyone to gather around again. Shao Ci, have you mentioned Xiao Bai Xiong Refuge to the others? I have, Jiang Shao Ci affirmed. I consistently emphasize the importance of avoiding direct conflict with the Xiao Bai Xiong Refuge during missions, focusing on gathering intelligence instead. Jiang Shao Ci understood Su Yi's unique talent. The longer time elapsed, the more powerful he became. To optimize the potential of Su Yi's abilities, Jiang Shao Ci had always advocated a defensive strategy for the refuge. By constructing multiple defensive street chains around the refuge, they could methodically expand their territory. However, there is a new development. Su Yi pondered aloud. Shao Ci, I now need to locate the leader of the Xiao Bai Xiong Refuge. I have a method that can effectively target him long-term. Sir, may I inquire what this method entails? Parasitism. Su Yi weighed his options, revealing no secrets, as those present were his trusted individuals with guaranteed loyalty, tied to the refuge's fate. I possess a skill for parasitism. As long as I can see the leader of the Xiao Bai Xiong Refuge, I can complete the parasitism and gain access to all his trump cards. Su Yi paused, smiling. Of course, it is merely a probability, not a certainty. To possess all his trump cards, Jiang Shao Ci's eyes lit up, fully grasping the potential of this skill. If true, then Su Yi's refuge would be virtually invincible. Sir, is it sufficient to merely see the leader of the Xiao Bai Xiong Refuge? That seems to be the case. I am still testing additional parasitic methods. Su Yi nodded, based on his preliminary tests. The primary condition for parasitism was to at least have visibility of the target. If one could not even see the target, parasitism was impossible. Jiang Xiao Ci pondered for a moment, and Su Yi gazed at her with anticipation. Xiao Ci, do you have a plan? I recognize this may be challenging, but should we succeed, those individuals would undoubtedly be working for us. Su Yi coughed lightly, realizing he might be placing undue pressure on her. The Xiao Baixiong Refuge was notoriously known as a band of ruthless killers. Encountering them would be no easy feat, and any attempt to approach carried significant peril. It is not insurmountable. Jiang Xiao Ci raised an eyebrow, speaking softly. Sir, I will take full responsibility for this matter, but I need to confirm something with you. Is it truly sufficient to merely see him? Indeed, Su Yi affirmed without hesitation. This had been validated as part of his parasitic method. All right, I now know what to do. Zhang Xiao Qinao did. I may require some time, so I ask for your patience, sir. Very well, I entrust it to you. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Having a clever strategist was indeed comforting. Any issue that seemed insurmountable could be resolved by consulting the strategist, who would handle it adeptly. There is no need for him to be excessively clever. He merely needed to learn to delegate authority to his subordinates and then enjoy leisure time at home. Su Yi believed this was the correct application of his talents. It was no wonder that talent rewards frequently bestowed accolades upon his personnel. It seemed that he had long assumed that remaining at home, isolated and reclusive, was the path to invincibility. However, the truth remained that as long as calamity persisted, absolute safety was an illusion. To forge a formidable influence of one's own, encasing oneself at the very core is indeed the sole safe path to development. Su Yi reflected on this, realizing why Jiang Xiao Ci had initially devised a plan for him to become a behind-the-scenes magnate. Cultivating one's own power not only allows for the utilization of an increasing array of talents to achieve comprehensive strength without shortcomings, but it also provides an endless supply of robust security. Constructing an invincible refuge alone ultimately amounts to nothing more than a mere hard shell. It is only when a collective endeavors to create a prosperous sanctuary that one can relish the sensation akin to that of a Doomsday emperor, where words spoken are met with the immediate service of loyal subordinates. Following her discussion with Jiang Xiao Ci, Su Yi did not instruct the warriors to immediately embark on the mission to locate the Xiao Baixiong Refuge. Instead, he allowed Lin Yu and the others to maintain the day's combat tasks unchanged. Lin Yu felt a twinge of confusion, but refrained from questioning further, silently resolving to gather more intelligence should any news regarding the Xiao Baixiong Refuge surface during their explorations. The afternoon passed without incident. Under Jiang Xiao Ci's guidance, the women within the refuge tirelessly repaired and reinforced the defensive mechanisms of their sanctuary, utilizing various contraptions crafted by Li Ye to lay out an increasing number of traps and warning devices. The only two individuals who found themselves rather bored were Su Yi and Chen Xiuren. However, Su Yi had an edge over Chen Xiuren, as he had a new skill to ponder. Although the sensation of parasitizing non-human entities was somewhat uncomfortable, Su Yi dedicated the entire afternoon to experimentation. He sought out various parasitic methods and different biological categories, aiming to discover more nuanced techniques for skill application. Of course, to ensure his own safety, he was careful not to host anything chaotic upon himself. Each experimental process was brief, ensuring he could swiftly eliminate the parasitic target, thus avoiding the absurdity of acquiring an insect wing or a gecko's tail. Soon, night descended. Su Yi stood by the window, gazing into the distance at the gradually decaying city structures, his heart filled with lamentation. Thick smoke billowed from the industrial district, where it seemed a fire had reignited, and the distant sound of explosions echoed, suggesting yet another disaster was unfolding. With less than 3 weeks remaining, this wave of scorching doom would come to an end. He pondered how many would survive by that time. However, the reward for the nation's victory were bestowed early, likely ensuring that a considerable number of survivors would endure. Lost in thought, Su Yi suddenly noticed the entrance of the residential building below being opened. Chen Xiuren emerged, carrying several large burlap sacks. The tops of the sacks were agape, filled with drinking water, food, daily necessities, and various contrivances crafted by Li Ye. What would he possibly need these items for outside? Chapter 52, a twofold advantage expanding outward. Chen Xiuren's departure was undoubtedly orchestrated by Jiang Shaoci, although he had only recently joined their ranks. Su Yi perceived certain similarities in character between himself and Chen Xiuren. He preferred to stay indoors, avoiding unnecessary outings, and tended to lounge about when idle. It was hard to envision such a demeanor belonging to a killer. He exhibited a certain lack of discipline, yet that was precisely how Chen Xiuren was. While Su Yi pondered these thoughts, Jiang Shaoci entered the room behind him. Shaoci, did you send Chen Xiuren out? Su Yi gestured toward the darkening sky outside. It's already night. Sending him out this late is indeed perilous. Jiang Shaoci acknowledged the concern, yet Su Yi continued. I find the danger he poses to be secondary. I am merely curious as to why he would take such items with him. A killer skilled in poison venturing out into the darkness of a high-temperature apocalypse. This posed a danger akin to returning home. It was unlikely he would perish outside. Sir, you may be unaware, Jiang Shaoci replied with a smile. A few days ago, Lin Yu and the others discovered a market formed spontaneously by survivors. Located 6 streets away from us, individuals frequently bring items to barter, with transactions occurring both day and night. That explains why Chen Xiuren is laden with goods. He's off to trade. Oh, Su Yi's curiosity deepened. What do you intend for him to procure? Is there something we lack in our refuge? Su Yi was aware of the existence of the offline market. He had seen relevant discussions in the chat channel a few days prior. While the refuge platform offered a range of items for online trading throughout the city, many materials could not be listed for sale. Among the most inconspicuous yet essential were various non-edible materials. These could include table legs, concrete, and rebar, items that did not fall under the primary categories recognized by the Apocalypse game mechanics, such as food, water, and weapons, thus rendering them untradeable. Yet, in a world where most technological means had failed, humanity still required these pre-apocalypse materials to reconstruct their sanctuaries. Su Yi had long recognized that certain rudimentary technological methods and the ability to utilize tools developed by humanity were permitted to remain functional within the apocalypse framework. Many survivors, lacking the means to upgrade their refuges while desiring to enhance their safety, naturally created a market demand for these materials. Beyond this necessity, sellers within the online refuge often concealed their wares, presenting information that could be misleading if one were to inadvertently purchase an item that did not match the description. Returns or refunds were not an option. Survivors wary of deception thus preferred engaging in offline transactions, where they could personally inspect the goods, thereby slightly mitigating the risk of being misled. However, the risks of offline trading were significant, including the potential for robbery or loss of both goods and life. Each party weighed the risks and rewards accordingly. Our refuge may not lack anything at present, but it is prudent to be prepared, Jiang Shaoci continued. I instructed him to procure additional medical supplies and equipment that he personally needs. She paused before adding with a smile, of course. I also encouraged him to promote our refuge's supplies, urging him to be generous. Generous? Su Yi furrowed his brow as he began to grasp Jiang Shao's intentions. You aim to gather intelligence about the Shao by Xiong refuge through trading? He inquired, recognizing that where there are many people, information tends to circulate. In the online communication channels, the abundance of chatter often obscured valuable leads, making it challenging to extract crucial intelligence. Offline, however, was different. As long as Chen Xiuren was sufficiently generous, he could easily lower the psychological defenses of buyers and sellers, facilitating the exchange of information. That is part of the plan, but there is more to it. Jiang Shaoci nodded, then shook her head. Sir, offline trading is inherently fraught with instability. Individuals are on guard against one another. I suspect that this method of gathering intelligence may be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. While it is possible to obtain information about the Shao by Xiong refuge, gaining deeper insights or establishing contact may prove difficult. What, then, is Chen Xiuren's true objective? Su Yi scrutinized Jiang Shaoci, aware that she would not engage in actions devoid of purpose. If Chen Xiuren's primary intention was not to gather intelligence, what else could it be? To demonstrate strength. Jiang Xiaozu spoke softly. Sir, I require him to represent our refuge and engage with the survivors within the offline trading market, to demonstrate our strength and extend our influence. When the time is ripe, we shall seize the offline trading market. Su Yi suddenly realized and exclaimed, You intend to occupy new territory, to control the offline trading market. Not me. Jiang Xiaozi smiled faintly, emphasizing, it is for you, sir. He gradually acclimated to this era and could foresee her intentions. Jiang Xiaozi understood that Su Yi was not foolish. He merely had yet to adjust his thinking habits in a timely manner. The method of controlling the offline trading market. Yes, it was indeed feasible. Su Yi paced back and forth, frowning and murmuring, by controlling it, we can radiate our influence. As long as we gain enough renown, we shall naturally have access to the Shao by Xiong refuge. Moreover, if we present ourselves as the masters of the offline trading market, we inherently possess the identity and stance of a businessman. Shao Bai Xiong, no matter how bloodthirsty, would have no reason to harm us. He is ruthless, yet not foolish. He surely understands that fostering a good relationship with us would provide a more stable channel for resource acquisition. Thus, we can not only use the offline trading market to further conceal our refuge, but also showcase our strength, thereby establishing contact with the Shao by Xiong refuge. So, Xiaozi, do you intend for this trading market to merely serve as a facade to shield our identity? Su Yi gazed at Jiang Xiaozi, who shook her head. Naturally, it is not solely that. As you bring in more new partners, the pressure to provide for our household will inevitably increase. A single refuge cannot ultimately protect an ever-growing number of people. We require more territory, greater authority, and enhanced armed forces to ensure your safety to the greatest extent. Jiang Xiaozi's ambitions were straightforward. She desired the territory of the trading market not merely to connect with the Shao by Xiong refuge, but to leverage it to strengthen the refuge and create a perilous buffer zone. Once we secure the trading market, we can divert the majority of hostile attention away from Su Yi's refuge. If anyone seeks to turn against Su Yi, the trading market, as the visible territory, would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the attack. Consequently, Su Yi's refuge may not be the first to face the enemy's onslaught, significantly elevating its security. Without external territory, should the enemy ascertain the location of the refuge, Su Yi would confront the threats outside. Although the refuge's security is continuously improving and fortifying, such matters are always fraught with uncertainties. Should the enemy prove overwhelmingly powerful, far exceeding the refuge's capacity to withstand, the sanctuary may fall, leading to dire consequences. Delving deeper into the implications, once the trading market is seized, it could serve as a new springboard, attracting more external survivors to gather around Su Yi, uniting in resistance against the apocalypse. Under Jiang Xiaozi's management system, these external survivors would never meet Su Yi directly. It resembles the corporate management structure before the apocalypse. The employees at the base of the pyramid have no chance to meet the chairman, yet they tirelessly strive for his wealth. Jiang Xiaozi's decision is a double-edged sword, reflecting long-term considerations and intricate interconnections. The more Su Yi contemplated, the more he found it to be a well-thought-out plan. Indeed, it was quite astute. After a prolonged silence, Su Yi finally expressed, Xiaozi, you truly are remarkable. This strategy is advantageous for us, whether we encounter danger or experience smooth progress. Jiang Xiaozi was constructing layer upon layer of external protective forces for Su Yi, providing not only physical protection, but comprehensive safeguarding. You are quite remarkable as well, sir. Jiang Xiaozi replied, with a gentle blink of her eyes. Whatever Xiaozi thinks cannot escape your notice. You are quite the flatterer now. I speak only the truth. Jiang Xiaozi's smile grew even brighter. She genuinely believed Su Yi to be intelligent, possessing a fundamentally kind heart and principles without being pedantic. In the face of danger, Su Yi could be decisively cold, yet when circumstances allowed, he would extend a helping hand to the weak. Although he could be somewhat laid back at times, he often grasped many matters on his own and trusted his subordinates, willing to delegate authority. Such a leader, while perhaps not perfect, instilled a sense of security in his followers. Well then, with you around, I can indeed embrace my inner homebody. Su Yi reclined comfortably on the sofa, while Jiang Xiaozi began executing the plan for the refuge's external expansion. Yet, this did not interfere with Su Yi's intention to relax at home. She would expand her territory while he enjoyed his leisure. There was no conflict. Sir, it is late. Shall we retire for the night? Indeed. Su Yi rose and suddenly laughed, saying, Xiaozi, I feel as though I resemble Lue Do, relying on you for everything. Xiaozi cannot compare to Zhuge Liang, and you are certainly not as mediocre as a doe. Jiang Xiaozi lowered her head and softly replied, in my view, sir, you simply do not care for competition. You may not desire to compete, but I shall strive for you. This was the unspoken thought of Jiang Xiaozi. And Su Yi did not inquire further as he prepared to lie down for sleep. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaozi reminded him, sir, it seems you have not bathed in quite some time. The refuge's water supply is now ample. Would you like to take a bath? You are right. I do not believe I have bathed properly in these past few days of the apocalypse. Su Yi nodded, prepare a bath. Fill the tub. It had already been arranged in a room downstairs, which Li had transformed into a large bathtub the previous day. Jiang Xiaozi gently opened the door, guiding Su Yi to the room downstairs. This space had undergone significant renovation, with all original fixtures removed. The room featured a high platform that occupied 1/3 of the wall, encircling the clear water below, where neatly arranged outlets could be seen. Isn't this a swimming pool? Su Yi's eyes widened in amazement. Did Leah do this? She transformed the entire room into a swimming pool? Indeed, Jiang Xiaozi nodded gently, explaining, I conceived the idea, Leah created the blueprints and plans, and the remaining tasks were completed by the young women. I wondered what you all were busy with downstairs these days. It turns out to be such a delightful surprise. Sir, this is a surprise prepared for you by the young women, Jiang Xiaozi whispered. You provide shelter, and they feel grateful, wishing to do something to make your life more comfortable. Very well, a swimming pool indoors. I like it. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Although the pool appeared somewhat rudimentary at present, it was already a promising start. With a swimming pool now available, other amenities could not be far behind. Su Yi felt that the quality of his homebody life in the refuge was gradually improving. Sir, shall we bathe now? Can you go outside? Why are you undressing? Sir, I must stay nearby. Should you encounter any difficulties, I must keep watch. Well, there was merit to her reasoning, but why are you wearing a swimsuit underneath? You had this planned all along. Sir, this is simply being prepared for any eventuality. If you dislike this color, I can remove it. Chapter 53. The potion that satisfies Miss Jiang Xiaozi was rather forthright, showing no concern for Su Yi's actions towards her. Ultimately, Su Yi, as expected, indulged in a delightful bathing experience. How should one describe this process? It was somewhat different from the playful splashing of mandarin ducks, as nothing truly intimate occurred. However, the playful touches were certainly unavoidable, though the initiator of such actions was not Su Yi. After a bit of frolicking in the water, the night deepened. Su Yi returned to his room, comfortably embracing the beautiful woman as he drifted into slumber. He enjoyed a night filled with peaceful and sweet dreams until he was awakened the next morning by the loud complaints of Chun Shioren outside his door. No way. I must speak with the boss. A raise is imperative. This is overtime. I've worked through the night, and you still expect me to sit in the infirmary? Even if the capable should bear more workload, this is not the way. The boss would surely sympathize with me. Besides, no one here is sick. What am I to do there, like a fool? There are girls who might flirt with me. Do you know that? They have no ailments yet constantly run to the infirmary. This is a serious matter. I am a doctor. How can I be teased by patients? Chun Shioren's voice was loud enough to rouse Su Yi, who glanced towards the door. Jiang Xiaoxi's voice followed, calm yet firm. Lower your voice, if the gentleman wakes. I will not spare you. What? Am I not allowed to voice my grievances about the exploitation of middle-aged men? The boss is a good person. He would never condone such treatment. Chun Shioren was unperturbed by Jiang Xiaoxi's admonition, his tone rising further. I'm 40. Half my body is in the grave. And you still exploit me like this. I toiled all night, and you want to let me sleep? I want to see the boss and report you. Tian Qiring. Su Yi called out, slightly elevating his voice. Come in. Hey, boss. I'm coming. Chun Shioren's response was swift, tinged with eagerness and a hint of triumph. The boss is awake, and you're finished. I will report you. As he entered, Chun Shioren bowed respectfully upon seeing Su Yi reclining against the bed. Good morning, boss. Su Yi gestured towards the teacup on the table, and Chun Shioren hurriedly approached, respectfully pouring tea into Su Yi's hands. Did you poison it? Su Yi sipped the tea and inquired suddenly, catching Chun Shioren off guard. Boss, how could I dare to poison you? One never knows. Su Yi maintained a stoic expression as he remarked. You dared to yell at Xiaoxi upon your return, and you even considered poisoning Lin Yu in my presence. Is there anything you would not attempt? Boss. Chun Shioran lowered his head, rendered silent. Xiao Xi oversees all matters within the refuge. Whatever she instructs you to do is under my direction. Su Yi placed the teacup down and scrutinized Chun Shioran. For what I gathered from your earlier complaints. Did you encounter the new boss last night and no longer wish to work here? Boss, that is not what I meant. Chun Shioran hastily clarified. I just feel overwhelmed. That lady, Miss Jiang has assigned me too many tasks, and I can't manage them all alone. Very well. Shall I increase your salary then? Su Yi nodded, inquiring further. However, there is no system of salaries in my refuge. What shall we do? Dismiss you? Please, boss. Chun Shioran scratched his head. A more awkward smile creeping onto his face. Where else could I go? I realized my mistake. I won't dare again. Sui remainit silent. Rising to wash up as Chun Shioran quietly followed behind him. Once Su Yi had tidied himself, he glanced at Chun Shioran in the mirror and asked with mild curiosity, what is it that you wish to discuss? Surely, it cannot merely be complaints about Xiao Xi. You're quite astute, aware of Xiao Xi's position in the refuge. Boss. Chun Shioran scratched his head and, noticing Jiang Xiaoxi standing at the door observing them, lowered his voice to speak to Su. Last night, I went out for a while. I am aware. Please continue. Su Yi seated himself at the dining table, where a sumptuous breakfast had already been prepared by Jiang Xiaoxi. Even though Su Yi might not awaken at this hour, she faithfully prepared lavish meals daily to ensure he would have sustenance upon waking. And then, I killed some people. Chun Shioran's head bowed even lower, and Su Yi paused mid-bite, looking up at Jiang Xiaoxi outside the door before assessing the bashful Chun Shioran. Chun Shioran, I recall that Xiaoxi instructed you to go out to expand our influence and lay the groundwork for securing territory in the trading market, correct? Yes, boss. You killed. To expand our influence, did you not? Su Yi tilted his head. Was it to intimidate, or were you forced to retaliate due to danger? To intimidate. Chun Shioran kept his head down, and Su Yi sensed something amiss. Why did this middle-aged man appear so remorseful? First, tell me, how many did you kill? 127. Chun Shioran provided the precise figure, causing Su Yi to nearly drop his spoon. What on earth? Su Yi's tone escalated as he stared wide-eyed at Chun Shioran. Say that again. Boss, I killed 127, using poison, a small-scale neurotoxin. Chun Shioran's gaze remained fixed downward, avoiding Su Yi's eyes, much like a child caught in wrongdoing. Good heavens, another one who kills without a second thought. Su Yi rubbed his forehead, contemplating what kind of individuals he had summoned. It was one thing for Lin Yu's soldiers to kill, and it was unsurprising that Jiang Xiaoxi, as the head of an operative, bore no psychological burden regarding killing. However, how could a doctor engage in such slaughter? Oh, I forgot. You were also a retired world-class assassin. Why did you kill so many for a mere task? They coveted what I held. And then Miss Jiang said we should appropriately expand our influence and showcase our capabilities, Chun Shioran explained in a low voice, prompting Su Yi to take a deep breath. Now tell me, how many individuals were present at that trading location? 268. According to the intelligence gathered by the refuge, it is a relatively large trading market, while others nearby have a maximum of only 40 to 50 participants. 268 individuals, and you killed 127? You eliminated half of them. Su Yi clenched his fingers, striving to calm himself as he regarded Chun Shioran, earnestly inquiring, is this what you call intimidation? Is this intimidation? You have practically wiped out an entire clan. Su Yi felt a sense of numbness wash over him. It was not that he felt pity for the deceased. Rather, he sensed that this plan was on the verge of unraveling. Who would send good people to seize territory like this? With everyone dead, what land could be claimed? With everyone dead, with whom could they negotiate? Boss, it's about seizing territory. Chun Shioran awkwardly chuckled to explain. Leave the land. At least the territory remains. What a clever way to leave the land. You truly are a talent. Su Yi raised his thumb in mock praise, finally understanding how Chun Shioran had managed to argue with Jiang Xiaoxi. She must have scolded him thoroughly upon learning of this incident. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Damn, does this uncle think I am praising him? Never mind. It has already happened. Su Yi took a deep breath and surprisingly refrained from erupting in anger, which left Chun Shioran somewhat astonished. Boss, you're not angry? I am angry, but scolding you would be futile. Su Yi shook his head, his fingers pinching the spoon as he contemplated, These individuals are already deceased. What a pity that you killed them without any value. The shelter remains intact, and no heirlooms were acquired. This group was slain for naught, and it will incite panic, likely deterring others from daring to frequent this trading post. Everyone intends to conduct business, yet encountering a madman will surely dissuade them from returning. It is regrettable. It appears we must seek a new marketplace. Su sighed heavily. It seems we need to appoint someone else for this task. However, resources are scarce, and Lin Yu and the others must continue gathering materials daily. So do exercise caution next time. With your method of killing, who would dare to conduct business? Su could not restrain himself and sternly admonished Qin. Many issues cannot simply be resolved by taking lives. Our objective is to secure territory. Can a desolate place truly be deemed territory? The purpose of occupying the trading market is to facilitate better commerce. Conducting transactions under our protection allows these individuals to heed our arrangements and surround themselves with our external influence. Yet, you foolishly eliminated half of them. Su rolled his eyes, but unexpectedly, Qin suddenly raised his head, perplexed, and spoke. Boss, I have already completed the mission objectives. What have you accomplished? Expanding influence, ensuring the trading market remains under our control, making more survivors reliant on us, integrating them into our faction. Qin paused and quietly added, the few who survived clung to my hand before leaving, weeping as they insisted they would return for trading tomorrow night, urging me to be present. Su was taken aback, suddenly asking, wait, they were begging you to come back tomorrow night? Yes, boss. Is there something you have not disclosed to me? Is there? Qin tilted his head, suddenly realizing, oh, I seem to have forgotten to mention that the group I killed was reportedly from the Tianshan gang, and they had arrived 2 days earlier to claim territory. They thought I was also a survivor here to trade and asked me to provide half of my goods as a stall fee. I felt it was unfair, so I eliminated them all. Qin paused, then suddenly smiled. As for the remaining traders, I administered antidotes so they did not perish. The competitors, however, were entirely wiped out by me. So you have done a good deed, driving away the competitors, providing protection, and gaining the traders' reliance. Does this not imply we have now secured that trading market? Su suddenly understood that this trading market had been targeted. Yet these unfortunate souls encountered the unflinching Qin. Yes, boss, I completed the task. Qin beamed with joy, showing no remorse for his earlier misdeeds. This fellow has been playing the fool. Damn it. Su turned furious. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Qin looked up, feigning innocence, a smile gracing his lips. You didn't inquire, did you? His grin was filled with the glee of a successful prank. If I don't ask, you want to speak, is that it? Fine. Almost forgot. This guy is a lunatic. Su glanced at Jiang Xiaozi outside the door, who appeared equally astonished, clearly unaware of the situation from Qin. Qin intentionally spoke only half the truth. He was just enjoying himself. This would not happen again. Su straightened his face, pointing at Qin. Your capability is commendable, yet your manner can easily lead to misunderstandings. Qin winked. Well, hasn't a misunderstanding already formed? Su erupted. Qin, maintain a proper attitude. Yes, boss. Qin responded loudly. But Su was uncertain if he truly absorbed the reprimand. Tomorrow, continue as planned. Supervise the market for a few nights. Su tapped his fingers on the table, pondering. Having killed those people, trouble is likely to follow. Let us observe for a few nights. This approach can also enhance our influence. However, it will be arduous for you, as you will have to monitor the market alone. Wait a few more days. If new talent arrives, I will provide you with assistance. Su looked at Qin. When reporting next time, do not speak in half-truths. If you have any needs, voice them now, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. Naturally, Su did not wish to relinquish the newly acquired territory. This step is crucial to our plan. Securing the territory is uncomplicated, yet maintaining it is far from easy. I do have needs. Qin was unreserved in expressing his difficulties. Boss, I have nearly exhausted the poison I brought, and it seems there are no medicinal materials available from Leah. If more individuals arrive to seize territory, I fear I may not cope. Qin blinked earnestly. He is a killer, not a superhuman, incapable of facing too many enemies without equipment. Xiaozi. Su turned to Jiang Xiaozi outside the door, who gazed deeply at Chen Xiuren before nodding at Su Yi. Sir, I will ensure proper task allocation and arrange for several warriors to accompany him. Ensure it is foolproof. Yes, sir. Chen Xiuren. You now. Su Yi looked at Chen Xiuren and waved his hand. Go and rest well. You need not remain in the infirmary for the next few days. Boss, is that true? Of course it is true. Su Yi spread his hands. I do not wish for Dr. Chun to perceive me as a capitalist, constantly exploiting you. You truly are a good boss. Chen Xiuren genuinely praised. Then I shall take my leave. By the way, boss, this is a gift for you. I hope you like it. Before departing, Chen Xiuren placed a small box on the table. It was a white box, unmarked, and Su Yi, feeling curious, looked up at Chen Xiuren as he exited. What is this? Medicine. Chen Xiuren's voice echoed from outside, growing fainter. Medicine that will please Miss Jiang. Medicine to please her? Damn, it turns out to be herbal medicine. Chapter 54, More Entertaining Skills. Unlocking Remote Perspective. Sir, I will go find Lin Yu. Jiang Xiaozi lowered her head, seemingly hesitant to meet Su Yi's gaze, softly stating, Lin Yu and the others have returned. Today's task requires personnel adjustments, sending some to follow Chen Xiuren tonight. Go ahead. Su Yi nodded, glancing at the medicine box in his hand, and suddenly called out to the departing Jiang Xiaozi. Xiaozi, what about this medicine? Jiang Xiaozi's figure slightly trembled as she walked away, responding without turning back. Let's her decide. With that, she hurried off. I am the one to decide. Su Yi pondered over the medicine box in his hand, deliberating. Is this a hint? I might consider it tonight. With Jiang Xiaozi's departure, Su Yi once again descended into the blissful solitude of a homebody. The day passed without incident. The morning was spent engrossed in various games. Su Yi had contemplated utilizing his innate skills to find an unfortunate survivor to test the effects. However, the surrounding survivors had been cleared by Lin Yu and the others, rendering the entire neighborhood devoid of survivors. Su Yi could not venture out to seek them personally, so he had to set this plan aside for the time being. Noon was approaching. The timer on Su Yi's watch sounded, prompting him to glance at the time and stretch languidly. Uncertain about the nature of today's reward, Su Yi pondered what he urgently needed in light of the current development of the refuge. Safety has been assured. There is an abundance of talent, and various forms of entertainment are available. What could possibly be lacking? Perhaps it is the method of rapid expansion of the refuge itself? As he contemplated, he felt that this might indeed be a possibility. He had come to understand that the rewards granted by talents were not necessarily tailored to him, but rather encompassed the entire refuge. According to Su Yi's developmental plan, the refuge was gradually entering a phase of outward expansion, and it was highly probable that the talent reward was related to this. After another hour had passed, an alert regarding today's talent reward appeared before Su Yi. Congratulations! You have triggered a talent reward and acquired the C-level skill, Vision of Longing. Vision of Longing, C-level skill, active skill, upon activation. The user can gain the perspective of all residents within the refuge, with duration dependent on the user's stamina. During this time, the user may also expend additional stamina to transmit their voice to the current perspective holder, an action which consumes a considerable amount of stamina. Note, any creature residing within the refuge for over 72 hours is considered a resident. This skill seems somewhat entertainment-oriented. Su Yi paused for a moment, reflecting, is the talent suggesting that I've been too bored, cooped up at home every day, and thus granting me a reward akin to a third I do witness the world outside? The first thought that came to Su Yi's mind regarding this skill was to gain the perspective of warriors such as Lin Yu while they ventured out to explore. Although the apocalypse had been ongoing for several days, the chaotic outside world was undoubtedly more thrilling than the monotony of his bedroom. Naturally, this skill could be utilized not only on Lin Yu and the other warriors venturing outside, but also on every resident within the refuge, as long as Su Yi wished. He could observe at any moment, even if the young women were bathing. Of course, Su Yi had no such malicious curiosity. This skill appears to complement the parasitic ability I acquired yesterday. Delving deeper into the intricacies, Su Yi suddenly realized that these two skills were indeed a perfect match. The parasitic skill is potent, yet its only limitation stems from Su Yi's own talents. Due to his abilities, he must spend a significant amount of time confined to the refuge, which directly hinders his interaction with outsiders. The only individuals he could engage with were his core talents, not suitable targets for parasitism. For instance, currently, without suitable methods and targets, Su Yi's parasitic skill could be rendered ineffective for an extended period. Without contact, he could not complete the parasitism, as the prerequisite for such was to encounter or at least see a target. However, with the emergence of the C-level skill, Vision of Longing, Su Yi would no longer need to personally leave the refuge. By utilizing the perspectives of Lin Yu and other personnel venturing outside, he would be able to achieve parasitism. This talent reward is indeed splendid and precisely what I urgently require. Su Yi chuckled with delight, although he had yet to experiment whether remote perspectives could facilitate parasitism. The very existence of this skill strongly suggested its feasibility. Talent rewards never bestow useless items. Hence, if it has been granted, Su Yi was sure it would be of great utility. He promptly decided to test it out. Su Yi turned off his computer, eager to experiment with his newfound skill. Calculating the time, Lin Yu and her team should have embarked on their journey for a while now. He made his way downstairs to consult Jiang Xiaoci about today's task arrangements. Su Yi quickly approached Jiang Xiaoci to obtain the personnel task assignments for the day. The young women were diligently engaged in repairing and enhancing various facilities within the refuge, while Li continued her research in her room, crafting different new tools for the refuge. Qin Xiuren was fast asleep in his room, while 3 warriors executed 3 separate exploration tasks. The remaining 8 warriors, including Lin Yu, formed 3 combat groups to continue with regular exploration, inspection, and patrol duties. Sir, you usually show little interest in these matters. What has prompted such curiosity today? Jiang Xiaoci inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice after outlining the task arrangements. I have acquired something remarkable and entertaining. Su Yi replied with a mysterious smile, quickly ascending the stairs, silently invoking his skill. Activating the Vision of Longing skill, he focused on the target resident, Lin Yu. As he employed the skill, a peculiar luminescence enveloped his vision. Soon enough, seated on the sofa, Su Yi felt as though he had gone blind, as darkness engulfed him. After a few breaths, his sight returned, but he was no longer in his bedroom. Instead, he experienced the constantly shifting perspective of the outside world. From the visuals, it appeared to be Lin Yu's viewpoint as she cautiously scanned her surroundings, leading her team with a series of starts and stops. The environment around her resembled the streets of a dilapidated neighborhood, with overgrown vegetation and cracked pavement beneath her feet. This sensation was utterly refreshing. Su Yi felt as though he were seated on his sofa, donning a virtual reality headset, immersed in a hyper-realistic exploration game. He attentively monitored his stamina, noticing that it had not diminished significantly. With a spirit of experimentation, he silently called out to Lin Yu. Lin Yu? Lin Yu? The young woman, briskly walking, suddenly halted, her gaze sharp as she scanned her surroundings, her body tense, and the barrel of her gun adjusting direction in response to her perspective. The 2 warriors accompanying her noticed Lin Yu's unease. Sniper Lu Rui swiftly scaled a nearby fitness structure, concealing himself within the bushes, while communications officer Li Yong positioned himself back-to-back with Lin Yu to form an unassailable defensive stance. Lin team, what is happening? Li Yong whispered, his voice low as he cautiously surveyed the area. Is there an enemy presence? I heard the commander's voice, Lin Yu replied, her voice hushed, her eyes narrowing. This is not a figment of my imagination. I truly heard it. How could I hear the commander at home without a communication device? She recalled the commander's words, stating that many survivors possessed unique abilities, which could indicate that they were being watched. Someone is impersonating the commander to communicate with me. Chapter 55. The Plan for Complete Cleansing of a Neighborhood. Rescue of the Soldiers. Su Yi was taken aback. He realized that not only could he see Lin Yu's perspective, but he could also hear the sound around her. However, Lin Yu seemed overly vigilant, failing to respond to his voice, believing it to be the ability of some survivor. Lin Yu, it is truly me. I have mastered a new skill that allows me to share your perspective. Su Yi attempted to project his voice more forcefully, feeling his stamina depleting, but not excessively. He could sustain it. Indeed, someone is watching us. Lin Yu became increasingly alert, every hair on her body standing on end, ready to fire at any moment. This voice and tone are identical to the commander's. Liang, be cautious. If you hear anything, do not trust it blindly. Many survivors in this city possess extraordinary abilities. I've witnessed the undead before. Lin Yu continued to ignore him, circling around, her gaze fiercely scanning the area. This young woman is far too cautious. Su Yi sighed, recognizing that this was indeed a positive aspect. As a warrior venturing into the unknown, being overly cautious is far preferable to being complacently reckless. Lin Yu, it truly is me. Observing Lin Yu's silence, Su Yi took a deep breath and revealed his trump card. When you were injured, I took care of you. You have 2 moles on the inner side of your thigh, and there is no hair. Commander. Lin Yu was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "It really is the commander." This secret was known only to Su Yi and Li Yo within the entire shelter, for Lin Yu had been injured only that once. And only Su Yi and Li had seen her body. Now do you believe? Su Yi smiled helplessly. I can now share your perspective. It is my new skill. However, I cannot communicate with you too frequently, as it would exhaust my stamina. I can hear your words and see what you see. I intend to use this perspective to search for suitable parasitic targets. Sui aplanet suksinki. A look of astonishment flickered in Lin Yu's beautiful eyes, a sense of disbelief. Yet she gradually accepted it. As long as it is truly the commander, it is sufficient. Of course, she still harbored a hint of vigilance, merely nodding silently and softly saying, "Understood, Commander. Let's observe for now and confirm face-to-face once we return to the gathering site." "Is it really the commander?" Li Yong inquired from the side, and Lin Yu shook her head before nodding. "Let us execute the mission first. We will discuss it upon our return." "Stand down." "Yes." Lu Rui was about to step out from the bushes, but was halted by Lin Yu's raised hand. "Stay hidden and follow us." Today's objective for our small group is to thoroughly search the community where our shelter is located. There are many buildings here with ample cover, and Lu Rui's concealment will be of greater use. Lin Yu explained this also for Su Yi's benefit. If this were not truly the commander, knowing that there was a hidden sniper within their ranks would surely raise concerns. Su Yi remained silent, merely observing Lin Yu's commands and arrangements. After giving her orders, Lin Yu began walking toward the room on her left. Our shelter is in Building 6 of the community, which consists of 12 buildings in total. We will start searching from Building 1. We aim to inspect all floors before nightfall. Remember Miss Zhang's orders. We must strive to expand our influence and ensure the safety of the area surrounding the shelter. Although Miss Zhang has permitted us to fire freely, we should avoid harming anyone unless they are truly evildoers. Lin Yu's approach was marked by more compassion than the other 10 warriors. If they were to encounter the elderly, weak, or infirm, she might find it difficult to take action, even if they exhibited hostility. This was also why Jiang Shaoxi had assigned Lin Yu the task of searching the entire community, hoping her character would send a friendly signal to any potential survivors within. Naturally, even if the other party misinterpreted or targeted Lin Yu, and she failed to swiftly neutralize enemies, Jiang Shaoxi could seamlessly arrange for the other warriors to deal with the threat, while simultaneously reprimanding and reminding Lin Yu of her kindness, ensuring she would not repeat the mistake. Though Su Yi's community was an old one, it covered a vast area, with spacious distances between each building. Lin Yu's group did not conceal their presence or actions. She walked cautiously to the first floor and began searching each unit one by one. "Is anyone inside? We are fellow survivors from the community with no ill intent. We are here to gather everyone to resist the apocalypse." Lin Yu softly knocked on the door with the insulated part of her rifle stock while calling out loudly. Li Yong stood a distance behind her, weapon at the ready, their positions providing mutual support. "I understand you may be wary, but if anyone wishes to contact us, please come to Building 6, the one with the wall surrounding it. We are soldiers. We promise to provide protection, food, and water, and are committed to restoring peace and order to the community." Lin Yu repeated her call several times, but there was no response from the first floor. She turned and continued her search on the remaining floors. "Lin team, should we not force the door open and take a look?" "No need. Miss Zhang has instructed us not to leave a bad impression on any potential survivors, as this would be detrimental to our shelter's reputation." Lin Yu shook her head. "Miss Zhang said that we should appropriately reveal our military identity. As for the choice, let the survivors inside decide for themselves." Jiang Shaoxi's plan for searching the community was relatively gentle in its initial approach. Of course, knowing Jiang Shaoxi, Lin Yu was aware that her subsequent measures would undoubtedly be quite brutal. This was a strategy of first courtesy, then force. Lin Yu hoped to gather any survivors in the community during this more lenient phase of Jiang Shaoxi's tactics. Do not provoke this woman. She intends to thoroughly cleanse all areas of the community within 2 days. Once this deadline passes, she would not hesitate to take drastic measures. Fortunately, Lin Yu's concerns did not linger for long. Upon reaching the second floor, a timid and panicked voice came from one of the households she knocked on. Are you really soldiers? Indeed. A liar. You are liars. All soldiers have gone to the Apocalypse War instance, and there are no regular troops left in the country. We are not the People's Liberation Army, and we certainly will not harm you. Lin Yu spoke sincerely. If you need help, please open the door. If not, we will leave. Creak, the old wooden door slowly opened, revealing a gap through the security door, where a woman with disheveled hair looked out. Her expression one of skepticism as she sized up Lin Yu. Hello. Lin Yu's expression was serious, holding her rifle firmly, standing straight. Dressed in military camouflage, her appearance was entirely consistent with the soldiers the people of Huaxia had seen before. The same righteous aura and determined gaze naturally inspired trust and reliance. Are you really soldiers? A female soldier? The woman inside murmured, and a boy's voice could be heard. Mom, this is rescue. It really is help. No, it's too dangerous. Her origins are unclear. What if she is a bad person once we open the door? She has a gun. If she wanted to harm us, she could have barged in already. We have nothing to eat, just half a bucket of instant noodles. What could she possibly take? We only have our lives left. Perhaps. The apocalypse does not require female soldiers. If she truly is a soldier, then we are saved. There was a brief argument inside, and soon the woman opened the door wide, revealing her body, blocking the 3 boys behind her. Lin Yu glanced and noticed that the children appeared to be of middle school age, minors. He had already learned through the chat channel that at the onset of the apocalypse, minors without self-protection capabilities and the elderly unable to care for themselves would not have independent shelters, but would remain with their immediate family in the same shelter. Lin Yu was aware of this and was not surprised. She merely nodded at the woman. Hello, I am here to rescue you. It really is a soldier. The woman was somewhat astonished. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly opened the security door. For the people of Huaxia, those who wield firearms are not necessarily evildoers. If she is in military uniform, it is highly likely she is a savior of the people. If her professional identity can be confirmed, there is no doubt she is the most trustworthy person. I may not trust my family, but I will certainly trust the soldiers of the nation. This is truly one of a kind in the entire world. Chapter 56. Comrade, I am also a victim. The security door was opened, and the woman did not perceive any hostile behavior from Lin Yu. With her gun pointed downwards, Lin Yu addressed the woman, asking if there were any others in the house or items to collect. If agreeable, she could escort them to the 6th building, their gathering place, which could offer safety to the vulnerable survivors. If they prefer not to go, she would not insist, but she required basic information for registration. Are you here to rescue us? The woman asked, her eyes wide with urgency. How many of you are there? Has the main force entered the city? When will we be liberated? There is no main force. Our numbers are limited, Lin Yu patiently replied. Currently, we can only ensure the safety of the survivors in this community. We are not here for a rescue operation. The woman's face fell in disappointment. The anticipated military force had not arrived. Instead, a woman who appeared to be a soldier and a male soldier stood beside her. What if we refuse to go with you? A timid boy behind the woman spoke directly, expressing his skepticism. You are not the Liberation Army. I do not believe you. Apologies, but the community is under military control. All survivors must be gathered in the 6th building for unified management and distribution, Li Yang interjected, not allowing Lin Yu to explain. This is a directive signed by the commander. We can ensure safety, but to protect more survivors and the commander, we cannot allow any unstable factors to jeopardize this safety. Lin Yu fell silent, aware that Li Yang believed she was being too gentle with this mother and child, potentially hindering the efficiency of the mission. Are you willing to come with us? Li Yang inquired. The woman hesitated, then resolutely nodded. If they are all soldiers, it cannot be much different. I will go with you. Anyway, there is little food left at home. Can you provide any? Is there food distribution? Yes, but it will not be free, Li Yang affirmed. Distribution is based on labor. No one eats without contributing. We are in an apocalyptic situation, and resources in the shelter are limited. Of course, We will not assign you to dangerous tasks. At most, you will help with cleaning or strengthening the wall defenses. All right, I understand. The woman nodded repeatedly. The nation is in distress. You have a heart as well. We will follow the arrangements and allocations. Indeed, Li Yang nodded, about to speak when the large door beside them swung open. Suddenly, Li Yang reacted, aiming his gun. Do not shoot. Do not shoot. A bare-chested, portly man emerged from the adjacent residence, raising his hands and exclaiming, Comrades, I'm also a victim. Do not leave me behind. Li Yang frowned. Have you been eavesdropping? What do you mean by eavesdropping? How can you speak like that, comrade? The man retorted, rolling his eyes. Aren't you here to save me? I am cooperating. It should not hinder your work, right? Li Yang was momentarily speechless. If viewed from that perspective, he indeed had a point. The man was quite self-aware, saving Li Yang the trouble of knocking on doors. All right, Lin, let us continue the search, Li Yang said, looking at Lin Yu, who nodded and turned to lead the team onward. During a continuous 3-hour search, Lin Yu successfully located a considerable number of survivors in the community. In just the first building, there were 25 individuals. At least half of the shelters had opened their doors. Naturally, their circumstances were dire, with most facing severe shortages of supplies. Once the first building survivors had been accounted for, Lin Yu returned, bringing this group back to the shelter. Jiang Xiaozi had already arranged for Li Jie to wait near the city wall. Upon Lin Yu's return, Li Jie's eyes lit up as she greeted the survivors behind Lin Yu. Come, line up here. Everyone must provide registration information, family status, member details, occupation, age, and so forth. Any talents must also be declared. There is no allowance for concealment, as it will disrupt future arrangements. Anyone found deliberately hiding information will be expelled immediately. Li Jie called out loudly. Suddenly, several women in the crowd recognized her. ISNT, that Li Jie. Look, it really is her. I never expected to see her here. I knew the Liberation Army would come. What status does Li Jie have? She is from the neighborhood committee, of course. She would be here handling matters. Li Jie, why didn't you mention this sooner? I've been starving at home for days. Many survivors seem to know Li Jie, greeting her warmly. Li Jie appeared transformed, radiating joy as she coordinated the situation, reminiscent of her days mingling among neighbors during peacetime. It appeared that Jiang Xiaozi's personnel arrangements had been astutely executed. He had already canceled his skills, standing by the window, gazing downward. Having Li Jie manage the reception, work significantly alleviated the survivors' wariness. Successfully gathering the community survivors would reduce the risk of uncontrollable factors around the shelter and enhance the numerical advantage of the shelter, augmenting its collective strength. He noticed many changes within himself. He could easily discern Jiang Xiaozi's intentions behind this arrangement. By having Lin Yu, a military figure, lead the survivors, and using Li Jie's previous profession for reassurance, they could swiftly mobilize external support for the shelter, bringing in more labor. After all, the strength of a force is often judged by its numbers. Jiang Xiaozi's comprehensive development plan for the shelter undoubtedly aimed to establish a shelter force of Suyi Zone. Come, we are all neighbors. We are familiar with each other, so let us skip the pleasantries. Li Jie beamed, appearing quite at ease in her role. But let me be clear, everyone knows my character. Whatever I say, you must comply. Do not disrupt the order. Otherwise, before the commander speaks, I, Li Jie, will be the first to hold you accountable. Everyone cooperate with my work, line up properly, and refrain from noise. Let us strive to demonstrate the excellent qualities of our community. As Li Jie organized the crowd, Lin Yu and her team quietly departed, continuing their search of the remaining buildings. Lin Yu worked efficiently. In just one afternoon, she completed the search of 10 buildings, bringing back over 300 survivors. From Su Yi's observation of Lin Yu, it was evident that the majority of survivors were quite cooperative. Essentially, as long as Lin Yu knocked on a door and stood at the entrance, her feminine identity and resolute demeanor made it nearly effortless to bring out those hiding in the shelters. From another perspective, this was indeed a bloodless conquest of the majority of the community's shelters. Su Yi could not help but admire Jiang Xiaozi's cunning. She had skillfully harnessed the people's trust in soldiers, cleverly assigning Lin Yu to execute this task, which resulted in the acquisition of most of the community without breaking a sweat. The mission was completed in less than a day. What astonished Su even more was his repeated observations of the color of his watch throughout the entire afternoon. The watch consistently displayed a serene blue. This indicated that among the 300 survivors, there was no malice towards Su Yi's refuge, but rather a profound trust and reliance. While this seemed incredible upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Had Su Yi encountered the military entering the city on the very first day of the apocalypse, he likely would have joined their ranks. After all, he had yet to truly experience the rewards of his abilities. He could not abandon his hope for rescue for something yet unrealized. In the face of the military's arrival, even a moment's hesitation would be a profound disrespect to the soldiers. This felt too seamless. As Su Yi watched the nightfall descend, he murmured to himself, "Is the entire community so effortlessly organized and managed? Is everyone cooperating so harmoniously? Truly, this induces a bit of pressure on me." With a deep sigh, he suddenly felt the weight of a heavy burden upon his shoulders. The unconditional trust these people placed in the refuge stemmed primarily from their perception of the soldiers. However, Lin Yu and her companions were not the original military of this world. There's a misunderstanding, a deliberate misdirection by Jiangshao CI. Nonetheless, what I have done is not fundamentally different from rescue efforts. Let there be misunderstandings. I have not wronged them. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi quickly adjusted his emotions. Speaking of which, Lin Yu has reached the last building. She should be back soon. The purging of the entire community is nearing completion, and we will soon move on to the next phase. Before Su Yi could delve further into his thoughts, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from the depths of the community. Tot. Tot. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. The cadence of rifles and pistols sounded intensely fierce. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, quickly raising his gaze to see flashes of gunfire illuminating the darkness of a building in the community. That was the direction Lin Yu's team had taken. They had encountered enemies. Chapter 57. Integrity and Trust. Chen Qiren gunfire erupted. My goodness. Are we about to engage in battle here? Let me in, Laoli. Let me in a hide. Downstairs, the survivors who were still queued outside the walls suddenly panicked, showing signs of chaos as the crowd surged towards the inner walls. Calm down. Don't be afraid. Everyone be quiet. At this moment, Sister Lee displayed remarkable courage, stepping forward and calling out loudly, "Everyone be prepared. The soldiers outside must be facing some issues, but that does not concern us. There are surely people handling it up top. Trust the military. Trust our armed forces. Everyone, remain calm, continue to queue, and do not create disorder. In times of crisis, we must maintain order so as not to complicate matters for the organization." Sister Lee's words truly managed to soothe the crowd. This was mainly due to her and the girls blocking the entrances to the walls, rendering it impossible for anyone to rush inside. The crowd could only suppress their inner fears and anxiously await in silence, the pace of their registration hastening amidst the distant gunfire. Su Yi glanced downstairs and noticed that Chen Qiren had awoken at some point, leaning against the wall near the boarding gate, idly playing with a small knife in his hand. He must have been relegated by Jiangshao CI to serve as a temporary enforcer for Sister Lee. However, the survivors willing to register at the refuge were primarily honest and hardworking residents, exhibiting the traditional resilience of the Huaxia people. This group was characterized by obedience, making it unlikely for any significant disturbances to arise. The troublesome individuals were likely engaged in combat with Lin Yu and her team. Su Yi murmured to himself, returning to the sofa, activating his skills to connect with Lin Yu's perspective. Upon reconnecting, he was greeted by an expanse of darkness. He could see nothing, yet he could hear Lin Yu's calm breathing and the occasional elevation of her firearm. At that moment, Lin Yu was hiding in a corner of the hallway, forming a tactical angle of attack with Li Yang in the lower corridor. Their aim was directed at the 5th floor of Unit 7. Su Yi strained to observe. He could discern that the door of this household was not made of wood and appeared to have undergone significant alteration. Had they initially made modifications to the refuge, and were their firearms present? Su Yi pondered, analyzing silently without disturbing Lin Yu, confident in her capabilities. This confrontation posed little threat to Lin Yu. She was equipped with an infinite ammunition rifle, had leveled up her skills, and was accompanied by 2 soldier allies. Judging by the intensity of the enemy's firepower, Su Yi deduced that it was even weaker than what Li Ge and his team had managed. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Su-yi listened closely to the gunfire, concluding that the enemy likely wielded only 3 or 4 handguns, lacking long guns or any destructive devices typical in hallways. It seemed this household did not harbor a single survivor. Generally, minors and the elderly possess limited combat capabilities. Ruling that out, it suggested that other survivors from different refuges were present. Were they perhaps banding together for survival? Or had someone destroyed another refuge and taken captives for control? Su-yi mused, leaning towards the former as the more probable scenario. He had previously observed similar recruitment messages in the city chat channels, where a few refuges called upon survivors with inadequate abilities and scarce resources to step out and join them, instead of waiting at home to meet their demise. They opted to abandon their refuges and unite to form a more formidable force, thereby enhancing their chances of survival amidst the apocalyptic calamity. As Su-yi contemplated, he heard Li Yang's composed voice resonating from below. Those inside, cease your futile resistance. Surrendering your weapons and yielding is your only path forward. Only a good attitude can secure leniency for you from our refuge. Otherwise, you will be shot on the spot. Li Yang's words were quite convincing. Yet, those within the refuge disregarded him, responding instead with gunfire and the voice of a man shouting defiantly. You think you're so impressive. Do you really believe you are soldiers? Don't think for a moment that I'm oblivious. The soldiers have all been taken by aliens. You're just like my old man, merely armed. Don't assume that donning a uniform makes you remarkable. Don't think of yourselves as anything special. I've witnessed the actions you've taken today. It was that guy from Building 6 who wanted to cleanse the community, right? He aims to be the boss. But I refuse to comply. If he has the ability, let him come personally to request my submission. Otherwise, none of you will pass through this door. Anyone who attempts will be shot dead. The man inside was exceedingly arrogant, exuding an air of confidence. Su-yi surmised that this individual must possess a noteworthy talent. Given his current display of combat prowess, he was likely to become the next Li Gu, easily capable of dominating a building. More accurately, this individual had probably already taken control of that unit, albeit slowly, unaware that Su-yi had commenced the purging of the entire community. Su-yi could discern this man's defiance. He resembled a warlord holding military power, reluctant to bow down and serve others. The people of Huaxia are indeed honest and straightforward, yet in a world rife with chaos and armed conflict, even the most unassuming individual may proclaim, noble lords and generals. Do you not possess the mettle? Such is the remarkable nature of this nation. A final warning. Li Yang shouted coldly, surrender now or face annihilation. The occupants within the room, brimming with audacity, retorted, you are but 2 men with 2 guns. We are 7 with 4 firearms. We can eliminate you all. If we are to speak of leadership, it is the grandson of Lu Dong who should bow to me as the elder brother. If you dare charge in tonight, I shall prostrate myself before you. The arrogance was palpable, inciting Li Yang's furrowed brow and igniting an impulse to breach the door. A feat he was confident he could achieve. Both he and Lin Yu were battle-hardened, willing to risk injury to launch a fierce assault, especially with the sharpshooter Lu Rui poised outside with a compound bow. Do not act impulsively. Lin Yu's voice, cold and composed, echoed from below, sensing the fury within Li Yang. Lu Rui has not released an arrow. This is his signal. Given his skill, he must have already targeted them. Yet he refrains from shooting, indicating that something peculiar lies within that room. I surmise there is something amiss inside, and Lu Rui fears a reckless assault. Lin Yu assessed the situation gravely. In the absence of communication, she relied on the previously established tactics to interpret what Lu Rui might be observing in the room. She had earlier advised him to employ sniper tactics to provide cover for their offensive and to signal the initiation of their attack. Lu Rui's inaction suggested that there was indeed something unusual within the confines of that dwelling. Listening to the enemy's brazen taunts, it was clear they were emboldened. Lin Yu recalled Su-yi's admonition. Survivors in this world possess bizarre abilities. Any lapse in caution could lead to dire consequences. And we shall simply wait. Li Yang's brow remained furrowed as Lin Yu tapped rhythmically on the wall, signaling him to await reinforcements. The recent barrage of gunfire had been a deliberate act by Lin Yu, removing the silencer to create a fierce gunfight intended to alert the nearby refuge. She trusted that Jiang Shaoxi's intellect would yield a more advantageous tactical support. At this moment, Su-yi discerned Lin Yu's predicament. The adversary clearly wielded some unique means, compelling Lin Yu to remain cautious. Unable to breach this household, while simultaneously guarding against potential ambushes from both upstairs and downstairs, made this situation unfavorable for her. She could only suppress the enemy from exiting, but could not manage to infiltrate. Reinforcements were imperative. 3 individuals could scarcely take down such a fortified household. Su-yi decisively concluded that this dwelling was resolute, a quintessential example of obstinacy. Since softness had failed, it was time for a more forceful approach. Su-yi interrupted his skills and prepared to descend, only to find Jiang Xiaoci already stationed at the entrance. Xiaoci, your timing is impeccable. Su-yi spoke in a low tone. Send someone to assist Lin Yu. She is facing adversaries I suspect possess extraordinary abilities. Sir, I am here to report this very matter. Jiang Xiaoci responded gently, lowering her head in deference. Currently, the remaining warriors have yet to regroup. He is gone. Su-yi frowned. He has only one gun. It seems rather precarious. Why not have Chen Xiu notify the other warriors to return quickly? Sir, Chen Xiuren insists he can complete the task. How can he accomplish this? He is merely a poisoner. Without poison, how can he engage in combat? Sir, he claims to still possess some poison. Jiang Xiaoci spread her hands in resignation, seemingly surprised. He just stated that he has a small amount of neurotoxin remaining, sufficient to support Lin Yu. A small amount? Just enough? Su-yi was taken aback, exclaiming, "That madman, is he deceiving me again? I cannot believe he truly has so little left. What a coincidence. He just claimed he had run out during the day. And now, like a magician, he asserts he has poison again. What is it? Cannot a single truth escape his lips?" Sir, Jiang Xiaoci hesitated, offering a wry smile. He instructed me to convey this message. If the boss accuses me of being a liar, please inform the boss that I am truly not deceiving him this time. I, Chen Xiuren, am an honest and trustworthy employee. She lowered her head. These are his exact words. Chapter 58. Unexpected Harvest. Guardian Robots. Honest and trustworthy employee? Su-yi rolled his eyes. I might humor that remark, but I do not believe in his integrity. This madman had a wildly unrestrained style. Soon after, Su-yi resumed his position on the sofa, connecting to Lin Yu's perspective. He wished to connect to Chen Xiuren's viewpoint as well. Yet the fellow had not resided in the refuge for more than 72 hours. Before long, Su-yi's sight returned to the darkness of the corridor. The standoff continued, with Lin Yu refraining from a full assault while the occupants within were too fearful to emerge. They could only incessantly taunt, firmly convinced that as long as they remained within their quarters, they were safe. This stalemate persisted for over 30 minutes, when Su-yi heard a cacophony of alarmed voices emanating from the residence. Third brother, what happened to you? What the hell? Third brother is poisoned. Why is blood gushing from his orifices? Boss, your nose is also bleeding. Smoke. Where's this smoke coming from? A tumult of chaos and screams erupted, followed by the sound of bodies collapsing. Lin Yu and Li Yang were taken aback, and before they could react, they heard the crisp sound of footsteps from the street below, followed shortly by Chen Xiuren's languid voice. Team Leader Lin, do not hide. The people inside are all dead. As soon as he spoke, Lin Yu shone her tactical flashlight downward, revealing Chen Xiuren leaning against the wall, blissfully smoking a cigarette. The boss sent me to assist you. The matter is resolved, so I shall be on my way. Chen Xiuren waved dismissively, stretching lazily before turning to leave. Overtime is done. I'm going home to sleep. I believe I have night duty later. It's truly bothersome. This man seemed to have come only to relay a message. Lin Yu signaled to Li Yang, and the two advanced in tactical formation to breach the door and enter the room. Under the beam of the tactical flashlight, they beheld a grim sight. A multitude of men and women lay lifeless on the ground, all sprawled in pools of blood, their faces purpling, exhibiting clear signs of poisoning. The air was still thick with lingering white smoke. Lin Yu furrowed her brow, covering her mouth and nose as she began a swift assessment of the scene. Upon inspection, she discovered a specially crafted arrow on the ground, one that Lu Rue had shot with a shattered vial nearby. He had instructed Lu Rue to deliver the poison, subsequently eliminating the inhabitants of the room. Lin Yu murmured, her mind conjuring the chaotic scene that had unfolded within the confined space. where Chen Xiuren's poison had been exponentially amplified. Team Leader Lin, there is a robot here. Li Yang suddenly spoke up, crouching on the ground as he rummaged through the remains to unearth a complete male robot. Its physique was reminiscent of an adult human, indistinguishable in appearance. Yet its surface glimmered with a metallic sheen, and several pairs of electronic eyes adorned its head. Weapons components were conspicuously affixed to its arms, knees, and shoulders, featuring ominous black barrels and gun muzzles, presenting itself as a formidable Terminator-class weapon. Is this their source of confidence? Lin Yu furrowed her brow, attempting to tap on the robot's body, which emitted a dull metallic sound. This contraption boasted formidable defensive capabilities, appearing impervious to ordinary bullets. It was perplexing. With such a weapon at their disposal, why did they not unleash it to eliminate us? Lin Yu found herself baffled, yet Su Yi perceived the situation with clarity. He discovered that through Lin Yu's perspective, he could directly view the robot's item information. I would D66 12 model guard robot, a talent item of the shelter. It grows in tandem with the shelter's level, allowing adjustments to its three forms: guard mode, support mode, and research mode. Upon each upgrade, it is loyal and powerful, the finest assistant of the shelter. However, it cannot leave the confines of the shelter, its operational range limited to the interior. A robot resulting from a talent reward? Su Yi murmured, astonished by the existence of such an anomaly. No wonder these individuals were so brazen. If Lin Yu were to forcibly breach the door, this robot could easily turn her into a sieve. Speaking of which, if this robot possessed weaponry, why did it not fire outward at the entrance of the shelter? Was its weapon's attack range also restricted to the shelter's boundaries? Or did this thug fear that the robot's firepower might collapse the old building? At first glance, this robot appeared to be an extraordinary combat asset. With such a device at home, the defensive capabilities would be off the charts. Barring natural disasters like earthquakes that could directly destroy the shelter, ordinary human threats would pose no risk to its inhabitants. Of course, with the exception of Chen Xiuren's poison, the potential for growth embedded in this entity was indeed a formidable talent. Su Yi lamented, feeling a twinge of envy. He pondered how delightful it would be to possess such a robot within his own shelter. After neutralizing the threats within this residence, Lin Yu proceeded with the cleanup protocol as per the mission guidelines, meticulously inventorying the remaining supplies and any potential hiding spots within the shelter. Jiang Xiaozi had emphasized to her on multiple occasions that once hostilities commenced, it was imperative to ensure that no enemies remained alive. Rooting out the threat was the foremost principle in a post-apocalyptic world. Yet with such delays, Lin Yu and Li Yang had lingered in the current shelter for over 30 minutes. Su Yi then noticed a new prompt materializing before him. Your talent, Lin Yu, has destroyed a level 0 shelter, inheriting the current shelter's survival points, 263 points. Item inheritance assessment successful. You have acquired the current shelter's storage items, robot maintenance facility and user manual, command token, and what I would D66 12 model guard robot. Wait, Su Yi was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? I actually inherited this robot. Hold on, isn't it a shelter talent? Aren't talents non-transferable? Su Yi blinked rapidly, hastily exiting the connection view to access the shelter's reserve information panel. There was the robot. Retrieve. He promptly extracted the robot from the shelter's reserve panel, and indeed, it was the same robot, now positioned before him, still lying silently on the ground as if it had not been activated, the information above its head remaining unchanged. It appeared to have been treated as an item of the shelter, thus inherited by him. Su Yi frowned, unable to awaken the robot. He had no choice but to set it aside temporarily and began inspecting the other two inherited items. The first was the robot maintenance facility and user manual, which consisted of a stack of papers clearly detailing the robot's origin, operational instructions, and upgrade modules. A mere glance filled Su Yi with joy. What a delightful surprise. I can actually utilize this robot. Chapter 59, an exceedingly abnormal data robot, a guardian and protector of the homestead. According to the manual, Su Yi gleaned insights about the original owner's talents. The original owner's talent allowed for the direct creation of a powerful robot that would pledge loyalty to the shelter, which could assume 3 forms, with the original owner possessing the ability to alter these forms at will, should the robot be destroyed or lost. The original owner could regain the lost robot after 24 hours. However, at any given time, the original owner could only possess one talent robot. Yet, the manual emphasized one critical point. Robots created through talents belong to the shelter's inventory. They do not belong to the talent itself. They are items birthed from the talent, thus categorized under the shelter's possessions, meaning they can be inherited by others. Were it merely that others would only acquire a shell of a robot, incapable of activation. However, this robot possesses a master recognition control system and is equipped with a command token. The command token is a small, unique circular emblem that allows for the setting of command serial numbers for the robot. The original owner's directive is the unalterable primary command sequence, an ineffable loyalty target for the robot. Beyond that, the command token permits the setting of secondary and tertiary sequences for other users. The manual provided clarification. The command token accompanies the robot as an accessory. Its purpose is to enable the shelter's owner to delegate control of the robot when they are unable to manage it, facilitating an operational mode where the robot functions autonomously in the owner's absence. And now, the original owner is deceased, although the first command sequence is immutable. Sui can utilize the command token to designate himself as the secondary command user for the robot. This signifies that I am now its sole master. Sui regarded the small emblem in his hand with a surge of excitement. The sole function of this token is to modify and replace the robot's command permissions. While not as potent or assured as the original owner's primary sequence, it is nonetheless a fortuitous acquisition. The addition of a secondary sequence allows it to recognize my biological signals. Sui scrutinized the manual and tentatively began the operation, bringing the token close to the robot's chest. Beep, beep, beep. The electronic eyes atop the robot's head flickered to life, glowing red, accompanied by a crisp sound. A light wave illuminated its chest, coursing through its internal control system. New command sequence detected, confirming information accuracy. Inquiring the primary sequence. Would you like to add a new command sequence? Inquiry failed. Primary sequence unresponsive. Suspected deceased. Proceeding with command iteration. Adhering to operational protocols. Commencing detection of new sequences. Secondary sequence unresponsive. Tertiary sequence unresponsive. No sequence response. Adhering to operational protocols. Recognizing command token as the highest command index. Consenting to the addition of a new sequence. Identifying biological information for the new sequence. Identification successful. Addition successful. The robot swiftly rose to its feet amidst a series of mechanical clicks, standing straight before Sui. Greetings, my master. I AI with D66-12 model. Am at your service. The robot's voice rang clear, proclaiming its allegiance to Sui. Filled with astonishment, Sui gazed at the robot, simultaneously observing the more detailed data panel atop its head. This resembled a talent information system, yet differed in that it displayed the robot's intricate functionalities and capabilities. AI with D66-12 model Guardian Robot. Robot category, Guardian Robot. Current instruction sequence, second sequence. Robot operating system, autonomous defense and counterattack logic system, unable to recognize enemies outside the shelter, incapable of launching attacks. Robot maximum strength, 10 tons, capable of heavy lifting or forcefully halting intruders in emergencies. Robot maximum speed, 525 meters per second, able to move swiftly to designated locations in a remarkably short time. Robot reaction time, 3 milliseconds, time taken for detecting a threat to activating defense mechanisms. Robot impact resistance, capable of withstanding small explosions and direct assaults from conventional light weapons. Combat stamina, within the shelter's vicinity, can operate indefinitely, unlimited energy. Weapon modules, built-in weapons, both arms equipped with retractable high-frequency vibration blades for close combat. External interface, supports rapid replacement of modular weapon systems, such as energy beam emitters and stun batons. Retractable machine gun, concealed within the robot's arms, can be swiftly deployed when needed, suitable for rapid strikes at close to medium range. Rotating turret, located in the robot's chest, capable of 360-degree rotation, equipped with an automatic locking and tracking system. Miniature rocket launcher, integrated into the robot's legs, capable of firing small tracking rockets for pursuing high-speed targets or providing aerial support. Perception and Intelligence System. Environmental perception. Equipped with multispectral sensors and a 360-degree panoramic camera for day and night surveillance. Threat assessment. Built-in algorithms can swiftly analyze potential threats and propose corresponding defense strategies. Autonomous learning ability. The robot can continuously optimize combat and defense strategies based on real combat experience. Human-like data module. Voice interaction. Supports natural language processing in multiple languages, allowing for smooth conversation with humans. Emotion recognition. Capable of identifying and understanding basic human emotions to respond appropriately. Behavior simulation. When necessary, can simulate human behaviors to better integrate into human social environments. Maintenance and upgrades. Self-diagnosis system. Capable of real-time monitoring and reporting the health status of internal mechanical and electronic systems. Self-upgrade function. Can autonomously upgrade and replace all modules and operating systems as the shelter evolves. By heavens, this is astonishing. He could not help but punch the air, his face radiating excitement. For a reclusive individual, possessing an obedient combat robot was nothing short of a dream come true. The data clearly indicated that this machine was a formidable weapon, armed to the teeth. However, its singular flaw was its inability to retaliate outside the shelter. If an enemy attacked from outside, this robot could not respond, as its operational logic did not recognize such situations. This limitation was indeed quite critical. Reflecting on this, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Yet, he soon realized that this robot was created by the talent of a Level 0 shelter. For a Level 0 shelter to produce such an impressive robot, certain critical flaws were to be expected. If it were flawless, it would be utterly unreasonable. He speculated that the original owner's talent was likely at an S level, most probably not reaching the SSS level. Otherwise, he would have already been hunted down and killed by this robot, leaving no room for his current development. He pondered deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had not encountered an overly formidable shelter during the initial days of the apocalypse. He also credited Chen Xiu Ren-'s poison. Otherwise, even if all warriors were sent to assault that household, they would have achieved little. As he scrutinized the robot, his satisfaction grew. This creation was truly invincible within his shelter. Now, even if all the warriors were dispatched on missions, the safety of his home was assured. Suddenly, he recalled the original owner's arrogant demeanor, and he resonated with it. Whoever dares to enter will meet their demise. Chapter 60. Population Boom. The Era of Shelter Expansion. After reviewing the robot's comprehensive data, He immediately summoned Jiangshao CI. Through the command insignia, he added Jiangshao CI to the robot's third instruction sequence and informed her of the robot's origins and functionalities. "Congratulations, sir, on acquiring a remarkable treasure," Jiangshao CI exclaimed with a smile, her beautiful eyes curiously surveying the robot, also marveling at its formidable combat prowess. "This contraption will likely need to be stationed on the 6th floor for guarding. Although we control this entire building, it does not yet fall within the shelter's territory. For now, let's place it at the entrance as a bodyguard. Its value will increase as the shelter expands." He directed the robot to the entrance and then inquired of Jiangshao CI, "What are your plans for the group of survivors downstairs? Given our current resources, supporting them may prove challenging." He could surmise Jiangshao Ci's intentions, but lacked the complete picture. Thus, he sought further details on her plan. "Sir, the estimated number of survivors we have gathered from the entire community is over 300, and adding our original residents, we would have approximately 400 individuals." Jiangshao CI elaborated gently, having prepared her strategy. "With our shelter's current supplies, we can only adequately provide for everyone for a week. However, since I have invited these people, I will not allow them to waste resources without purpose. According to our current development strategy, whether expanding through a trading market or utilizing the various major supermarket locations that Linyu has explored, we require a sufficient population to maintain access to these resources. I plan to allow them a day to rest and adjust, after which we will organize them based on gender and age. Among them, there will surely be around 20 to 30 males who, along with 3 warriors, will be allocated to Qinshiurun, equipped with basic arms to maintain order in the trading market. If we diligently manage the situation, the offline trading location will continuously provide new revenues." At this point, He interjected with a question, What do you intend to charge for the stall fees? Or rather, the protection fees? Jiang Shaoxi's stance was clear. Securing the trading market was not merely an act of goodwill to provide survivors with a safe environment for offline transactions. She sought to derive benefits to offset the shelter's expenditures. Not much, merely 1/10, Jiang Shaoxi replied with a smile. That is significantly cheaper than the half that those thugs would take, and I have proposed various stall options, which should not provoke much dissent. As long as the successful operation of a trading market is maintained, with a participant count exceeding 100, it is guaranteed that at least enough resources to sustain 20 individuals will be returned daily. This is merely a preliminary plan. Should we continue to expand the scale of the trading market or establish additional trading outposts, our profits will undoubtedly become more substantial. Concurrently, the trading market's security team, led by Chun Xiuren, will provide a formidable deterrent, enhancing the positive influence of our sanctuary. Beyond the trading market, I also intend to organize a logistics team comprising approximately 120 to 150 individuals, specifically tasked with assisting the remaining warriors in transporting surrounding resources. Currently, Leah has yet to devise a technological method for restarting discarded vehicles. Thus, we still rely on manual labor for the transportation and coordination of supplies. Jiang Shaoxi paused briefly and remarked softly, "At this stage, manpower remains the cornerstone of any operational force. Until we restore a greater technological capacity, the number of individuals at our disposal directly reflects the strength of our sanctuary." Su'i comprehended this well. "I understand the general framework. Proceed with your plans." Unfazed by potential missteps, Su'i remained calm, even if Jiang Shaoxi's strategy yielded errors that might disrupt the supply chain of the sanctuary. After all, it would merely result in a temporary depletion of his talent rewards. Should food scarcity arise within the sanctuary, talent rewards would swiftly become available. Naturally, Su'i hoped for Jiang Shaoxi's plan to unfold smoothly, fostering a snowball effect of continuous growth for the sanctuary. "Sir, I will manage it diligently," Jiang Shaoxi replied respectfully. Although she did not disclose the complete personnel arrangements, Su'i held unwavering confidence in her capabilities. Jiang Shaoxi had previously mentioned her experience managing thousands of personnel within various roles in a vast underground organization. With such extensive management experience, overseeing the current few hundred individuals would be a trivial task for her. Su'i placed his complete trust in Jiang Shaoxi, granting her full authority. After all, he believed that even his direct involvement may not surpass her efficiency. Once Jiang Shaoxi departed, Su'i gazed out the window for a moment, observing the registration queue below. The registration process was nearing completion, and Jiang Shaoxi had not allocated all personnel to this particular building. She selectively integrated individuals with specialized skills into the building where Su'i resided, while the remainder were assigned to two nearby buildings in a more chaotic arrangement. After ensuring that all three buildings were fully occupied, Jiang Shaoxi specifically retained two warriors, Lu Rue and Liang, instructing them to refrain from exploring outside and to oversee security management within their respective buildings. Their responsibilities included ensuring internal safety and monitoring any potential disturbances within the buildings. During the initial coordination, some survivors exhibited impatience. "Do we not come here just to receive some food and then return? Several people crammed into one house. I might as well return to my own sanctuary. Listen to the organization's arrangements. Stop complaining. Is there anyone protecting you back home?" While a few voices of discontent emerged from the crowd, they were minimal and quickly subsumed by the group. For the citizens, personal safety was paramount. As long as their safety was assured, notions of freedom were dismissed with disdain. Even the dissent arising at present primarily stemmed from issues within the sanctuary's mechanisms. Everyone had their own sanctuaries. Although many were inadequate, there remained a glimmer of hope. What if they could truly thrive? Would they not reign supreme in this post-apocalyptic world? Many, particularly the youth, harbored such thoughts, predominantly among men. However, Jiang Shaoxi had anticipated such sentiments. After organizing personnel, she instructed Sister Li to select a few familiar elderly individuals from the crowd to resume their peacetime roles. They began working tirelessly, going door to door to emphasize the necessity of unity and to reiterate the current plight faced by the nation and humanity. With the weight of righteousness firmly in her grasp, Jiang Shaoxi was resolute, while Sister Li calmed the residents. Jiang Xiaozi simultaneously directed Lin Yu and the remaining idle warriors to return to the community. Each warrior was tasked with systematically dismantling the other sanctuaries within the area. Cut off the escape routes. Without their own sanctuaries, how could they remain at ease and work here? Chinchuran also wished to partake in such activities. Finding the task quite simple. Spending 30 minutes in one room sufficed. During this time, he could do as he pleased, entirely unmonitored. Yet, Jiang Xiaozi declined Chun Qiren's request, assigning him 2 warriors and urging him to head to the trading market to promptly establish regulations and ensure its safety. Great, my tasks are always the most perilous. Chun Qiren rolled his eyes, complaining, I'm a doctor. How can you send a doctor armed with a pistol to the front lines? Despite his grievances, he departed the sanctuary with the 2 warriors, vanishing into the night. The entire sanctuary had now entered an era of explosive growth in personnel. Even the first batch of residents, particularly the women, were occupied, following Sister Li to continuously reassure the new arrivals. The sanctuary, top to bottom, resembled a clockwork mechanism, relentlessly turning through the night. Even the most leisurely Su-Yi found himself occupied this evening. His mind was inundated with notifications regarding Lin Yu and others dismantling the sanctuaries. Even with his eyes closed, the flickering information lights played across his eyelids, robbing him of a good night's rest. By dawn, Su-Yi remained wide-eyed, staring into the void before him, exhausted. Yet, the continuous influx of survival points notifications occasionally brought him a chuckle. This is quite a windfall. With this strategy from Xiaozi, I can remain at home and still profit immensely